drama is really done, and the experience is rolling. Lu Lingyun is my woman. Yi Fei directly declared sovereignty and told Sun Qingxian that Lu Lingyun was his woman.
Sun Qingxian frowned slightly. Yi Fei unexpectedly surprised her so directly, but she also behaved very calmly. She lightly said.
Tenka said, Mr. Yi, are you sure that Lu Lingjun is your woman? But I think you were very strange just now, don't you?
Like a boyfriend and girlfriend.
Sun Qingxian did not appear to be flustered, but responded indifferently. Who is Sun Qingxian? She is a queen. The pretend couple between Yi Fei and Lu Lingyun just now looked like a clumsy performance in her eyes. Sun Qingxian just. I don't want to expose it. Sun Qingxian was sure that there was no relationship between Yi Fei and Lu Lingyun.
Sun Qingxian and Yi Fei looked at each other.
Yi Fei smiled faintly.
Sun, maybe you haven't had a relationship with a man, so you don't have to deal with matters between lovers.
Too much understanding, this is normal.
Sun Qingxian frowned slightly and wanted to refute Yi Fei, but found that she had no reason to refute, so she opened her mouth. In the end, he could only stare at Yi Fei. Yi Fei continued to smile and said, in fact, Sun 31 is not normal in your heart.
I recommend you to see a psychiatrist. Of course, you can call me, I am proficient in medicine and can help you treat. For what everyone is familiar with, I can give you. Make a discount.
Although Yi Fei's tone was calm and simple, Sun Qingxian was even more annoyed by Yi Fei.
Sun Qingxian said lightly, what do you mean? It means literally. Yi Fei responded briefly.
At this moment, Yi Fei saw Lu Lingyun come out of the bathroom and walk
in front of him.
Seeing that Yi Fei and Sun Qingxian were still chatting, Lu Lingjun subconsciously asked, what are you talking about? Seeing Lu Lingyun's appearance, Yi Fei said, Lingyun, just now Sun suspected us and said that we are not real lovers.
Lu Lingyun's face paled and she was slightly flustered.
She opened her mouth and didn't know how to speak.
Was it actually seen by Sun Qingxian?
Yes, the interaction between her and Yi Fei just now was indeed a little bit less, and the main reason Lu Lingyun was a little bit shy in her heart, and paying attention to the song A Laugh from the Sea again, I was too fascinated for a while, but forgot the pretense between her and Yi Fei.
Couple status.
Seeing Lu Lingyun flustered, Yi Fei smiled. Lingyun, since Sun doesn't believe that we are a couple, I can only.
Got a bad move. What Lu Lingyun didn't understand yet, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Yi Fei unblinkingly, very cute.
While speaking, Yi Fei directly hugged Lu Lingyun's waist, and then sealed Lu Lingyun's mouth.
That's right, Yi Fei kissed Lu Lingyun directly.
Lu Lingjun was completely surprised that other stars in the field, including agents such as Yang Xiaohua, also saw this scene. They are all staring eyes wide, and they are all shocking.
Yi Fei and Lu Lingjun were under the noses of these stars, really.
Yi Fei is bold, and he is not afraid of these stars going out to chew their tongues.
In fact, there is also an unwritten rule in the entertainment industry.
These entertainment stars generally do not share information with each other in front of the media.
Talk about the gossip and men's and women's affairs of celebrities, because this is a big taboo in the industry.
Yi Fei hugged Lu Lingyun's waist, and while Lu Lingyun was in a panic, there was nowhere to put those little hands. The lips and teeth of the two collided lightly, and Lu Lingyun was completely jerky, all driven by Yi Fei. After a long time, Yi Fei let go of Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingjun's face is red, her heart is like a deer, and she feels her heart beating non-stop. Her eyes are also water.
Barking. Lu Lingjun did not refuse Yi Fei's closeness. Although Yi Fei's behavior was sudden, she did have a good attitude towards Yi Fei. Slightly good impression. After all, she had already admired Yi Fei's talent before. She liked the piano music that Yi Fei played, and the ones arranged by Yi Fei. Songs, especially the two songs of meeting, have become the title songs of her album. Lu Lingyun's face was reddening. She was a little afraid to look at Yi Fei, her head hanging slightly, her white neck even more beautiful. Yi Fei looked at Sun Qingxian, only to see Sun Qingxian frowning and staring at him. Sun, do you believe it now? Lu Lingyun is indeed my woman?
Yi Fei said slowly. Sun Qingxian was speechless for a while. She glanced at Yi Fei and Lu Lingyun with a complicated expression. she stood up and said, Mr. Yi, let me tell you first. Resignation, I will tell director Su Sheng about the song A Laugh from the Sea.
Sin Qingxian's expression was a little strange, as if she didn't want to stay in the hall anymore. Yi Fei watched Sin Qingxian holding a Hermes handbag and stepping on high heels to leave.
Yi Fei swept his eyes again, looking at the hotel lobby of this charity auction, looking at Yang Xiaohua, and beckoning to Yang Xiaohua. Yang Xiaohua hurriedly ran in small steps. Yi Fei said indifferently, go on, don't let the scene just be spread out.
Yi Fei said this to the stars in the field. I see, Mr. Yi, don't worry.
Yang Xiaohua said quickly, and she smiled secretly in her heart. She couldn't think of Mr. Yi.
And Lu Lingyun turned out to be a real fake show.
And looking at Lingyun's face just now, shy and confused, but he didn't seem to refuse. It seems that Lingyun also has a good impression of Yi's own.
Forget it, no matter.
623 Lu Lingjun has a relationship with Yi Fei, the boss of the company, and Yang Xiaohua as a broker is of course also happy to see it happen.
Yang Xiaohua gave a few words to the celebrities.
These celebrities are also very acquainted, but all of them saw the previous ones.
That scene is a little unclear. They are not very clear about Sin Qingxian's orientation. They don't know why Yi Fei suddenly kissed Lu Lingyun and let these stars go.
No matter how big our brains are, it is hard to imagine that international actress Sin Qingxian actually likes Lu Lingyun.
Lingyun, let us go too. Yi Feila landed Lingyun's hand.
Of course, to do a full set of plays.
Oh, good, always.
Lu Lingyun just woke up like a dream. This girl was a little dazed, and looked at Yi Fei with embarrassment. When Yi Fei heard Lu Lingyun's name, he couldn't help but shook his head, and said, just call my name.
Stuffed. I'll take you back first. Yi Fei said. Oh good. Lu Lingyun lowered his head and followed Yi Fei step by step.
Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has increased at this time. The system reminder of experience increase sounded in Yi Fei's ears.
Chapter 279 A Beating Heart, Yi Fei's Development Plan.
Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value received from Lu Lingyun has been increased by 300 points. The system prompt came. Yi Fei was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. In a blink of an eye, another 300 experience points were credited into the account, but he got 900 experience points today, which is literally. At present, Yi Fei's total experience value is 1,700 points, and the speed of experience value accumulation is very fast. Yi Fei and Lu Lingjun walked out of the VIP lobby of the hotel side by side, and then took the elevator downstairs. Yi Fei was about to send Lu Lingjun home. After such a small episode, Lu Lingyun lowered her head, and she stopped talking to Yi Fei. Yi Fei led Lu Lingjun to the parking lot and asked the driver to drive, and then he was a gentleman to open the door for Lu Lingjun. The two were sitting in the back seat of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Where is your home? Yi Fei asked with a smile.
In Ziyuan Villa.
Lu Lingyun said the name of a villa area, which was where Lu Lingyun lived.
Lu Lingjun had already been a second-line singer before, and he was well known. Ziyuan Villa is a relatively remote villa area in Yendu. The location is not good, but the environment is elegant. Ziyuan Villa is on the east side of the city, right? Yi Fei answered. But what he said in exchange for Lu Lingyun's face was blank. Lu Lingyun looked at Yi Fei in a daze, his eyes were out of focus. Innocent and Yi Fei looked at each other. Yi Fei suddenly remembered something, and smiled. I almost forgot, you have no sense of direction at all. Lu Lingjun is a standard road idiot. Lu Lingyun retorted weakly, where is it? I can still tell the position clearly. Really, tell me where is the approximate location of Ziyuan Villa? Yi Fei asked narrowly. Lu Lingyun looked around, pointed to the rear right, and asked tentatively, is it over there? Yi Fei was speechless. That's the direction of the Intercontinental Hotel. We just came out from there. Lu Lingyun covered his face, speechless.
Oh, it was too shameful to admit the wrong way in front of him. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw Lu Lingyun's appearance, and said, what do you want me to say about how crazy you are? I advise you to try your best in the future. Let us open the navigation, otherwise it would be really troublesome one. Yi Fei thought about that when she first met Lu Lingyun. she made a special trip to ask Yifei for directions.
Thinking of Lu Lingyun confused.
Yifei seemed amused, and there was no one else in this girl. Hearing Yifei talking about navigation, Lu Lingyun wrinkled her delicate little face and said bitterly, I often use navigation, but
is it still going to get lost? Lu Lingyun's sense of direction is very poor. Not only that, she doesn't know much about maps and navigation, and she often follows the navigation. Mistaken.
She is a serious road idiot.
Yifei couldn't laugh or cry about this. What is Lu Lingyun's special physique?
Seeing Lu Lingyun's frowning face, she wrinkled her face cutely and distressly, very delicate and moving. Yifei couldn't help but smile, touched Lu Lingyun's head, and said, You look so cute, no wonder Sun Qingxian likes it. Well, speaking of your charm, you can be really big, even if you kill both men and women, you can actually attract someone like Sun Qingxian.
Star.
Lu Lingyun lowered his head blankly, blushing and said, I don't know what's going on, so don't laugh at me.
Lu Lingyun was very embarrassed. She has been very distressed about this matter.
Last time at a commercial performance event, Lu Lingyun and Sun Qingxian met by chance, and Sun Qingxian behaved very well to Lu Lingyun. Active and enthusiastic, expressing that she likes her songs very much. Of course, Lu Lingyun was very happy to learn that his song could be recognized by such a big star.
The two quickly became friends.
Gradually, Lu Lingyun realized that Sun Qingxian had a different attitude towards herself, and that Sun Qingxian was very good to Lu Lingyun.
Sun Qingxian is very concerned about Lu Lingyun's daily life, work and career, which makes Lu Lingyun realize that something is wrong.
Sun Qingxian even made some intimate actions a few times, which made Lu Lingyun fully aware of the situation. Lu Lingyun was a little hard to tell, and after weighing it over and over, she made it clear to her agent Yang Xiaohua, and finally got what she is today.
Of this scene, Lu Lingyun was also very distressed. She whispered Sun Qingxian is actually very good to me. If she is just being friends and doing my girlfriend, I like it very much, but it's a pity.
Lu Lingyun sighed softly. She is a normal person, although she is very grateful and even touched by Sun Qingxian's heart, but she cannot accept it.
Yifei expressed his understanding and said with a smile, Don't blame me today.
If you made this, I believe she will not harass you in a short time.
I can only make this bad move.
No, the okay. Lu Lingyun opened his mouth and said in a low voice, his eyes a little afraid to look at Yifei. In fact, Lu Lingyun's usual performance is a taciturn personality, and he is even more shy in front of Yifei, especially.
Thinking of the scene just now made Lu Lingyun even more flushed.
Yifei saw Lu Lingyun's red lips slightly open, and his face was pleasant. Why does this idiot paper always have an idea that people can't help but want to bully? Yifei looked at Lu Lingyun. This girl was like a porcelain doll, she looked cute, and her personality was the same. Yifei said, Qing Lingyun, you have a good effect on the release of this album. You appeared on a few music variety shows, and then released 2 singles, striving to become a first-line song stably in the shortest time.
The hand even hits the front line.
There is no doubt about Lu Lingyun's potential, but in the original book, it took Lu Lingyun 2 or 3 years to gradually
precipitate and become a diva singer. But now, with Yifei's help, Lu Lingyun will surely soar into the sky and become a queen-level superstar in the shortest possible time. It must be very interesting to think about Lu Lingyun's transition from an ordinary second-tier singer to a queen superstar.
This sounds a bit like a development plan in the game. From Zhao's, Yifei thought slightly evil.
Soon, the driver drove to Ziyuan Mountain Villa.
It's at your house. Which villa do you live in? Yifei asked. Are you here so soon? Lu Lingyun couldn't help but look at the surrounding scenery carefully, confirming that it was his own small district. Kai said, I am in Villa 17.
Yifei looked funny. How could Nizi look a little strange to her own home?
After parking to Villa number 17, Lu Lingyun watched Yifei secretly, and said in a low voice, Are you going to sit up and sit me? I bought a new one.
Coffee, you can taste it.
Okay. Noting Lu Lingyun's increasingly red face, Yifei readily agreed.
Chapter 280 Experience Explosion, Destiny's Enthusiasm.
Yifei and Lu Lingyun returned to her villa. Lu Lingyun's villa is not too big, and it is of course insignificant compared to Yi Fei's private villa, which can be called a manor. However, Lu Lingyun did a very good job of decorating the villa, with thermostats everywhere in the details. And what surprised Yi Fei even more was that in Lu Lingyun's villa was a music exhibition hall with a variety of musical instruments, including piano, violin, cello, and some orchestral instruments, and many more classical musical instruments, such as guqin and guzheng. It can be seen that Lu Lingyun is indeed a sound silly. It's no wonder that Lu Lingyun has achieved such a great achievement in the original book. She has indeed become a generation queen in the music world. Accurate. Lu Lingjun blinked her eyes, watching Yi Fei in both eyes, and she whispered, "I'm going to pour coffee." Lu Lingyun was still a little embarrassed. Yi Fei smiled. Sitting on the sofa, he saw the furnishings in Lu Lingyun's home, especially when he saw that there were still guzheng. The eyes light up slightly. Yi Fei was a little bit happy. He brought the guzheng and tried to play it. He also spent 100 million yuan to upgrade his system points. Successfully realized that guzheng is proficient in this skill. I saw Yi Fei's big finger slightly spread out, and his fingers were naturally bent, forming a half-clenched fist. He took his thumb as the axis, 0-1. 7 playing the guzheng song. Yi Fei knew everything about the techniques of holding, splitting, hooking, picking, wiping, picking, pinching, rounding, and shaking. Yi Fei played the guzheng, and a majestic and leisurely song flowed out of his hands, extremely moving. People. This guzheng is the guzheng version of Laughs in the Sea. Only hearing the guzheng song shocked people's hearts. Lu Lingjun heard it in the kitchen, it was a shock, and then followed and sang softly. Sanhai laughed, the tides on both sides of the strait surging, the ups and downs follow the waves to remember the present. Lu Lingjun was also very impressed with the song A Laugh from the Sea. She hummed gently, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The guzheng version of A Laughter in the Sea is also particularly beautiful, both in terms of tune and melody. Majestic, with a strong antiquity. Sure enough, this kind of ancient music should be played with ancient musical instruments. Lu Lingjun blinked his eyes, and was also very amazed at Yi Fei's guzheng playing skills. In fact, although Lu Lingjun has a lot of musical instruments at home, she is not proficient in every kind of musical instrument. For collection only. For example, the level of guzheng Lu Ling, Abda, Yun's guzheng can only be said to be upper middle, far inferior to Yi Fei's. Hearing this ancient style of guzheng playing, Lu Lingyun opened his eyes wide, admiring Yi Fei. The meaning of worship. Finished playing one piece. Lu Lingjun also came out with coffee. She said this song is really nice, it has the feeling of an ancient knight. I am very like this kind of national style playing. Yi Fei pointed at the coffee and smiled. If you change into a pot of wine at this time, it will be more like a scene in a martial arts movie. Lu Lingyun couldn't help but smile, the little nervousness in his heart gradually disappeared. Lu Lingjun's pair is shallow, smiling softly, looking forward to it. Want to stop playing a piano song? I really want to hear it. Yi Fei nodded slowly when he heard the words. He thought a little, got up and sat on the piano stool, opened the piano cover, and then took a short pause. Then the fingers danced flexibly. What Yi Fei played was a piece of parallel time and space. It was a piano piece that was not considered popular. It was called Xingkongji. Yi Fei's 10 fingers danced fluently on the piano keys. With Yi Fei's playing, the song Starry Night was finished by him. The interpretation of beauty. Of course, there is a reason why Yi Fei played the song Starry Night. Because this song Starry Night has a special meaning to Lu Lingjun. It was when Lu Lingjun first learned piano and music. The first song I came across at the time. Yi Fei has read the original book, so he is very clear about this. Lu Lingjun likes playing copper piano very much, and prefers music. Among her favorite piano pieces, except for Yi Fei's later. In addition to Adelina by the Water is this Starry Night. This song Starry Night has a very special meaning to Lu Lingyun. Yi Fei played this tune, and Lu Lingyun's eyes were instantly brightened. Lu Lingjun's heart was filled with a different taste. This is not the first time she has listened to this song Starry Night, but Yifei would actually choose this the first unpopular song. It was still one of her favorite piano pieces in her heart, which immediately made Lu Lingyun feel strange.
Is this a kind of heart?
In fact, when she asked Yifei to play piano music, she wanted to see what kind of piano music Yifei wanted to play. The results surprised her.
A sweet smile appeared on Lu Lingyun's face.
Her eyes were focused on Yifei's side face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. What my eyes floated with shame and blush on my cheeks. Lu Lingyun was pleasantly surprised that she and Yifei had a close heart, which made her even feel like destiny.
Girls especially believe in fate.
Yifei also caught this, and captured Lu Lingyun's heart. Degree Ding, congratulations to the host, get 400 experience points from Lu Lingyun, and experience points increase. In Yifei's ears, there was no accidental sound of the system reminder about Lu Lingyun, and Yifei finished playing the song. Yifei raised his head and faced the clear eyes of Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun blushed, and didn't know what he was thinking, but Yifei saw that face with pink shame.
A touch of moving scenery. I have to say that Yifei's piano music is simply intangible.
Yifei stood up, raised the corners of his mouth, looked at Lu Lingyun, knowingly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Lingyun wanted to explain, but suddenly realized that the distance between her and Yifei was too close, making her face red and red.
Jump acceleration.
But then, Yifei picked her up with one hand. Suddenly, Lu Lingyun was held by Yifei and sat on the white bronze piano.
Ding ding ding.
The piano made a sweet but messy sound, just like Lu Lingyun's heartbeat. Yifei did not hesitate, and leaned forward to seal her mouth again. Lu Lingyun closed his eyes slightly, his long eyelashes lightly forehead.
Movement, showing inner shyness, tension and joy. Lu Lingyun wanted to resist, but couldn't resist. Anyway, it was him anyway. Maybe this is fate.
But Yifei got a bargain, and there was another prompt sound from the system in Yifei's ear.
Ding, congratulations.
Sue. This moment of reminder was clearly telling Yifei that Lu Lingyun had fallen in love.
Chapter 281.
Ding, congratulations to the host, get 300 experience points from Lu Lingyun.
When prompted by the system, Yifei was in a good mood.
He took Lu Lingyun into his arms. Lu Lingyun's face was always flushed. She closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling lightly, showing the tension and shame in her heart at the moment. After a long time, Yifei let go of Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun blushed, Xiafei's cheeks were slightly lowered, her head slightly lowered, and she looked down at Yifei. Yifei also chuckled and said, "Lingyun, I now know why Qingxian likes you." Lu Lingyun blushed and did not speak, but buried his head in Yifei's heart.
Hearing Yifei's powerful heartbeat,
the corners of Lingyun's mouth turned up slightly.
In fact, the progress of Yifei and Lu Lingyun is still very fast, but the relationship between the two is not abrupt.
Especially, as a singer, Lu Lingyun is very concerned about music. Originally, before she saw Yifei, she was very special.
Don't like Yifei's piano music.
Later, I was shocked by Yifei's dozens of piano music.
The emotion of worship.
In addition, today Yifei helped her solve Qingxian's troubles and played a song Starry Sky for Lu Lingyun.
Night piano music.
This made Lu Lingyun completely fall, and it also gave her a sense of fate.
Lu Lingyun's expression was confused and ashamed, and he dared not look at Yifei.
And Yifei smiled and hugged Lu Lingyun from Tongqing, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, knowingly asked, "You are very
like the song Starry Night."
Well, this piece is the piece I came into contact with when I first learned music, Lu Lingyun said softly, her eyes bright. She said,
"Here are some trivial things when she first studied piano and music." Yifei listened patiently.
Lu Lingyun's head was different from the other girls he had been in contact with. "I'm a road idiot, and I don't care much about things other than music.
She is like an elf in music, born for music."
Yifei also knows that her future will be very eye-catching, and she will become the leading queen in the domestic music scene.
Lu Lingyun's willingness to communicate with Yifei about music is enough to show that Lu Lingyun is close to Yifei.
See her blushing. The egg looked like a porcelain doll, and Yifei was also in a good mood. After staying with Lu Lingjun in her villa for a while, Yifei said, "Then I'll go first."
Ugh.
Lu Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief, and was a little bit disappointed. As long as Yifei is by his side, Lu Lingyun will always be extremely nervous. But when Yifei wasn't by his side, Lu Lingyun couldn't help feeling lost.
Yifei smiled and said goodbye to Lu Lingyun.
Although he knew the truth of hitting the iron while it was hot, today Yifei and Lu Lingyun were between. The relationship has been advancing by leaps and bounds.
It's too late, and you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. That's right.
Yifei left the villa area and returned to his private villa.
The night passed quickly. The next day.
Today is the day when Yifei and Mu Zijin agreed to meet Mu Zijin's parents. As Yifei's true girlfriend in name, Mu Zijin's position in Yifei's heart is very important, not to mention the actions of Mu's family.
The top giants in Yendu are even more extraordinary. Mu Zijin's mother is Qin and his father is Mu Lingyun. Mu Zijin had already told Yifei earlier that Mu Zijin's mother was in the education department, and his father, Mu Lingyun, was a tribute. Jian's official, Mu Zijin's parents are busy with work on weekdays. Therefore, this opportunity to meet is really rare. Hearing Mu Zijin said that this time it was Mu Zijin's parents who asked to see Yifei.
Obviously, Mu Zijin's parents also heard about Yifei's stay in Wei's house, and even heard that her daughter had made a boyfriend.
Suddenly he was very curious about Yifei. They are very clear about Mu Zijin's character. Her daughter has always been in love with her eyes above the top. Therefore, Mu Zijin's parents are looking forward to the upcoming meeting. It was the weekend, and Mu Zijin's parents rarely had time. The hotel is set at Yendu State Guest House. This is a very special garden-style hotel. It is very rare in Yendu. Many traditional courtyards and various architectural styles.
Yifei and Mu Zijin walked to the hotel earlier. Mu Zijin still wears simple, plain white casual clothes today. Her ponytail is tied up, her hair is pulled, her eyes are bright and moving.
People.
Yifei saw Mu Zijin with an extremely bright smile and waved at her. Mu Zijin smiled softly and took the initiative to take up Yifei's arm, and the two seemed extremely close. Zero seeking flowers. Mu Zijin raised his face with a smile, and suddenly lightly opened Tanku. I found that since you became the master of martial arts, you have. I don't know how strong it is, but looks and temperament have become more and more handsome.
Mu Zijin's words are really good. Yifei's skin has completely changed since he became a martial arts master. The harmony and temperament are also reversed, not to mention the extraordinary temperament, and the appearance is even more heroic.
Yifei has a charisma bonus, and his face value is already very high, not to mention it now. Yifei's face is enough to make people eye-catching. Hearing Mu Zijin's praise, Yifei shrugged and said with a smile, "No way, things like looks are naturally handsome."
Sprinkle.
Mu Zijin glanced at Yifei blankly. This guy went to heaven when he praised him.
Yifei and Mu Zijin were talking as they arrived at the hotel box. After waiting a while, I soon saw a middle-aged couple walk into the box room.
The middle-aged couple men look elegant, while the middle-aged beautiful women are very well maintained, vaguely showing the beauty of their youth.
Needless to say, this couple is Mu Lingyun and Qin, Mu Zijin's parents.
Mu Lingyun and Qin walked into the room, and of course they also saw Yifei and Mu Zijin for the first time.
Especially Qin looked at Mu Zijin's hand holding Yifei.
Qin was surprised that her daughter, who has always been alienated and cold, would even hold a man's hand.
It's really amazing.
Surprised. Immediately afterwards, Qin carefully looked at Yifei again. The moment he saw Yifei, Qin was taken aback for a moment.
From emotion, what a handsome guy.
Qin was also deeply impressed by Yifei's appearance, and she believed that she was a star. As the saying goes, mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more they look at it, the more satisfied they become. Qin felt this way at this moment. She suddenly understood why her daughter liked the man in front of her.
I wish you all a happy New Year's Day. Everything goes well in the new year. Chapter 282. Pies fall from the sky.
Qin stared at Yifei. She was slightly surprised when she saw Yifei's handsome face.
Dad and Mom, let me introduce him. He is Yi Fei.
Mu Zijin didn't let go of Yi Fei's arm, but was generous.
The introduction.
Mu Lingyun and He Qin both nodded slightly, looking at Yi Fei with a slight appreciation. Of course, they have heard of Yi Fei's name a long time ago, especially the recent things Yi Fei has done are extremely sensational.
In Yendu, no one knows, no one knows. Mu Lingyun took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Fei and said, "Hello Xie, I will ask you to call Xie." "Hello, Uncle Mu."
Yi Fei shook hands with Mu Lingyun, neither humble nor overbearing. When Mu Lingyun shook hands with Yi Fei, he was a little curious, and his arm was slightly hard. Before Mu Lingyun came, he had heard Mu Zijin say that Yi Fei was very good at kung fu. He wanted to try Yi Fei's water.
Allow.
Born into a military family, Mu Lingyun's ability, Yi Fei, is very good, especially since he is also good at martial arts.
Of course.
Mu Lingyun's talent is far inferior to Mu Zijin, but at any rate he has been practicing martial arts for many years, and is already an introductory martial artist. Mu Lingyun's strength is not bad, but compared with Yi Fei, he is hitting a rock with a pebble. I saw Mu Lingyun holding Yi Fei's hand tightly, but he felt that Yi Fei's hand was like iron tongs, motionless. Yi Fei couldn't shake Yi Fei at all. Mu Lingyun couldn't help but looked at Yi Fei in surprise, with a look of appreciation, patted Yi Fei on the shoulder, and said, "Good boy, blame. No matter my old man and Zijin are full of praise for you, they are really hidden." Yi Fei became the master of martial arts only in the last few days.
Mu Zijin has not had time to talk to Mu Lingyun in the future, so Mu
Lingyun didn't know Yi Fei's true strength. If Mu Lingyun knew that Yi Fei turned out to be a martial arts master, he would be surprised that his jaw would fall off, not to mention it.
There will be the move just now.
The master of martial arts is absolutely rare in the Xianhuang kingdom. "Dad, how can you be like you?" Come up and test Mu Zian glared at Mu Lingyun, and said with some dissatisfaction. Mu Lingyun said angrily, "I'm not when my hands are itchy. I want to try Xiaoye's strength. Hey, it's a girl who looks out. Look at our daughter, she turned her elbow out." Mu Lingyun sighed deliberately, pretending to be upset. He Qin said with a smile, "What you said is wrong, Xiaoye is not an outsider.
How can Zijin turn his elbow outside?"
Mu Lingyun was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a bitter expression, "Hey, I am getting more and less status now.
Look, Xiaoye, let us.
The two of us will have to unite to deal with their mother and daughter." Yi Fei smiled and felt that the atmosphere was quite harmonious right now, which was quite interesting.
Mu Lingyun gets along better than he thought.
Before Yi Fei came, he still had some guesses about Mu Lingyun. After all, Mu Lingyun was in a high position and could be called a great official in Xinjiang. He is one of the pillars of the Mu family. He has a bright future in his official career. As long as he develops smoothly, he will even have the possibility of surpassing Mu Lao. Of course, it's just possible. But despite this, as the backbone of the Mu family, Mu Zijin's father, and a great official in frontiers, Yi Fei. Because Mu Lingyun would be a more serious and old-fashioned person, but obviously Mu Lingyun has a very good impression of him, and Mu Lingyun.
It is also personable and even humorous.
The four of them were seated, and the food came up quickly, and the four of them ate and chatted. The dishes at Yendu State Guesthouse are not very gorgeous, but they are very particular about the details.
Some are even state banquets.
The chef's dishes. Yi Fei also took a lot of thought. He took out the prepared gift, a piece of tea for Mu Lingyun.
Tea is on.
The good Huaishan de Hongpo is not the mother tree of Huaishan de Hongpo, but it is also a treasure among them. The tea from the de Hongpo mother tree in Wui Mountain is unacceptable, and the previous auction price even exceeded 10 million yuan. And now the tea from the de Hongpo mother tree in Huaishan has long been discontinued, and it is impossible to buy it if you want to. The tea Yi Fei brought was not the de Hongpo mother tree, but it was also the best choice. As for the gift to Yi Qin, Yi Fei's own cosmetics are even more effective than Bingji Jade Bee water. Only because of the scarcity of medicinal materials, this cosmetic can only be configured in a very small quantity, which is very precious.
Yi Fei's gift-giving is also very thoughtful and very particular.
Mu Zijin looked aside and felt even more sweet. knowing that Yifei had bothered about it, and he was even more interested in Yifei.
No. 0.
Both Mu Lingyun and He Qin were extremely satisfied with the gifts that Yifei gave. Especially He Qin was full of praise for the cosmetics that Yifei sent. Yifei said that it was cosmetics, but in fact it was a skin care supplement made from precious Chinese medicine.
Yifei is now in
Yendu's reputation, his medical skills and reputation can be said to be second only to the genius Dr. Wu who returned to Beijing. And because of the reputation of Bingji Jade Bee Water, Yifei's position in the skin care market is even better than that of Dr. Wu.
Bright.
After all, God Dr. Wu is good at curing diseases, not skin care. Therefore, Yifei's position in this respect is beyond doubt. He Qin received this gift from Yifei and was extremely pleasantly surprised about it. I have to say that Yifei easily made the future mother-in-law very satisfied with him. As for Mu Lingyun, his impression of Yifei was also very good, especially when he saw his daughter Mu Zijin's relationship with Yifei. After feeling emotional, Mu Lingyun had always been open-minded, and knew that this was the only thing. In fact, as a parent, Mu Lingyun had also investigated Yifei and knew that Yifei had several confidants. Mu Lingyun wanted to question Yifei, but when I think about Yendu's upper circle, such things are not uncommon, especially. It was when Mu Lingyun was young, there were several confidants. 4.4 Mu Lingyun considered it again and again, and did not mention this matter.
The four people had a good time.
After the meal, Mu Lingyun patted Yifei on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Xiaoya, Zijin will ask you in the future." When Yifei heard this, he immediately understood the meaning of Mu Lingyun's words. This is to entrust Mu Zijin to him.
This is simply a good thing to fall into the sky.
Yifei originally thought that Mu Zijin's parents would not be so easy to pass, but now that he saw it, it was a pie in the sky.
Chapter 283 Hongmen Banquet, a head-on collision with the genius Dr. Wu.
Yifei didn't expect that there would be such a good thing to fall into the sky. This kind of thing is indeed a pie in the sky. Yifei was a little surprised. The Mu family is a top-notch family at any rate, and with the strict tutoring of the Mu family, it is so easy to agree to this matter. Yifei was quite surprised.
Mu Lingyun and He Qin recognized Yifei, which is tantamount to officially confirming the relationship between the two.
Yifei would not refuse this kind of pie in the sky. "Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Zijin,"
Yifei promised earnestly. Yifei's words are also sincere.
Mu Lingyun and He Qin both nodded, seeing if Yifei were quite satisfied.
After eating, Mu Lingyun and He Qin took a step forward.
Before leaving, Mu Lingyun gave Yifei a meaningful look. Said Xiao Yi, "I heard that Dr. Wu is already in Yendu.
He has come here for a long time. If necessary, call me."
This is Mu Lingyun's statement, indicating that 04 he supports Yifei's attitude. This means that if Yifei has a conflict with Wu's doctor, Mu Lingyun and He Qin will definitely stand on Yifei's side.
This is a great support. Yifei's mouth curled up, saying thank you, uncle and auntie. It's just a trivial matter.
Our family doesn't talk about two things, He Qin said with a smile. After a while, Mu Lingyun and He Qin walked out together and left the Yendu State guest house.
Yifei sent Mu Zijin away, and the two chatted as they walked. Mu Zijin looked at Yifei and asked, "What happened to the medicine last time?" Mu Zijin is very concerned about medicine, after all. This is the most important thing for Yifei right now.
As long as the medicines produced by Yifei can be supplied to the military, Yifei can have another layer of relationship protection.
Yifei said, "Don't worry, I have arranged for someone to do this.
The main thing is confidential, and the formula of the medicine is in my hands.
Hold it in your hand and don't let it out easily. There will be results within 3 to 5 days at most."
Yifei had already ordered Li Shangyun on this matter, and let his father Yi He dispatch 2 executives whom the Yi group trusted. The management of this matter can be said to be proceeding smoothly.
That's good.
Mu Zijin smiled, and said to Yifei, "By the way, what do you think?"
"Cosmetics, I don't have any."
Mu Zijin thought that Yifei would give He Qin some art-like things, but the gift turned out to be cosmetics, and
obviously they are not ordinary cosmetics, but they are all made by Yifei according to Chinese herbal medicine. The effect is positive. Definitely perfect. Yifei said, I originally wanted to give the artwork, but think about the authenticity of this item is not easy to identify, and the price of the genuine product. The value is too high, and there is a suspicion of bribery, so I simply gave away cosmetics. The ice muscle jade bee water you prepared before sells all over the country. This batch of cosmetics is definitely more effective. I want it all moo. Ziyan pouted slightly, even a little bit of acting like a baby to Yifei. Only seeing Mu Zijin's face reddened, her delicate and pretty face was raised, her cheeks were white and flushed. Yifei couldn't help but glance again at such a beautiful appearance. It's really amazing to see Mu Zijin acting like a baby. Kind of cute. Seeing Mu Zijin stretched out her little white hand, Yifei asked him to ask for cosmetics. Yifei was immediately confident. The face was surprised and said, what a joke, Zijin, you don't need cosmetics and skin care products at all. What is natural beauty? This is you. Yifei's answer was a perfect score. Mu Zijin's face is even redder, beautiful as a peach and plum, her eyes are watery, she whispered, greasy mouth is slippery, hum. With that, Mu Zijin turned her face slightly, but Yifei found that Mu Zijin's ear tips were also pink. Yifei smiled again, don't worry, your skin care products are indispensable, but I think you never use cosmetics and skin care products, so I didn't bring it to you. Mu Zijin whispered softly, indeed, I rarely use these things, it's too much trouble. For Mu Zijin, buying her cosmetics is a waste, and she really doesn't know how to use it. Whether it is cosmetics or skin care products, it is not as reliable as practicing boxing for her. Yifei really likes Mu Zijin's character, it's really easy to feed. The two of them didn't mention it either. In fact, Mu Zijin didn't care what Yifei gave her at all. The two walked side by side, Yifei took Mu Zijin's weak and boneless hand. After meeting the parents, the two felt emotionally. Almost has also become exceptionally different, and it is justified. Yifei kept looking at Mu Zijin, as if thinking about something. It's also time to go a step further with Mu Zijin, it seems we need a chance. Yifei thought to himself, but it was getting late today, and he knew that today was definitely not enough. Sending Mu Zijin back to the Mu family compound, Yifei also went in and said hello to Mu Lao, then left and returned home. Yifei's private villa. In the private villa, Su Qingzhu came to see Yifei tonight. After the two stayed together for a while, Yifei received a call. The call was from Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing, the third-generation leader of the Wei family, and Yifei can be considered friends. Yi Xiao, haven't you slept yet? I hope I haven't disturbed you so late. Wei Dongqing's laughter came from the handset of the phone. Wei Xiao, what is the matter, you called so late, did the nightlife just end? Yifei 960 laughed and teased. There is really something, you must know that the genius Dr. Wu has returned to Yen. Wei Dongqing asked. Of course, I know very well. Yifei replied lightly. The story of Dr. Wu's return to Yendu was raging, and it had been spread throughout Yendu. Of course he knew it. Wei Dongqing sighed and said Shen Luo's affairs are too much trouble, and Dr. Wu has also been alarmed. He wants to ask you for an explanation. My old man had an old friendship with Dr. Wu, and he also owed favor to Dr. Wu. But in the same way, my old man also owes you one. Adult favor, naturally hope that both of you can turn fighting into jade. So tomorrow, there will be a family banquet in our house. If you like Xiaoyi, come and admire the light, and the genius Dr. Wu will be there. Yuan Jiai. If the solution is not suitable, you should consider it, Xiaoyi. Wei Dongqing spoke very politely. Yifei said okay, then I will come over tomorrow. While speaking, Yifei squinted slightly. Although the Wei family did it out of good intentions, Yifei knew very well that tomorrow's banquet would not be easy. Hongmen banquet. Probably. Chapter 284. Yifei agreed to Wei Dongqing. He hung up the phone, squinted his eyes slightly, frowning and thinking. And beside Yifei, the arms of Qishuang Saixue were exposed for a while, and it was Su Qingzhu who gently surrounded him. Su Qingzhu couldn't bear it tonight and came to Yifei. Su Qingju heard Yifei's phone ringing and asked in a daze, "Who called it so late?"
Wei Dongqing asked me to go to Wei's house for dinner tomorrow, and the genius Dr. Wu is also there.
Yifei replied in a low voice, exquisitely in Su Qingju. Kissed on the side.
Su Qingju sleeps like a kitten, and likes to sleep curled up, making Yifei smile.
When Su Qingju heard the words Mr. Wu, his spirit was lifted, and he whispered Mr. Wu. "Yes, it's him, he is finally going to meet." Yifei said lightly. Dr. Wu is the hidden OSS in the book Genius Doctor.
Although Yifei succeeded in killing Chen Luo,
Dr. Wu is still extremely threatening to Yifei.
After all, God Dr. Wu in the original book is a master of both medical and martial arts, and he has a very wide network in Yendu.
I heard that Dr. Wu was in Beijing for just 2 days.
Those who came to visit Dr. Wu had crossed the threshold.
All the famous doctors in the city go to visit the genius Dr. Wu. This is enough to prove how terrifying the prestige of Dr. Wu is. In addition, the Wei family and other families even sent invitations to God Dr. Wu and invited God Dr. Wu to a banquet. Headed by the Wei family, as well as several big wealthy members of Yendu, all have old ties with the genius Dr. Wu. Tomorrow, the Wei family will entertain Yifei and Wu Genius Doctor. This will also be the first meeting of the two.
Su Qingju opened his eyes slightly, and said worriedly, "Then are you going to have a banquet tomorrow?" Of course, Su Qingju is also very clear about this.
It's a Hongmen banquet.
Yifei said, of course I have to go to the banquet."
"Then you must be careful." Su Qingju was silent for a while. She wanted Yifei not to go to the banquet, but her thoughts were repeated. It is a low voice reminder.
Su Qingju also knew that Yifei and the genius Dr. Wu would collide with each other sooner or later, which was inevitable.
"Don't worry, I know, I have a sense of measure."
Yifei smiled and touched Su Qingju's cheek, and said softly.
Yifei knew what Su Qingju meant, and he also knew that Su Qingju was always caring about himself.
"Go to sleep, let us rest." Yifei smiled, got into the quilt, and hugged the body that looked like jade.
The two embraced tightly. The next day. Early in the morning, Su Qingju quietly left Yifei's villa and went to work in the Su group.
As the old man Su Xiuquan's body is not as good as before, although Yifei helped to recuperate Su Xiuquan's affair with the Su group. The affairs have been gradually let go, and the affairs of the Su group are handed over to Su Qingju.
Therefore, Su Qingju is very busy now.
Su Qingju left, while Yifei went to the Bai family group. Within the Bai S group, Bai Ruoshi was dealing with official duties, while Yifei quietly broke into his office. Due to the close relationship between Yifei and Bai Ruoshi as female secretary did not dare to stop Yifei, but made Yifei relaxed.
Broke into her office.
Bai Ruoshi seemed to feel something. She saw Yifei smiling brightly at her as soon as she raised her head. Suppressing the surprise in her heart, Bai Ruoshi suppressed her smile, and said sternly, "Why is Yi Deshao free to come to me today?"
"I'm not your 72nd concubine of the Sanamiya and the 6th courtyard."
Bai Ruoshi knew about the relationship of the women around Yifei. In fact, so far, Yifei and Bai Ruoshi are still in a relationship. A very delicate situation. Because Bai Ruoshi is more calm than the other women around Yifei, she is not like Su Qingju, because of misogyny. Therefore, he was destined to be entangled with Yifei and could not give up.
She was also not like Luo Weiyu, who was cured by Yifei's foot injury, and felt that she owed Yifei something. And Bai Ruoshi wanted to let go of the relationship with Yifei when she knew that there were Mu Zijin and other women beside Yifei. But it was still unable to do so, and eventually fell. The two are like boyfriend and girlfriend, but not boyfriend and girlfriend.
"It's so vinegar," Yifei said jokingly with a smile on Bai Ruoshi's words.
Bai Ruoshi blushed even more when he heard the words, and he glared at Yifei. Yifei's ridicule was pretty good, she was jealous. Since the last time they were together, Bai Ruoshi and Yifei hadn't seen each other for several days. Bai Ruoshi did have. Order a little taste.
Yifei smiled and took out a small gift that Yifei specially prepared for Bai Ruoshi, and gave it to Mu Zijin. His mother He Qin's cosmetics are different. It was specially prepared by Yifei for Bai Ruoshi and designed according to Bai Ruoshi's skin.
Yifei smiled and said, I gave it to you.
Seeing the skincare products sent by Yifei, Ruwashi smiled at the corner of his mouth, but still deliberately said with a straight face,
You still count. Intentional.
Ruwashi often stays up late for work. Although she is naturally beautiful, she can't help being busy at work.
Yifei's skincare products can perfectly solve this problem.
Feeling Yifei's concern, Ruwashi felt joy in her heart. It's not for skincare products, but for Yifei's concern. This is what Ruwashi cares about most. Ruwashi immediately gave Yifei a reward. She hooked Yifei's neck with her hands and gave Yifei a big scented kiss. Yifei and Ruwashi chatted for a while before leaving the Bai group.
It was noon. Yifei did some sorting and immediately went to Wei's house. Wei's banquet was at noon. Yifei asked the driver to drive to the Wei's compound and called Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing came out to greet him in person.
When he saw Yifei, he patted him on the shoulder and whispered, You can count on Yi Xiao. The Dr. Wu arrived first, of the King's.
My father and Dr. Wu had a long conversation. I don't know the specific content,
but I listened to my grandfather's tone. Dr. Wu didn't he have a very good impression of you? Yifei shrugged and said nonchalantly, It's weird that Dr. Wu has a good impression of me.
Let us go, I would like to see this.
Bit.
Yifei knew that Wei Dongqing was kindly reminding him that he also accepted Wei Dongqing's favor.
The two walked into the lobby side by side, and Yifei finally saw Dr. Wu. There are not only Dr. Wu, but also a young girl Ling Shiyun, a disciple of Dr. Wu. At the same time, Duan Qizheng is among them.
Seeing a few people, Yifei squinted slightly. Chapter 285 Fighting Against Each Other.
Yifei finally saw the genius Dr. Wu.
Dr. Wu's full name is Wu Daozi.
He has also learned the Tao from a certain expert since he was a child, and he has learned a lot of skills in Yendu. With a great reputation, many people regard it as a fairy-like figure. Dr. Wu has a ruddy complexion, full of energy, and a childlike face.
Dr. Wu is over 80 years old this year,
close to 90 years old, but he doesn't look like an old man at all, he looks young. Ji is also in his 60s. While Yifei was looking at Dr. Wu, of course Dr. Wu was also looking at Yifei. Master Wu stared at Yifei, his brow furrowed slightly, because from the young man in front of him, Master Wu unexpectedly.
I felt it kind of unpredictable.
Dr. Wu had also heard many news about Yifei before, including Mr. Wei, who also explained some of Yifei's deeds to Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu knows that Yifei's medical skills and martial arts are unique. But in Wu Xinyi's view, although Yifei's medical skills could not be seen by him, it should be below him. As for martial arts, Master Wu is a master of transformation. The difference between master of transformation and ordinary warriors is like Tian Yuan. Master Dr. Wu can see at a glance.
We're ordinary warriors.
It stands to reason that according to the information held by the genius Dr. Wu, Yifei should also be just a master of internal strength, the most powerful martial artist of the peak of internal strength.
That's it.
Although he is only a thin line away from the 953 transformation master, he can't reach this threshold. In the eyes of the supernatural Dr. Wu, he is a general.
Tongren. The master of transformation is an important threshold for judging martial artists. Can cross this threshold, that is the dragon.
Therefore, the genius Dr. Wu looked at Yifei carefully, but suddenly realized that he could not see through Yifei, and could not help but be slightly surprised. There was some kind of speculation in my heart. Is the young man in front of him a master of the realm of transformation? Or maybe he has a special martial arts discipline that can hide his breath after practicing. The genius Dr. Wu judged in his heart that he was more inclined to the latter. After all, Yifei and Chen Luana were also concerned about him. When Yifei and Chen Luo fought, they were really just masters of inner strength.
Want to become a master in just a few days? It's almost impossible.
When Dr. Wu was slightly puzzled, he stared at Yifei, and his body naturally showed a shocking aura.
Inwardly and outwardly.
In vain, including Yifei, Wei Dongqing, Ling Shiyun, Duan Qizheng, including Wei Lao in the lobby, all felt.
Feeling an aura like a mountain attack, this aura makes people feel like being in an ice cellar, unable to breathe.
Dr. Wu is the master of the transformation world. He could easily control his inner strength, but he was determined to try Yi Fei's strength, so he put. Yi Fei felt this amazing aura, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, Yi Fei didn't use his inner strength to fight the genius Dr. Wu, but smiled slightly and stood still. After learning martial arts to the point of a master of the world, you can use it internally and externally, and you can kill people by flying flowers and picking leaves. At this point, he is already a master and master-level figure in the country. That's the case with Dr. Wu. Feeling the amazing aura of Dr. Wu, Yi Fei stayed still, easily dissolving the aura of Dr. Wu. There was a touch of surprise in Dr. Wu's eyes. Everyone in the lobby felt like Dr. Wu's internal strength and external strength. In the ice cellar, but Yi Fei alone was calm. Yi Fei's strength. It's definitely not as simple as inner strength. The genius Dr. Wu took a deep look at Yi Fei, sighed softly, and said, "Sure enough, it's a terrible young man, Chen Luo, that kid 1T lose to you. Injustice." Dr. Wu passed the award, just a fluke. Yi Fei answered with a faint smile, and then greeted Ruo Wei Lao Wei. Old. Wei Lao sat on the Grand Master's chair in front of the lobby. He slowly got up and smiled kindly to Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei had saved Wei Lao's life, so Wei Lao had a very good impression of Yi Fei. When Wei Lao died. After learning about the grievances between Dr. Wu and Yi Fei, he immediately stood up and prepared to talk to them. Throughout the entire Yindu, there are very few people who have the power to say that there is a grievance between Yi Fei and Wu's genius doctor. Wei Lao is definitely among them. Wei Dongqing and the others raised their heads slightly, feeling the huge killing intent just now. Although it was only a few seconds before the magical Dr. Wu's internal power was released, Wei Dongqing felt as if several centuries had passed. Generally long. Wei Dongqing's back was completely wet with cold sweat. Wei Dongqing couldn't help being surprised, sweating in cold sweat, and secretly feeling that Dr. Wu was terrible. She was a peerless expert, no wonder Grandpa respected him so much. However, Yi Fei seemed more terrifying. Although Wei Dongqing was amazed at the great Dr. Wu's power, but after another thought, Yi Fei was actually in this pressure like a mountain. No change before, Yi Fei's strength is far beyond his imagination. Master Wu is the master of the world. What is Yi Fei? Wei Dongqing was stunned, and his evaluation of Yi Fei went to a higher level. At this time, Ling Shiyun, who was next to God Dr. Wu, looked at Yi Fei with interest. Although she was beautiful, her complexion was hairy. By looks weak, but his eyes are extremely agile. As for Duan Shizheng, his expression is even more complicated. To some extent, Duan Shizheng betrayed Yi Fei. Of course, Yi Fei had already guessed this result from the beginning. After all, Duan Shi was a disciple of Wu's genius doctor. Seeing that the situation in the lobby was a little bit delicate, Mr. Wei smiled and said, "First, Xiaoyi, sit down, today I will." He finds a good chef to cook the dishes to see if it suits the taste. Thank you, Wei Lao. Yi Fei smiled faintly, neither humble nor overbearing. Everyone was seated. Although the genius Dr. Wu and Yi Fei fought against each other at the beginning, there was no attack immediately afterwards, just looking at it. After a few glances at Yi Fei, he also sat down. After everyone was seated, the food and drink came up quickly. Seeing the table full of food and wine, the genius Dr. Wu sighed and said, "The old man is a vulgar man and shouldn't be disturbed. Brother Wei, you're yaxing. Today Brother Wei called me to a banquet. Actually, I also understand that I hope this young Master Yi will turn into an enemy. Friend. It's a pity that the bones of my evil disciple are not cold. He is my close disciple, a successor. I want to become Yi Gongzi. The enemy is a friend." It really embarrassed the old man. The genius Dr. Wu stopped the cup to throw the chopsticks, sighed, and said with emotion. Yi Fei said in his heart, "Here comes." After all, the genius Dr. Wu was the first to have trouble with Yi Fei. Chapter 286 Master Wu, you are not as famous as meeting. The genius Dr. Wu still had trouble with Yi Fei after all. Dr. Wu stared at Yi Fei, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei also responded indifferently to the genius Dr. Wu, with a calm expression. Hearing what the Dr. Wu said, Mr. Wei also stopped his chopsticks and turned a blind eye to the table full of food. Old Wei sighed. Old friend Wu, I understand your feelings. Chen Luo is your close disciple, and his death makes you sad. But there is a big misunderstanding about this matter. Today I invite you two to come here just to let you talk about it. Chen Luo is a close disciple of Dr. Wu. He is highly expected by Dr. Wu. He hopes to inherit the mantle of Dr. Wu in the future. Wu Shen heir to the mantle of medicine. After Chen Luo, Dr. Wu no longer planned to accept disciples. Ling Shiyun was an accident, although Ling Shiyun was called Master Wu nominally, and Wu Shen also taught Ling Shiyun's medical skills. But for the superb Dr. Wu, he regarded Ling Shiyun more as a patient and Chen Luo Kai as a direct disciple. And it's a closed disciple. Master Wu's medical skills and martial arts are all intended to be inherited by Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo died at the hands of Yi Fei. No matter how broad-minded the genius Dr. Wu was, he wanted to ask for an explanation for Chen Luo. Yi Fei heard Wei Lao's admonition, and he said lightly, Wei Lao, it's not that I don't give you face. It's just that the genius Dr. Wu suppressed him. People, although I am a junior, but I don't want to sit still. Sit and wait to die, the genius Dr. Wu heard, frowning slightly, and he said solemnly, Yi Gongzi, you and my apprentice Chen Luoji. I know something about it. You said that I used power to suppress people, but why did I hear that it was you who used power to suppress people and persecuted me for that evil? I fought with you, and in the end you failed to kill someone. Dr. Wu asked Yi Fei and said. Yi Fei laughed loudly when he heard the words. His words were sharp, and he did not shy away at all. He said coldly, it's a joke, I fought God Wu. Doctors are worthy of my respect. When I see you today, I'm not as well known. I want to ask, how did I use my power to suppress others? Yi Fei sure didn't he care about Wu's face. After the woman's plot was unruly, Chen Luo became angry from embarrassment after being exposed by me, and hated me ever since. After this, Chen Luo framed up the Su family and was relieved by me. In this matter, the genius Dr. Wu can ask Father Su Xiaoquan. You should always believe what he said. Su Xiaoquan and Dr. Wu have an old relationship, and the two of them have friendship. Yi Fei did not lie about this matter. At the beginning, Yi Fei and Chen Luo's feud was indeed because of Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu. Dr. Wu remained silent, as if thinking. The reason why Yi Fei and Chen Luo are feuding is actually not quite clear to Dr. Wu. Don't talk about Dr. Wu, including Duan Qizheng, and I don't know the details. Now hearing what Yi Fei said, the genius Dr. Wu knew that Yi Fei and Chen Luo had an enmity, and it was completely because of Chen Luo. That being said, the feud between the two was due to Chen Luo, and Yi Fei really can't be blamed. Yi Fei said indifferently, Mr. Wu, the apprentice you taught yourself, Mr. Wu, you should know very well that Chen Luo is narrow-minded, and he has a very high possessiveness towards women. He had conflicts with me because of women. Since then, he has targeted me everywhere, and he has also received. I bought several senior executives from the ES group. You can ask Duan Qizheng about this. Duan Qi is your apprentice. He will never lie to you. Dr. Wu's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately looked at Duan Qizheng. Said Qizheng, is this really the case? The evildoer still bought the executives of the Yip group. What Chen Luo did was a taboo. This is equivalent to Chen Luo targeting Yi Fei first, and listening to Yi Fei's meaning. Chen Luo even wants to destroy the Yi group. Otherwise, how could the executives of the Yip group be bought off? Upon hearing this, Wei Lao frowned slightly. Duan Qi was facing the questioning look in Shang Wu's genius doctor. He cited as true. I know about this matter. Junior brother, he did accept it. Bought some senior executives from the Yip group. Yi Fei said indifferently, Mr. Wu, you heard that? Chen Luo is the first year of junior high school, and I will be the 15th. Can we only allow Chen Luo to deal with it? Me, can't I fight back? What is the truth? Yi Fei sneered and said I later targeted Qizheng group because of the quality of its own medicines. Question, how many patients have been entrapped by the poison capsule incident? Those are all Wu's genius doctors. Although you have superb medical skills,
It's really disappointing to teach students. Ask for flowers. Hearing what Yifei said, Dr. Wu was silent again.
Dr. Wu of the poison capsule incident also heard a little bit. This matter is indeed a problem with the Qizhen group, and God Dr. Wu is also very angry about it.
Dr. Wu, as a doctor, Xiang's treatment of disease and saving people is the foundation.
The occurrence of this poison capsule incident has left the Dr. Wu's face dull and conscientious.
I don't want to. Dr. Wu was silent.
And Ling Shiyun, who was next to God Dr. Wu, looked at Yifei curiously. Yifei's words were so sharp that she even made her master
silent. This is the first time she has seen Master with such an attitude. It seems that Brother Chen Luo is indeed irresponsible in this matter.
Although Ling Shiyun and Chen Luo are a senior brother-sister relationship on the surface, the two actually have no intersection.
Ling Shiyun listened to Yifei.
With that said, I sketched the image of Chen Luo in my heart. It turns out that senior brother Chen Luo is such a person, it seems that he really didn't wrong him. Suddenly, Dr. Wu was also speechless.
After a while, the genius Dr. Wu sighed and said, "Young Master Yi, even so, you shouldn't do anything to my evildoer. Heavy hands, my villain is alive anyhow.
No matter what, I'm still his master, and I want to ask for justice for him."
Justice. Yifei laughed when he heard the Dr. Wu say this. Dr. Wu, you ask for justice for Chen Luo, I don't know who. Come and be fair to me. Yifei was not polite, and went straight back.
Yifei also knew that the contradiction between himself and Wu's genius doctor was almost difficult to reconcile, and Yifei's account of this matter, so You are not polite, your words are sharp.
How fair do you want the genius Dr. Wu asked in a deep voice. In the view of Dr. Wu, Chen Luo was the one who died, so what justice does Yifei want? Chapter 287 Weakness of Dr. Wu.
Dr. Wu said in a deep voice. He stared at Yifei with piercing eyes. Chen Luo is dead, but Yifei is alive, so the genius Dr. Wu is helping Chen Luo get justice, and what does Yifei mean?
Dr. Wu looked cold. But Yifei said, of course I want to be fair. Maybe you don't know what your precious apprentice Chen Luo is. Do what you do, then I'll tell you.
Chen Luo had been in conflict with me before, and he wanted to kill me all the time. For this reason, Chen Luo kept taking advantage of Wu's doctor. I made friends with the Zheng family and the Wei family. Unfortunately, the last time Wei Lao fell ill and was lucky enough to be rescued by me, Chen Luo turned to the Zheng family. The Lei family is waiting for a large number of families, he wants to kill me.
Yifei said.
Dr. Wu stroked his beard, looked at Yifei calmly, and said, I know about this, but my evildoer is just to protect himself.
383 only.
Yi Gongzi, you are wealthy and the Yi family is deeply rooted in Yendu.
I have also heard about this. Dr. Wu defended Chen Luo at this time.
Yifei sneered and said, self-preservation really a joke. Chen Luo is just seeking self-protection, or proactively bowed his head to me, not at all.
We'll come to this step.
The sudden change in Lei's family the day before, must you have heard of Dr. Wu? Yifei then asked. Dr. Wu nodded slightly. I have heard of some. Lei Lao is also my old friend.
I wanted to visit Lei Lao, but he closed the door.
Thank you, the Lei family told me that it has been a while since Lei Han Ti seen guests.
Master Wu has a vast network, and his medical skills are superb.
In the past, many high-ranking officials in Yendu were old friends of him. Among them, the old man of the Lei family is also one of them, and the relationship between the two is very good, even better than the Wei family and the Zheng family.
The relationship between the doors is even closer. This is also the reason why Lei Haoran has been helping Chen Luo in the original book, and this is why the Lei family in the original book will become Chen Luo.
The reason for the strong supporter. After returning to Beijing this time, it was not the Wei family that Wu Shini wanted to visit, but the Lei family. However, the visit of Dr. Wu was rejected by Mr. Lei, saying that he would not see guests behind closed doors. Yifei said indifferently, the reason why the old man Lei didn't see you, the genius Dr. Wu, is very simple, because Chen Luo intervened in the Lei family's internal fight. Help Lei Xiaowei, Lei Haoran and his son to deal with Lei Jin, Lei Yiming and his son, even at the risk of poisoning Lei Jin, causing Lei's family
partially split. Of course, Chen Luo's ultimate goal of helping Lei Haoran is to become an ally with the Lei family and take the opportunity to get rid of. Chen Luo wanted to get rid of my mind, it was already obvious.
The genius Dr. Wu, you told me that Chen Luo was only seeking self-protection.
What a big joke, Yi Fei said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Dr. Wu couldn't help being shocked. Although the Lei family's drastic changes spread throughout Yandu, the specific reasons are rarely known.
Yi Fei never revealed it to the outside world, and this incident was also a scandal within the Lei family, and it was also not spread. Including Wei Lao and other bigwigs, although they knew the internal division of Lei's family, it was the first time they heard about this. Yi Fei looked directly at Dr. Wu, and said lightly, if Dr. Wu doesn't believe my one-sided words, he still thinks you're a good disciple. If your brother is wronged, you can ask the Lei family for confirmation.
Dr. Wu was silent. He believed what Yi Fei said. After Yi Fei said this, Dr. Wu could understand.
Why is the Lei family's attitude toward him like this? Why does the old Lei stay behind closed doors to thank guests, and even treat him as a good friend of the past?
Friends turned a blind eye. I see.
To put it bluntly, the Lei family is split, and Chen Luo plays the role of an accomplice in it, even helping Lei Haoran to persecute Lei Haoran.
Lei family.
If Lei Haoran and his son had won, it would be fine, but Lei Haoran had lost amidst the upheaval within the Lei family.
The Lei family's current principals are Lei Jin, Lei Yiming, and his sons.
It's weird that they can have a good expression on Dr. Wu.
Dr. Wu sighed.
Only then did he realize that the situation was more complicated than he thought.
Chen Luo, the evildoer.
From now on, Dr. Wu will not even face his old friend Lei Lao, because of Chen Luo's matter, he will become. There is always a estrangement in my old friend's heart.
The scene, including Wei Lao, frowned slightly, and his impression of Chen Luo was extremely bad.
Chen Luo didn't do these things gloriously, or even disgusting. Chen Luo actually took the initiative to get involved in the Lei family's internal fighting.
Among them, even used poisoning techniques to help Lei Haoran. In the eyes of any wealthy family in Yandu, this matter is a taboo.
After all, this time it was the Lei family's internal drastic changes.
Will it be other families such as the Wei family and the Zheng family next time?
If a person is proficient in medicine, he is bound to be very popular, because everyone needs to ask for medicine when they are sick. But if a person is proficient in poison, it would be quite terrifying.
What is more, Chen Luo is still so unrighteous.
For a moment, Mr. Wei frowned slightly, thinking that the apprentice of Dr. Wu was really illusory.
Every sentence Yi Fei said is true. Nothing is false. All this is Chen Luo's own fault. Yi Fei's dealing with Chen Luo was all arrogant.
He dealt with Chen Luo upright and grasped Chen Luo's own flaws.
Compare.
Such as Zhong Feifei, poison capsules, etc. The same is true for the series of events. When Chen Luo dealt with Yi Fei, he used all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, so he couldn't get on the stage. In contrast, the decision is made. The genius Dr. Wu sighed and said, even so, even if my evildoer is wrong, he can't die.
Yi Gongzi.
Chen Luo may have done something wrong, but at any rate it was a life, so why should you kill him? Life. Yi Fei smiled coldly when he heard the words. Yi Fei knows very well what kind of person Dr. Wu is. To be honest, Dr. Wu's character and medical skills are very good.
People who are like one are totally different from Chen Luo. 4.1 is the same kind of people. Because of this, Yi Fei was not afraid of Dr. Wu at all. Because he is very aware of the weakness of the magical Dr. Wu. If Dr. Wu is allowed to know everything Chen Luo has done, maybe Dr. Wu will regret it himself. Yi Fei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wu, in fact, although Chen Luo is your close disciple, you are very don't understand.
What is the meaning of Yi Gongzi Wushan? Doctor asked with a sullen face.
Chapter 288.
What does Yi Gongzi mean? The genius Dr. Wu stared at Yi Fei and asked in a deep voice.
Yi Fei said indifferently, I mean, Dr. Wu, you don't know your precious apprentice at all. Chen Luo is in front of you.
Xian acted very well behaved, and even obeyed your words, but this is not the real Chen Luo. Then you are just telling me, what is the true appearance of my evildoer Wushan? Doctor asked coldly.
Yi Fei immediately replied Chen Luo did not compromise in order to deal with me, and even did not hesitate to implicate innocent people. Some time ago, there was a fire in Yendu New House International Hotel. Surely you have heard of Dr. Wu behind the fire. The arsonist is Chen Luo. He has been planning for a long time, and deliberately targeted me, in order to put me to death. He even kept asking. I am buried with someone from a hotel. The fire incident was serious and bad, causing at least 50 people to be injured and more than 6 people killed. Chen Luo is the culprit in this matter, even Duan Qijing doesn't know. Otherwise, what do you think? Chen Luowei promised to fight with me in 05. The reason is very simple, because I caught him. By the way, Chen Luo had to agree to live and die with me, otherwise the hotel arson case will be exposed and he will not survive if he wants to. Yi Fei stared at the genius Dr. Wu, and said coldly. Yi Fei ruthlessly exposed what Chen Luo did. All this Chen Luo did was really disgusting and killed many people. Yi Fei all confided. Because Yi Fei knew very well the character of Dr. Wu and his weakness. In all fairness, God Dr. Wu is indeed a very upright person. He has advanced medical skills and a very good character. For human life, Wu Shini attaches great importance to it. But what Chen Luo did completely violated the wishes of the genius Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu is a little hard to believe, because this matter has been kept secret by Yi Fei. The Wei family did not know the whole story of the arson, nor did Duan Qijing. No one has mentioned this matter with the supernatural Dr. Wu. Now that Yi Fei said so, Dr. Wu suddenly frowned. Dr. Wu's voice was a little hoarse. Yi Fei, do you have evidence for this matter? Yi Fei said indifferently, of course I have evidence of this. Chen Luo's bank card transfer records and recordings, plus his. The person who was sent out was also caught by me, and the evidence was complete. With that, Yi Fei took out the recorder. He played the recording casually, including some conversations between Chen Luo and several of his men chatting in secret words. Although these dialogues are code words, some general content can be inferred through words. After the contents of the recorder were played, there was no sound in the surroundings. Both Lao Wei and Dr. Wu wrinkled their brows tightly, especially Dr. Wu. His complexion was pale and he was deeply disappointed. The color. The personal and physical evidence is complete, and Yi Fei is so emboldened, it definitely doesn't seem to be fake. Yi Fei was even able to show Chen Luo's criminal evidence, which is enough to explain what a serious matter Chen Luo committed. The evildoer. There was anger in the voice of God Dr. Wu, and he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Chen Luo. Only then did Dr. Wu realize that in order to retaliate against Yi Fei, Chen Luo has been implicated with ordinary people and has become Yendu New Home International. The arson in the hotel is such a shocking incident. Dr. Wu sighed and resented Chen Luo, mourning his misfortune and angering what he did. Dr. Wu, now you recognize Chen Luo clearly, right? He is a good apprentice in front of you. He is amazing. Yi Fei said lightly. Dr. Wu squeezed his fist and sighed. However, Wei Lao, Wei Dongqing, including Ling Shiyun, Duan Qijing and others are even worse for Chen Luo's senses. Especially Ling Shiyun, she thought that as a close disciple of Wu Shen doctor, Chen Luo should be like Wu Shen. The doctors are so good that they are full of praise. But when I look at it now, Chen Luo is simply disgusting, and her impression of Chen Luo is also greatly reduced, and she feels that Chen Luo is completely not worthy of being a disciple of Wu's genius doctor. Ling Shiyun was disappointed. Yi Fei looked at Dr. Wu and said, Mr. Wu, I respect the medical skills and respect you as a person. I have heard of you for many years. Past deeds, I know that you were famous at that time in Yendu, relying on a masterpiece of medical skills, healing diseases and saving people, not only the rich and wealthy. People can heal the poor even more. Unfortunately, although your medical skills are excellent, and your character is noble, you can't teach an apprentice who is upright with you. If you really want to seek justice for Chen Luo, I will accompany you at any time. Unfortunately, I am right. That famous Yendu. My Dr. Wu is very disappointed, Yi Fei said loudly. Murder and punish the heart. Yi Fei's words were sharp words, completely punishing the heart, and let the genius Dr. Wu remain silent for a while. The genius Dr. Wu was speechless about this. Ahem.
At this time, Wei Lao coughed slightly and said, Xiaoyi, don't say that.
I think Chen Luo is indeed very problematic, but...
Old friend Wu, he also knows people and doesn't know his heart, so he can't be blamed for this incident. Wei Lao excused Wu's genius doctor. Although Lao Wei was on the surface helping the genius Dr. Wu speak, in fact it was 940 who was speaking to Yi Fei.
The meaning of Bai Jing and Wei Lao could not be more obvious.
He chose to believe what Yi Fei said, that is, he believed that everything was Qin Shen.
What do you do?
Dr. Wu remained silent.
But Yi Fei stood up and said to Wei Lao, I have already accepted your kindness today, but I'm in Chen Luo this one. With a clear conscience, Chen Luo wanted to get rid of me. I can't wipe my neck and let him do it.
This is not my fault, but...
Chen Luo.
I am grateful to Mr. Wei for helping me mediate with Dr. Wu today. If Dr. Wu wants to do something with me, I will always be with me at any time.
Yi Fei's attitude was very tough. Because Yi Fei knew that the tougher his attitude, the more confident he would be, and the Dr. Wu would believe what he said more. Sure enough, only seeing the genius Dr. Wu sighed, and after a long time without saying a word, he finally lifted his eyelids and said to Yi Fei Yi Gongzi, I will verify this matter again. If it is as you said, I will come personally. It's done.
Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Yi Fei knew that this matter was developing in the direction he imagined.
Chapter 289 Shocked.
Seeing the attitude of Dr. Wu, Yi Fei knew that this was done. Although the superb Dr. Wu is excellent in both medical and martial arts, he is superb, but the superb Dr. Wu also has weaknesses. Dr. Wu's character is too high and clean.
No stains.
And what Chen Luo did has touched the bottom line of Master Wu's tolerance. To know the heart of the healer's parents, Wu Shini has a very good character.
Even if Chen Luo is still alive, if he really did such a thing, he would be reluctantly cleared by the Dr. Wu. God Dr. Wu absolutely cannot tolerate Chen Luo doing such a thing. For this reason, Yi Fei knew very well that as long as the genius Dr. Wu knew what Chen Luo did, he knew the bad things about Chen Luo. After the trace, the genius Dr. Wu will definitely hate Chen Luo extremely. This matter was already under Yi Fei's control. In the end, Dr. Wu will definitely go to find out the truth, and Yi Fei has all the evidence in hand, and he is not afraid of Dr. Wu's inspection. The truth, because what Yi Fei said was all true. In the end, the Dr. Wu found out exactly as Yi Fei said. I believe that the Dr. Wu will have his own conclusions at that time. The most likely possibility is that Dr. Wu will give up his accountability to Yi Fei, although Dr. Wu must have some lumps in his heart. He did, but in the end he is likely to give up targeting Yi Fei. Yi Fei's attitude from the beginning to the end was particularly tough and full of confidence. This is also Yi Fei's own attitude. If you want to fight, please be with me at any time.
After Yi Fei was promoted to Grand Master, his strength has changed drastically. With his current martial arts strength,
it's really not necessarily afraid of Dr. Wu.
Of course, the great Dr. Wu is not only because of his martial arts strength, but also because of his medical skills and his
broad network of people.
But the stronger Dr. Wu became, Yi Fei couldn't persuade him. The genius Dr. Wu stopped the cup to cast the chopsticks, and sighed. Since today's matter has been explained, the old man will also leave. Brother Wei, thank you very much.
You are here to entertain.
Old friend Hao, I haven't eaten all the food and drink yet. Are you leaving in a hurry? Wei Lao said quickly, seeing the genius Dr. Wu about to get up. Farewell, he shook his head and sighed. Dr. Wu smiled reluctantly, and said Chen Luo is my apprentice after all. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly, and I don't want to delay.
N.S. If my evildoer really did something that hurts the world and reason, then I can't help it.
God Dr. Wu believed Yi Fei's words by 50%, but the others still couldn't believe it, and wanted to verify it by himself.
If this is the case, please do it, old friend Wu.
But this matter is serious. My Wei family can help one or two to investigate this matter. I can trust Xiaoye's character, but this matter is a bit complicated, so I really need to investigate it clearly.
Wei Lao said. That's the case, please brother Wei. The genius Dr. Wu said, arching his hand towards Lao Wei. Old friend Wu, don't worry. Lao Wei also solemnly promised. Farewell. The genius Dr. Wu arched his hands again, and he left with Ling Shiyun and Duan Qizheng. His back was a little depressed. Before leaving, Ling Shiyun blinked her eyes and looked at Yifei carefully, as if there were flowers on Yifei's face. Yes. Yifei was obviously quite curious. Dr. Wu and others are gone. Yifei wasn't in a hurry. The table was full of food and beverages. Yifei was hungry. Since becoming the master of martial arts, Yifei's strength has rapidly become stronger, and his appetite has also grown a lot. Yifei just now. I didn't move my chopsticks either, I was hungry now. Xiaoya, it is not easy for you. It turns out that there are so many reasons for this matter. When Wei Lao saw the departure of Wu's doctor, he said with a sigh. Hearing what Wei Lao said, Yifei smiled and said Chen Luoran had the same set before and the other set behind him. He used the contacts of the Dr. Wu in the past. Yendu has no scruples. Many wealthy families have been deceived by him, including the Lei family and the Zhang family. Wei Lao nodded slowly. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo is such a person. After investigating the truth this time, old friend Wu is afraid it will be extremely hurt. Heart. Exactly. Wei Lao said, well, let us not mention it, let us have wine and food. Wei Lao said while calling Yifei and Wei Dongqing. Yifei was also not polite, eating food like a windstorm, and seeing Yifei eating deliciously, Wei Lao couldn't help but have a big appetite. I ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. Upon seeing this, Wei Dongqing smiled and said, Brother Yi, you might as well come to our house for dinner in the future, so that my grandpa seems to always. If I can eat half a bowl of rice, seeing you eating is really appetizing. Wei Dongqing smiled like this, and Wei Lao also smiled, and said profoundly, I think Xiaoya has greatly increased his strength, as if he has a sect. The state of being a warrior. Grandmaster Wei Dongqing exclaimed, and the expression in Yifei's eyes changed. Grandmaster warrior. This is the top warrior. Although Wei Dongqing does not learn martial arts, he has also heard of the great masters of martial arts. The existence is rare, and the strength of the master martial artist is superb, which is by no means comparable to ordinary people. There are even rumors that there is now a grandmaster level warrior in the Xinhuang army, who is in the same position as a military god. The preciousness of a master level warrior can be seen from this. And Yifei is actually a master level martial artist. Although Wei Dongqing had doubts before, he didn't dare to think about it. He would rather not believe his own speculation, because this is really amazing. Seeing Wei Lao as full of profound eyes, Yifei also smiled and said, Exactly. I was also lucky because of the opportunity to become Grandmaster Warrior. Mr. Wei was startled slightly at this moment. Speculation is one thing, but confirmation is another. But what a character Wei Lao is. He has seen big winds and waves. After a little shock, he whispered, sure enough, it's British. A young man, good King S, so young as a master of transformation, really extraordinary. Lao Wei, you laughed. Yifei answered with a smile, neither humble nor overbearing, but very humble. Wei Lao took a deep look at Yifei. After learning that Yifei was the master of transformation, his attitude and mentality towards Yifei were also. There has been a slight change. After all, this is a realm-level master in his 20s. Throughout the history of Xinhuang Kingdom, how can there be a master of transformation in his 20s? Yifei's future achievements are bound to be limitless. It's better to bully the old, not to bully the young. Yifei's future is boundless, I must make friends. Chapter 290 Supreme Emperor Yifei. I am really old. Yifei smiled without saying a word. And Wei Dongqing slapped the rainbow fart fiercely, saying, Grandpa, you are not old at all. I think your current mentality can. It is getting younger and younger. Yifei laughed secretly when hearing Wei Dongqing's rainbow fart. Wei Lao glared at Wei Dongqing and said, come to this set less, I'm not too confused yet.
You can walk with Xiaoye more when you have time.
Walk around, you young people only have topics.
Hearing what Elder Wei said, Wei Dongqing quickly said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I have a good relationship with Brother Yifei.
Last time we paid back.
When I got up to climb the mountain, I was shown affectionately by him and Mu Zijin."
Wei Dongqing looked sad, but he also pretended to be.
Wei Dongqing doesn't like Mu Zijin. It's not that she doesn't like Mu Zijin's appearance, but that Mu Zijin is too cold towards him, so
Wei Dongqing can do nothing. Wei Dongqing likes Xiaojia Bus type, and his girlfriend is of this type. Yifei remains silent. Yifei could hear Wei Lao's wooing.
Since Yifei became the master of Huajin, his strength is indeed far beyond the comprehension range of 660 ordinary people, which can be called the current world.
Top young master.
You know, Yifei is only in his 20s, and the road to martial arts has just begun. Where is his future end?
No one can imagine.
A master of transformation has an extraordinary meaning to Xianhuang Fong, as far as Wei Lao knows, Xianhuang Fong has. Master Ming Weijing, currently the chief instructor of a certain special force in the Yendu military region, has a very high status. Facing such a promising Yifei, Lao Wei certainly wanted to win him over and let Wei Dongqing get close to Yifei. Old Wei still sighed and said, "It's better that the girl of the Mu family has good eyes." At this time, Mr. Wei wished that he had a granddaughter that could be taken by Yifei. I have to say that the girl of Mu family has a really good vision, and she actually took a fancy to Yifei, a potential stock.
He thought Yifei.
That is to say, the younger generation is more excellent, who knows that Yifei can actually become a realm master. In fact, there are really good girls in the third generation of the Wei family, but unfortunately they are still far behind Mu Zijin, not at all.
One level. Wei Lao said and laughed. Yifei continued, "Agf, wiped out the food like a windstorm." After eating, Yifei finally. It is full of wine and rice.
Yifei's appetite made Wei Dongqing stunned. But for Grandmaster Transformation, this is quite normal, because Grandmaster Transformation's physical strength is at the peak, plus Yi. Flying is also young and needs to consume more energy. Yifei left Wei's house, and Wei Dongqing personally sent Yifei out. After leaving Wei's house, Yifei returned to his private villa. The first thing he did when he returned to the private villa was to make He Wu and others temporarily stop tracking the traces of Dr. Wu and others.
He Wu heard Yifei's instructions and agreed.
Next, let the supernatural Dr. Wu investigate and find out the truth on his own, and Yifei didn't intend to mix it up anymore. Yifei was not afraid of the shadow leaning, he didn't care about everything, not to mention the evidence was in Yifei's hands. As long as Dr. Wu goes to investigate, the result will be even more shocking and speechless. Yifei allowed the genius Dr. Wu to investigate, and at the same time he was preparing for another thing. That was the last time he and Mu Zijin
say yes, specifically for the military's drug supply.
Yifei's drug supply has been fully put into production, and the first batch of drugs should be delivered in the next few days.
Huang Fong, you can see the effect of the medicine.
This time, Yifei's efficiency was very fast. And in order to relieve the previous negative impact of Qijing Group in the pharmaceutical industry, Qijing Group officially changed its name to Yipes Medicine Group. After all, the impact of the poison capsule incident on Yifei was too great. The poison capsule incident brought such a serious and bad influence, so it is very necessary for Qijing Group to change its name. After Duan Qijing turned to Yifei the last time, in order to show his sincerity, he took the initiative to transfer the equity to Yifei.
Yifei is already
the largest shareholder of the pharmaceutical group, is basically a complete shareholder, so there is no need to worry about other issues. Under such circumstances, as long as the medicines produced can satisfy the military, Yifei will have one more chip in his hands.
Code.
A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth, and he was very satisfied with the smooth progress of the cut.
The next 2 days passed.
On this day, Yifei received an unexpected call.
"Hello, is this President Yi?" There is a baritone on the phone, with a very polite tone.
"You are."
"Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Su Shang.
I heard from Mists in Xingshan that you have a song called A Laugh from the Sea." The other party simply and directly explained their intentions.
Director Su Shang. Xian Jiang's top-notch director is even well-known internationally, and Yi Fei is also very aware of this person. Sure enough, Su Shang finally found Yi Fei.
Hearing Su Shang's words, Yi Fei's mouth curled up and said, "It turned out to be Director Su." Su Shang said, "You are too polite, Mr. Yi, you are the one who made me admire my name for a long time.
The last time you sang a laugh from the sea.
Someone sent me a copy of it, and Miss Cin Qingxian was also full of praise for you, saying that your song Laughs in the Sea can
is God." Yi Fei smiled.
Of course he understands Su Shang's intention. Yi Fei is also very happy and directly said, "If Director Su wants this, the authorization of the tune, then we will follow the market price, but we have agreed in advance that we only authorize and do not sell the copyright."
Su Shang was stunned.
He didn't expect Yi Fei to be so direct. He immediately said, "Okay, President Yi, you really are quick to talk, then this.
It's settled.
Yes, you can directly contact our subordinates to sign the contract, and I will say hello to them."
Yi Fei smiled. Okay, then I won't bother too much."
Su Shang's attitude is still very polite, without the arrogance of a big director. The reason is also very simple. The Yi family has the Xianhuang State-to-Dian line, which is the lifeblood of almost all movies. To Yi Fei, he really must be polite.
Because of Yi Fei's status, it's not an exaggeration to be like the emperor of the entertainment industry. Chapter 291. After hanging up Su Shang's phone, Yi Fei showed a thoughtful look.
Needless to say, A Laugh from the Sea is a classic among the classics, and it is more than enough to be accompanied by a movie. Yi Fei was thinking about the movies he was going to shoot, that is, the movies I Am Not a Medicine God.
This is the next step. Come to the highlight of brilliant entertainment.
I Am Not the of Medicine, Operation Red Sea, and Wandering Earth, a total of 3 movies, the cumulative box office of the previous life. Nearly tens of billions of dollars, the income of which is even more impressive. And these 3 movies have a double burst of word of mouth at the box office, especially I Am Not of Medicine, which is a rare one.
A good movie is of great significance.
At present, the 3 films I'm Not the God of Medicine are being filmed at the same time, and I'm Not the God of Medicine is making the fastest progress.
The actor Huang is invited. Zhang leads the starring role. Huang Zhang is also an artist under Brilliant Entertainment, and director Zhang Mai is also under Brilliant Entertainment.
Artist. It can be said that this movie is a movie led by Brilliant Entertainment. At present, film shooting is basically a film, and in this parallel time and space, the review speed of the film is very fast, and it is.
The relationship between home is naturally a green light. This I Am Not of Medicine will be released soon. Yi Fei couldn't wait any longer. After all, this is the most important move in his entertainment empire planning. Whether he can make a good start depends on this time. The next day, Yi Fei made a special trip to Brilliant Entertainment to explain the matter and supervise the progress of those movies. By the way, Yi Fei was very satisfied with the final result. I Am Not a Medicine God will be released in 2 weeks at the latest. After finalizing the general matters, Yi Fei was in a good mood. Time flickered, and 3 days passed. These days, the superb Dr. Wu has been investigating various things that Chen Luo has done in Yendu, and even the superb Dr. Wu keeps coming to visit. The Su family apologized to the old man Su Xiaoquan.
In fact, with the skill and strength of the superb Dr. Wu, he does not need to do this, but the character of the superb Dr. Wu really does not have to be said. He personally went to the house to apologize to the Su family, so that Su Xiaoquan also got rid of the grudge, and reunited with the genius Dr. Wu. In this regard, Yi Fei really admired Dr. Wu. After all, Dr. Wu put down his figure and apologized to the Su family on behalf of Chen Luo. Dr. Wu also learned the truth from Su Xiaoquan. He sighed and was even more disappointed in Chen Luo. Su Xiaoquan's character, Dr. Wu is also very clear. Su Xiaoquan never tells lies, his words are extremely credible. Upon learning of Su Xiaoquan's matter, Dr. Wu had basically determined what happened to Chen Luo. Next, Dr. Wu just wanted to investigate whether Chen Luo was related to the arson, and finally determined whether Chen Luo should die. If Chen Luo was really the master of this arson, then Chen Luo's death is worthy of the crime, and he takes the blame. Even if Yi Fei didn't do anything, then the genius Dr. Wu had to clean up the door. While Dr. Wu was investigating the matter, Duan Qizhen and Ling Shiyun had been following Dr. Wu.
Duan Qi.
Feeling guilty, he was guilty that he did not stop Chen Luo, and now he knows that Chen Luo has committed so many mistakes. Ling Shiyun's sense of Chen Luo is getting worse and worse.
At first, Ling Shiyun regarded Chen Luo as a senior, but now
Ling Shiyun was disdainful to be with Chen Luo. It is a shame to have seniors like Chen Luo. Yi Fei learned of Dr. Wu's movements in the past few days. After knowing that Dr. Wu had visited Su Xiaokuan, Yi Fei was immediately relieved.
N.S.
The genius Dr. Wu went to Su Xiaokuan, and the result is predictable. Yi Fei was finally free during this period, and he immediately asked Mu Zijin to go out shopping.
Mu Zijin's injury is almost healed, she re-employed as a troop instructor, so she is temporarily out of time. Let Yi Fei first. Wandering around in the mall, it will take a while for her to come back. When he was boring, Yi Fei also wandered in the mall.
However, Yi Fei soon discovered that his choice was a mistake, because Yi Fei's appearance was too high, and most of the shopping in the mall was. It was a woman, and Yi Fei followed his gaze almost wherever he went. There was even a young girl with Spring who took the initiative to come up to Yi Fei. Yi Fei couldn't cope with it, so it was the best policy in the end. Leaving the mall, Yi Fei went to the street outside. At this moment, Yi Fei heard an exclamation from his side.
An old man has fallen. No, just hit 120. Who beats 120? I'm afraid of being corrupted.
I saw a burst of exclamations coming from around, and everyone around Yi Fei was looking at Ruo somewhere in front of you.
Fresh flowers.
Yi Fei saw that an old man fell on the ground. This old man seemed to be over 70 years old, and he followed. A little girl who was about 10 years old, who was very beautiful, should be the granddaughter of the old man. Seeing the old man fell, the little girl was so anxious that she immediately called Grandpa by the side, and at the same time, she wanted to reach out to the old man.
People help up. Most of the other people are watching the excitement. It's not that I don't want to call an ambulance.
It's just that there are too many cases of falsehood.
Son, so everyone is just watching from a distance.
When Yi Fei saw this, his heart moved, he immediately stepped forward and said wait. Yi Fei stopped the little girl, but the little girl looked at Yi Fei with a puzzled expression on her face. Yi Fei looked at the old man lying on the ground, carefully observed for a moment, and said it should be an acute stroke. Little sister, you first.
Don't touch your grandpa, leave it to me.
Yi Fei said, taking out the silver needle he was carrying with him. The old man fainted suddenly, unconscious, and accompanied by a skewed mouth. Obviously it is a symptom of an acute stroke, which is very dangerous.
Risky serious illness. Yi Fei's silver needles have already been sterilized.
Neguan, Waiguan, Shoulder Foul, Zusanli, Shangjuxu, Taichung, Xieshi, Kunlun, Yanglingquan and other acupoints were given acupuncture.
Yi Fei now has a higher level of strength after martial arts enters Huajin, and he has a deeper grasp of the silver needle points. The crowd onlookers just felt dazzled, watching Yi Fei quickly apply the needle, their eyes were shocked. About 10 minutes or so.
The old man slowly opened his eyes and gradually regained consciousness. Although he was still a little slurred, he was rescued by Yi Fei.
All around exclaimed. This is simply amazing.
At this moment, not far away, two figures are also watching this scene. It is the two doctors Wu and Ling Shiyun. Dr. Wu stared at Yi Fei with complicated eyes.
Chapter 292 The whole world, only I can save you.
Yi Fei relied on the Suzaku fire needle to rescue the old man with extraordinary skill. I saw Yi Fei's quick needle technique, and the Zhuke fire needle was used thoroughly by him. Within a short period of time, Yi Fei had already rescued the old man and let the old man out of danger temporarily.
Immediately afterwards, Yi
Fei made a call, called Black Friday, and asked Black Friday to take the old man to the hospital. Although Yi Fei's vermilion bird fire needle is a superb skill, this sophisticated needle method can only temporarily release the elderly from danger.
If you really want to restore the elderly, you still need hospital treatment.
At the same time, Yifei bent down, looked at the anxious little girl, touched the little girl's head, and comforted her. It's okay.
Don't be afraid. Your grandfather is out of danger for the time being, just take it to the hospital in a while. Thank you, big brother. The little girl is so cute and cute.
Her 530 has a reddish face and big eyes.
Flickering, as if talking.
Yifei smiled and stroked the little girl's head.
He stood there and waited for a while. Heiwu drove in the car and quickly sent the little girl and his grandpa in the car. Drive to the hospital. Yifei didn't leave the place until then. Other onlookers gradually dispersed, but some people still looked at Yifei and talked in a low voice. Is this acupuncture just now? It looks amazing. It doesn't matter if you are handsome, you are so caring, and you love it. Many girls stared at Yifei and said, "Hee, the old man dared to save if he fell down. I really don't know if he is bold or rich."
There were everyone onlookers. Yifei heard some onlookers say, he just smiled slightly at that, and walked out slowly.
Crowd.
On the other side of the crowd, God Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun witnessed this scene. The genius Dr. Wu also saw the old man who fell down just now. He wanted to take the initiative to come forward for treatment, but he was preempted by Yifei. At this point, the genius Dr. Wu simply hid in the crowd, observing Yifei secretly.
The result surprised Dr. Wu.
Yifei's medical skills are extremely high, especially this method of acupuncture and moxibustion, which is even more top-notch. Of course he can recognize the skill of Dr. Wu. Chu Yifei's acupuncture method is a long-lost acupuncture method, like the Suzaku fire needle. Moreover, acute stroke is a very bad condition, and Yifei was able to treat it quickly. Of proficiency. Dr. Wu feels that even if he does it himself, I am afraid it is nothing more than that. And more importantly, Dr. Wu's impression of Yifei changed instantly. Yifei always carried the silver needle with him, and he did not retreat in such an emergency. The elderly were treated and even called to take the elderly to the hospital in the end. After this, Yifei didn't mean to boast, he silently withdrew and left the crowd. If it weren't for the Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun who had seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that they would encounter such a scene. Before this, the Dr. Wu had always thought that Yifei was the kind of wealthy son of a domineering man, but now I have a look. Compared to his disciple Chen Luo, Yifei's character is much better than Chen Luo. Dr. Wu sighed lightly, feeling that he was indeed careless in accepting disciples. Hey, Chen Luo, the evil Dr. Wu, sighed and remained silent. Master, I think you may really blame Yifei. Ling Shiyun whispered next to him, if Yifei is really making fun of the villain of right and wrong, he can't make the move just now. The heart of the healer's parents. The real famous doctors, such as the famous doctors like Wu Shini, are broad-minded and kind, and they are responsible for curing diseases and saving people. In order to do what Yifei did just now, he didn't hesitate to choose to treat the disease and save others. Ling Shiyun and Wu Shini saw Yifei's actions just now, and they felt that what Yifei said was true and credible. Dr. Wu was silent for a while, and said, yes, you are right. Master, then we have to investigate Chen Luo's matter, Ling Shiyun asked. Dr. Wu groaned briefly, and sighed, I'll talk to Yifei first. I have a few words to ask him. Dr. Wu was extremely disappointed with Chen Luo at this time. Yifei was walking on the street, and suddenly felt something. He looked up and saw the Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun standing next to him. Before. Yifei was slightly surprised, and said quietly, it's such a coincidence, the two are here. The old man just saw Yi Gongzi take the initiative to save people, he is kind, and he is like a doctor. The Dr. Wu was dressed in coarse linen. Took the initiative to hand over to Yifei and first admired him. Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Yifei was startled, and laughed at himself. I didn't expect a good deed to be discovered. I still want to do a good job. The matter is not named. Dr. Wu took a deep look at Yifei and said, you and I are both doctors. I was a bit disapproved the day before. I saw you today.
I was prejudiced against Yi Gongzi before.
Yi Fei shrugged and said, I can't be praised by Dr. Wu, I'm just a murderer who harmed your disciple.
Dr. Wu was silent for a while, and then he said, Young Master Yi, I have something to ask you. You said. Yi Fei's attitude was light.
Dr. Wu said, dare to ask the acupuncture method Yi Gongzi used just now, but Suzaku fire needle.
Yi Fei gave a surprised glance, looked at the genius Dr. Wu, and said, it is indeed the Suzaku fire needle.
Dr. Wu should have just glanced from a distance, and he could see through Yi Fei's injection technique. It is worthy of the name of a genius doctor. The superb Dr. Wu was so knowledgeable that Suzaku fire needle could see it at a glance. I have also read Suzaku fire needle in an ancient book, but I only got fragments, so I only know a little bit of needle application techniques.
This is the guesswork. It seems that Yi Fei's surprise was seen, so the Dr. Wu took the initiative to explain, and at the same time said this Suzaku fire acupuncture is the advanced method of acupuncture on the Huang Di in I Jing. Dare to ask Yi Gongzi, did you get the Huang Di in I Jing? Dr. Wu asked with great concern.
Ling Shiyun was startled when hearing Wushan 1.5. Doctor asked, her clear eyes fixed on Yi Fei's body.
The Yellow Emperor's internal classic. This is a legendary medical book. It is said that it can make up for innate deficiencies.
It is the magical book of Xianhuang Kingdom, which has long been lost. Yi Fileo took a deep look at Ling Shiyun and said exactly. In this world, only Yi Fei has Yellow Emperor's internal classic. The Huang Di Nei Jing can make up for congenital deficiencies and can treat Ling Shiyun's illness well.
In other words, in the world, only Yi Fei can cure. Good Ling Shiyun. Chapter 293, The Apology of Dr. Wu. Allow.
Even for a person like Wushani, he is very yearning for the Huang Di in I Jing. The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine is such an ancient book, the Dr. Wu just heard his master mention it, and the Dr. Wu even
thinks it's just a legend?
But after seeing that Yi Fei really knows the vermilion bird fire needle, the shock in Wu's heart can be imagined. Yi Fei's vermilion bird fire needle is indeed from the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, a long-lost needle method. After learning that Yi Fei had mastered the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Wushani was also a little bit happy, and at the same time more aware.
Another thing.
Master Wu looked at Yi Fei and said, Master Yi, this is my apprentice Ling Shiyun.
Master Wu took the initiative to introduce Ling Shi to Yi Fei. Rhyme. This is also the first official introduction between Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun.
Yi Fei looked at Ling Shiyun carefully. Although the two met before, they were all in a hurry in 08. Yi Fei looked at Ling Shiyun carefully, only to see that although Ling Shiyun looked beautiful, she was slightly pale and mental. The state is acceptable, but his complexion is completely bloodless.
At first glance, it is a chronically ill body.
Seeing this, Yi Fei retracted his gaze and said, well, I have heard about Miss Ling. The Ling family where Ling Shiyun belongs is also a well-known martial arts family. She is the jewel in the hands of the Ling family's head.
Fei understood very clearly.
However, Ling Shiyun was born with a deficiency. She was physically weak since she was a child, and even a famous doctor asserted that she would not survive to adulthood. If it weren't for the treatment of Wu's superb doctor, Ling Shiyun would have been in danger for a long time. Ling Shiyun laughed at herself, and she whispered, I don't think Yi Gongzi knew about me.
It's a good thing not to go out, bad. Thousands of miles away.
When Ling Shiyun shook her head inside, her eyes were even more sad. Unlike ordinary girls, she has been weak since she was a child, and even coughed up blood when she was young.
Before meeting the genius Dr. Wu, she spent all year round in the hospital bed.
After that, the genius Dr. Wu helped her recuperate her body, and Ling Shiyun got better. But despite this, Ling Shiyun is still very weak. For example, today, it is cold today, Ling Shiyun is wearing a thick down jacket, which is tightly wrapped. Ling Shiyun has occasionally coughed up blood recently. She is weak in physique and can't help it. The genius Dr. Wu continued, since Yi Gongzi knows about my apprentice, then I will speak out.
I don't know Yi Gongzi. Can you help my apprentice? She has a congenital deficiency, is extremely cold and weak, often coughs up blood, and looks pale. As far as I know, only the medical skills in the Huangdi and I Jing can make up for the inborn shortcomings. I think He Gengzi's medical skills just now. It's also Gao Ju, so I don't know if I can ask Mr. Yi to help my apprentice to save her from suffering. Dr. Wu looked at Yi Fei sincerely and said. Ling Shiyun's heart moved, her bright eyes focused on Yi Fei's body, her breathing was slightly rapid and a little excited. Listening to Master S tone, Yi Fei's medical skills and his Yellow Emperor's internal classic can actually help her improve her congenital deficiencies. This. Ling Shiyun was immediately surprised, as if a drowning man had grabbed a life-saving straw. Ling Shiyun didn't know the role of Huangdi Neijing, but she had also heard of the name of Huangdi Neijing. But in Ling Shiyun's thoughts and cognition, Master Wu's genius doctor is already the most powerful genius doctor in the world, and his doctor. The technique is obvious to all, and it can be called peerless. Even the master can't cure her disease, but Yi Fei can really do it. Ling Shiyun couldn't believe it, unimaginable. At the same time, she held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Can the Yellow Emperor's internal classic really cure her? When Yi Fei heard the words, he smiled and said, Mr. Wu, I did get the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Although there are methods to treat congenital deficiencies, they are very harsh and difficult to achieve. The genius Dr. Wu was startled slightly. What is the method on earth? As a doctor, Dr. Wu is of course very curious about the prestigious Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Hearing what Yi Fei said, he immediately asked curiously. Dr. Wu wondered what was this. Yi Fei turned off the topic. Mr. Wu, let us not talk about this for the time being. I wonder how Dr. Wu's investigation is. I'm lie. Yi Fei asked faintly. There is no rush to treat Ling Shiyun beforehand, this matter can't be rushed. Because the treatment of Ling Shiyun is very complicated, it even requires the male and female practitioners of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Ling Shiyun and Yi Fei are currently not familiar with each other, and it is obviously impossible for men and women to be fellow practitioners, so Yi Fei didn't bother to talk about it. Seeing that Yi Fei turned off the topic, Dr. Wu frowned slightly, but after hearing what Yi Fei said, Dr. Wu sighed and asked. Yi Fei said, Young Master Yi, it's my blind eye, I don't know people, and I blamed you. Chen Luo, the evildoer, did commit the crime without telling me. Dropped a lot. The genius Dr. Wu sighed and turned to Yi Fei to apologize, and said to Yi Fei very seriously. Although Dr. Wu has not finished investigating the matters of Chen Luo, Dr. Wu is also very clear, and Yi Fei can't say it. Li 10, most of it is 970. Dr. Wu only felt deeply disappointed. Chen Luo, the evildoer, had done so many messy things without telling him. All a little discouraged. Originally, after the genius Dr. Wu even prepared to complete the investigation, he apologized to Yi Fei and then stayed away from Yendu. He didn't. The face is going to mix things up with Chen Luo again. Chen Luo has done so many detrimental things, and the supernatural Dr. Wu is already a faceless friend of Yendu. Dr. Wu didn't even know how to explain to Leia's family. But the medical skills shown by Yi Fei in the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine made the superb Dr. Wu secretly startled. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is very interested, and I also know that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is the key to solving Ling Shiyun's illness. Yi Fei was also slightly surprised to see Dr. Wu's performance in such a low profile. Chapter 294. It's a natural problem with Mu Zijin. Dr. Wu apologized to Yi Fei, with a very low attitude, and took the initiative to apologize to Yi Fei, even very Chen. Yi Fei was silent, but the genius Dr. Wu bowed his hand to Yi Fei and said one after another, Young Master Yi, the matter with Chen Luo may indeed be old. I've wronged you, and I hope you don't care. My apprentice Ling Shiyun's condition may really only be saved by you. Dr. Wu Chen said again. Ling Shiyun stared at Yi Fei, biting her mouth, and stopped talking. Ling Shiyun has been living in the shadow of illness since she was a child. She often coughed up blood when she was a child, and was even more afraid that she might one day. She died of illness. This kind of disease and torture made Ling Shiyun always be shrouded in great fear.
The torture of the disease made Ling Shiyun also full of yearning for the treatment of the disease, but she also didn't want to beg Yi Fei in a low voice. Seeing the sincere Dr. Wu, Yi Fei also noticed Ling Shiyun's gaze. He frowned slightly and said, "Dr. Wu, it's true. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's not that simple." Yi Fei said. He approached the genius Dr. Wu, whispered a few words in a low voice, and clarified the method of treating congenital deficiencies in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. After he said something, he saw that Dr. Wu's expression changed slightly and he fell silent. Master Wu learned that Yi Fei's general method of treatment in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic has changed his expression slightly. Yi Fei said indifferently, simply put it all at this point. If God Dr. Wu doesn't want to trouble me, then I will leave first. With that, Yi Fei took a deep look at Ling Shiyun, then turned and left. Only God Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun stay where they are. Ling Shiyun looked at Yi Fei who was leaving. She couldn't help but wonder, and asked God Dr. Wu in a low voice, "Master," he said. "What?" Ling Shiyun was very strange. Why did the master become completely silent after Yi Fei said a few words with the master? What did Yi Fei say? Dr. Wu sighed. He glanced at Ling Shiyun and said, "Shiyun, don't bother about this matter, master, I will find a way to cure your illness as long as possible." Ling Shiyun became more curious, and at the same time was silent in her heart. It's not the first time she heard that Dr. Wu said this. Every time God Dr. Wu said to try to cure Ling Shiyun's disease. In fact, if Ling Shiyun's illness could be cured, she would have been cured long ago, so why wait until now? With the passage of time, even Ling Shiyun herself gradually lost her confidence and did not return hope for her illness. Ling Shiyun knew that Dr. Wu was just comforting her. Ling Shiyun was not lost, did not complain, only calmly inside, she whispered, "It's okay, master, I know. Dao, in fact, I am very lucky to live till now." Ling Shiyun smiled lightly, lowered her head and said. A slight smile gradually bloomed on her delicate face. The smile was clear and moving, without the slightest resentment. Upon seeing this, Dr. Wu sighed softly in his heart. Thinking about what Yi Fei said just now, he was speechless for a while. Yi Fei didn't care what God Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun were thinking, because Mu Zijin had already arrived. Mu Zijin was late, and apologized to Yi Fei and said softly, "Sorry, I came too late." Something to be handed over. Mu Zijin is an instructor. Although her job is relatively simple and easy, it is only relatively speaking. In the martial arts world, there is an unfamiliar rule. As long as the martial artist reaches the level of internal strength, he can enter the army as an instructor. Position. Of course, martial arts instructors are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. Mu Zijin, a master with great internal strength, has a very high status. Hi. It's okay. Yi Fei waved his hand. Of course he wouldn't care about it. He smiled and took Mu Zijin's little hand and said, "Let us first find a place to eat." Mu Zijin blinked her swift eyes, but she seemed to be acting like a baby at Yi Fei, and said, "I think." "What do you think?" Mu Zijin pouted, tilted his head, with a cute expression. "I want to eat the food you cooked." She has been looking forward to it since Yi Fei's meal was eaten last time. "No problem, it's easy." Yi Fei agreed, "Then go to my villa." "Okay, it's time to visit." Mu Zijin hadn't been to Yi Fei's villa yet, she readily agreed. Mu Zijin readily agreed to visit. Yi Fei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and immediately drove Mu Zijin to the villa. In fact, Yi Fei had already been looking forward to this day, and had been planning it for a long time. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin have both met their parents, and the relationship between them can be said to have been determined long ago, and now the gap is even further. It stands to reason that it should have been a matter of course long ago. Yi Fei drove Mu Zijin back to his villa. In the villa, Yi Fei let Mu Zijin sit first and visit at will. Mu Zijin looked up and down the layout of Yi Fei's villa, stuck out his tongue and said, "You are really luxurious, this villa. Many of his outfits are very valuable." Mu Zijin is not particular about the material. She never uses brand name bags, brand name cosmetics, and jewelry. Even the furnishings of her room are simple. Compared with Yifei, her boudoir can only be described as crude. That's why Mu Zijin said that Yifei was extravagant. Hearing what Mu Zijin said, Yifei said confidently, "No way, as a rich second generation, I always want to be rich." What the second generation should do, right prodigal should be. Mu Zijin couldn't help but smile. "You wait, I'll cook for you. Do you want Chinese food or Western food?" Yifei asked. "Chinese food bar, I like Chinese food," Mu Zijin said with a smile. "Good." Yifei agreed. Immediately afterwards, Yifei went to prepare food. Yifei thought for a while and simply cooked Sichuan food. Mapo tofu, saliva chicken, boiled pork slices, and a kung pao chicken. These dishes are all dishes that can make people appetite. A table of dishes made Mu Zijin even more supportive of her chin. She liked Yifei's dishes so much that she liked surprises, and she didn't even think about it. From the appearance of soft colors. I don't know what I remembered, Mu Zijin's cheek was also ruddy. Chapter 295. Yifei cooked 4 dishes, each of which is unique and appetizing. Mu Zijin's favorite is the gongbao chicken. Yifei's kung pao chicken is deliciously cooked and delicious. Based on chicken as the main note, served with peanuts and cucumber. Cooked with chili and other auxiliary materials. This kung pao chicken is red but not spicy, spicy but not fierce, and the meat is smooth and crispy. The fresh and spicy taste of the mouth spread to the mouth, which made Mu Zijin feel that it was simply the supreme enjoyment. So comfy. Mu Zijin's mouth was slightly raised, and he was surprised Yifei, "How did you make such delicious food?" Mu Zijin opened his eyes slightly and asked Yifei curiously. In fact, it is completely different from what Mu Zijin imagined. Mu Zijin is really curious how Yifei made such a delicious beauty. Food. After starting to make food with Yifei last time, Mu Zijin also noticed that she herself seemed not good at making food. She herself also experimented again back. Mu Zijin found a problem, she seemed to be really bad at cooking. After Mu Zijin tried to cook, she found that she seemed to be really bad at cooking. Although she cooked 97. 3, it can't be said to be unpalatable, it can be eaten barely, but compared with the food made by Yifei, that gap is really too big. In this regard, Mu Zijin can only be attributed to Yifei. This guy is a monster, he can be so good no matter what he does. Even cooking and cooking. Mu Zijin ate the food, although his movements were still elegant, but the speed of eating was very fast. Yifei's cooking is too delicious, so Mu Zijin even ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. After eating, she touched it. The stomach is extremely satisfying. Yifei blinked and asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" "Well, if you often cook for me, I guess I will gain weight soon," Mu Zijin said with a wink while resting his chin. "You are now recovering from your injury. You should exercise more every day, so eat more," Yifei said with a smile. Mu Zijin's injuries have indeed fully recovered, and after she was reassigned as a troop instructor, she has also exercised more. This amount of appetite is actually nothing to Mu Zijin. After eating and drinking enough, Mu Zijin seemed to have a hunch, his face was red, and those smart eyes were even a little bit. Did not dare to look at Yifei. It was getting late. In fact, both Yifei and Mu Zijin knew what would happen next, but Yifei also wanted to make progress gradually and didn't want to print. The elephants are destroyed. Yifei grabbed Mu Zijin's weak and boneless hand, and saw Mu Zijin's blushing face, and she leaned gently against his embrace. Middle. "What was your impression after your parents met me last time?" Yifei asked in a low voice. The relationship between Yifei and Mu Zijin has been made public, especially since both of them have already met their parents, let alone say more. Hearing Yifei's question, Mu Zijin's face turned red, and he replied, "I have a good impression, especially my mother, I really don't know." "What kind of medicine did you give her?" After Mu Zijin thought of going home, He-chin took her to ask questions for a while, caring about Yifei and Mu Zijin's affairs. At the same time, he was extremely satisfied with Yifei. He-chin was not generally satisfied with Yifei, but felt that Yifei was the best choice no matter what, and even said, There are a lot of good things about Yifei, which made Mu Zijin even more dumbfounded.
He couldn't help feeling that Yifei really didn't know what was going on.
However, his mother was so satisfied with him. As for Mu Zijin's father, Mu Lingyun, he was also quite satisfied with Yifei.
At least from the current situation, Yifei is still worthy of Mu Zijin no matter what, if the two.
Mu Lingyun could really go to the end, but she had a lot of thoughts, and was happy to see the result.
Seeing Yifei's approval from his parents, Mu Zijin felt very happy.
Yifei smiled and said, "Babe, can't help it, who told me to be so charming?
You can be ugly." Mu Zijin gave Yifei a pretty eye.
Yifei smiled and hugged Mu Zijin, hugged her directly into her arms, and then smiled and said, "I am not stinky, even Zijin you.
With such a high-level vision, it's with me, it shows that I am indeed a charm."
Mu Zijin's mouth turned up, and she couldn't tell what it was like in her heart. It was a little sweet, and she looked at Yifei with tenderness.
Yifei smiled faintly, and said in a low voice, "You can also go to our house in a few days. In fact, my mother has been talking about you for a long time."
Hearing what Yifei said, she immediately saw Mu Zijin's face reddening. She hesitated a little and said, "Go to your house."
"Yeah, what's the matter, don't you want it?" Yifei smiled and blinked.
In fact, Lin Shui had been talking about it all the time, asking Yifei to bring Mu Zijin or Su Qingzhu and other women back for a look.
Lin Shui very.
I know how attractive my son is now, and I also know that Su Qingzhu, Mu Zijin and other women are currently in an ambiguous relationship with Yifei.
Yes, just a little embarrassed.
Mu Zijin lowered his head in a small voice. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Yifei grabbed her slender waist and smiled. "What is so embarrassing about this, ugly wife?
Always see in-laws."
After speaking, Yifei immediately changed his words again. "No, it should be a beautiful wife who always wants to see her in-laws." Hearing this, Mu Zijin felt sweet in his heart and smiled.
Yifei embraced Mu Zijin's waist and blinked and said, "Zijin, it's getting too early, let us not." Mu Zijin lowered his head. "I just had a full meal."
Mu Zijin seemed to refuse, but the voice of rejection was very weak.
Actually,
Mu Zijin had already made a secret decision. Yifei smiled and said in Mu Zijin's ear, "It's okay, I'm not full, I'll come." Hearing Yifei's meaningful words, and feeling the heat that Yifei exhaled when he was speaking in his ear, Mu Zijin's cheeks were immediately turned on.
Bright red, understand Yifei's meaning.
Yifei hugged Mu Zijin, and the two walked into the room.
Yifei finally got what he wanted. Chapter 296, Changes in the Huangdi Neijing. Night. A long time. Yifei and Mu Zijin hugged and slept. Because he was worried that Mu Zijin was recovering from his injury, Yifei didn't use his full strength just now, but the taste in it was to let Yifei enjoy it. It is not enough for outsiders. Caressing Mu Zijin's jade-like back, Yifei looked tired when she saw Mu Zijin's face. She leaned on Yifei lightly. By his side, his cheeks blushed. Even Mu Zijin was tired at this time. She leaned on Yifei, and didn't even want to move her fingers. "Zijin, you rest first, good night,"
Yifei said softly in Mu Zijin's ear. When Mu Zijin heard the words, a sweet smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She responded softly, "Good night."
With that, Mu Zijin leaned on Yifei's shoulder and gradually fell asleep.
Mu Zijin fell asleep, but Yifei was still not drowsy. Because Yifei was considering another thing at this time, that is the effect of Yifei's Yellow Emperor's internal classic. That's right, Yifei used Huangdi Neijing when he was with Mu Zijin just now. The effect of this Huangdi Neijing was also the first time Yifei used it.
The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is a method of consolidating the foundation and cultivating vitality.
It is suitable for both male and female practitioners.
Fei didn't tell Mu Zijin, but planned to work with Mu Zijin on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. This time, it was Yifei who did the experiment first. The result also surprised Yifei.
The Yellow Emperor's internal classic deserves to be an ancient exercise. The effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic can be called against the sky.
Unconsciously change people's physique.
Consolidate the foundation, strengthen the physique, make up for innate deficiencies, and make the internal strength as one and natural. It can be said that the method of this Huang Din aging is very mysterious and free.
Yi Fei was surprised.
At present, Yi Fei's martial arts strength has reached the level of transformation. As the master of Huajin, Yi Fei's strength is beyond doubt. Although he didn't make a move after becoming the master of the transformation realm, he had never fought against other people. But Yi Fei's strength is beyond doubt.
The question is strong.
The great master of transformation realm is like a fish leaping over a dragon gate, and his strength is completely higher than that of the past. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is powerful, but it also allows Yi Fei to have a subtle strength after becoming the master of the realm of transformation.
Progress.
That's right, although this progress is extremely subtle, even negligible, Yi Fei is still progressing. You know, after the strength reaches the master, any small progress is extremely difficult, it can even be said. It's harder to make progress, and it's almost impossible. After all, the master of transformation is basically the apex of martial arts, although there are also legends of higher levels than masters of martial arts. World, but that is also illusory. And Yi Fei now feels a little progress. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth showed a color of surprise. He clenched his fists, felt his strength increase, and felt very relaxed.
Loose and happy.
The Yellow Emperor's internal classic seems to be a bit like the Yi Jin Jing in Chang Sheng Ju in martial arts novels.
Enhance people's aptitude and improve their physique.
Seeing that Mu Zijin was already asleep, Yi Fei began to study the Huang Din I Jing.
Yellow Emperor's internal classic is indeed extraordinary. This is only the effect of Yi Fei's practice alone, if Mu Zijin cooperates. Gee, the picture is too beautiful to watch. Yi Fei's heart was immediately moved. And Yi Fei also confirmed that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic can indeed improve physical fitness and even make people go further. For Yi Fei, this is of course a happy event.
Similarly, Yi Fei thought of Ling Shiyun. It seems that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic can really improve Ling Shiyun's congenital shortcomings. Yi Fei actually observed Ling Shiyun at that time. Ling Shiyun was extremely deficient in qi and blood, congenital insufficiency, and severe internal damage.
According to Yi Fei,
looking at Ling Shiyun's face and observing Ling Shiyun's breathing and complexion are enough to judge that Ling Shiyun is indeed a chronically ill person.
Yi Fei squinted slightly.
Although he is unwilling to take advantage of others, Yi Fei is the only one who is proficient in the world today.
The Yellow Emperor's internal classic.
It is obviously impossible for Yi Fei to share the Yellow Emperor's internal classic because Yi Fei is not that noble. Therefore, it seems that the only way to solve this problem is to start with Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun. How to deal with this matter? Yi Fei's attitude is still second, it still depends on Ling Shiyun.
0 Seek fresh flour. Yi Fei smiled faintly. He didn't bother to worry about it. There must be a way to the mountain, not to mention that Yi Fei is a piece of land now. Smooth.
After knowing the many functions of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Yi Fei felt more confident in his heart. By Jing, Yi Fei now has a lot of cards. One more thing is Li Yunfeng. Yi Fei certainly will not forget the existence of Li Yunfeng.
Li Yunfeng is Yi Fei's biggest opponent anyway.
As one of the leaders of the overseas Hongmen, Li Yunfeng has great power, and he is also the master of the realm of transformation, with extraordinary strength.
Yi Fei killed Fu Hongyu last time, and he definitely annoyed Li Yunfeng. The two sides must have a head-on conflict next time.
After all, Fu Hongyu is Li Yunfeng's proud disciple, although Fu Hongyu is not Li Yunfeng's direct disciple, but halfway. After all, Fu Hongyu was a master of inner strength after a monk, and there are not many such top masters around Li Yunfeng. Fu Hongyu was easily killed by Yi Fei, which is tantamount to hitting Li Yunfeng in the face.
Li Yunfeng will never give up.
So what Yi Fei will face next is Li Yunfeng's counterattack. Although Li Yunfeng is far abroad, he is always ready to go back to China, and Li Yunfeng is in China. The power is also extremely large, no weaker than some top giants. It is said that Li Yunfeng also has an alliance with a top giant. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. If Yi Fei had just encountered Li Yunfeng when he was crossing, it might be really a bit of trouble. Bai Jing and Li Yunfeng are much more difficult to deal with than Chen Luo.
But now, Yi Fei is not afraid. Chapter 297 Warm Moment. The night passed. Early the next morning, Yi Fei got up early. In fact, Yi Fei didn't sleep much last night, because he had been studying the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with good results. When Yi Fei studied the Huangdian aging, he found that he was in good spirits and was not sleepy at all. This may be one of the benefits brought by the Huangdian I Ching, which made Yi Fei's mental state very good, always in sober state. After Yi Fei got up early, he found that the pillow next to him was still asleep. I saw Mu Zijin blushing, her blush spreading, leaning against Yi Fei. The corners of her mouth seemed to rise slightly, cocked, revealing a slight smile. Mu Zijin was in such a state, so beautiful that Yi Fei looked admiring. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile when he could appreciate Mu Zijin's such beautiful appearance, and then quietly drew it from the quilt. Come out. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin tossed for a long time all night. Yi Fei finally had a good time. In fact, whether it was Su Qingzhu or Luo Weiyu, the physique of these women was far inferior to Mu Zijin after all. After all, Mu Zijin is a master of inner strength. She is by no means comparable to the other women around Yi Fei. Her body is very different from ordinary people. Tongren. Su Qingzhu, Luo Weiyu, Bai Ruoshi and other women are just ordinary people in physique. How can they cope with Yi Fei? The horror almost abnormal physical quality, especially after Yi Fei reached the master of transformation, it was even more different. In the future, relying on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, I don't know if it can change the physical quality of Su Qingzhu and Bai Ruoshi. Yi Fei secretly said. Yi Fei shrugged. Thinking like this, he quietly left the room and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Of course, Yi Fei's cooking skills needless to say. Although this mealless breakfast is just a simple beef noodles, it's a carefully prepared sauce. Juice is the protagonist, with soft-boiled eggs and vegetables as a side dish. It also has the feeling of liandu fried noodles. As soon as Yi Fei made the noodles, he saw Mu Zijin get up. After Mu Zijin got up, she immediately smelled the delicate fragrance floating from the kitchen. The fragrance was overflowing and let her eat. Want to open up? Mu Zijin wore Yi Fei's pajamas, which looked a bit wide, and the neckline showed a piece of white tsuruyu skin, smooth and clean. Delicate, like suet. Mu Zijin looked at Yi Fei. She blinked her eyes crooked with a smile. Mu Zijin especially yearned for this scene. That is when she just woke up to sleep. She saw that her beloved had already made breakfast, and then the two of them had breakfast together. The feeling of being happy is exceptionally beautiful. What are you looking at? Hurry up and wash and eat. Yi Fei said with a smile, looking at Mu Zijin. Although Mu Zijin has just gotten up and has not been freshened up, her appearance is still as high as ever. After all, Mu Zijin has never been. They don't need makeup, and they always face everyone with a barefaced posture. Mu Zijin showed a faint smile. She said, okay, then I will wash first. Mu Zijin went to the bathroom. She wanted to wash, but suddenly found that she did not have her own toothbrush and towel. Mu Zijin picked up Yi Fei's toothbrush and began to brush his teeth. Well, there is still his taste on this. Mu Zijin actually has a slight habit of cleanliness, and has always been a little repulsive of things that others have used, but she is a little bit. The toothbrush that Yi Fei had used is also not excluded. It stands to reason that this kind of thing is very personal. With Yi Fei's toothbrush, she was in a good mood and humming a song. Yi Fei also heard the song Mu Zijin sang in the room. It was the song meeting. Yi Fei's song to Lu Lingjun. Song. Even people like Mu Zijin who don't pay much attention to the song will hum a few words of meeting. It is conceivable that this song is now. How hot it is. Yi Fei thought of Luo Weiyu and seemed to like this song, and it seemed that the classic would be loved by others. After Mu Zijin washed and rinsed, he put the toothbrush back into Yi Fei's cup. The pear vortex on the side of his face was shallow, and his smile was sweet. Mu Zijin Looking at Yi Fei's toothbrush, I thought to myself, I can secretly use Yi Fei's toothbrush a few more times in the future. After finishing washing, Mu Zijin tied her hair into a ponytail, walked to Yi Fei's side, sat down, and started eating breakfast. Just after taking 2 bites, Mu Zijin widened his eyes slightly and said,
it's really delicious, no matter how you do it.
I don't want to ask anymore.
Muzi Jean felt surprised, but also felt that she had no talent for cooking. Point zero. The two happily finished their breakfast. Muzi Jean seemed to suddenly remember something, and couldn't he help asking, how many times are you now?
Clicked. 9 o'clock. What's the matter? Yifei answered naturally.
Hearing what Yifei said, Muzi Jean was slightly startled, a little annoyed. It's actually 9 o'clock.
What's wrong?
I'm going to guide the military members to martial arts today.
Muzi Jean was embarrassed with a bitter face and a reddish cheek. It was 9 o'clock in a blink, and it was too late. I blame Yifei last night.
Muzi Jean remembered the scene last night. His face was getting redder, and he glared at Yifei slightly.
Yifei said it's definitely too late now, or let us ask for leave today. It can only be this way.
Muzi Jean decided to be lazy and whispered, fortunately, I am now a martial arts instructor, the position is not the same.
Restricted as before. Otherwise, it's not easy to ask for leave.
Yifei nodded slightly and blinked. It just happened that we had too much exercise last night, so we have the right to rest today.
Muzi Jean's face turned red again when she heard the words overexertion. She knew what Yifei meant.
Muzi Jean had already made up her mind to ask for leave, but she relaxed and said to Yifei, then you can come and guide me today. Forget about martial arts training, it just so happens that I also want to learn how great the master of Huajing is.
Muzi Jean is still very interested in wushu. Are you sure you can stand it? Yifei glanced under Muzi Jean.
Muzi Jean took a sip, and his cheeks suddenly blushed, like a peach and plum.
This bad guy. Muzi Jean trails. It's just a small range of martial arts gestures, not strenuous exercise, it's okay. That is fine, no problem. Yifei agreed. Chapter 298, Practicing the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. Yifei agreed.
After eating, he and Muzi Jean were in the gym upstairs to Yifei's exercise room. After Yifei reached the realm of the Realm Master, his strength had already advanced by leaps and bounds.
Yifei has not yet played against anyone after reaching the Master of Transformation.
This time he and Muzi Jean are only tentative in their strokes. Yifei's fight, but it was also Yifei's first confrontation with people after he became the Master of the Realm of Transformation. Yifei also discovered how terrifying his strength was at this time. After reaching the Master of the Realm of Transformation, it is indeed completely powerful on another level.
Yifei's 5 senses and spiritual consciousness have been fully improved, and all aspects of strength have reached another level, becoming extremely strong. Big. Muzi Jean's punch and kick, if it were seen by others, must be as fast as lightning and thunderous. But in Yifei's eyes, it's like a slow-motion playback. Yifei can easily see through every movement of Muzi Jean. Details, that is an extremely mysterious realm and feeling. At the same time, Yifei easily coped with it, backhanded back, and still had enough energy to attack Muzi Jean's weakest point. This time, Muzi Jean has fallen into a disadvantage. I have to say that Yifei's strength growth is indeed terrifying. After coming down several times, when Muzi Jean saw Yifei's strength, she couldn't help but exclaimed, and at the same time whispered. If you don't fight, you don't fight. I found out, the Realm Master is really powerful. Muzi Jean completely gave up the move with Yifei. Because Muzi Jean found that no matter how she did it, Yifei seemed to be able to predict in advance, and she couldn't even take advantage of it. Any cheap. The gap between the two also made Muzi Jean realize Yifei's greatness. Sure enough, after reaching the Master, it is another realm, which is like a fish leaping over a dragon gate. There is indeed a big difference. Different. Previously, when Yifei and Muzi Jean fought, the two could still clash with each other back and forth, and it can even be said that Muzi Jean was not too small. The winning percentage. But now, Muzi Jean found that he was deeply frustrated and had no chance to deal with Yifei. Seeing Yifei's red lips pursing slightly, Yifei's cute look made Yifei smile unavoidably. He said, "Zi Jean, or change me. To teach you." After Yifei reached the Master of Transformation, his vision was naturally completely different. He is absolutely capable of doing Muzi Jean's martial arts. Teacher. Hearing this, Muzi Jean agreed, "It's okay, you can teach me to try." That's okay.
Yi Fei is now hand in hand to teach Mu Zijin some problems in martial arts skills.
Yi Fei's strength is diligent. The changes in the DNEI Jing have given Yi Fei a deeper understanding of martial arts.
Yi Fei taught Mu Zijin, and Mu Zijin also made some moves and martial arts changes in accordance with Yi Fei's instructions.
Change.
In a short period of time, Mu Zijin felt his progress. The only thing that was not good was that when Yi Fei pointed Mu Zijin, physical contact was of course indispensable.
Mu Zijin.
He and Yi Fei first tasted the sex. Both of them have a bit of meditation, especially Mu Zijin. His face is red and his eyes are watery.
Yes.
Moreover, Yi Fei even deliberately teased Mu Zijin's taste, making Mu Zijin look at Yi Fei's face even more blush. Noting the blush on Mu Zijin's face, Yi Fei smiled and blinked, and said, "Actually, I still have a secret I want to tell."
You.
What's the secret? Mu Zijin suddenly became interested and blinked.
Yi Fei said you also know that my medical skills are good. Mu Zijin slightly points agree. Yi Fei's medical skills are more than good, but Yi Fei's medical skills, I'm afraid.
Looking at Xin Huangbua, it is second only to the supernatural Dr. Wu. Yi Fei smiled and said, "My medical inheritance actually comes from a strange book called The Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic." You should have heard of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. Mu Zijin blinked his eyes, feeling even more a little bit it's incredible. Could it be that what Yi Fei said was the legendary Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic isn't that just something from myths and legends? It actually exists. Mu Zijin felt as if he had misheard. Yi Fei seemed to see through Mu Zijin's mind, and smiled. "Yes, you heard it right, it is the Huangdi Jing.
There is such a thing in this world."
Mu Zijin still found it incredible, but when I thought about it, it was also slightly
understand.
After all, neither Yi Fei nor Wu's medical skills can be estimated by common sense, and they are indeed not like ordinary medical skills, or
maybe there are many unknowns in this world. Just like Mu Zijin, these martial arts masters, is it not an unknown number in the eyes of ordinary people?
Yi Fei whispered a few words beside Mu Zijin, and said the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic records a method for male and female practitioners. It can strengthen the body, refine the spirit, improve the physique, and is very effective for learning martial arts. Yi Fei didn't conceal too much, and told Mu Zijin some of the secrets of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. After all, this is a method that requires male and female practitioners, and Mu Zijin won't be able to hide it at that time. What's more, Mu Zijin is Yi Fei's woman, and she is completely trustworthy. You are 60. Mu Zijin thought for a while, and then understood again.
It's just that Mu Zijin's face is even redder. She seems to feel a fire burning on her face, and her face is flushed and full. Face flushed. Yi Fei's hint was already very obvious.
"I think we might as well try it," Yi Fei whispered in Mu Zijin's ear.
"I'll talk about it in the evening."
Mu Zijin bit his mouth, felt the heat that Yi Fei exhaled, and whispered.
Mu Zijin's meaning couldn't be more obvious. With Mu Zijin's answer, Yi Fei was immediately delighted.
Of course, the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic requires both men and women.
Row.
Of course, the best training target was Mu Zijin beside Yi Fei.
After all, Mu Zijin has a martial arts foundation, and Mu Zijin's martial arts foundation is not low.
A Xianhuang country martial arts world is also a well-deserved master.
Chapter 299 Ling Shiyun comes to visit. Night.
Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were involved in the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. At this time, Yi Fei practiced the Huangdi Neijing for the second time, and he was already familiar with it. It's just that Mu Zijin doesn't know much about the cultivation methods of Huangdi Neijing and has no medical foundation, so he understands acupuncture points and meridians.
It's not too much.
Fortunately, Mu Zijin had studied martial arts, and he still knew a little bit, and under the guidance of Yi Fei, he mastered the essentials. Under the guidance of Yi Fei, Mu Zijin reluctantly began to practice the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. I have to say that Mu Zijin's cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic was still very fast under the guidance of Yi Fei. The inner strength of the two of them circulates through the meridians in the body.
The Huandi in I Jing feels very smooth in the practice, and the Truchi runs as if Tian Cheng. Especially the feeling between the two is extremely subtle.
Soon, a practice was over. Mu Zijin slowly opened his eyes. Her eyes are bright, and her eyes are flowing, like autumn water.
Zijin, how do you feel? Yi Fei asked with a smile.
Mu Zijin whispered towards Yi Fei, I feel very good, very comfortable, and the strength seems to be so uniform.
The weak growth of silk is already hard to come by.
Mu Zijin felt very miraculous when he first came into contact with the practice of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine. The two of them practiced all night, but they were not sleepy at all. On the contrary, they were physically comfortable and energetic, which is very rare.
Yi Fei smirked, jokingly said, yeah, I only practiced for one night. If I practice every day, I feel even more different. Mu Zijin gave Yi Fei a pretty eye. However, she is obviously in a very good mood, especially after getting closer to Yi Fei. Mu Zijin is getting closer and closer. The more I like this feeling. She felt that it was dawn in a short while, and the time with Yi Fei always passed by quickly. I have to go to the barracks today, so I can't ask for 2 consecutive days off. Mu Zijin whispered.
Not in a hurry, it's only 6 o'clock now, there is still time.
Yi Fei smiled, he hugged Mu Zijin directly, holding Mu Zijin. Slender and soft waist. A long time.
Only then did Mu Zijin get up slowly, with unruly hair and rosy cheeks, but with an amazing beauty. When the girl turns into a woman, the charm exuded between her gestures is even more different. Before that, Yi Fei Jiji believed that Mu Zijin, Bai Ruoshi, and concubine Ningyu should be considered in terms of appearance alone.
Comparable.
But the reason why concubine Ningyu is regarded by Yi Fei as a very beautiful woman is because concubine Ningyu is not only attractive in appearance.
The country is allure, and the temperament is more feminine, there is an indescribable charm, even charm. Confused.
Concubine Ningyu is a natural stunner. As for Mu Zijin, when she completes her transformation from a girl to a woman, she is also more attractive and more feminine.
It's human.
Although the temperament in this aspect is not as good as that of concubine Ningyu, there is also another completely different style.
The two do not sample. Yi Fei also noticed Mu Zijin's changes, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. It is very interesting to personally make a woman more perfect.
Mu Zijin was about to leave Yi Fei's villa to go to the barracks. Before leaving, Mu Zijin seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Yi.
Flying Road, actually, I think you can go to the barracks to be an instructor just like me. With your current strength, I'm afraid that many. The troops want to beg you.
Yi Fei heard Mu Zijin say this, his heart moved, and said, actually, you can consider it.
As the master of transformation, once Yi Fei enters the army, his status will be completely different. The treatment of the master of the world is absolutely far beyond imagination. This will also be very beneficial to Yi Fei. Mu Zijin's suggestion is indeed very good. At the same time, Mu Zijin also replied recently, the Dragon Force seems to be looking for martial arts instructors. The Dragon Force is one of the 4 largest in China. One of the special forces, if you are interested, maybe you can really make it. Dragon Troops. Of course, Yi Fei had also heard of the name of the Dragon Troop. This was indeed one of the ace troops of the Xianhuang Kingdom, and it was very famous.
It is said that Xianhuang Kingdom has 4 mysterious special forces, and Jialong is one of them.
Yi Fei said this seems to be an opportunity. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly.
In fact, he thought of the original book. In the book The King of Soldiers in Huadu, the protagonist Li Yunfeng is the instructor of the Dragon Troops, and has since become glorious.
Road, this is a very important opportunity for Li Yunfeng.
Yi Fei heard Mu Zijin say this again, and suddenly knew he couldn't miss it.
Well, if you're interested, I'll help you ask. Mu Zijin smiled. All right. Yi Fei nodded and agreed. Then it's settled, I'll go first. Mu Zijin kissed Yi Fei's face before leaving with a smile.
Watching Mu Zijin's slender back, Yi Fei smiled knowingly, and some recollection of last night's practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classics. Mu Zijin left, and Yi Fei had nothing to do for the time being, and he was not in a hurry to go to Brilliant Entertainment or Yi's pharmaceutical group. At this moment, Yi Fei heard the doorbell. At the same time, the housekeeper Ji Yuner came up to Yi Fei and said, "Master, there is a visitor, saying that he is here to visit you." Yi Fei felt a little strange. Ji Yuner didn't seem to know the person. Yi Fei let people come in first, and only then discovered that it was the genius Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun. The two actually made a special trip, of promise, to find Yi Fei. Yi Fei only rejected God Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun 2 days ago. Why did this happen again? Yi Fei was a little puzzled. Although it is winter, Wu Shini is physically strong. As the master of the transformation, he wears very simple clothes, just a burlap. Clothes, even cloth shoes on the feet. Ling Shiyun was wrapped tightly, her complexion was still slightly pale, but she had a kind of soft beauty, especially. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak. Staring at Yi Fei, she seemed to know something. Chapter 300. You can try. Dr. Wu brought Ling Shiyun to visit Yi Fei. To Yi Fei, these two people were uninvited guests. Facing the genius Dr. Wu with Ling Shiyun, Yi Fei showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, saying unexpectedly, "It turned out to be the two of you. You are here, please take a seat. Yuner, you make tea for the genius Dr. Wu and Miss Ling." "Yes." Ji Yuner, the housekeeper, happily went to make tea. In a short while, Ji Yuner came up with the best Westlake Longjing. This is the best Mingqian Longjing, and the tea soup is clear. The color is more translucent. Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun sat on the sofa. Dr. Wu first tasted a sip of Longjing tea, and then he slowly said, "Yi Gongzi. I came here this time because I wanted to apologize to you formally." As he said, Dr. Wu slowly got up and said, "I have thoroughly investigated it clearly. It is indeed him that is the dispute between you and mine. The fault comes first." Dr. Wu is still very reasonable. He has thoroughly investigated what happened this time and finally found the conclusions and results. The end result is that for the dispute between Yi Fei and Chen Luo does have the main responsibility. Moreover, 013 made the Dr. Wu feel even more ashamed. In order to retaliate against Yi Fei, Chen Luo even implicated the innocent people. Ordinary people. For example, in that arson case, hundreds of people were involved, and several of them died. Dr. Wu himself has always adhered to the idea of curing diseases and saving people, and he is extremely disgusted with Chen Luo's actions. Moreover, what makes Dr. Wu more uncomfortable is that some old friends such as Su Xiaokuan also confirmed to him Chen Luo's true face, including Lei. The old man is not willing to see the Dr. Wu now, and the old friends of the past are also grieved with each other. Dr. Wu couldn't help sighing. Dr. Wu said, "Young Master Yi, the root cause of my careless apprenticeship actually lies with me." Hey, Dr. Wu is serious. Sighed. He really taught Chen Luo carefully. He thought that after he was taught, Chen Luo would become a famous doctor like him. Not to mention hanging pots to help the world, thousands of families give birth to Buddhas. But at least it can cure diseases and save people. But who would have thought that Chen Luo Jingran looks like this? Dr. Wu sighed. He was naturally disappointed in Chen Luo, BBBC. I thought Chen Luo would be his successor. I thought Chen Luo could inherit his mantle, but in the end it turned out. Dr. Wu apologized to Yi Fei. This is the second time that Dr. Wu apologized to Yi Fei. Seeing that Dr. Wu's attitude was so austere, Yi Fei smiled and waved his hand and said, "Dr. Wu is not welcome, this time you and I. You all know that it is not your fault. The genius Dr. Wu came to me today. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as telling me, right? Yi Fei is straightforward and lazy. Gotta talk nonsense." The genius Dr. Wu Zheng nodded his head and said, "It is true. I actually want to tell you one more thing. I hope you can do something with Yi Gongzi. Help each other, do your best to save my apprentice." Dr. Wu sighed and said, "Chen Luo is dead. That evil disciple will always be my close disciple. If he is dead, this world. If there is no direct disciple of mine, my line will be cut off. Now my only hope is my apprentice." The supernatural Dr. Wu looked at Ling Shiyun and said, "This girl has been suffering since childhood, but she is kind by nature and has a high medical talent. She is the best candidate to inherit my mantle unless she is seriously ill." With feelings and reason, I also ask Mr. Yi to help, which can save her life.
Dr. Wu slowly spoke.
Yi Fei heard that Dr. Wu said, then looked at Ling Shiyun. I only saw Ling Shiyun's face pale, but there was a kind of tender and morbid beauty.
Yi Fei frowned slightly, and said, Mr. Wu, it's not that I don't help you. You also know very well about Miss Ling's condition. It can be cured, but the method of treatment is a bit special.
Last time, Yi Fei had already told the Dr. Wu how to consolidate the essence of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic and make up for the innate deficiencies.
Dr. Wu should be very clear. He actually came to Yi Fei again now.
Dr. Wu coughed lightly and looked rather embarrassed.
And the pretty face of Ling Shiyun next to it is also climbing up. Wipe it out. Feeling blush.
Ling Shiyun had apparently learned the treatment method from the genius Dr. Wu. When Ling Shiyun learned of this method, she had mixed feelings in her heart, and she couldn't tell what it was like.
In fact, in order to recover from illnesses, Ling Shiyun has not been out of the door for many years, eating various supplements. Mind calmly.
She has never experienced the life and appearance that a normal woman should have. In fact, she had no hope of having a relationship in her heart, but her childhood illness made her thoughts become one in her heart. Nothing more than a small wish, it is impossible to realize it at all. And after getting in touch with Yi Fei, Ling Shiyun actually couldn't say how much she liked Yi Fei, but in her heart, she liked Yi Fei.
Is very curious.
In terms of medical skills, Yi Fei is even comparable to Wu Shini, and he has the inheritance of Huangdi aging. Regarding martial arts strength, although Yi Fei only showed the tip of the iceberg that day, the master was helpless to him, enough to prove. It shows that he is powerful and powerful. And he also killed his nominal brother Chen Luo. All of this made Ling Shiyun very curious about Yi Fei, thinking that Yi Fei was simply a mystery.
What is there to say? Don't be curious about a man, otherwise this is the beginning of your fall. Ling Shiyun bit her mouth and did not speak.
But God, Dr. Wu said, young Master Yi, I don't know if your Suzaku fire needle can try. Shiyun's condition has been tried many times. Now the condition has been greatly relieved. If Yi Gongzi's Suzaku fire needle can be effective, maybe you don't need Huangdi in the eye.
The method in the classics.
The genius Dr. Wu wanted Yi Fei to try the Suzaku fire needle.
Yi Fei glanced at Ling Shiyun and said in deep thought, I can try.
In fact, Yi Fei knew the result very well, and the Dr. Wu should also know the approximate result. How can Ling Shiyun's condition be cured so easily? In the end, there is probably only one way, and that is to rely on the Huangdi in the I Ching.
Chapter 301 Admiration.
As top genius doctors, both Yi Fei and Wu know this well. That is, even if Yi Fei used the Zhu Chui fire needle, it might not be able to save Ling Shiyun. Even the supernatural Dr. Wu had no hope for this, he just wanted Yi Fei to come into contact with Ling Shiyun.
If it's two people
to be able to rejoice in love, then using the Huangdi in the I Ching is a matter of course.
That's what the wise Dr. Wu planned.
Although Wu's genius doctor is old-fashioned, but his life is close to the sky, Ling Shiyun's congenital shortcomings may only rely on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. To make up, this is also the result of the review of multiple documents by the wise Dr. Wu. Yi Fei looked at the genius Dr. Hao next to him, and he said, well, I will try my best.
Okay, please.
Dr. Wu said Yi Gongzi is really kind, and I blamed Yi Gongzi for the old man before. Yi Fei shook his head, and then said, then ask Miss Ling to follow me into the room.
Yi Fei looked calm. Good.
Although Ling Shiyun's face was reddened and a little embarrassed, she still agreed.
Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun arrived in the room.
At this moment, the genius Dr. Wu watched Ling Shiyun and Yi Fei enter the room, and the genius Dr. Wu was waiting outside, not anxious.
Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun arrived in the bedroom.
Knowing that Ling Shiyun was afraid of the cold, Yi Fei closed the doors and windows. Yi Fei's thoughtful behavior made Ling Shiyun's heart slightly startled. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei said to Ling Shiyun, Miss Ling, take off your coat, then sit down and I will check your pulse.
Yi Fei still needs to determine what Ling Shiyun's condition is. Ling Shiyun nodded slightly. She sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out her slender hand to get Yi Fei's pulse. Yi Fei cut the pulse for Ling Shiyun's diagnosis. In fact, Yi Fei didn't understand Ling Shiyun's physical condition.
He diagnosed Ling Shiyun's pulse and saw Ling Shiyun's pulse.
Faintly, Yi Fei also noticed some of these things. Ling Shiyun's physical condition is indeed not good.
According to the current situation, Ling Shiyun's physical condition can be said to last no more than 2 years. Her vitality and body are very good.
Weak, and it is weak to the extreme.
Every cold winter is extremely difficult for Ling Shiyun. Yi Fei saw Ling Shiyun's pale complexion, only her agile eyes reflected her shadow.
Yi Fei sighed and said, "Miss Ling, your physical condition is indeed not optimistic. If it weren't for the Dr. Wu to treat you, you are afraid."
Yi Fei didn't say much, but the meaning was already very clear.
Ling Shiyun nodded slightly, she bit her lip, and whispered, "I know." Ling Shiyun knows her current situation very well.
Ling Shiyun's current situation is like this: her body is extremely weak, and she is even coughing up blood these days.
If it weren't for Wu Xin.
The doctor insisted on conditioning her body, but she was afraid that Ling Shiyun would not be able to stand it long.
Yi Fei said indifferently, "Then I will use acupuncture and moxibustion to help you treat it first. If you are lying on your stomach, I will use the Suzaku fire needle first."
Yi Fei said. He took out the silver needle with a serious and meticulous attitude. As a doctor, Yi Fei's attitude was absolutely serious, with no distractions. He disinfected the silver needles and took them again.
Towels and hot water are prepared for Ling Shiyun's acupuncture.
Ling Shiyun nodded slightly, her face was slightly red. She took off her coat, and then lay on the bed, revealing a piece of fragrant shoulders and snow.
Skin, let Yi Fei acupuncture. Yi Fei's acupuncture techniques and acupoints are different from those of Wu Xin. This is also the mystery of Suzaku fire needle.
After all, the Zhuke fire needle is the legendary acupuncture method. Yi Fei uses the Zhuke fire needle to find the key acupoints and meridians. Pinching the needle with a slight shock, it pierced into the acupuncture tract. Ling Shiyun's body trembled slightly, only to feel the heat all over her body. A hot air came out of the Jianjing point, and Yi Fei pierced it with this needle.
It is her shoulder well. Yi Fei's acupuncture technique is very special.
His acupuncture technique is very mysterious. It looks completely different from other acupuncture techniques, and the Suzaku fire needle is better. The use of qi fusion, that is, the control of qi, gave Ling Shiyun a subtle change in her body. In a short period of time, Ling Shiyun felt that her whole body was too warm. Ling Shiyun's physique is in deficiency in chills, and she is very afraid of cold. And Yi Fei's vermilion bird fire needle can restrain Ling Shiyun's physique, because Yi Fei's vermilion bird fire needle is a fire attribute, press.
According to Chinese medicine, it is full of yang.
Therefore, Yi Fei's vermilion bird fire needle is definitely an excellent treatment for Ling Shiyun. If it is about prescribing prescriptions and medical experience, Yi Fei may not be as good as Wu's doctor. But when it comes to acupuncture and moxibustion, Yi Fei, who is proficient in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, thinks that he is not inferior to the supernatural Dr. Wu, and he can even have it.
Pass it.
The Zhuke fire needle in Yi Fei improved Ruo Ling Shiyun's body. Although it was only a slight modification, it also made Ling Shiyun feel.
It's incredible.
Next, Yi Fei used the Zhuke fire needle to pierce other acupuncture points on Ling Shiyun's body with great precision. The acupoints that Yi Fei pierced with Zhuke fire needles were all some of the Guanqiao acupoints that are important to the human body.
Soon, Ling Shiyun's back.
At least 10 needles have already been needled by Yi Fei.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei also used other methods to cooperate.
Gradually, Ling Shiyun felt a warm feeling rising from her, and Ling Shiyun felt it immediately.
Here comes the warmth.
This heat made Ling Shiyun's cold hands and feet seem to have a touch of warmth. After about half an hour of acupuncture and moxibustion, Yi Fei pulled out the silver needles from Ling Shiyun's body one by one, and asked with a smile, "Miss Ling,
how does it feel?"
Ling Shiyun raised her head, her cheeks were slightly red. The contact with Yi Fei just now was actually very private, even the supernatural Dr. Wu did not treated her in this way. Ling Shuryun put on her clothes in a panic, covering her fair and beautiful skin. Because Ling Shuryun is indoors all the year round, Ling Shuryun's skin is astonishingly white, and it is almost as clear as jade.
Divide people. Ling Shuryun put on her coat.
She whispered in surprise, Yigongzi, your acupuncture skills are very powerful, even if it is my master's needle.
The Moxibustion technique didn't give me such a feeling. I don't think I'm so cold anymore. Ling Shuryun's face showed a sincere admiration. Chapter 302. Ling Shuryun was impressed by Yi Fei's acupuncture technique.
In Ling Shuryun's eyes, Yi Fei's acupuncture technique is not even inferior to that of Master Wu, and even more powerful than her master, Master Wu. Ling Shuryun now only feels that her whole body is warm. There is an indescribable comfort, like soaking in a hot spring.
Or the feeling of a hot bath. Ling Shuryun's complexion was also slightly ruddy. Of course, this is only acupuncture and Moxibustion.
Of course, Yi Fei's treatment speed can't be so fast, but it has some results.
N.S.
Yi Fei said earnestly, if your physique needs to be recuperated, it will take a long time and it will depend on your current body. In fact, even if I use Suzaku Fire Needle to help you recuperate every day, it will at most help you increase your life expectancy by 3 to 5 years.
Yi Fei is telling the truth. He doesn't talk to Ling S 3 poems about those imaginary things.
With Ling Shuryun's illness, it is meaningless to hide her. Even Ling Shuryun knows her current situation.
Condition.
When Ling Shuryun heard this, she also nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, I know, Yi Gongzi, in fact, I already thank you very much.
N.S. Since I was born, I have almost lost my life.
When I was a child, I was seriously ill several times.
By now, I am very satisfied.
I live another 3 to 5 years, and speaking of it, I still make a profit. Ling Shuryun showed a sweet smile.
Her smile is clean and she is strong. In fact, Yi Fei admired Ling Shuryun a little bit. Ling Shuryun is different from Luo Weiyu's injury caused by an accident.
Ling Shuryun has been told that her body
frail, and even life-threatening at any time.
And Ling Shuryun herself, let alone, Ling Shuryun is always on the verge of life and death. When she was young, Ling Shuryun often caught colds and fevers. A small cold and fever, to her physique, is like a big field. Illness, every time she recovers from the illness, she has a kind of rejoicing that she has survived the rest of her life, and sometimes she can't even believe that she will survive. Ling Shuryun wandered on the edge of life and death several times, but finally survived fortunately.
It can be said that this girl is not easy.
If ordinary people become like Ling Shuryun, they will either give up abandoning themselves a long time ago, or wash their faces with tears, lamenting the lack of life.
Male.
But Ling Shuryun survived and persisted to this day. Even the magical Dr. Wu sometimes feels that Ling Shuryun can survive to this day because the Ling family has searched for famous doctors and precious medicinal materials.
Ling Shuryun must be cured without interest in money. It's because Ling Shuryun herself is the result of being strong and optimistic, fighting with death. It can be said that Ling Shuryun itself is a miracle. Yi Fei also admired girls like Ling Shuryun. Yi Fei smiled and said, "It's good if you have such a mentality. Maybe your illness really has the hope of being cured. Don't be stressed either."
Yi Fei simply comforted Ling Shuryun with a few words. Ling Shuryun nodded slightly. She suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes looked at Yi Fei, and whispered, "Yi Gong. Z, the Huang Di Nei Jing you mentioned can consolidate my roots and make up for my congenital deficiencies, but it must be a practitioner of both men and women."
"Is that true?" Ling Shuryun asked directly.
Yi Fei was slightly startled when he heard the words.
He looked at Ling Shuryun and said, "Well, it's true, but this is also compelling. The next strategy."
Ling Shuryun lowered her neck, her cheeks were slightly red, and said, "I also know that I haven't been in love yet."
"I haven't been in love yet."
Yi Fei caught a glimpse of Ling Shuryun, and saw her blushing cheeks, her cheeks rosy, her eyes shining brightly. The sound is very light, soft. It can be seen that Ling Shuryun's yearning for love. Also, who is a girl of Ling Shuryun's age who doesn't yearn for love?
Yi Fei couldn't help laughing, and said nothing. "Yi Gong.
Yep. Master Yi, have you ever been in love? Ling Shiyun couldn't help but asked in a low voice.
Yi Fei smiled and said, of course.
Yi Fei thinks of the girls around him, each of them is so unique and special, and each of them is unique and charming, so that Yi Fei
indulge in it. Muzi Jin, by Ruoshi, Luo Weiyu, Lu Lingyun, Su Qingzhu.
Yi Fei's decisive answer made Ling Shiyun a little startled. She couldn't tell what it was like in her heart. She seemed to be relieved.
I feel a bit disappointed again. Ling Shiyun asked in a low voice, what is it like to fall in love actually?
I haven't really liked someone since I was a child.
So I would love to know.
With Ling Shiyun's beauty, there should be no shortage of excellent opposite pursuits around him. But firstly, Ling Shiyun stays at home all year round, and there are few opportunities to contact the opposite sex. Secondly, most of the men around Ling Shiyun. Everyone knows Ling Shiyun's illness, and she is staying away from her. Therefore, Ling Shiyun is blank in terms of emotions.
Yi Fei suddenly laughed when Ling Shiyun asked such a question.
Yi Fei thought for a while, and finally replied seriously, I think falling in love is like when you think of a person. The corners of your mouth are raised unconsciously, and when you like someone, you will always remember the bits and pieces of getting along with him.
My heart beats faster and I feel good.
Hearing Yi Fei's words, Ling Shiyun's eyes flowed brightly, and she seemed to be even more yearning and curious about this matter. The less she has experienced it, the more she wants to try. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Ling Shiyun suddenly raised her head, slightly regretful, and boldly said, I don't think I will.
I have a chance to know what it's like.
Ling Shiyun raised her face, staring at Yi Fei, and said, I don't know if I can ask you to help me. I want to try, love to the end.
What it feels like.
What do you mean by 5.1?
Yi Fei frowned slightly. Ling Shiyun's meaning couldn't be more obvious. Does this mean to be a couple with him? And it's not the kind of pretending couple, it's really falling in love.
Yi Fei looked at Ling Shiyun in front of him, and didn't he understand her brain circuit?
Chapter 303 Yi Fei is going against the sky.
Yi Fei laughed dumbfounded when Ling Shiyun said so. Indeed he didn't understand Ling Shiyun's brain circuits. Yi Fei shrugged and said, are you sure? Ling Shiyun blinked. What, can't it, or are you afraid that your girlfriend next to you will be jealous? Yi Fei looked at Ling Shiyun and asked faintly, which girlfriend do you mean? Ling Shiyun suddenly opened her mouth wide, and looked at Yi Fei in a little astonishment.
She was very cute in surprise, you mean? Yi Fei nodded calmly. Yes, I have more than one girlfriend.
Ling Shiyun was stunned. But thinking about Yi Fei's identity and appearance, and seeing that he is proficient in so many abilities, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Not acceptable.
Yi Fei looked at Ling Shiyun and said lightly, so have you thought about it? If you really want to fall in love with me, that is not the case? Simple things, you still have time to regret now. Ling Shiyun blinked and said, why do you regret it? In fact, I am even more curious about 11, the other women around you are. What is it like? Well, as you said, I might be alive in a few years, so I might as well leave the rest alone. Think about those things later, and cherish the moment that is true.
Hearing Ling Shiyun's words, Yi Fei slightly led the way.
Ling Shiyun's condition determines that her perspective on problems will be different from that of normal girls.
This is also what Ling Shiyun said today. The reason for God's remarks. Yi Fei thought that Ling Shiyun would have a cute and gentle character like Luo Weiyu.
It seems that this girl is more real than he thought.
Different.
After all, Ling Shiyun has not lived for a few years.
She cares about how many women Yi Fei has, and what is the point?
If there are so many girls who like you, I should say that I have a good vision, don't you? Ling Shiyun supported her chin.
Whispered.
Yi Fei nodded solemnly when he heard the words, and said, well, this is a good point, you have a good eye. Ling Shiyun blanked his eyes.
If you agree, then let us decide.
Yi Fei smiled. Previous statement, I may be a little busy lately.
Not necessarily care about you.
Yi Fei has had a lot of things recently. I Am Not a Medicine God will be released soon.
Whether the box office can explode determines the future trend of brilliant entertainment. This is also. Yi Fei made an important move.
After all, Yi Fei's idea was to build an entertainment empire in the entertainment circle, which was also Yi Fei's own business.
Hearing what Yi Fei said, Ling Shiyun said softly, "That's okay. I've long been used to being alone. If suddenly too, people may be a little uncomfortable. That's good." Yi Fei smiled. "Then it's settled."
Ling Shiyun was a little excited, as happy as a child, then took Yi Fei's arm and tried it. Then slowly let go, and whispered, "It turns out that it feels like shopping on the TV with a man on the shoulder."
This sentence made Yi Fei sigh.
What an ordinary girl has experienced a long time ago, she can only watch it on TV so far. Ling Shiyun released Yi Fei's arm. Yi Fei opened the door and walked out side by side with Ling Shiyun. When Ling Shiyun and Yi Fei walked out, they saw Dr. Wu approaching anxiously. Dr. Wu looked at Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun, and immediately asked with concern, "Yi Gongzi, how do you feel about seeing Shiyun?"
Dr. Wu is very concerned.
After losing the successor of Chen Luo, the Dr. Wu now has only a personal disciple, Ling Shiyun, who of course treats her very much.
Pay attention to.
Yi Fei said truthfully, "Mr. Wu, I took the pulse for Ms. Ling just now, and then treated Ms. Ling with the Zhuke fire needle. The effect is not bad, it can relieve some of her symptoms.
About another 3 to 5 years of normal life."
Hearing what Yi Fei said, Dr. Wu muttered to himself, 3 to 5 years are not bad, as long as you live, there is hope. According to Wu Xinyi's speculation, he inferred that Ling Shiyun could live 2 or 3 years at most by treating Ling Shiyun with his own means.
But Yi Fei said that for 3 to 5 years, this situation has been much better than he expected. We must know that medicine and science and technology are advancing and developing. As long as people live, there is hope. This is a good sentence.
Dr. Wu thought for a while, took a deep breath, and said to Yi Fei, "Master Yi, thank you very much."
Dr. Wu is polite, it's just his duty to treat illnesses and save people. Yi Fei said lightly.
Upon seeing this, Wu Xinyi was even more emotional, thinking of Chen Luo, and then looking at Yi Fei.
The comparison between the two is like Tian Yuan. Do not.
The genius Dr. Wu once again turned to Yi Fei and said, "Master Yi, the old man will take his apprentice and leave first."
Okay. Yi Fei sent the genius Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun out. Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun left.
Before leaving, Ling Shiyun raised her head slightly, blinked at Yi Fei, showing a slight smile. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and a blush appeared on Ling Shiyun's cheeks.
Yi Fei was right. In the next few days, Yi Fei fell into a busy time.
First, the first batch of drugs produced by Yefei Pharmaceutical Group was delivered to the military for official use, and the quality of the drugs was inspected 27. 3. The tests and experiments also made the military extremely satisfied. They greatly appreciated the formula and quality of Yi Fei's medicine.
Fly praise is added. Yi Fei did this, but it was a great thing. Effective treatment with drugs can minimize casualties, which is very critical.
In addition, one more thing is that the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine was officially released through national theaters. As soon as the film was released, it showed an explosive trend. On Weibo, major forums, and film review websites, as long as you mention domestic films and recently released films, the first one.
This is the movie that arrived.
Word of mouth burst.
I'm Not the God of Medicine is completely on fire.
Not only word of mouth, but at the same time that word of mouth bursts, the box office it brings is also rising. Since the enthusiasm of the poison capsule incident has not disappeared, I Am Not the of Medicine cut into the most concerned about ordinary people. Drug problem, so this movie really broke out.
Chapter 304 Big Profits.
After Yi Fei got Lin Yufan's laptop, his idea was to build an entertainment empire. The movie currently being shot, and the red-haired Lu Lingyun, is Yi Fei's first move.
The result went very well. Lu Lingyun became a hit overnight. He is currently a first-line singer with extremely high popularity.
Yi Fei is very sure, with Lu Lingyun's conditions, her next album will be able to hit the top singers and settle down again.
The future diva is just around the corner.
Lu Lingjun didn't need to worry about Yi Fei, after all, she became a queen singer in the original book.
In contrast, This time the film results are particularly critical.
Under such circumstances, I Am Not the God of Medicine is on fire. The movie The God of Medicine was a classic among the classics in its previous life. It won various movie awards in the year it was first released.
Various awards are softened.
More than that, the reputation and box office of this movie are double explosions. You should know that in the current market, some popular commercial films are not well recognized, and there are many well recognized films.
Literary films, niche films.
But the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine is really a big hit, and it makes people extremely surprised. Both the word of mouth and the box office have a good harvest. Especially because of the previous poison capsule incident, many medical problems were exposed to the public, so Yi Fei's work, I Am Not a Medicine God, has attracted more attention. In fact, the reason why Yi Fei first produced this I'm Not the God of Medicine, he was also ambitious. The story told in I'm Not the God of Medicine is very touching.
Pharmaceutical industry, medical insurance and hospitals, etc. series of questions. This film is extremely profound, and even greatly promoted the reform of medicine in the previous life.
It can be said that the social significance of this film,
righteousness and value far exceed the average movie. This is not just a matter of making money, it is more of influence.
Yi Fei's eyesight is cunning and precise, and he also let the theaters under the Yi Group play a series of movies, so that this I Am Not the of Medicine.
The platoon has the advantage. Yi Fei's initial plan was that even if this film appeared unacceptable, he would promote it. But the result obviously gave him a big surprise.
The filming quality of this film is not much different from the previous life, and it is a high-quality work of high standard. The director and actors were carefully selected by Yi Fei and finally decided. Yi Fei has only one requirement, that is, there should be no small meat and traffic stars in the movie that Yi Fei is about to shoot. Yi Fei is going to take the boutique route. Facts have proved that Yi Fei's choice is correct.
Sure enough, classics are classics, and the public's aesthetic is consistent. The movie I'm Not the God of Medicine finally sold more than $3 billion at the box office in the previous life.
As a low-cost movie, it can have such a terrifying box office, which can be said to have created a box office miracle. Yi Fei received an excited call from Zhang Minil early in the morning. Zhang Minil called Yi Fei, excited again and again, and excitedly said, "Mr. Yi, our I Am Not the God of Medicine is completely popular.
That S at the box office on the first day exceeded 200 million yuan. The first day's box office was 200 million. What is this concept?
The current film company under Yi Fei Huihuang Entertainment has the best result ever. The movie I'm Not the God of Medicine broke the historical record of brilliant entertainment.
But it's normal to think about it. The performance of I'm Not the God of Medicine in the previous life can also be ranked in the top 10 at the domestic movie box office.
Yi Fei smiled. Making money is still a trifle. What I care about is word of mouth.
Mr. Yi, I'll take your words.
Zhang Minil smiled bitterly, and only this young man in the country could say such a thing.
Is making money a trivial matter?
Hey, according to current box office estimates, the profits that will eventually fall into the pockets of Yi Fei and Yi S will start at least 1 billion yuan.
He actually said that making money is a trivial matter.
However, Zhang Minil quickly said, well, but our reputation has also exploded, arousing discussion among many people, even.
So far, it has rushed to the topic hot search discussion list on Weibo and forums.
Zhang Minil was very excited, with a feeling of exultation. I'm Not the God of Medicine almost received unanimous praise. The film was packaged in a comedy style, and laughed. Tears, many of the lines are even more impressive. On the movie scoring website that day, the score for I Am Not the of Medicine was as high as 9 points, which is already a very high number.
Character.
If nothing happens, it will be the highest score of domestic movie ratings this year.
Well, what are you doing so excited? Yi Fei chuckled. The next Wandering Planet and Red Sea operation, I hope.
Hope can also bring surprises.
Yi Fei said it lightly. Zhang Minil couldn't restrain his excitement.
In fact, he received many daoshi from his colleagues early this morning, which shows that everyone is public. I felt that I'm Not the God of Medicine is a good movie, and I feel very excited. In fact, what Zhang Minel doesn't know is that the influence of I'm Not the God of Medicine is far from that. What Yifei values most is the film's promotion of Zuena Wangguo's domestic drug management, medical insurance, and medicine reforms.
Action use. This is the real influence.
On this point alone, this movie will make a strong mark in the history of domestic movies. Yifei hung up Zhang Mingel's phone, only to feel that the things in the past few days have been fulfilled. In the past few days, Yifei has been busy a lot for the release of the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine. Fortunately, it turned out to be full of
meaning.
Finally, after I was busy for a while, I was accustomed to throwing my hands off the shopkeeper and found that it was really not suitable for me to be in charge. Yifei said to himself. Said a word to himself. At this moment, Yifei's cell phone rang. Yifei saw that it turned out to be Ling Shiyun's call. After treating Ling Shiyun last time, Yifei had already exchanged phone numbers with Ling Shiyun. Miss Ling, do you have something to do with me? Yifei asked with a smile. Hey, some people have agreed to accompany me in a relationship. Why haven't they responded for a few days? Ling Shiyun's soft voice passed.
Come.
Yifei was suddenly startled. He has been busy with movies these days, but he has forgotten about it.
Then I will accompany you today. What do you want to do? Yifei asked with a smile.
I want to watch a movie, Ling Shiyun said decisively. Yifei's heart moved. Wouldn't it be such a coincidence? Chapter 305. A woman blushes, just missing her husband. Hearing Ling Shiyun's words, Yifei was a little surprised, and he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence.
When the movie The God of Medicine was just released, Ling Shiyun asked to go to the movie.
Yifei calmly asked, then which movie do you want to watch? Ling Shiyun thought about it seriously. I heard that I'm Not the God of Medicine has just been released, and the reputation is very good.
What's wrong? Ling Shiyun noticed Yifei's strangeness.
Yifei smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I'm the screenwriter and producer of this movie.
Ling Shiyun was surprised now. Ling Shiyun said in amazement, you invested in this movie?
Yes, yes.
Then I want to see it more.
Ling Shiyun said in a low voice, and she was completely aroused by Yifei's curiosity.
Yifei laughed dumbly, unexpectedly aroused curiosity by Ling Shiyun. In fact, Yifei also roughly knows why Ling Shiyun wants to go to the movies.
It must have been in Ling Shiyun for so long.
Haven't been to a movie before, and watched a movie?
Thinking of this, Yifei smiled and agreed. Okay, let me arrange it.
I'll take you to the 770 movie.
Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Shiyun said hurriedly, you don't need to make arrangements, just go and see it normally.
I just want to be with ordinary people. How to watch a movie?
Yifei nodded and said, also, wait, and I will pick you up.
Good.
Yifei chose a blue Bentley and drove to pick up Ling Shiyun. Ling Shiyun is also wearing a thick down jacket today. She wears a hat, looks playful and pleasant, with a hint of shallowness at the corners of her mouth.
Smile.
Ling Shiyun sat in the co-pilot. She looked at Yifei curiously, and smiled softly. I saw The God of Medicine on the internet.
This movie is very popular. Is it really your investment to shoot?
Yifei smiled. Well, I provided the script, the investor is also me, and the directors and actors are basically my company. When Ling Shiyun heard this, she couldn't help but look forward to it, and wanted to see how this movie was going.
The two arrived at the Bank of China Movie Plaza, which is also the Yi family's property. Yifei bought 2 VIP couple tickets, and he took Ling Shiyun into the cinema. The VIP couples hall is not crowded, but the entire movie theater is full of seats. Yifei took a look at the movie theater by the way. Condition.
Almost all the audience came to watch the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine, and the viewing hall was full of seats.
Suffer.
Seeing this scene, even Ling Shiyun couldn't help but slap her tongue, sticking out her tongue and whispering, Yi Gongzi, you are so amazing.
Is this movie a big hit? It's okay.
Yifei smiled. Call me Yi Gongzi.
Yifei and Ling Shiyun are now in a serious relationship.
Hearing Yifei's words, Ling Shiyun's face turned red, and she whispered Yifei. Yifei stretched out his hand and took the initiative to take Ling Shiyun's hand, and the two entered the theater together. Being held by Yifei, Ling Shiyun's body trembled slightly, as if there was a warm feeling coming from the palm of her hand. That feeling was even more. It makes Ling Shiyun feel incomprehensible. Ling Shiyun's face was blushing, and she blushed in her heart and thought it turns out that it feels like holding hands with boys. Ling Shiyun only felt that Yifei was very warm. Yifei was like a big stove, holding his hand and letting him. The warmth spread to Ling Shiyun. Seeing Ling Shiyun's pretty face blushing, Yifei saw that her pretty face was blushing and pleasant, and suddenly thought of a sentence. The woman blushed, just thinking about her husband. After admiring Ling Shiyun's blushing face for a while, Yifei stopped by to buy juice and popcorn. Ling Shiyun picked up a glass of juice and bit the straw with relish. The action was really cute. The two of them are sitting in the couple's deck, baity, starting to watch a movie. With the sound of the opening of the movie, the plot of this movie gradually unfolded. At the beginning of the movie, the rhythm of the first half of The God of Medicine is that there are frequent jokes, and all kinds of jokes and coincidences emerge endlessly. Plus, the overall rhythm is also very good. With the gradual deepening of the plot, the story becomes compact and contradictions frequently emerge. At this time, Ling Shiyun realized the meaning contained in the movie I Am Not the of Medicine. Everyone is doing it for. After life and struggle in life, those characters who have chronic myelogenous leukemia are struggling for life. This immediately made Ling Shiyun feel the same. Isn't this movie just talking about herself? Ling Shiyun saw those who are suffering from illness in the movie, but still want to live hard. See the scene. The grassroots sentient beings with the radiant face touched my heart. As the plot gradually deepened, there were even sobbing sounds in the cinema. Many people are crying. The movie I'm Not the God of Medicine is really touching, and such a highly rated movie is not a joke. Ling Shiyun's eyes were also bright. Although she did not cry, she was moved. Soon, the movie time is over. Ling Shiyun let out a long sigh of relief, and whispered in Yifei's ear, Yifei, your movie is very touching. The shot is so good. Yifei smiled, well, it doesn't seem to disappoint me. This movie is so popular, it should arouse a very strong social response. You are a drunkard, not drinking. Ling Shiyun said softly. Ling Shiyun was very clever, and immediately knew what Yifei was thinking. Yifei smiled, well, I have to do something anyway. I can't really be a second-generation rich man who eats and waits to die. The previous life I Am Not the God of Medicine caused a strong sensation, and even the head of the Privy Council spoke in person, urging the request. Relevant departments are speeding up the implementation of relevant measures such as reducing the price of anti-cancer drugs and guaranteeing the supply. It can be said that a movie affects the entire society. And what Yifei has to do now is this thing too. Ling Shiyun blinked, and at this moment she realized that she didn't understand the man in front of her at all. What is his identity? Yen has a famous top-rich second generation or a sage doctor who can compare with master? Or is it a playboy? Ling Shiyun fell into doubt, and at the same time became more interested in Yifei. Chapter 306. Yifei and Ling Shiyun stepped out side by side and walked out of the movie theater's projection room. Outside the screening hall, Yifei and Ling Shiyun also saw the crowds at this time, and many audiences only came out of the movie screening hall. Come. There are even reporters and film critics among them. Obviously everyone is here for the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine. After all, the movie The God of Medicine is a rare one. It is a great work, and after the double explosion of word of mouth and box office, it is even more attractive. A lot of people came to watch the movie. This I'm Not the God of Medicine will definitely cause madness. As Yifei said, making money is secondary to Yifei. The key is to attract social attention. Make an impact. For Yifei, the current situation is exactly what he wants. Wait for me for a while, I'll go to the toilet. Ling Shiyun whispered to Yifei. Ling Shiyun said in a low voice, somewhat at ease. Hearing what Ling Shiyun said, Yifei agreed and said, okay. Ling Shiyun walked to the bathroom, while Yifei waited not far away. Yifei stood in place, and many people around were looking at Yifei, especially the little girls.
Xiang Yifei.
Yifei has long been accustomed to such an eye-catching ceremony, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. After waiting for a while, he found Ling Shiyun standing at the door of the bathroom, but being wrapped around by a man. Ling Shiyun frowned slightly, as if to say something.
Did Ling Shiyun meet up?
Yifei touched his nose. Wouldn't it be so bloody?
But thinking about Ling Shiyun's beauty, this is also normal.
Right now, Yifei quickly walked towards Ling Shiyun. Yifei approached Ling Shiyun. Ling Shiyun also caught a glimpse of Yifei, and she waved to Yifei initiatively. Yifei walked in front of Ling Shiyun. The police glanced at the man in front of him, and asked faintly, Shiyun, what's the matter? When she saw Yifei, Ling Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief and felt safe. She said, I don't know, just came out of the bathroom, I was accosted. This gentleman, I have no ill intentions, introduce myself, my name is Deming, I am the boss of Tianhu Entertainment Company. I just think this young lady has a great temperament, and I want to ask her if she is interested in developing in the entertainment industry.
At this time, the man Z spoke up, and he looked at Yifei, showing a slight smile, his expression slightly expressive. The man named Deming was only average, with a slightly fat body, wearing a pair of glasses, and a slightly arrogant expression. Deming is the boss of Tianhu Entertainment.
Tianhu Entertainment is a second-tier entertainment company in China, and it is also considered in the industry.
It's a bit of a small name.
When Deming saw Ling Shiyun for the first time, he was amazed by Ling Shiyun. Although Ling Shiyun's temperament is like an empty valley in orchid, her appearance is even more exquisite and beautiful, and Deming's touching face makes Deming look at her heart.
Itch.
For a while, Deming couldn't help but stepped forward to take measures, that is, in the name of wanting Ling Shiyun to enter the entertainment circle, to pick her up.
Slander. It's not the first time that Deming strikes up a girl like this. As the boss of Tianhu Entertainment, he has got it right. There are not too many girls.
Deming knows very well that many girls nowadays are very vain, even most of them still make it into the entertainment circle.
Star as sweet dreams. Deming took this as a countermeasure, and tried repeatedly.
But Deming hit a wall at Ling Shiyun, and Ling Shiyun rejected him in one fell swoop. Deming wanted to say a few more words, but Yifei came. Hearing Deming's words, Yifei immediately understood the outline, and suddenly Yifei laughed dumbly as Deming, she is me.
Girlfriend, you are all right here. With that, Yifei directly grabbed Ling Shiyun's waist very domineeringly.
Ling Shiyun's waist was very soft and slender. Yifei hugged her, and immediately saw Ling Shiyun slow from face to ears.
Slowly blushing.
It's really interesting that someone even strikes up a conversation with Deming. When Deming saw Yifei hug Ling Shiyun, he said, this brother, don't think too much about it, I just think that your girlfriend. It's a shame not to be a star. As Deming said, he looked at Yifei carefully, as if he wanted to ridicule a few words. At this moment, Deming was taken aback for a while, and he looked at Yifei carefully. He seemed to have found something in general.
Change, slightly anxious Yu Xiaoyi.
Yifei frowned slightly, unexpectedly that Deming knew himself.
Do you know me? Yifei asked lightly.
Deming's feet were soft, and he nodded and bowed to Yifei quickly, and then he was busy with a big mouth. Said Yi Xiao, I don't know Taishan. It turned out to be your girlfriend.
No wonder it's like Tianxianer.
Ask for flowers. Deming kept his smiling face with him, completely without the arrogant attitude just now. Dai obviously recognized Yifei, and he was scared into a cold sweat at this time.
Actually ran into Yifei here.
Who doesn't know the reputation of the Yi family in Yendu? As Yi Jiawei's heir, Yifei is also famous in Yendu, especially Yifei has been in Yendu several times recently. There is a big show in the circle, and fame rises. Deming is also considered to be a child of a second-rate family in Yendu. He has also heard about Yifei's deeds, and he has seen it from a distance. A few sides of Yifei. Yifei frowned slightly. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Please.
Deming said quickly.
Yifei ignored Deming, nodded and bowed, hugged Ling Shiyun and left. Ling Shiyun blushed, and at the same time recalling the scene just now, she found it interesting again. Yifei, I never thought you were so prestigious, just. That Deming saw you as like a mouse meeting a cat. Ling Shuryun covered her mouth and chuckled. And Yifei smiled faintly. I still find it boring. If Deming doesn't recognize me, it's interesting. A scene where a hero saves the beauty. Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Shuryun smiled softly again. The script is too cliched, it doesn't seem to be able to write. People with good scripts like I'm not the god of medicine can write it. Yifei couldn't help but smile, it seemed to be the same. Yifei said solemnly, but in this way, does my image in your heart completely become the second city of Beijing? Shizhou is still the kind of bullying men and women. Ling Shuryun thought about Deming's expression of horror when he saw Yifei just now, and then remembered Yifei's overbearing when he hugged her waist just now. It's really interesting. Chapter 307. The experience skyrocketed, and the feeling of electric shock. Yifei and Ling Shuryun walked out of the projection hall side by side. The two of them had just left the projection hall, and there was a cold wind coming from outside. Along with the cold wind blowing, Ling Shuryun shuddered suddenly. She was shrinking subconsciously when she felt the chill. At this moment, she suddenly felt warm, but saw Yifei put the coat on her. Ling Shuryun's heart moved slightly, her cheeks blushed, she felt strange and embarrassed in her heart. Is this the feeling of being in love? Ling Shuryun thought to herself, her face even hotter. Yifei sent Ling Shuryun to her place. Currently Ling Shuryun and Wu Shini are temporarily living in Duan Qizheng's villa. Yifei sent Ling Shuryun to the door. Ling Shuryun whispered, "Thank you, Yifei, I saw a movie for the first time today and found. Feel good. 690 Really, then you can often watch movies with me in the future." Yifei smiled. Okay. Ling Shuryun whispered, expecting in her eyes. Yifei gently opened the car door and sent Ling Shuryun out of the car. When Ling Shuryun saw this, her cheeks were slightly red, and her cheeks were even more faint. She was a little uncomfortable with Yifei's attitude, but in her heart. But it's sweet. This gave Ling Shuryun a feeling of love. Ling Shuryun stood in the cold wind. Although she was wearing Yifei's coat, she still felt a little cold. Yifei saw that Ling Shuryun was feeling chill, and also knew that Ling Shuryun was weak, which was also normal. Right now, Yifei said to Ling Shuryun, you should go back to the house first, and rest early. Ling Shuryun nodded lightly and said softly, then I will go in. For some reason, Ling Shuryun's heart is rising now. The emotion of home. She looked at Yifei, hung her head slightly, and Xiafei's cheeks, ready to return to the villa. And many more. Yifei spoke at this moment and stopped Ling Shuryun. Ling Shuryun paused for a while, then turned around, looking at Yifei, not knowing what Yifei meant. Yifei smiled and said, actually, there is one more thing I didn't do. What Ling Shuryun was slightly surprised, but she had a vague premonition in her heart, as if she knew what Yifei was doing. So general. Only at this moment, Yifei walked to Ling Shuryun's side, gently hugged Ling Shuryun in his arms, and the corner of his mouth showed a little. Smiled, and then pressed against Ling Shuryun's cheeks. Yifei did not kiss Ling Shuryun. After all, the two were not really lovers, and even if they were really sure of the relationship. Couple, this is a bit abrupt. Today, the relationship between Yifei and Ling Shuryun is not so close, so Yifei just sticks to Ling Shuryun's face. Instead of kissing goodbye. Ling Shuryun's cheeks flushed immediately, and her cheeks were completely flushed. At the same time, Ling Shuryun even felt like an electric shock. Her whole body was like a slight electric shock, and her heartbeat accelerated. Can't help but feel contemplative. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the favorability value from Ling Shuryun, which is transformed into experience. You have a total of 500 points. Value. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded in Yifei's ears. 500 experience points. This experience value is quite high. Yifei has already been prompted by the system, knowing that if he wants to upgrade the system skills from master level to level skills, need 20,000 experience points. At present, Yifei's experience point accumulation is also very fast, and now Yifei has 2,500 experience points. If Yifei can accumulate 20,000 experience points to upgrade his god-level skills, then his strength will leap again. Yifei believes it won't take long. Yifei looked at Ling Shiyun in front of him, only to see Ling Shiyun's eyes were watery, and her cheeks were completely blushed. Although Yifei did not do anything out of the ordinary, but it was Ling Shiyun's blushing face and her heartbeat speeding up.
Go back, don't catch cold, Yifei whispered. Oh, good, Ling Shiyun whispered. Later, Yifei saw Ling Shiyun trotting all the way, returning to the villa like a frightened deer. When Yifei saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Ling Shiyun left, Yifei also drove back to his private villa. It is late at night. It was quiet at night, and Yifei was alone today. Luo Weiyu was busy decorating the new house, while Su Qingzhu is still busy with the Su group. Mu Zijin's recent incident in the barracks. Not a lot. Although Yifei kept in touch with them, he was alone tonight. When Yifei was about to go to bed, he suddenly received a call from Bai Ruoshi. Yifei answered the phone. Bai Ruoshi's voice came to his ears. Leave. Bai Ruoshi's voice trembled slightly. It seemed that something happened, and his emotions fluctuated. Ruoshi, what is the matter? Yifei asked immediately, very concerned about Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi must have encountered something, otherwise he would never come to Yifei so late. Sure enough, Yifei only heard Bai Ruoshi whispered, I got the news that Fang Qihong will come to Yendu tomorrow. Fang Qihong. When Yifei heard the name, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Fang Qihong, the real culprit who killed Bai Ruoshi's father 6 years ago, was behind the scenes. Fang Qihong is the helm of the Fang family, the business family of the Magic City. The Fang family, like the Bai family and the Yi family, are both top-notch business families. Fangjia's assets have already exceeded 100 billion, and they are involved in multiple industries such as real estate and finance. In business, there was a period of competition between the Fang family and the Bai family, which is why Fang Qihong hated Bai Ruo. Xia's father finally murdered Bai Ruoshi's father through the Violet 1.5 killer organization, creating the accident. To this end, Fang Qihong has spent a very high price, and this matter is also secretive. If Yifei hadn't known the plot of the original book, it wouldn't have been so easy to find Fang Qihong. And listening to Bai Ruoshi, Fang Qihong will come to Yendu tomorrow. It's no wonder that Bai Ruoshi couldn't contain her inner emotions. Fang Qihong wanted to come to Yendu, and her father and enemy wanted to come to Yendu. How can I bear it? Chapter 308 I Miss You. After Bai Ruoshi had spoken with Yifei, Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly. Fang Qihong is coming to Yendu tomorrow, so it's no wonder that Bai Ruoshi's mood is so fluctuating. Yifei immediately said, don't worry, I will help you with Fang Qihong. Yifei also knew that Fang Qihong was not easy to deal with. Fang Qihong, as the helm of the wealthy business family in the capital, is family wealth. The rich are also quite amazing, not even worse than the Yi family. This person is difficult to deal with. But despite this, Bai Ruoshi is Yifei's woman, of course he wants to help Bai Ruoshi. I miss you. Bai Ruoshi's voice came, very soft, as if talking in Yifei's ear. Hearing Bai Ruoshi's words, Yifei's heart moved, and his heart was warm. Yifei said, then wait for me, I will come to you. No, I'm here. I'm already on my way to find you. Bai Ruoshi whispered. Hearing Bai Ruoshi's words, Yifei's mouth also smiled. He didn't expect Bai Ruoshi to be so proactive. Came to him. 13 Bai Ruoshi's personality can take the initiative to find him, and he is becoming more and more dependent on him. About 10 minutes passed. Yifei heard the doorbell ringing. Yifei opened the door and saw Bai Ruoshi appearing pretty at the door. Bai Ruoshi is wearing professional attire today, with a small suit on the upper body, a piece of fur, tights on the lower body, and black white high heels. Bai Ruoshi's figure is perfectly set off, her eyes are like water, and she looks at Yifei softly. Seeing Bai Ruoshi's expression like this, Yifei smiled and pulled Bai Ruoshi closer to the house, and said, come in first. Oh, Bai Ruoshi showed a slight smile, leaning against Yifei, and walked into the villa. In fact, this was the first time Bai Ruoshi came to Yifei's villa.
She looked up and down the layout of Yi Fei's villa, see. After arriving at Yi Fei, the mood also eased a lot. Originally, Bai Ruoxi was in a nervous mood. She knew that Fang Qihong was coming to Yendu soon, so she couldn't sleep at all tonight. After all, that was his father's murderous enemy. Bai Ruoxi definitely wanted to deal with Fang Qihong, but Fang Qihong, an old fox, was very cunning and not easy to deal with. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's expression, Yi Fei smiled lightly. Sit and rest for a while, soothe your mood, I'll help.
You get something to drink.
Okay. Yi Fei brewed a cup of coffee and handed it to Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi drank coffee, took a shallow sip, driving away the chill from his body. Yi Fei said unhurriedly, what is the specific situation, please tell me. Bai Ruoxi said tomorrow there will be a business meeting in Yendu, which is mainly initiated by the Yendu Chamber of Commerce.
Basically, famous entrepreneurs from all over the country will be present, including Fang Qi. That's it. Yi Fei understood.
Bai Ruoxi continued. Fang Qihong rarely comes to Yendu, this time is a good opportunity, I don't want to miss it. Yi Fei frowned slightly. It is necessary to kill Fang Qihong, but Fang Qihong will definitely be prepared. I did something to the Violet Organization, I don't know if the Violet Organization has contacted Fang Qihong. Yi Fei knew that Fang Qihong was deeply involved with the Violet Organization. The last time Yi Fei and Ning Yufei and others destroyed the Violet Group's subrudder in Binhai City, the Violet Group has been
no news.
Concubine Ning Yu also helped Yi Fei keep an eye on the Violet Organization, but finally found that the Violet Organization was dormant.
A dog that doesn't bark will bite. Yi Fei knew this very well.
Because of this, Qihong is very vigilant. What he is worried about is that Fang Qihong knows that Bai Ruoxi has made a clear investigation.
The accident that happened. Once this happens, it means that Fang Qihong and the Violet Organization will definitely make moves.
Yi Fei talked to Bai Ruoxi about her thoughts. Bai Ruoxi was also very clear, she also nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, I also have.
With such considerations, I don't know how much Fang Qihong knows about us.
Why don't you? Tomorrow you will test him, I will be with you. Yi Fei squinted and whispered in Bai Ruoxi's ear.
Said a few words.
Yi Fei decided to also attend the business meeting tomorrow to see Fang Qihong.
All right. Bai Ruoxi nodded and agreed.
Yi Fei grabbed Bai Ruoxi's waist and reminded her, you will be impulsive tomorrow. Although it is the enemy of killing your father. Be sure to hold back first, I guarantee Fang Qihong will end up as he deserves in the end. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Bai Ruoxi felt warm, and knew that Yi Fei was thinking about her, so he nodded gently and leaned on
Yi Fei's shoulder.
I see, don't worry, I am not so impulsive. Bai Ruoxi whispered.
That's good.
Yi Fei hugged Bai Ruoxi, and directly picked her up amidst Bai Ruoxi's exclamation. Bai Ruoxi held Yi Fei's hands with both hands. The two hugged tightly around the neck. At the same time, Bai Ruoxi's face was slightly red, and she was always at ease by Yi Fei's side. Bai Ruoxi said softly, thank you, Yi Fei. The relationship between Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi is very complicated. The two are not only lovers, but also not only partners and allies, but also together.
Experienced life and death, just like Mu Zijin and him. 940.
Under such circumstances, Bai Ruoxi's feeling towards Yi Fei is also very different, otherwise Yi Fei would not be so easy to interact with Yi Fei.
Bai Ruoxi walked up and started.
Bai Ruoxi wrapped her hands around Yi Fei's neck, and the two of them touched skin to skin.
Yi Fei smiled lightly and said, I am currently studying.
Doctor, I have learned a special secret method, let us try it. Of course, what Yi Fei said was the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. When Yi Fei said so, Bai Ruoxi's face turned red. She didn't know Yi Fei's bad thoughts, but she faced Yi Fei's. Said, Bai Ruoxi still softly agreed, and she nodded slightly unnoticeably.
Then let us try.
Yi Fei said in Bai Ruoxi's ear. Yi Fei's voice reached Bai Ruoxi's ear, she felt.
The ears are hot. Yi Fei walked into the room holding Bai Ruoxi. Chapter 309, The Benefits of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic.
Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi were in the room. Yi Fei whispered in Bai Ruoshi's ear the role and function of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, and explained that this is the merit of male and female practitioners. After the law, Bai Ruoshi's face was blushing, and he couldn't believe it, and he couldn't help but said suspiciously, "Are you sure this is a man and woman? The practice of fellow practitioners, shouldn't they be trying to trick me into cooperating with you? It doesn't hurt to lie to you, besides, you haven't seen my skills." Yi Fei smiled and blinked. "Let's try it, and then you'll know." Oh, Bai Ruoshi lowered her head in a dare to look at Yi Fei. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Bai Ruoshi obviously agreed by default. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei immediately picked up Bai Ruoshi and guided Bai Ruoshi to start practicing in a low voice. Bai Ruoshi was still a little unwilling to let go at the beginning, and her movements were also very jerky. On the content. This is also the first time that Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi have practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Bai Ruoshi is different from Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin has a foundation in martial arts, and Mu Zijin is a master of internal strength, and her level of martial arts practice is also very high. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin can be said to complement each other, so practicing Huangdi Neijing is twice the result with half the effort. But Bai Ruoshi is different. Bai Ruoshi has almost no basis in martial arts, and her physical fitness is at best better than ordinary people. Bai Ruoxuai. In order to keep fit, I usually exercise regularly and keep my body very good. But beyond that, Bai Ruoshi has no other martial arts foundation. Therefore, when Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi practiced, Yi Fei was guiding Bai Ruoshi. Fortunately, Bai Ruoshi is very smart. I soon understood what she should do. After practicing in the field, for Yi Fei, the improvement in strength was still minimal, but it accumulated more. But this is completely different for Bai Ruoshi. After all, Bai Ruoshi had no foundation before, so a slight change in physique was insignificant to Yi Fei, but to Bai Ruoshi is also very obvious. Ever since, Bai Ruoshi soon felt the subtle changes in his body. The most obvious is not the body, but the spirit. Bai Ruoshi only feels that she is very clear mentally, her body is not exhausted, and her mind is also very clear, almost everywhere. In the best condition. Under such circumstances, Bai Ruoshi was pleasantly surprised. This effect. It's better than Yi Fei said. At first, Bai Ruoshi really didn't believe in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. After all, she rarely comes into contact with the martial arts world. But now take a look. Later, I realized that the Huangdi Neijing actually had such an effect, it could be called heaven-defying. This amazing effect made Bai Ruoshi a little unbelievable. About an hour later. Bai Ruoshi's practice of Huangdi Neijing is over, and the true energy of Huangdi Neijing runs through her meridians throughout her body. Days of the week. How do you feel? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Very comfortable, very peculiar. Bai Ruoshi said in surprise. Actually, I have been busy with work during this period of time. It's a bit painful, but after the practice of Huangdi Neijing, my body doesn't feel sore at all, and the whole person is very comfortable, just like sunbathing on the beach in summer. Bai Ruoshi's whole body is warm, and the soreness on his body is gone, and his physique has also changed slightly. Not only. In this way, Bai Ruoshi's mental state is also very good, with flushed cheeks and clear and bright eyes, which seems to be even more moving. This feeling is just as Bai Ruoshi said, it's particularly comfortable and wonderful. You feel comfortable. Yi Fei's mouth showed a slight smile. He was very satisfied when he saw Bai Ruoshi in Yellow Emperor's internal classic. The effect is also slightly nodded. The effect of Huangdi Neijing on ordinary people is not so significant, but because ordinary people have no basis in martial arts, the practice of Huangdi Neijing is more obvious. Yi Fei smiled, and said if you practice according to the Yellow Emperor's internal classic for half a year, you can barely enter the door and become one. A famous martial artist with a physique surpassing ordinary special forces. If you practice 1 to 3 years in accordance with the Huangdi Neijing, if the qualifications are excellent, there is hope to become a master of internal strength. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Bai Ruoshi was a little confused, but he didn't know how to be violent, and felt that Yifei seemed to be very violent. The way it hurts.
The effect of Huangdi Neijing is indeed very good.
Ordinary people can get started after cultivating the Huangdi Neijing for half a year, which is something that many martial artists can't beat for 3 or 5 years.
Level.
Of course, it is impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with the Huangdi Neijing. Seeing that Bai Ruoshi practiced the Yellow Emperoress internal classic quite effectively. Yifei also understood very well in his heart, it seems that the Yellow Emperoress internal classic. It can make up for Ling Shiyun's innate shortcomings. Like Ling Shiyun, Bai Ruoshi has no basis in martial arts. The effect of Bai Ruoshi's cultivation is so obvious, so Ling Shiyun is generally not bad. According to Yifei's speculation, if Ling Shiyun practiced Yellow Emperoress internal classic, it would take about a year or so to cultivate with Yifei.
Can completely make up for her congenital shortcomings?
Yifei knew the miraculous effect of the Yellow Emperoress internal classic, which would be Yifei's biggest trump card. Yifei looked at Bai Ruoshi and said with a smile for a long time, in fact, the Yellow Emperoress classic of internal medicine has another advantage, that is through the use of men and women. Fellow practitioners can complement each other as yin and yang, and can even maintain their beauty, allowing youth to stay alive.
Every inch of your skin will change
to be more delicate and shiny. That's right, this is another use of the Huangdi Neijing.
That is to keep youth alive and delay aging to a great extent.
Yifei smiled, Manos, and looked at Bai Ruoshi. He estimated that this is also one of the girl's favorite Huangdi Neijing.
Function now.
Sure enough, when Yifei said so, Bai Ruoshi's eyes lit up slightly, and his eyes were bright.
He whispered in a low voice, there is such a good thing. Military. Sure enough, no woman doesn't care about looks.
Even Bai Ruoshi is no exception. Even if it is a goddess, he will care about his appearance and figure.
Chapter 310. The situation is great.
Bai Ruoshi also has such a childish side. Yifei saw the look Bai Ruoshi looked forward to, and he replied with certainty, yes, it is true.
Through. Enough to keep you youthful, don't you feel that your skin is more delicate now?
No. Bai Ruoshi touched his face. Actually, he noticed that there was some feeling, but it was not obvious. Yifei nodded solemnly, and said, yes, you are naturally beautiful, but now there is no difference in subtle changes. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoshi's face was reddish, and her heart was ashamed and sweet. He glanced at Yifei strangely, and said, greasy mouth is slippery. Seeing Bai Ruoshi's expression, Yifei secretly smiled, a woman is such a contradictory creature, she is obviously happy in her heart.
The guide is very, but he wants to be proud of it.
What is this called?
Dissatisfied with integrity.
After Yifei and Bai Ruoshi practiced the Yellow Emperoress internal classic, Bai Ruoshi's mood was completely relaxed. Bai Ruoshi. With red cheeks, she leaned against Yifei and said to Yifei, thank you, Yifei. Bai Ruoshi also knew that Yifei was actually helping her relax. Knowing that Fang Qihong was coming to Yendu, Bai Ruoshi's mood was tense and a little impulsive. But under Yifei's comfort, Bai Ruoshi's mood has gradually returned to peace at this time. She leaned against Yifei's arm. In the bend, I heard Yifei's breathing and heartbeat, which were unprecedentedly peaceful. Yifei smiled and whispered, go to sleep, rest early, tomorrow I will accompany you to meet Fang Qihong.
Well, good.
Bai Ruoshi smiled lightly and said softly. She got up and kissed Yifei's side cheek, then closed her eyes and was about to go to bed. In fact, Bai Ruoshi's spirit is very good at this moment, and she is not tired at all.
The front body is at its peak. The night time passed quickly. Early the next morning,
Yifei and Bai Ruoshi woke up almost at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled, and then Yifei kissed Bai Ruoshi. BDDJ, the two washed and ate breakfast. At the same time, Zhang Mingdal sent a WeChat message to Yifei, telling Yifei the current situation of I am not the god of medicine and
situation.
At present, the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine is still strong, and the momentum is very good, and the brilliant entertainment is also attracting attention. Even CCTV and several major TV stations also want to interview the director and actors of I'm Not the God of Medicine, and even want to interview Yifei.
the owner of this brilliant entertainment company.
When Yifei received this WeChat message, he just smiled.
It is far from the time for Yifei to show up. Where is this?
Yifei didn't intend to take this "I'm not the god of medicine" into the public eye, although it was a good opportunity.
But what Yifei wants is full bloom. When brilliant entertainment really dominates the movie circle, he will come forward and accept it. Interview.
The effect will definitely explode by then.
What are you looking at? Ruwashi asked.
Oh, it's about the movie "I'm Not the God of Medicine."
Yifei replied lightly. I also know this movie. Your brilliant entertainment is going to show off this time. I heard that this movie is your pro.
Since entering the battle have served as a producer. Ruwashi couldn't help asking.
Yifei smiled and said, forget it, so far the results are not bad.
It's not only okay, but it's simply a posture that swept the movie circle.
I heard that people in the industry conservatively estimate the box office. It's over 3 billion.
Ruwashi said softly, her gaze at Yifei was also filled with wonder. Yifei's filming of "I'm Not the God of Medicine" was obviously extremely successful this time, and he did so in person.
The results are really incredible.
After all, Yifei didn't have any experience in this area before, but now he has such a breakthrough.
Ruwashi is in the business field by herself, and she knows how difficult it is.
But Yifei did it easily, and the results were so bursting, with such a powerful influence, Ruwashi.
Look at Yifei with admiration.
Seeing Ruwashi looking at him with his chin supported, Yifei couldn't help laughing, squeezing Ruwashi's face, and said, well, it is.
Good luck.
Ruwashi said this time it is not just a box office issue. I have also paid attention to the subject matter of this movie, which has a great influence. The entertainment industry is a very special industry, not only making money, but also in the influence of the entertainment industry, if you do. Well, it does have a very clever effect. Yifei sighed secretly when she heard Ruwashi say this.
Ruwashi was really keen on business. She was almost a horse. I caught what Yifei wanted to do. Yifei smiled and said, you are right. It coincides with my idea. I want to invite you to my company as a professional manager. People. Really, I'm very expensive.
Ruwashi blinked and smiled.
Yifei asked, how expensive?
Ruwashi smiled sweetly, unless you take me to eat lamb buns and pan-fried buns every day. Yifei was startled, his eyes soft. Last time Yifei took Ruwashi to Chunming Road to eat the fried buns and mutton steamed buns.
Ruwashi still remembered it till now. No problem, you can eat it anytime you want.
Yifei waved his generous hand. Ruwashi smiled and nestled on Yifei's shoulder, and said in a low voice but earnestly, I really want me to help.
Good.
Don't worry, it's not there yet, our company's operations are all taken care of.
Yifei said, and then looked at the time.
The business meeting is almost there, let us start.
Okay.
When Ruwashi heard the words, the smile and gentleness on his face were slightly restrained, and he became serious.
Yifei and Ruwashi went to the business meeting in Yendu together.
This time the Yendu Business Conference was held at Yendu Wangfu Hotel. Yifei took Ruwashi's car to go there. Chapter 311 The True Murder Appears, Yifei's Killing Intent.
Yendu Palace Hotel. This is also one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Yendu.
Yifei and Ruwashi took Ruwashi's car to go.
This is a limited edition customized Rolls-Royce.
Soon the car stopped at the hotel, and then Yifei and Ruwashi went to the hotel lobby. Before going out, Yifei and Ruwashi both put on dresses. Yifei is wearing a custom-made suit with a piece of Richard Miller Room 056 10th anniversary commemorative watch. The value of this watch exceeds tens of millions. Yifei and Ruwashi appeared in the hotel lobby together, and the two also sat in their positions.
At this time, Yifei could see many acquaintances. Yang Dongsheng, the head of the Yang family, was also among them, and Yang Zimo followed Yang Dongsheng honestly. You didn't see it.
It seems that he did not participate. In addition, Yifei even met his cheap daddy Yi He. It seems that this business conference is really high-end. Yi Fei greeted Yi He, and Bai Ruoshi held Yi Fei's hand and greeted Yi He with a reddish cheek. Bai Ruoshi, the business queen who has always been full of aura, was a little unsure at this time. When Yi He saw his son actually attending this meeting with Bai Ruoshi, he was slightly taken aback, and then he stopped. Seeing Bai Ruoshi holding her son's arm, she was shocked and joyful again. This son is really capable. I only heard about him and Mu Zijin a while ago, but now they seem to have a close relationship with the Bai family, as well as the Su family. Yi He muttered to himself, but on the surface, he nodded to Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi. After Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi finished greeting Yi He, they soon sat back to their original positions. At this moment, Yang Zimo found Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi. Yang Zimo's eyes are the first time the time is focused on Bai Ruoshi's hand holding Yi Fei. He was taken aback for a moment, and then his face was bitter. Muttering to himself, I really have no chance. Yang Zimo was injured. Yang Zimo knew that Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi had experienced rapid progress in their relationship since the last time they were attacked. But then it came out that Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were together, and Yang Zimo thought he was hopeful again. But looking at it this way now, my hopes were suddenly shattered. However, Yang Zimo also expressed his blessings to Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi. Anyway, Yi Fei can be regarded as Yang Zimo's friend. Although Yang Zimo admires Yi Fei very much, he can only express his blessing with pain. I said, Yi Fei, when did you start this? You don't even know by you, right? You have to ask for it this time. Guessed. Yang Zimo said one after another. Hearing what Yang Zimo said, Yi Fei smiled and was about to speak. At this moment, his eyes condensed slightly, and he looked towards the conference hall. Doorway. Only then, Yi Fei finally saw Fang Qihong. The Violet Killer organization once put Bai Ruoshi into a desperate situation. Bai Ruoshi is her own woman, of course Yi Fei wants to protect. Otherwise, is that still a man? The Black Crow must die. Chapter 312. When Yi Fei saw Fang Qihong and the Black Crow, there was a trace of murder in his heart, but his face was calm and calm. When Bai Ruoshi learned that the man next to Fang Qihong turned out to be a Black Crow, there was indeed a mood swing in his heart, but in Yi Fei. Under the comfort of her, she quickly returned to peace. Neither Yi Fei nor Bai Ruoshi looked at Fang Qihong and Black Crow again. The Black Crow is like Fang Qihong's ordinary bodyguard, always following Fang Qihong's side. Fang Qihong himself did not notice Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi. He was busy greeting some business partners. Fang Qihong's. The wealth is quite expensive, and he is easy to do in the crowd. Yi Fei even saw Fang Qihong even talking with Yang Dongsheng. As the head of the Yang family, Yang Dongsheng is currently the chairman of the Yendu Chamber of Commerce. The chairman of the Yendu Chamber of Commerce is held in turn by the 957 Yi, Bai, and Yang, and rotates every 3 years. This year happens to be. It was Yang Dongsheng's turn. The conversation between Yang Dongsheng and Fang Qihong seemed to be pretty good. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei squinted slightly. After chatting for a while, Fang Qihong got up again to toast everyone, and almost every guest on the scene was toasted by him. Back. Many entrepreneurs are even more grateful to see Fang Qihong acting like this. After all, Fang Qihong is a rich man in the magic capital, and his status as a domestic entrepreneur is also top-notch. He actually took the initiative to toast everyone. This is a very rare honor. Therefore, many rich people at the scene surrounded Fang Qihong. Seeing Fang Qihong's ability to buy people's hearts in this way, Yi Fei squinted slightly. Bai Ruoshi clenched her fist tightly. She was silent if she didn't speak. At this time, Fang Qihong seemed to have seen Bai Ruoshi. He smiled slightly, and walked up, still actively and passionately with Bai Ruoshi. She said hello, with a very natural look. No strangeness was noticed. Yi Fei has been paying attention to Fang Qihong's actions and attitude. Seeing that Fang Qihong always has a smiling face, after Bai Ruoshi, Fang Qihong smiled at Bai Ruoshi. Miss Bai, hello, I've also heard of the name for a long time, Bai Shiji. The team is carried forward in your hands, and I look forward to the deeper cooperation between our two companies in the future. Fang Qihong smiled cordially, and looked at Yi Fei beside Bai Ruoshi. This is Master Yi, I've heard about him a long time ago.
Young and promising, it is indeed well-deserved at first sight today.
Yi Fei's expression remained unchanged. Bai Ruoshi also calmly said, Uncle Fong, I still remember you. When you were young, you had a relationship with my father.
Very good, I have seen you at home several times. Bai Ruoshi is using words to test Fong Qihong.
Hearing Bai Ruoshi talk about the past, Fong Qihong smiled. His smile seemed more enthusiastic.
Fong Qihong said, yes, your father and I were also best friends back then.
What a pity, hey, that one. Fong Qihong's expression was the same, but he was embarrassed, with emotion on his face, and he seemed to be sighing with emotion at Bai Ruoshi.
His father's miserable experience made his expression very uncomfortable.
This Fong Qihong is really a little docile, his face is no different, he can't tell from his appearance.
But Yi Fei, as the master of transformation, could still see the clues. Fong Qihong's breathing rhythm became faster, and his heartbeat also accelerated.
Although Fong Qihong looks nothing strange. It was in the eyes of Yi Fei but escaped invisible. However, Bai Ruoshi was mentioned by Fong Qihong about the death of her father. Her mood changed slightly, but fortunately she quickly controlled it, but barely.
Laugh.
Uncle Fong hasn't come to Yendu for a long time. He will definitely appreciate him when he has time.
I would like to invite you to dinner.
Upon seeing this, Fong Qihong smiled and promised no problem, that's it. I'll go there when the time comes. With that said, Fong Qihong chatted with Bai Ruoshi again, and the two of them did not speak anymore, and Fong Qihong also went to chat with others.
Xian went.
Bai Ruoshi's clenched fist slowly loosened. Yi Fei sat beside Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi whispered to Yi Fei, what, have you noticed something? Well, it seems that Fong Qihong mostly knows that we are investigating the Violet organization. Maybe he also guesses that we know that he is the real murderer behind the scenes, but there is no chance to start.
Yi Fei responded.
Then what do you think Fong Qihong would do? Bai Ruoshi asked again. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows, and his voice lowered. Fong Qihong is very hypocritical, and he is so involved with the Violet organization. Deep, especially this Black Crow is by his side again, I think he is very likely to let the Black Crow treat you in the near future.
Start.
After all, my face is only a great inner strength, which is equivalent to the strength of the Black Crow.
The Black Crow, as a professional assassin, is assassinating.
He is very proficient in this aspect, even far beyond the average inner strength master.
I think Fong Qihong is very likely to take the risk and send. The Black Crow is here to assassinate you. Yi Fei said lightly.
Fong Qihong is very good at disguising on the surface, and he habitually uses the simplest and rude ways to solve problems. For example, the accident that Bai Ruoshi's father encountered was the murder carefully planned by Fong Qihong.
He will most likely do it again.
Bai Ruoshi whispered, that's right, I think it's very possible.
Are you afraid? Yi Fei asked. Don't be afraid, because you are by my side. Bai Ruoshi said softly.
Hearing what Bai Ruoshi said, Yi Fei stroked Bai Ruoshi's hair lightly, showing a slight smile, and said, don't worry, I will help. You deal with them fiercely. If Fong Qihong dared to send a Black Crow to do it on you, it would be a good thing instead. When I arrive, get rid of the Black Crow first.
Yi Fei even got itchy hands.
Because he can't wait to do it, try his own realm master's strength. If the Black Crow dares to come at 5.5, Yi Fei will turn him into a dead crow. Yi Fei had already sentenced Black Crow and Fong Qihong to death.
Chapter 313, How can I repay you?
This time the business meeting lasted a whole morning. During this period, even Xian Huanggui's department leaders made speeches, and Yang Dongsheng, Yi He and others also took the stage to speak. This business meeting also led to a lot of cooperation, including Bai Ruoshi, who negotiated several business at the business meeting. Several cooperations have been negotiated. To Yi Fei's surprise, he also became the focus of the meeting. Because this time the department leader also specifically met with Yi Fei, saying that he had just watched the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine.
Movies, let Yi Fei make persistent efforts and make more movies.
Yi Fei couldn't think that this attracted the attention of the leader, and it seemed to be faster than he thought.
This is also a surprise.
After some encouragement from the leader, Yifei suddenly became a celebrity at the scene, and many entrepreneurs came up to hand over business cards with Yifei.
By the way, I want to chat with Yifei. Yifei didn't like to deal with it.
After he dealt with it in a hurry, it was over. Immediately afterwards, Yifei and Bai Ruoshi left the field. As soon as Yifei and Bai Ruo 1411 left the Wangfu Hotel, Yifei reminded Bai Ruoshi, I will live in your villa these days. I will protect you secretly. I have a hunch that Fang Qihong will surely let the Black Crow assassinate.
Yifei whispered. Well, I see.
Bai Ruoshi smiled lightly. She held Yifei's hand tightly.
Bai Ruoshi's bright eyes stared at Yifei, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was even more revealing.
Her voice was very gentle. Thank you.
Yifei. It's nice to have you by your side.
What are you doing so polite to me? It's easy if you really want to repay me.
Yifei blinked. How do you want me to repay you? Bai Ruoshi asked curiously.
She was very fortunate that thunderstorm night made herself and Yifei finally come together.
Now think about it, she and Yi.
After flying together, it was my happiest time in the past 6 years. Seeing Bai Ruoshi's somewhat charming look, and seeing that this superwoman still has such a side, actually made Yifei heart.
It's very comfortable.
But Yifei still said it's very simple to repay me. Let us practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic a few more times tonight. Bai Ruoshi blushed when she heard this, and knew that Yifei was drunk and warm, not drinking.
Practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic.
Yes, only by practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic more, you can become an internal warrior at that time, and at least you will have self-protection.
With the power, I can rest assured. Yifei said seriously. This sentence really came from Yifei's heart.
Of course, it's not just that this sentence comes from the heart. Yifei's thoughts are also clear to Bai Ruoshi. This guy clearly wanted to do bad things, but he still used a high-sounding excuse, and he was a little moving. Bai Ruoshi glanced at Yifei blankly, but didn't resist anything in his heart, and said softly, I know.
Well, this is almost the same. Yifei said with a smile.
The two took the Rolls-Royce back to Bai Ruoshi's villa. But Yifei felt something in his heart. With a move in his heart, he felt that someone was secretly following him and Bai Ruoshi. After becoming the master of the transformation realm, Yifei's strength has indeed steadily advanced to a higher level.
The interest is very keen.
If you really want to describe it, then the master of transformation is a bit like a detection radar, able to recognize many breaths, especially. It is the breath of those inner strength warriors. What is wrong with you? Bai Ruoshi asked as she looked at Yifei with concern.
Someone is following us. Yifei answered truthfully.
Hearing Yifei's words, Bai Ruoshi was slightly startled, but soon recovered his emotions, but he also knew what was going on.
Someone is following. Yifei said it should be a member of the Violet Organization.
It seems that the Black Crow has mobilized the elite of the Violet Organization.
This is. I want to find out what is happening between you and me. And, it seems to be.
Bai Ruoshi was already certain at this time that Fang Qihong was about to attack her.
Fang Qihong wanted to use his own way of dealing with her father and kill her to avoid future troubles. Yifei smiled immediately, and he said, Fang Qihong will do it this way and it will save me trouble. Yifei is really happy.
If Fang Qihong has been forbearing, or even not acting, that is the most troublesome. By Jing Fang Qihong's strength is also very large, it is not easy to deal with Fang Qihong, if Fang Qihong finishes this time. After his business meeting, he returned to the magic capital and stayed in the magic capital all the time.
It was really not good to deal with him.
But now it is completely different, which is equivalent to Fang Qihong's own initiative to provoke against Bai Ruoshi.
And once this incident is exposed, Fang Qihong will definitely be over.
It seems that Fang Qihong is desperate to make Bai Ruoshi die. In fact, Fang Qihong himself knew quite well that he knew that Bai Ruoshi had never given up investigating her father's death. News, and Fang Qihong also knows that now Bai Ruoshi has found some clues, and it may even have been
locked him.
So Fang Qihong had to take the risk again. As long as Bai Ruoshi was killed, everything was easy to say. Just like Fang Qihong's father who killed Bai Ruoxi back then, now Fang Qihong has chosen the 613 road again. Yi Fei smiled faintly, and his murderous intent became stronger.
Yi Fei said, I don't know when the people from the Violet Organization will do it. I will deliberately create my departure in these 2 days. Fake, you must pay attention to it when the time comes.
Well, don't worry, I will use myself as a bait to attract the killer of the Violet Organization.
Bai Ruo.
She answered softly.
Of.
Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi had already finalized their plans in an instant, and they both had ideas. After this, Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled.
For the next 2 or 3 days, the Violet Organization was temporarily inactive. After the 3rd day, things finally changed. Chapter 314, number 160, Kill.
In the past 2 or 3 days, the assassins of the Violet Organization following Bai Ruoxi have never stopped.
And these killers are very secretive and good at hiding their whereabouts.
Had it not been for Yi Fei to have become the master of Transformation Realm, he would really not be able to find the problem. As one of the strongest killer organizations in the East Sakura Kingdom and even the world, the Violet Organization is still a bit high.
Yi Fei had to admit this too.
In the past few days, Bai Ruoxi has also followed Yi Fei's instructions.
Roland is generally organized and still has a normal schedule. Yi Fei also often appeared next to Bai Ruoxi to prevent accidents.
However, Yi Fei found that the Violet Organization was really not the usual vigilance. Whenever Yi Fei appeared next to Bai Ruoxi, the killers of the Violet Organization will keep their distance, and even temporarily give up tracking to avoid being discovered. This situation continued for 3 days. The situation didn't change until the 3rd day. Because on the 3rd day, Yi Fei found an opportunity to separate him from Bai Ruoxi. On the 3rd day, because I'm Not the God of Medicine is currently hot at the box office, it has attracted a lot of attention, so Yi Fei was also invitation to go abroad to participate in film festivals. Yi Fei took advantage of this official business, and he went on a business trip abroad once. Of course, before Yi Fei left, there was a civet cat in exchange for the prince. People with similar appearances went out instead of himself, but he sneaked into Bai Ruoxi's villa quietly. Without knowing it, Cushion had concealed all the killers of the Violet Organization. Yi Fei gave the Violet Organization a set. After this, Yi Fei let go. Night. Bai Ruoxi and Yi Fei did not practice Yellow Emperor's internal classic tonight. Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi were in the room of Bai Ruoxi Villa.
Inside.
In the dark, the two talked softly. Bai Ruoxi asked, "Do you think the people of the Violet Organization will be fooled?"
Yi Fei whispered, "Of course they will be fooled. As long as Fang Qihong wants to kill you, they will definitely come tonight."
At this point, Yi Fei had absolute confidence. After all, on the bright side, Yi Fei has already gone on a business trip now, and Yi Fei's biggest obstacle is missing, although Bai Ruoxi's difference. Shu seems to be heavily guarded, but it is not a problem at all for the killers of the Violet Organization. Yi Fei stroked Bai Ruoxi's cheeks, fingertips across Bai Ruoxi's delicate skin. Bai Ruoxi's face was flushed. Listening to Yi Fei's powerful heartbeat, he closed his eyes slightly. In fact, Bai Ruoxi's mood at this moment is also tense and excited. Her twin star-like eyes are always in focus. On Yi Fei's body, she whispered in a low voice, "Well, I believe you. Don't worry, everything has me." Yi Fei helped Bai Ruoxi arrange her hair gently, and said with a smile,
"Both physically and mentally relax gradually." Midnight. 3 o'clock in the morning. This is also the deepest moment when people sleep.
At this time, Bai Ruoxi was even a little drowsy, if not for the recent practice of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic.
Jean Bai Ruoxi.
Her physique has been strengthened. She has long been unable to stand up to sleep at this time, but now Bai Ruoxi can still support it. But Yi Fei was full of energy, and his expression was very calm. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly heard a very small movement coming from outside the window. Although the sound of this movement is very small, it can't help Yi Fei's 5 sensitive senses of Huajing Grandmaster. After Yi Fei heard the movement, he lightly touched Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi immediately became sober. She glanced at Yi Fei subconsciously, and Yifei slightly nodded at Bairuwashi and gestured. Outside is the killer of the Violet organization, and the other party has already begun to act.
It really came.
Yifei took a breath, his whole body's inner strength and true energy circulated, and soon Yifei sensed that the opponent was very weak.
The sound of breathing and heartbeat.
Each of these elite killers of the Violet organization has learned a special method of controlling breathing and heartbeat, making. Their breathing is weak and steady, and their heartbeat has dropped to a heinous level.
Under such circumstances, Yifei still heard the other's breathing and heartbeat.
Yifei made a light gesture towards Bairuwashi, indicating that there were 6 people in the other party. Seeing Yifei's gestures, Bairuwashi nodded slightly without speaking, indicating that she understood. At this moment, the sound outside the window suddenly became louder.
Yifei heard the sound outside the window.
It was someone coming from different directions such as the window, door, bedroom, living room, and even the kitchen.
The sound of entering the room.
Yifei squinted, his expression faint. Although the opponent has only 6 people, each of them is elite, and all of them are internal masters.
Among them, the most powerful is of course the Black Crow.
The Black Crow is a master of inner strength and is proficient in assassination.
Even in Violet.
In the organization's internal data, the Black Crow also has a record of successfully assassinating a master with the same internal strength. Therefore, it can be said that the Black Crow's assassination ability is definitely in the forefront of all assassination masters, one of the best. It is also the core killer of the Violet organization. In an instant, Yifei felt the opponent rush in, and went straight to the bedroom.
Yifei grabbed Bairuwashi's slender waist and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid."
In fact, Bairuwashi did have a little bit of fear in his heart. After all, this was an assassination and his life was hanging by a thread.
People will be afraid.
However, Bairuwashi's heart was strong enough, and he was always overcoming the fear in his heart. Hearing what Yifei said, Bairuwashi kept calm at the critical moment, and she nodded gently.
Bairuwashi's performance also made Yifei look at him with admiration.
It seems that Bairuwashi belongs to that kind of life and death. The more calm the head is, Yifei also appreciates it. Under such circumstances, several killers have already acted at the same time, broke into the bedroom, and rushed into the festival. Seeing these assassins, Yifei was also well prepared. He even took the lead and acted first.
Kill. Moonblack Wind High Murder Night. This is destined to be an unusual night. Chapter 315. The Terror of the Great Master of Transformation Realm. The moon is dark and the wind is high. In the bedroom.
Yifei instantly saw 2 assassins from the Violet organization rushing towards them, both of them holding murder weapon daggers in their hands.
Bairuwashi rushed.
But when they saw Bairuwashi's clothes intact and sitting by the bed waiting for them to arrive, they were obviously taken aback. When they saw Bairuwashi's small waist around Bairuwashi's waist and Yifei's calm expression, their eyes showed even more. She was shocked and horrified, knowing that she had been fooled this time. One of the assassins yelled, speaking in Dongying language, as if he wanted to remind his companions. But the killer reminded it too late, too late. Only seeing Yifei's figure move, his toes are just a little bit, and his figure is like a ghost, in this dark night.
Yifei seemed to descend like a king in the dark night.
Yifei stomped quickly, arrived in front of the assassin, and patted that lightly. Yifei seemed to move very softly, but in fact it was extremely heavy. This palm seemed to be slapped softly on the assassin's body. The assassin didn't even have time to make a scream, only. Hearing a clear sound, the killer was like a puddle of ooze, and 227 people fell down and disappeared.
Breath. Immediately afterwards, Yifei acted again. Another assassin also screamed and rushed towards Yifei. Yifei was like chopping melons and vegetables, and immediately grabbed his wrist easily, and then slammed it. The killer's hand was broken. Then Yifei flew up again, and the killer flew out heavily and hit the wall with a loud noise. Yifei lifted the weight lightly, strolling leisurely, and solved the 2 killers with great ease. The 2 killers fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, Bairuwashi, who should have been screaming in surprise, was extremely calm, staring at her man with her eyes, lightly comfortable. In a sigh of relief.
Just now, Yi Fei's series of actions were like moving clouds in flowing water, and it easily solved the two killers.
It's almost like shooting a martial arts movie. No, it's not like shooting a martial arts movie.
Because usually in martial arts movies, both sides have back and forth, but only Yi Fei is easy to kill directly.
Square.
A strange feeling rose in by Ruwashi's heart, and the gaze that looked at Yi Fei was full of joy and appreciation.
This is the man she likes.
Ruwashi was surprised by Yi Fei's terrifying skill. After all, Ruwashi was not from the martial arts world. She had seen Yi Fei fought against the people of the Violet Killer organization, but at that time Yi Fei's strength was not yet a master of transformation.
Ruwashi didn't know that Yi Fei had become the master of transformation now, but he felt that Yi Fei's strength seemed to be compared to the last time. It's not like a dimension at all. Yi Fei's movements are smooth and flowing, and can even be described as elegant.
After dealing with the two killers, he was still at ease, as if he had pinched two ants to death.
Simple. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei acted again. Next, two more killers rushed into the room.
The two assassins were also armed with murder weapons, and even one of them was still holding a gun.
Seeing Yi Fei, the killer raised his hand the first time he wanted to pull the trigger to shoot at Yi Fei.
This assassin was very decisive, and wanted to shoot and kill Yi Fei. But Yi Fei's movements were faster. Although once the killer's gun is fired, it can pose a threat to Yi Fei's movements are one step faster, directly.
One kick flew out and kicked the assassin's chest.
In an instant, a bloodline burst out, and the killer also fell softly to the ground.
After that, Yi Fei grabbed his hand again, and then killed another assassin with ease. Although guns are very powerful, they are very threatening.
But once it reaches the level of a master of transformation, it is even back enough to prevent the opponent from shooting at a short distance. Of course, the sniper rifle is another matter, but the master of transformation has a strong ability to perceive danger.
Generally speaking,
the sniper rifle is even hard to do, which is why the great master of transformation is so special and powerful. It's also true that Xianhuang State's martial arts realm masters are so scarce, and the military of Xianhuang's military is also capable of opposing the realm masters.
Have such preferential treatment. Only the last two killers are left.
The two killers also included the Black Crow, which was Yi Fei's main target this time.
Yi Fei didn't panic, strolling in the courtyard, looking towards the court.
The remaining elite assassin of the Violet organization was already weakened by Yi Fei's fright. Because this elite killer has never experienced such a scene before him.
The man in front of him is simply a demon. Then easily killed four of them.
Those are the four masters of internal strength, all of them are the elites in the Violet organization, but in front of the man in front of them.
But almost everyone can't stop him move. Monsters, demons. The killer was almost in a mental breakdown.
In fact, as a member of the Violet Killer organization, his psychology is very strong. But he has never seen such. In this weird scene, he never thought it would be what it is today.
The man in front of him could easily kill them in seconds.
Yi Fei took a step forward and saw the assassin of the Violet organization. He did not hesitate to pinch the opponent's neck directly. The shot was as fast as lightning. Just listen to a crisp sound.
The assassin's neck crooked and he died straight away.
So far, Yi Fei has easily solved the 5 killers. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. Yi Fei was searching for the only remaining killer, which is the location of Black Crow.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei noticed the breath of the Black Crow. What surprised Yi Fei was that the Black Crow was actually running. That's right, the Black Crow is running away. Just after Yi Fei easily solved the assassins of the Violet organization, the Black Crow immediately noticed something wrong and stood up. Run away.
Yi Fei's mouth curled up and wanted to run. How could it be possible to escape the palm of the Grandmaster of Transmitting Realm?
Chapter 316 Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves, Anyone Can Kill.
Realizing that something was wrong, he turned around and ran away, turned around and left. Seeing the Black Crow turned around and ran away, Yi Fei felt that the Black Crow's aura was getting weaker in a blink of an eye. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth was curved, and his expression was faint, but he was not flustered at all.
The Black Crow wants to run.
Want to escape from the hands of his master of transformation.
Foolishly talk about dreams.
Yi Fei's figure moved, and in a blink of an eye, he also appeared out of the window like a ghost.
In the courtyard of the villa,
Yi Fei landed steadily, only to see a figure in front of him running out quickly. It was the Black Crow. The Black Crow ran fast, and this scene fell in Yi Fei's eyes.
Yi Fei squinted, showing a deep coldness in his eyes. Meaning. Think. Run.
Yi Fei laughed lightly, stomping forward quickly. In a blink of an eye, Yi had almost reached the Black Crow, less than meters away from the Black Crow. The Black Crow was so scared that the souls of the dead at this time, a cold behind him, seemed to have noticed something, and turned around abruptly. At this moment, a figure of a Taoist figure appeared in front of him, and it was Yi Fei.
Yi Fei appeared almost silently.
After the Black Crow noticed it, he suddenly got a cold sweat, and the Black Crow showed his face.
The color of horror, he said in amazement. You.
Black Crow is a native of Dongying, but he can speak Chinese, but his tone is difficult and his voice is a bit sharp and weird.
You are human.
The Black Crow stared at Yi Fei nervously, his expression was quite shocked, and his eyes showed a deep sense of horror. Seeing the expression of the Black Crow, Yi Fei laughed lightly. Is it a man or a ghost? I didn't expect you to speak Chinese well.
But the should stay in the pile, and the East Tower will not wait. Come to my Xianhuang to die.
As Yi Fei spoke, his figure moved again, showing his inner strength out. For a time, the surrounding breath seems to have been dragged, and the entire space becomes extremely dignified. Stocks are like mountains. The coercion struck. This terrifying coercion made people feel amazed and even shuddered. The Black Crow felt this huge breath. He even felt that his whole person was locked by Yi Fei. It is difficult to move the figure, even with a single step.
The Black Crow was even more frightened. Can Yi Fei Jingran do this? The person in front of you.
Only after he really comes into contact with Yi Fei, can he understand the horror of the man in front of him, and understand that Yi Fei has.
How terrible. This kind of pressure like a mountain, even the Black Crow has never felt it.
Even the leaders of the Violet organization are a bit inferior to the man in front of them.
The Black Crow is already one of the core killers of the Violet organization.
He prides himself that even a master with great internal strength can fight with all his strength and kill him. But when facing Yi Fei, he did feel a strong pressure and aura, which made it even hard for the Black Crow.
Action.
The Black Crow's voice is difficult. You turned out to be the master of the realm of transformation.
The Black Crow bites the tip of the tongue. This is an ancient killer's secret. By biting the tip of the tongue, the body can be stimulated. Physical potential.
After the Black Crow bit the tip of his tongue, he really stimulated the potential in his body. He turned and fled immediately without hesitation.
That's right, the Black Crow didn't have the slightest desire to fight Yi Fei in his heart, but turned around and ran.
Knowing that Yi Fei is the master of transformation, when facing Yi Fei, the Black Crow had no luck in his heart and didn't even think about it.
Want to fight against Yi Fei's mind. The difference between Huajing Grandmaster and ordinary warrior is the difference between Tian Yuan.
The Black Crow turned his head and ran, tapping his toes.
The speed is so fast in the dark that ordinary people can't even notice it.
Yi Fei squinted his eyes to see the Black Crow trying to escape. He sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, do you think you can escape? As soon as Yi Fei's voice fell, he saw Yi Fei release his internal energy, and his internal energy exploded like explosives. In fact, when you reach a master of internal power, you can release your internal power. For example, Fu Hongyu, who fought against Yi Fei, can do this.
Ask for flowers.
But Yi Fei's internal energy is not like Fu Hongyu's. It just flows internal energy on the surface of the body and skin, but
can stimulate internal energy.
Therefore, Yi Fei can pick up leaves from flying flowers and kill people. Only seeing that in an instant, Yi Fei had already acted. Yi Fei turned and moved. He picked a leaf from the garden of the villa next to him, and then flicked his fingers slightly. Just seeing the moment, it made a loud sound of piercing the eardrum.
Laugh.
Accompanied by this sound, the leaves in Yi Fei's hand lightly flicked, and it cut through the air, just like stabbed the black crow like a knife. The black crow screamed, staggered. 0. Immediately afterwards, I saw the black crow vomiting blood, and the eyes showed a strong shock, and the blood was soft. Fell to the ground. The black crow can't handle Yi Fei's trick at all. I only saw this leaf in the back of the black crow, and the back of the black crow was blood flowing, and it was completely covered by this leaf. The leaves made a blood hole. Facing such an astonishing move by Yi Fei, the black crow didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He fell limp on the ground, eyes. The middle is full of despair. The black crow turned his head slowly, he looked at Yi Fei, his eyes were full of horror and despair, and he opened his mouth and said, "It turned out to be the Grand Master. I died unjustly in front of me. As long as you know." Yi Fei's expression was indifferent, extremely relaxed, as if he hadn't killed a person alone, as if he had trampled on an ant. 1. This is the realm of the martial arts master. Flying flowers and picking leaves can kill people. And Yi Fei used this ability to the extreme. Chapter 317 Experience points increase. The black crow fell softly to the ground, his pupils dilated, and fell directly to the ground, his back completely soaked with blood. The black crow is dead. Even if it is as strong as the black crow, it is still not Yi Fei's opponent today, and Yi Fei is easy to deal with the black crow. Kill the black crow easily. Yi Fei walked to the black crow's corpse and looked at the horrified eyes of the black crow when he died. He closed his eyes before returning to the villa. Yi Fei was still elegant, he was not even stained with blood on his body. Yi Fei returned to the villa's bedroom. Bai Ruoshi was in it. She looked at Yi Fei and was relieved when she saw Yi Fei come back. As long as Yi Fei comes back, it means that at least Yi Fei is safe. Although Bai Ruoshi knew that Yi Fei had amazing skills now, Bai Ruoshi could not help but worry about Yi Fei. "Are you okay?" Bai Ruoshi's eyes were full of concern as he looked at Yi Fei and asked. Yi Fei smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry." "That's good." Bai Ruoshi whispered. Yi Fei said again, "There are 6 assassins in this attack, 5 of them are elite assassins from the Violet organization, and 1 is the Black Crow. I killed all of them. The body of the Black Crow is now downstairs." The Black Crow was killed by Yi Fei. Hearing this news, even Bai Ruoshi couldn't help being slightly excited and surprised. Her eyes were like water, she looked at Yi Fei and clenched her fists tightly. Bai Ruoshi knew that Yi Fei was very strong, but did not expect Yi Fei to be strong to this extent. Those who came to assassinate her also included the Black Crow. And the Black Crow was easily killed by him. How long is this total? It took less than 5 minutes from Yi Fei's departure to Yi Fei's return. Within 5 minutes, Yi Fei killed the Black Crow, which was incredible, which made Bai Ruoshi feel surprised and astonished. The Black Crow is powerful, and at any rate is the core killer of the Violet organization. Bai Ruoshi is very clear about this. But Yi Fei can solve the Black Crow so easily. What does this show that Yi Fei's strength has reached? Bai Ruoshi was a little unbelievable. But for Bai Ruoshi, this is undoubtedly good news that excites her. Bai Ruoshi held her fist slightly with both hands, restraining her inner excitement. The Black Crow was the murderer who killed her father himself, and Bai Ruoshi finally got his revenge. Of course, Bai Ruoshi's heart could not be restrained, because she had waited for this day for 6 years. At first the death of his father became an eternal shadow in Bai Ruoshi's heart. Bai Ruoshi even once thought that he would never catch the real murderer, and he didn't even repay the enemy. With hope, but I did not expect that after meeting Yi Fei, things would have such a turning point. Bai Ruoshi finally did it for herself. His father got revenge. Of course, the real culprit behind the scenes is Feng Qihong, and Feng Qihong has not been arrested yet. But the Black Crows are already dead, can Feng Qihong be far away? Thinking of this, Bai Ruoshi looked at Yi Fei with bright eyes. Her eyes were like water, and her bright eyes focused on Yi Fei's body. Eyes flowed, gently hugging Yi Fei's waist, she hugged Yi Fei tightly, as if she was afraid that once Yi Fei let go,
Yi Fei's whole person will disappear as if.
Bai Ruoshi whispered in Yi Fei's ear, "Thank you, Yi Fei, thank you so much."
Bai Ruoshi was very happy, very happy. Finally took a big step towards revenge in the true sense.
The murderer who killed his father's real murderer in the past finally died tonight. If it weren't for Yi Fei, she didn't even know if she could get revenge, so Bai Ruoshi was extremely grateful to Yi Fei. In addition, the two are lovers, and various emotions are intertwined. Of course, Bai Ruoshi's cheeks are slightly red, and he even took the initiative to hold Yi Fei.
Send a sweet kiss.
Under such circumstances, Yi Fei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and kissed Bai Ruoshi. For a long time, he stroked Bai Ruoshi's soft hair, smelled the fragrance of Bai Ruoshi's hair, and said, "Okay, the black crow is already deaf, but we can't take it lightly, we can take advantage of the victory and pursue it." When Bai Ruoshi heard what Yi Fei said, she was also refreshed and nodded earnestly. "Well, I also think I can deal with Fang
Qihong." Fang Qihong revealed a big flaw.
After all, Fang Qihong had completely exposed himself by doing this. Follow the Black Crow's identity to check, and soon you can find out that Fang Qihong instructed. Coupled with the collusion between Qihong and the Violet Organization 6 years ago, the murder of Bai Ruoshi's father, these incidents
together, it is enough to sentence Fang Qihong.
Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "We can't miss this opportunity."
Fang Qihong should be waiting for the Black Crow tonight.
News, you prepare now, let us go directly to Fang Qihong's residence and block him.
Good.
Bai Ruoshi nodded vigorously.
The night of Bai Ruoshi's revenge is tonight.
Now Bai Ruoshi has seen the dawn of hope.
And all this is because of Yi Fei.
Yi Fei stroked Bai Ruoshi's hair. He said, "I'll go there for a while and Fang Qihong, you will follow immediately."
Okay.
Yi Fei immediately drove off from the underground garage, while Bai Ruoshi called in security personnel to deal with the nearby villa. Those corpses must be reported to the criminal division to deal with Fang Qihong through legal means. Yi Fei drove out, that is, at this moment, Yi Fei also heard the prompt sound of the erase system coming from his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, you get 500 experience points from Bai Ruoshi, and the host experience points increase. Hearing the hint of experience value, Yi Fei was refreshed again.
It's 5.7. I got 500 experience points. Yi Fei now has 3,000 experience points. This is an increase in experience points.
The growth rate is quite fast.
Chapter 318. Your dead time has arrived.
Yi Fei drove to Fang Qihong's residence. Fang Qihong lives in the presidential suite of Yendu Palace Hotel, which is also in line with Fang Qihong's identity. The price of a night in the presidential suite at Yendu Palace Hotel is already close to 6 figures. Yi Fei arrived at the hotel soon, and then sneaked into the hotel suite quietly in the dead of night, but Yi Fei had his own means.
Into it.
Although it was a quiet hour in the middle of the night, Fang Qihong was still not asleep in the hotel suite, and he was still a little anxious. For some reason, although Fang Qihong learned that Yi Fei had already gone on a business trip, he also knew that the people around Bai Ruoshi absolutely not the opponent of the Black Crow, but Fang Qihong always felt his eyelids twitching, always feeling that there was nothing good. This made Fang Qihong faintly aware of something wrong. However, even though Fang Qihong sensed something was wrong, he still believed in the ability of the Black Crow. Because Fang Qihong has seen the Black Crow take action several times with his own eyes, he still has a deep impression on him. In his heart, the Black Crow is the strongest man he has ever seen.
As for Li 5.
Although Fang Qihong had also heard about it and heard that Yi Fei was good at strength, Yi Fei was not in the country at this time.
Second come. Even if Yi Fei was in China, he believed that Yi Fei was definitely not Black Crow's opponent. Fang Qihong was smoking a cigarette in the room, a little upset, thinking about whether to ask a tender model to come and relieve his fatigue. As soon as Fang Qihong picked up the phone, he suddenly heard a joke in his ear. "It's so late, Boss Fang is still up."
A young voice came to his ears, and Fang Qihong was shocked. Suddenly, Fang Qihong suddenly raised his head, and happened to see a face that was extremely handsome and even somewhat evil. When I didn't know anything, Yi Fei was sitting on the sofa in his living room, and he even poured himself on himself a cup of tea, looking at Fang Qihong with a big smile. Suddenly, Fang Qihong felt a creepy feeling. Even if he was as calm as Fang Qihong, he was subconsciously surprised, and then he drew abruptly and backed away. Fang Qihong stared at Yi Fei closely, his eyes locked tightly on Yi Fei's body, his voice trembled slightly, but he barely kept it. "Calm down, young Master Yi, how did you come in the middle of the night?" Fang Qihong sensed something wrong. While he was chatting with Yi Fei, at the same time Fang Qihong was a sneaky general. Hand touched the phone beside the bed. Obviously, Fang Qihong knew that something was wrong. He was planning to contact the bodyguard in the outside world through his mobile phone. The moment he saw Yi Fei, Fang Qihong knew that this incident had completely deviated from his imagined track. Yi Fei didn't even leave the country, this matter was his work. Yi Fei raised his head and said with a chuckle, "Boss Fang, I don't think you should act rashly. You want to connect via mobile phone. Is the bodyguard of the Violet Group? I can tell you that the killer of the Violet Group can't deal with me. Tonight. The Violet Organization killers you sent to buy Ruwashi Villa were not very skilled, which disappointed me." Fang Qihong was shocked again when he heard Yi Fei's words. Listening to Yi Fei's tone, he actually saw Fang Qihong sent to assassinate by Ruwashi's assassin. How is this possible? You know how long the assassins have just set out. Even if you count the time for the assassination, how can they be killed so easily? Fang Qihong couldn't believe it. Yi Fei said again, a total of 6 killers, even including the Black Crow, but still weak. Honestly, my opponent is old. You are disappointed. Yi Fei said lightly. Fang Qihong's pupils closed dramatically. You know, Fang Qihong said solemnly. Of course I know. Boss Fang, you have always been cunning like a fox. You even worked as a tortoise at Modu, wanting to deal with you. It's not easy. Yi Fei said lightly. It is indeed not easy to deal with Fang Qihong. Fang Qihong is very cautious. He even came to Yindu easily before. If not for this opportunity, Yi Fei would be really not good. Deal with him. But this time, Fang Qihong's flaws were too big. He even took the initiative to send someone from the Violet Organization to assassinate Bai Ruwashi, that is to die. Fang Qihong sighed. This is the end of the matter. He already knew that he was exposed, but Fang Qihong stared at Yi Fei. Said, "Young Master Yi, how did you do it? Can you deal with the people of the Violet Organization? I don't believe it." Fang Qihong was puzzled. He couldn't even think about it. How did Yi Fei do it? You know, the killers of the Violet Organization are all true elites, and not only are the killers of the Violet Organization powerful. Even more powerful is the Black Crow, which is definitely the strongest killer in the Violet Organization except for a few leaders. How can Yi Fei deal with the Black Crow? You want to know? Yi Fei chuckled. Fang Qihong was silent, he really wanted to know. At the same time, Fang Qihong is also delaying time. He still has a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that the Black Crow will eventually come out. Now, he might still have a chance of winning. After all, Fang Qihong has also heard some rumors and deeds of Yi Fei, knowing that ordinary killers can't deal with Yi Fei, only the Black Crow can. Bye. Seeing Fang Qihong's silence, Yi Fei smiled suddenly, and at the same time Yi Fei saw a few 1 yuan coins on the dining table in the living room. Yi Fei picked up one of the coins with 2 fingers, smiled faintly, took out the coin casually, and then jerked it, using the inner. Strongly laced out, pointing at Fang Qihong bounce. In an instant, I saw a silver metallic light flashing past, and at the same time a sharp sound of piercing the eardrum sounded. Immediately afterwards, Fang Qihong screamed, half of his face was cut out a deep wound, and more than that, Fang Qihong's hair was also cut off by the coin. Fang Qihong immediately covered his face and screamed. He covered his face, and when he looked at his hand, he saw that all blood was flowing on his hand. Fang Qihong looked back abruptly again, which shocked him even more. Chapter 319, The Most Special Night. He suffered a deep wound, and even cut Fang Qihong's hair altogether. Fang Qihong screamed and covered his face, and he couldn't help looking back. From this look, Fang Qihong was even more shocked. Only Fang Qihong saw that the silver coin had dived deep into the wall, completely submerged in it. On the steel-reinforced concrete brick wall of the hotel, a fist-sized hole appeared. This hole was very deep. This coin was destroyed. This is the power of the master of the world to use internal energy. Even firearms may not be able to cause such terrible damage. What's more, Yi Fei only used things like coins. Fang Qihong covered his face. The expression on his face was even more strange and shocking. His eyes looking at Yi Fei were also full of surprise and shock.
Fang Qihong was shocked. Are you?
Yi Fei glanced at Fang Qihong and said lightly, Boss Fang, what do you think of my hand? Can the Black Crow compare to me? Fang Qihong was still in shock, but his face was full of sullen expression at this time, and he whispered, Young Master Yi, I'll take it.
Fang Qihong finally believed Yi Fei's words.
He knew that Yi Fei's strength was terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Fang Qihong didn't know the martial arts world, he didn't know the martial arts world's inner strength. What kind of masters of the martial arts world?
The division of strength.
But even if Fang Qihong didn't know, he knew that Yi Fei's strength far surpassed the Black Crow.
It's a level.
Comparing Black Crow's kung fu with Yi Fei's, it is simply Firefly and Hao Yue contending for glory.
Fang Qihong looked sullen and sat on the edge of the bed in a daze.
Only then did he know that he had really kicked the iron this time. Before that, Fang Qihong relied on his close cooperative relationship with the Violet Organization. He also felt that he was dealing with Bai Ruo. The movie of a little girl like she must be caught by hand.
But now. Fang Qihong closed his eyes, knowing he was done.
Boss Fang, since you also know that the Black Crow can't come to rescue you, then go with me obediently.
Yi Fei. Speak lightly. Young Master Yi.
Fang Qihong suddenly opened his eyes again and said, Yi Fei, Yi Gongzi.
Your father and I are also friends. I don't know Yi Gongzi.
Can you give me a little bit of face? As long as Yi Gongzi can let someone from our side tonight, you can open the conditions, and someone from our side will decide.
Don't frown. Even I can transfer all the real estate, cultural tourism and other projects of our Fangshi group to Yejia.
The value of this is definitely more than tens of billions. And our two can also cooperate further, our Fang Qihong from today. The head of the horse is determined by Yi Gongzi. As long as Yi Gongzi you let me go, what do you think?
Fang Qihong followed benign temptations. He looked at Yi Fei and offered his own terms.
I have to say that the conditions put forward by Fang Qihong are still excellent. Fang Qihong himself put forward good conditions, at least what he said about the transfer of real estate, cultural and tourism projects, etc., the price. The value is at least tens of billions. For no reason, the wealth of tens of billions is enough to become a top rich man. In Fang Qihong's view, the conditions he put forward are already quite sincere, and everyone is afraid that they will be moved.
Even if Yi Fei. He was born with a golden key. No matter how rich Yi Fei was, he would definitely will reveal the greedy nature. Who doesn't love money? Fang Qihong stared at Yi Fei closely. He was humble and Chen Ken. At this moment, he did not dare to hold the air in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei suddenly laughed when Fang Qihong said this. Boss Fang, do you think I am short of money? Yi Fei grinned.
Fang Qihong said solemnly, Yi Gongzi, of course you are not short of money, but as long as you and I join forces, you will soon be able to dominate the South. In the northern business community, the Yi family will be in full swing when the time comes.
I think this is what my father is more willing to see.
Yi Fei glanced at Fang Qihong and said lightly, sorry, I think your money is dirty.
Fang Qihong was irritated, but he didn't dare to attack. Yi Fei said indifferently, we have nothing to talk about.
You'd better go and explain this to the person who raised the criminal department. The previous murder of Bai Ruoxia's father, coupled with this murder, I think your little life cannot be saved. Yi Fei was indeed disdainful of agreeing to Fang Qihong's condition.
Fang Qihong's conditions may be tempting to anyone. However, to Yi Fei, he was not short of money at all.
And even if he wants to get Fang Qihong's money, he can wait for Fang Qihong to be sent to prison, or even be sentenced by the criminal division. After the death sentence, and then take the opportunity to destroy the Fang group, it is also possible to annex a large number of qualified assets of the Fang group.
Why cooperate with Fang Qihong?
Yi Fei was very disdainful of Fang Qihong's behavior.
When working with this kind of person, you always have to worry about being stabbed in the back by him.
Yi Fei's expression was calm. He lifted Fang Qihong like a chicken, and clasped his hand so as not to let Fang Qihong escape.
After about a few minutes, the door outside the room was knocked.
Yi Fei opened the door, and outside the door was Bai Ruoshi and the person from the criminal division. Bai Ruoshi has already called the police. All the people from the criminal division entered the room, one by one with live ammunition. At the same time, the person from the criminal division directly tortured Fang Qihong, and then said indifferently, "Point 1 Fang Qihong, we suspect that you and the two murders are related, please come with us soon." Fang Qihong looked depressed, but still yelled, "Zhao Li Zhao, wait, I want to hire my lawyer, I want to find a lawyer." The person in charge of the criminal division ignored Fang Qihong's loud shout and directly took Fang Qihong away. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoshi was also slightly relieved after the person in charge of the criminal secretary took Fang Qihong away, her eyes staring at Yi Fei, he whispered, "It's finally over." To Bai Ruoshi, this evening is indeed her most special evening in the past 6 years.
Chapter 320 Experience soars. It's finally over. Fang Qihong was taken away by the criminals.
Fang Qihong looked downcast, his face was downcast, his face was as sinking as water, he was handcuffed, and then he was caught.
Come. This is indeed a sad reminder for Fang Qihong.
But this is what he deserved.
Yi Fei squinted, he took Bai Ruoshi's hand and whispered softly, "Well, it's finally over."
Fang Qihong may still struggle to resist, but the charge for the murder of Bai Ruoshi this time is very difficult to get rid of, plus Qihong at the top. The murder 6 years ago was enough to drive Fang Qihong to a dead end.
At any rate, Bai Ruoshi and her father are both top businessmen and have a huge influence in society. This kind of case, it is easy to attract the attention of the whole society.
Under the pressure of the fishing boat, it is difficult for Fang Qihong to make small moves. No matter how powerful the Fang family is, there is already a struggle involved.
Once involved, it is indeed dangerous. Fang Qihong is completely finished.
Yi Fei was also thinking about how to put the Fang family to death. To deal with people like Fang Qihong, you must not be merciful, especially the Fang family itself is also very powerful. Called the top business family, no worse than the Yi family.
Once Fang family 653 can fall, the Yi family and Bai family and other big families will ultimately benefit.
Yi Fei said although Fang Qihong is temporarily under control, he will definitely want to struggle.
Strength.
Bai Ruoshi nodded slightly, her eyes flashed brightly, and she whispered, "Fang Qihong is not weak, and the Fang family cannot rise again."
Of course, since you have decided to step on someone, you have to trample to death.
Yi Fei's tone was calm, but very firm. Both Bai Ruoshi and Yi Fei already had this kind of consciousness. Among them, Yi Fei contacted the cheap daddy Yi He, and Bai Ruoshi also mobilized the resources of the Bai family, and Yi Fei returned by the way. Speaking to Yang Zimo, and specifically contacted Yang Dongshang, Yang Zimo's father, to explain the matter.
The facts that happened this night are too big.
I heard that Fang Qihong was the master of the accident 6 years ago, and he had premeditated the murder of Bai Ruoshi's father. This immediately made Yi He and Yang Dongsheng quite surprised. The accident in which Bai Ruoshi's father died 6 years ago shocked Yendu. Yi He listened to what Yi Fei said, and he bgch booed. It turns out that Fang Qi is the real murderer.
Sure enough, people are unpredictable.
Yi He sighed, and then he was quite surprised by what Yi Fei did, not to mention that Yi Fei was so relaxed.
Fang Qihong was sent to prison.
Yi Fei said a few words with Yi He, and also expressed the hope that Yi He could help and deal with Fang Qihong. Because once news of Fang Qihong's imprisonment comes out, Fang's share price will inevitably fluctuate significantly, and even lose Fang Qi. The core figure of Hong, the Fang group suddenly became a no-owner, and the Yi family would definitely get a lot of opportunities by then. The same goes for the Bai family and the Yang family. After all, for big companies like Yi, Bai, and Yang with a market value of over 100 billion, these big companies compete with each other. It is also very intense. Especially in industries such as real estate and finance, which are inherently highly competitive. After all, the cake is so big, and of course these giant companies will get involved. Therefore, once the Fang group falls, the cake of the Fang group will be let out, occupied by Yang and other families. Therefore, when Yi Fei asked Yi He, Yang Dongxing and others to help, Yi He and Yang Dongxing didn't even think about it. I agreed immediately. In any case, in the face of the encirclement and suppression of Yi, Bai, and Yang, even if it is as strong as Fang Qihong, it is difficult to toss about anything. The storm is over. The strength of each of Yi, Bai, and Yang is not inferior to Fang Qihong. No matter how you look at it, Fang Qihong is doomed this time. After Yi Fei finished the phone call, Yang Dongsheng spoke politely, and even wanted to formally establish a relationship with the Yi family and the Bai family. Alliance. Hearing what Yang Dongsheng said, Yi Fei of course also readily agreed and did not refuse. The current alliance between the Yi family and the Bai family has resulted in great benefits to the Yi family and the Bai family. China has also benefited a lot, especially for the Yi family. When Yang Dongxing saw that he was naturally jealous, he also took this opportunity to propose an alliance. At this point, the three major commercial giants in Yendu have finally formed a complete alliance. Thanks to Fang Qihong's appearance. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night, and Bai Ruoshi's villa is temporarily unavailable. Yi Fei took Bai Ruoshi to his villa, and Bai Ruoshi and Yi Fei rested in the villa night. Bai Ruoshi avenged her father and was finally able to avenge her. The gratitude she felt to Yi Fei was of course needless to say, and the experience was even greater. It soared and echoed in Yi Fei's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, Bai Ruoshi has increased his favor with you and increased his experience by 200 points. The experience value increases again. Yi Fei was in a happy mood. The growth rate of this experience value is still very good. Although it was late at night, Bai Ruoshi couldn't sleep. Instead, she leaned against Yi Fei and hugged Yi Fei's waist tightly. Xiang Yi Fei's profile. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Go to sleep, you have to work tomorrow." "Well, thank you, Yi Fei." Bai Ruoshi said again and kissed Yi Fei's face before lying on Yi Fei's. Fell asleep in his arms. The next day, Yi Fei sent Bai Ruoshi to the Bai group. After arriving at the Bai group, after going to Bai Ruoshi's office, I saw that Bai Yu also rushed over soon. After Bai Yu came, he was slightly taken aback when he saw Yi Fei, but before he could say hello to Yi Fei, his first sentence was to ask Bai Ruoshi. "Sister, I heard that the murderer of my father was caught." "Really?" Bai Yu asked Bai Ruoshi excitedly. Bai Ruoshi nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's true. Thanks to Yi Fei, he helped." Suddenly, Bai Yu's expression was extremely excited. At this moment, he took a deep look at Yi Fei and said, "Yi Fei, you really deserve to be me. Good brother." Chapter 321 Surprise. Bai Yu was extremely grateful to Yi Fei, and solemnly bowed to Yi Fei to thank him, and said one after another. Hearing Bai Yu's thanks, Yi Fei just smiled faintly. He said, "You are welcome, this is what I should do." "Yes, after all, you and my sister." Bai Yu smiled, glanced at Bai Ruoshi and Yi Fei, smiled. Said. Bai Yu had already known the little ambiguity between Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi, and Bai Yu was still very supportive of this. Although white. If she is a bit older than Yi Fei, but age is not a problem at all. He also knows Yi Fei's roots, at least Yi Fei is better than. The scum like Lei Haoren is 10,000 times stronger. Yi Fei and Bai Yu exchanged greetings for a while, and Yi Fei said this matter is basically settled. "You two brothers and sisters will talk first, Well, I will invite you to dinner another day." Bai Yu agreed. Bai Ruoshi also smiled lightly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei turned and left the office. Leaving the office, Yi Fei decided to find Luo Weiyu. He hasn't seen Luo Weiyu for a while. Of course, the two are basically chatting on WeChat every day, and Yi Fei has to. Luo Weiyu has finished decorating the house and is waiting for Yi Fei to visit with her. This Y-head is going to give Yi Fei a surprise. So Yi Fei went to the flower shop on Yangtze Street to find Luo Weiyu. Yifei drove to the door of the flower shop and saw Luo Weiyu carefully watering the flowers in the yard in front of the flower shop. Luo Weiyu had a sunny smile on her face, and Yifei felt extremely warm when she saw it, as if she was moved by her smile. Yifei walked in front of Luo Weiyu, only to see Luo Weiyu look at Yifei with surprise, and said, "Why are you here?" Yifei has always liked this sunny and kind girl. The relationship between Luo Weiyu and Yifei always made Yifei feel very comfortable. Soon, Yifei drove to Luo Weiyu's residential area. Luo Weiyu deliberately gave Yifei a surprise. She smiled and said, "You are not allowed to look, close your eyes first." "Close your eyes?" Yifei asked with a smile. "Well, close your eyes first." Luo Weiyu pursed her mouth, looking at Yifei with her big watery eyes. "Well, listen to you." Yifei closed his eyes obediently, and then he was led into the room by Luo Weiyu. "Can you open your eyes?" Yifei asked. Luo Weiyu replied softly, "It's okay." The voice was soft and I looked forward to Yifei's performance. Yifei opened his eyes when he heard Luo Weiyu's words. Eye-catching is the decoration of the whole house. The standard Mediterranean style, with blue as the background, is very warmly decorated, which is Yifei's favorite style. When Yifei chose this house for Luo Weiyu didn't choose too much. She wanted to use a warmer as the main choice. Fresh flowers. Therefore, Luo Weiyu also chooses a warm style when decorating, and her carefulness can be seen everywhere in the details. Yifei also saw that Luo Weiyu had brought in the orchid that the two raised together, plus some other pots of her carefully taken photos. Decorated flowers on the windowsill or balcony. In addition, there is also a plant wall arranged by Luo Weiyu in the living room, which looks lively. The most special thing is that Yifei also found his own photo on the wall. That's right, Yifei's photo. These are photos of Yifei from different angles. Yifei didn't know when Luo Weiyu took these photos. Yifei and Luo Weiyu get up to the playground. Photos of this time. There are also several photos of shopping, and there are also photos of the two at Yifei's villa. Some of these photos are of Yifei alone, and there are also two people together, dotted on the wall. It looks very special. Seeing these photos and Luo Weiyu's arrangement, Yifei warmed his heart, knowing Luo Weiyu's effort. This girl. It's no wonder that he had been hiding before, so that he could not see it. It turned out to be for this moment. Yifei can imagine Luo Weiyu secretly taking photos of Yifei, then wash them out and put these photos into photo frames and hang them on. The look on the wall. Thinking of this scene, Yifei suddenly felt warm. "How about it, doesn't it look good?" Luo Weiyu raised a smile and asked Yifei for credit, and said somewhat proudly. Yifei squeezed Luo Weiyu's face, then smiled. "Well, it really gave me a surprise. Let us do it tonight. Live here." Yifei blinked. Chapter 322. You are a super genius. "Shall we live here tonight?" Yifei said something that made Luo Weiyu dream about. At the sight of a jerk, Luo Weiyu's face turned red, and Yifei's face was so moisturized that it was a while. Heartbeat. Luo Weiyu blushed and looked at Yifei with watery eyes. He blinked as if he could talk, and whispered that. "Okay then." The decoration of Luo Weiyu's apartment has been basically completed. The bed has been bought, the electrical appliances have also been bought, and you can move in directly. And although Yifei didn't know the effect of the decoration before, Yifei strictly checked the decoration materials in the apartment. Make sure to use the most expensive environmentally friendly materials. Therefore, it is not a problem to live in the apartment even now. Luo Weiyu blushed, and she agreed to Yifei's request. 977. I have to say, Yifei is still very good at seizing the opportunity. Yifei almost made Luo Weiyu unable to refuse. Yifei smiled and said, "Actually, I also have a surprise for you." Hearing the surprise that Yifei said, Luo Weiyu was startled slightly, and at the same time she felt ashamed and sweet, and asked, "You want? What surprise do you give me?" Yifei whispered a few words in Luo Weiyu's ear, and saw that Luo Weiyu's face was also completely red, and his neck was. The roots of the ears are all red. Luo Weiyu bit her red lips and shook her head slightly, as if hesitated. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then whispered a few words to Luo Weiyu, and Luo Weiyu nodded slowly.
The surprise that Yi Fei said was of course the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Yi Fei has decided to let all the women around him practice Yellow Emperor's internal classic. After all, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. It's a pity not to practice such a mysterious technique. What's more, Yi Fei himself knew very well that the effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic was also quite terrifying. The women like Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu are also smart, and they will soon be able to master the key points of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. When I practice for a year and a half, Yi Fei will have 4 or 5 more vigor masters around him. Why not? Although it is too late for Luo Weiyu and other women to practice martial arts at their current age, they do not have Yi Fei that can rely on the system. Come against the sky and change your fate. The best practice is to be an inner strength warrior. If there are no accidents, they have almost no hope of becoming the masters of the realm of transformation. Of course, Mu Zijin is an exception. Mu Zijin is already a master of inner strength. She is still very hopeful for breaking through the realm of master. But you should know that the inner strength martial artist is almost a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people, and it is completely enough to cope with most. The situation, even the elite killer standard of the Violet Organization, is just an inner strength warrior. Next, Yi Fei explained to Luo Weiyu the role and some circumstances of the Huangdi and Yi Jing, in Yi Fei's guidance. Under the guidance, Luo Weiyu was also skeptical. However, Luo Weiyu is better than Bai Ruoxi. Luo Weiyu is very well behaved, she is very obedient, especially obedient. Luo Weiyu did what Yi Fei said. Her gentle personality is exactly like this, so under the guidance of Yi Fei, Luo Weiyu quickly mastered the Huangdi and Yi. The key to the classics. Luo Weiyu's practice was even faster than Bai Ruoxi's practice. Yi Fei guided Luo Weiyu to introduce the Jinqi of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic into the Dantian, and then began to breathe and vomit. Accept the method to practice. Gradually, Luo Weiyu had a sense of breath. At the same time, Luo Weiyu's body has undergone subtle changes, and her mental state is also better than ever. About 2 hours later, Luo Weiyu finished her first practice. This feeling is very unique and wonderful. After practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, this also made Luo Weiyu feel that the whole body was completely different from before. Luo Weiyu's physical strength is at an unprecedented peak. Luo Weiyu whispered at Yi Fei, this Yellow Emperor's internal classic is really amazing. I think my body is now. It's full of power, and there seems to be a little mouse in the lower abdomen dantian, jumping up and down. It's very special. Yi Fei suddenly laughed when Luo Weiyu said so. At the same time, Yi Fei was also surprised. Weiyu, you may be a genius in cultivation. It's a pity that you didn't practice martial arts before. Road. That's right. What surprised Yi Fei was that Luo Weiyu really seemed to be a genius in cultivation. Luo Weiyu has only practiced for just 1 day, which is actually 2 hours. She actually has a sense of breath. This is very rare. It shows that Luo Weiyu is extremely talented. You know, even Bai Ruoxi's talent is already quite good, but on the first day of her practice, she didn't have it at all. Feel the breath. When an ordinary martial artist is cultivating, it is quite good to be able to feel the sense of aura after 2 weeks of cultivation. As a result, Luo Weiyu. It's a bit bullish. Yi Fei couldn't help wondering, did he discover a super martial arts wizard? Yi Fei couldn't help laughing. Hearing Yi Fei's praise, Luo Weiyu was also blank. She looked at Yi Fei in surprise, blinked her eyes and asked heaven. Just don't laugh at me. Luo Weiyu was so embarrassed. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei smiled and said, I'm really not a joke to you. You know, if your talent is to practice martial arts 10 years earlier, it should be at least a martial artist with great inner strength now. Yi Fei simply explained to Luo Weiyu how rare this incident is. Luo Weiyu listened curiously, and she knew some secrets in the martial arts world. Knowing that her talents are very good, Luo Weiyu is of course happy 0.7, but when she is happy, Luo Weiyu. He held Yi Fei lightly, and said in a low voice, then I have to work harder to practice martial arts. Yes. Yi Fei squeezed Luo Weiyu's nose and said with a smile, you have to work harder to practice martial arts. Negative your talent.
Luo Weiyu smiled softly. I don't know if I live up to my talent, but I want to help you as best as I can.
Hearing Luo Weiyu's words was tantamount to confession. Yi Fei was even more moved. Chapter 323 Li Yunfeng is here. Yi Fei's heart was filled with emotion.
Luo Weiyu did everything for him, and Yi Fei knew very well in his heart that he felt very pity for the girl in front of him.
Let us rest, don't keep practicing, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Yi Fei didn't want to give Luo Weiyu too huge pressure.
What's more, as a master of the transformation, there are fewer and fewer people who can threaten Yi Fei now, except for a few of him such as Li Yunfeng. Outside of the opponent, Yi Fei was not afraid.
Yeah.
Luo Weiyu nodded obediently. Her bright eyes looked at Yi Fei, and then leaned against Yi Fei's chest to find it comfortable.
The clothing posture leaned against Yi Fei's arms. Yi Fei smiled and hugged Luo Weiyu tightly. Early the next morning, when Yi Fei woke up, Luo Weiyu had already cooked breakfast.
Yi Fei also had a great appetite when he smelled the scent of this breakfast. Luo Weiyu said to Yi Fei, I don't know why, I always feel that today is easier than usual for me.
Luo Weiyu said embarrassedly. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile. Silly girl, this is very normal. After you practice martial arts, your body
physical fitness becomes stronger, and the demand for things is also greater, so you must not eat less for weight loss.
Yi Fei told Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu let out a cry, and then understood the reason. Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu ate and chatted.
At this moment, Yi Fei received a call from Zhang Minel. Zhang Minel excitedly said to Yi Fei on the phone, Mr. Yi, good news, great news. What's so exciting? Yi Fei shrugged and asked faintly. Yi Fei was very calm. Zhang Minel was abroad at this time. Before that, Yi Fei was also going abroad, but it was delayed because of Fang Qihong's affairs.
Yi Fei makes people pretend to be.
He had already boarded the plane and went abroad, creating the illusion that he had already gone abroad, and gave Fang Qihong a set. Although it was the next set, it was true that Yi Fei was going abroad, but he didn't go. Because the filming of I Am Not the of Medicine has been invited at major international film festivals, please go to I Am Not the of Medicine. Participating in the film festival to win awards.
One of the most famous awards is the Golden Bell Award.
The Golden Bell Award is an award of the European Film Festival. In this parallel time and space, it is one of the very important awards.
There are very high standard.
This time, I Am Not a Medicine God represents Xian Huangwei to participate in the selection of the Golden Bell Awards.
Yi Fei did not report high expectations for the award of I'm Not the God of Medicine. After all, Yi Fei also knew that the foreigner.
These awards are rarely awarded to domestic films. Xian Huangwei's film industry has been in the business for so many years, and there are only a handful of films that have won foreign awards. But now listening to Zhang Minel's tone, this year seems to be different. Sure enough, I heard Zhang Minel enthusiastically saying on the phone, Mr. Yi, we won the prize, the best telephony movie award. There is also the best actor award, both of us I Am Not the God of Medicine.
Best movie award. Best actor award.
These two awards are indeed very important awards, and they are also one of the most important awards in the entire Golden Bell Awards.
Yi Fei's spirit was slightly startled, and he was obviously surprised. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei smiled and said, yes, it seems that although I didn't go, I won the award too, not bad.
More than that, I also have great hope for the Golden Horse Award.
Hey, Mr. Yi, this time, we are windy.
With my head out, I guess many domestic media will compete to report, Zhang Minel said with a smile. Zhang Minel is obviously in a very good mood, and he is very excited. Yi Fei heard Zhang Minel say this, and nodded slightly. Okay, if you are not in a hurry, you can play there for a few days.
I'll give you a celebration banquet when you come back. Hey, Mr. Yi, look at what you said, we don't have the mind to play abroad. We can't wait to fly back to China right away.
Show off, Zhang Min said in a happy way. Hearing Zhang Minel's words, Yi Fei smiled suddenly, which really fits Zhang Minel's personality. The film I'm Not the God of Medicine won the award, which is also an unprecedented honor.
At present, Zuana Wangwo's domestic films have hardly won foreign awards. Now Yi Fei has won this award. This item is already very rare, and it will definitely be featured in the domestic media. It can be said that the box office and influence of I'm Not the God of Medicine will be even higher. And Yi Fei's own fame will naturally rise with it. In fact, Yi Fei had always adhered to the principle of low-key before, and did not want to show up in the public too high-key, but after this, the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine won the award for the second time. I'm afraid it is difficult for Yi Fei to keep a low profile. Yi Fei hung up Zhang Minale's phone. Luo Weiyu blinked and asked curiously what was going on. Yi Fei smiled and explained to Luo Weiyu, and Luo Weiyu knew the specific situation. Luo Weiyu immediately admired Yi Fei and said in a low voice, "It's really amazing, this I'm Not the of Medicine I have these 2 days. I often hear people mention that it's a very moving good movie, a good movie." Luo Weiyu's tone was full of pride. She was sincerely happy and proud for Yi Fei 977. Yi Fei smiled. "Don't praise me, I will be proud." Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu joked, and drove Luo Weiyu to the flower shop. Just after sending Luo Weiyu to the flower shop and kissing Luo Weiyu goodbye, Yi Fei returned to the car and found that his phone rang again. N.S. It was from concubine Ningyu. Yi Fei was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Ning Yufei, a great beauty, would take the initiative to contact him. Yi Fei and concubine Ning Yu have always kept in touch, but they haven't had much contact recently. Yi Fei answered the phone and heard concubine Ning Yu's sly voice ringing on the phone. Concubine Ning Yu didn't talk nonsense and opened the phone. Knowing the truth, he said, "Yi Fei, I can tell you a news that Li Yunfeng has come to Yendu." Yi Fei squinted slightly when he heard the words. Li Yunfeng has come to Yendu. This means that Yi Fei is about to violently collide with the protagonist of The King of Huadu Soldiers. Chapter 324. Mars hit the Earth. Li Yunfeng has come to Yendu. The news made Yi Fei frown slightly, and then stretched. Yi Fei is very clear about Li Yunfeng's strength. He can indeed be called a rival. Li Yunfeng is the master of transformation and is also known as the most outstanding genius in the martial arts world of Xianyuan Kingdom in the past 100 years. He is 30 years old. He stepped into the martial arts world, almost forged a myth, almost became the first martial artist who became a master of the world in his 20s. Talent. But despite this, Li Yunfeng still should not be underestimated. In order to temper his martial arts strength, Li Yunfeng even created the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Corps, which is extremely well known in the world. Known as the top mercenary group. In addition, Li Yunfeng has even become the leader of overseas Hongmen, and his status is extremely high. When Li Yunfeng came to Yendu this time, he must have dealt with the affairs between him and Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei had killed his disciple Fu Hongyu before. Fu Hongyu is Li Yunfeng's right-hand man. His death will inevitably arouse Li Yunfeng's anger, and Li Yunfeng is here to find. Yi Fei is in trouble. I see, thank you, Miss Ning. Yi Fei said with a smile. Concubine Ning Yu's beautiful voice came. Yi Fei, you must be careful. Li Yunfeng is the master of transformation, if you think it's hard to deal with, so I came to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall to find me. After all, it was because you helped me that the trouble caused me. Concubine Ning Yu was still a little bit sorry for Yi Fei, because concubine Ning Yu didn't know that Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng. It was destined to be contradictory. She just thought that Yi Fei was purely trying to help her. After all, it was indeed because Yi Fei helped her last time that Fu Hongyu was beaten to a hemiplegia. Fu Hongyu has been rescued and is already a vegetative person. Concubine Ning Yu didn't know that Yi Fei was already the master of transformation, and thought that Yi Fei was still a master of inner strength. There are still many worries and doubts. After all, in any case, although the masters of great internal strength are strong, they are simply too far behind compared to the master of the realm of transformation. Big, the difference between Tian Yuan. Concubine Ning Yu thought that Yi Fei was just a great inner strength, so she was very worried about Yi Fei. Yi Fei faintly smiled when he heard the worry in concubine Ning Yu's words. His impression of concubine Ning Yu was much better. But Yi Fei did not deliberately show off his strength. For Yi Fei it was completely unnecessary. When the time comes, concubine Ning Yu will know by herself.
Miss Ning is welcome. If there is any more news about Li Yunfeng, you can notify me at any time.
Yi Fei said lightly.
Okay, then it's settled. Concubine Ning U.S. intelligence information is very proficient. She herself is the entire Northern Underground.
One of the power controllers has a large intelligence network.
After hanging up the phone of concubine Ningyu, Yi Fei didn't worry. He decided to go to Su Qingzhu. Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu haven't seen each other for several days, just like Luo Weiyu before. Because Su Xiuquan's health is not very good, Yi Fei helps Su Xiuquan to nurse his health. Su Xiuquan also gradually.
He retired from the Su family and handed over most of the Su group's affairs to Su Qingzhu.
Therefore, Su Qingzhu is currently responsible for the daily operations of the entire Su group. Although the Su group is not comparable to a giant like the Yi family, it is also a large consortium with assets exceeding 10 billion. Looking at the whole country, it is already a very good company. Su Qingzhu has been acquainted with the overall affairs of the Su family during this period of time, so she has been busy, but she is too busy.
Touch the ground. The appearance of Yi Fei was undoubtedly a surprise to Su Qingzhu.
Seeing Yi Fei's arrival, Su Qingzhu blushed in the office, and his eyes were full of surprises, saying,
"How did you come?"
Seeing Su Qingzhu's surprised expression, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile, and at the same time he felt a sense of pity in his heart. Su Qingzhu has lost some weight these days, and his whole person has become a lot thinner.
That's because the recent work is really too busy.
After Yi Fei saw Su Qingzhu's appearance, he also sighed, then walked to Su Qingzhu's side and stroked Ruosu. Qingzhu's face said, "Qingzhu, you have to take a good rest recently, you are all thin."
Su Qingzhu smiled lightly.
She was really thin because of her busy work, but she was in a very good state of mind. Su Qingzhu smiled lightly and said, "Is it good for me? Many girls want to lose weight but can't lose weight." Yi Fei patted Su Qingzhu's buttocks lightly, and made a crisp sound, making Su Qingzhu's face red. Yi Fei sternly said, "You can't forget to take a break because you are too busy at work.
I think you should just find a few jobs. The industry manager will help you deal with your affairs." Su Qingzhu whispered. "I know, don't worry. I'm still at the stage of getting familiar with the company.
When the company is on the right track, I will ask a professional manager to take care of it, and it will not be so busy."
"Yep." Yi Fei smiled and said to Su Qingzhu.
Su Qingzhu opened her mouth lightly. Her temperament was still cold, but the frost was thawed in Yi Fei's place. She said, "What do you think?"
"Come see me today."
Yi Fei said, "It's mainly because I haven't seen you for several days."
"Yeah, I still want to find you, but I haven't seen you for several days." Su Qingzhu bit his mouth and leaned on Yi Fei's around.
The two stayed warm for a while and complained to each other. Yi Fei wanted to do something bad, but in the office, he didn't have this chance either. After staying with Su Qingzhu for a long time, Yi Fei left. When Yi Fei left the Su group in the afternoon, concubine Ning Yu called Yi Fei again.
"Miss Ning."
"Yi Fei, Li Yunfeng came to Hongshanwu, just now," concubine Ning Yu said. Li Yunfeng unexpectedly came to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall.
Yi Fei squinted, his heart moved slightly. Furthermore, Li Yunfeng asked to see you by name.
He also sent out invitations to invite many masters from Yendu martial arts circles to come to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall.
"Tonight," concubine Ning Yu said anxiously. "Li Yunfeng wants to see Yi Fei. This is really Mars hitting the Earth."
Chapter 325 Grandmaster of Transformation Realm vs. Grandmaster of Transformation Realm.
Yi Fei squinted slightly.
He obviously didn't expect Li Yunshan to go to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall and call to see Yi Fei by name. Concubine Ning Yu's words were a little anxious. Obviously the state of affairs in this matter was definitely not so. Concubine Ning Yu continued, "Just now some of our martial arts masters met the mouse and the cat in front of him, and even I don't dare to breathe. The pressure on the Master of Transformation is really too great." "Yi Fei, Li Yunfeng asked to see you by name, but he didn't say that he must trouble you.
After all, you have Yi family and Mu family relationship. I think Li Yunfeng will be scrupulous about one or two."
Concubine Ning Yu said truthfully. In the mind of concubine Ning Yu, Yi Fei was just a master of inner strength, and of course he was no match for Li Yunfeng.
But nevertheless, Yi Fei's relationship with the Yi family, the Mu family and even the Wei family was enough to make Li Yunfeng afraid of 3 points.
Yi Fei smiled. Don't worry, although Li Yunfeng is difficult to deal with, he really can't do anything to me.
Yi Fei is certainly not afraid of Li Yunfeng. Concubine Ning Yu whispered, but Li Yunfeng is coming fiercely.
He also sent out invitations to the martial arts community, especially to invite you tonight.
Meet.
I advise you not to avoid the limelight.
Concubine Ning Yu also considered 577 for Yi Fei.
In the view of concubine Ning Yu, Yi Fei's best way to avoid the wind is now.
Yi Fei smiled and said, no.
Actually, I was thinking about meeting Li Yunfeng for a while.
I'm going to see him tonight.
Really? Concubine Ning Yu frowned and said in a low voice, Li Yunfeng truth. Concubine Ning Yu didn't go down, but
the meaning is already self-evident.
Yi Fei smiled. Don't worry, so be it, see you tonight.
Yi Fei spoke and hung up the phone.
Concubine Ning Yu heard the beep in the receiver, and she sighed, knowing that tonight is destined to come.
I only hope that Yi Fei can survive. Li Yunfeng is coming fiercely and will never let go.
Although Yi Fei has many backers and forces, you must know that Yi Fei beat Fu Hongyu into a vegetable. He was hitting Li Yunfeng in the face. If Li Yunfeng can't react to this incident, then Li Yunfeng, the realm master, will have no prestige at all, so who will? Will put him in the eyes. There is such a saying in the martial arts world.
Grandmaster must not be insulted.
This means that the master has a very high status in the martial arts world, and he must not provoke him.
Once the master of Shangweijing is provoked, the ending is often very sad. Although Yi Fei has the Yi family, Mu family and other backgrounds, Li Yunfeng will probably not kill Yi Fei. But he wants to hurt Yi Fei is still very simple. In case Yi Fei is injured by Li Yunfeng, this concubine Ning Yu couldn't help being very worried.
But Yi Fei hung up the phone, but looked relaxed.
In fact, Yi Fei was also looking forward to the meeting between him and Li Yunfeng.
The last time Yi Fei killed Fu Hongyu, on the surface Yi Fei was helping concubine Ning Yu, but in fact it was for another reason.
Because Yi Fei knew very well, the reason why Li Yunfeng asked Fu Hongyu to challenge Hongshan Wugwan was to let Fu Hongyu take the opportunity to.
Yendu got into trouble to smooth out the martial arts world of Yendu for him, and also laid the foundation for Li Yunfeng's return to the martial arts world of Yendu. Li Yunfeng wanted to take the opportunity to become famous.
In the original book, Li Yunfeng did just that. Yi Fei naturally chose to help concubine Ning Yu and kill Fu Hongyu without hesitation.
Fu Hongyu is now a vegetable. Li Yunfeng must be very angry, he must want to retaliate against Yi Fei.
But Yi Fei was determined not to be afraid. Revenge. Who is afraid of whom?
Yi Fei's expression was calm, he was always indifferent to this matter, and even Yi Fei was still thinking about meeting in the evening. Li Yunfeng's visit to Yendu soon spread.
Because Li Yunfeng himself is also making a lot of publicity.
As the master of Huajing, Li Yunfeng's status in the martial arts world is self-evident.
It's just that Li Yunfeng lived far away in the sea before.
Besides, he has only fame and no prestige in Yendu martial arts circles. Taking this opportunity, Li Yunfeng issued an invitation letter, inviting many famous places in the martial arts circle of Yendu to attend the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall tonight.
Party.
Li Yunfeng didn't know whether Yi Fei would come to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall, but he had already sent out the invitation letter. If Yi Fei does not come, in front of so many famous martial artists in Yendu martial arts, Yi Fei can be said to have lost his face.
NS.
From then on, Yi Fei definitely couldn't mix in Yendu martial arts world. This is also Li Yunfeng's plan. If Yi Fei came, Li Yunfeng would take the opportunity to teach Yi Fei a lesson.
If Li Yunfeng doesn't come, it's even better. Li Yunfeng will take the opportunity to raise his head. Yi Fei has become a mourner here. The dog is not worthy to fight with him. This is equivalent to Li Yunfeng stepping on Yi Fei's fame to take a step forward. That is to say, Yi Fei was taking a knife. Of course, Yi Fei also deeply understood what Li Yunfeng meant.
He didn't worry when he saw it.
It was Mu Zijin. She also quickly learned that Li Yunfeng was coming to Yifei. Mu Zijin knew Yifei's strength.
I didn't worry too much, but proposed to go to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall with Yifei tonight.
Mu Zijin is expressing his thoughts about moving forward and retreating with Yifei.
Of course, Yifei is also clear about his concern for the beautiful woman. Yifei was also warm in his heart, and immediately agreed to Mu Zijin.
After Mu Zijin got Yifei's answer, he went with Yifei. 8 p.m. This is also the time agreed by Li Yunfeng.
Yifei and Mu Zijin were not in a hurry either. They arrived late at the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. When Yifei and Mu Zijin arrived at Hongshan Wushu Hall, they saw that the whole Hongshan Wushu Hall was already brightly lit. Mu Zijin also saw countless luxury cars outside the door, and at the same time, there were many people from Yendu martial arts who came in and out.
Crowded.
Seeing this scene, Yifei was not surprised at all. He just entered side by side with Mu Zijin.
Soon, concubine Ning Yu found Yifei first.
Chapter 326 Shocked.
Concubine Ning Yu found Yifei.
Concubine Ning Yu saw Yifei and Mu Zijin come together, and even the calmness of Yifei's face, even concubine Ning Yu
frowned slightly.
Yifei looked at concubine Ning Yu with a relaxed expression. I saw that concubine Ning Yu was also wearing a white martial arts uniform today, which set off concubine Ning Yu's body even more charming, full of power. Concubine Ning Yu's figure is already very tall. Wearing this white martial arts uniform is simple and generous, and it makes her look like a jade skin.
The skin is set off, and between concubine Ning Yu's eyes, there is a unique charm that attracts everyone's attention.
Almost everyone in the martial arts world at the scene focused their eyes on concubine Ning Yu's body.
She was like a thorny flower. The rose is the most stunning among the flowers, attracting everyone's attention. Concubine Ning Yu's eyes were like water.
She stared at Yifei and sighed. Yifei, in fact, you shouldn't have come tonight. Yifei smiled faintly. Really, I just want to come to see the realm of the realm master's strength. Concubine Ning Yu stopped talking, and finally sighed, saying the strength of the great master transformation is not what you and I can imagine, Li
Yunfeng is one of the best. Hey, forget it, I will try my best to help you in a while.
Hearing concubine Ning Yu's words, Yifei smiled and looked at concubine Ning Yu with a deep meaning, and said, Miss Ning, thank you very much.
I accept your love. At such a moment, concubine Ning Yu actually said that she was willing to help Yifei, which proved that concubine Ning Yu was good to Yifei. And it is enough to prove that concubine Ning Yu is a good friend.
Yifei is generous to his friends. Yifei retracted concubine Ning Yu's gaze, and then asked, is Li Yunfeng here?
He came long ago, and he's south waiting on the court now.
If you don't come, you will probably be the smile of the Yendu martial arts world.
Concubine Bing Ning Yu whispered.
Yifei smiled without saying a word. He turned to look at Mu Zijin next to him, and said in a low voice, Zijin will find a place to sit first.
Go ahead, I will meet Li Yunfeng.
Yeah, good. Mu Zijin said in a low voice, her eyes soft. When concubine Ning Yu saw Yifei and Mu Zijin, she suddenly felt that Mu Zijin's attitude was a little strange. Because Mu Zijin looked calm, he didn't seem to be bothered by Li Yunfeng at all, and it was not only the place where Yifei was at present.
Territory. What does it mean?
Concubine Ning Yu was a little surprised, a little strange. Yifei walked from the reception room to the ring of Hongshan Martial Arts Hall.
Yifei walked slowly. Concubine Ning Yu walked quickly behind Yifei.
As for Mu Zijin, as Yifei said, she went to the stands to find a position.
Sit down first.
Yifei walked into the arena. He raised his eyes and saw Li Yunfeng at the first glance. I saw Li Yunfeng sitting in the first row of the ring.
By Li Yunfeng's side, there were many masters in Yendu martial arts world, and Yifei even saw many familiar figures. Many people were witnesses from the last time Yifei competed with Chen Luo and Fu Hongyu, and they all came to the scene this time. It should be said that as long as there are famous figures in the martial arts world of Yendu, they dare not give face to Li Yunfeng, the martial arts master. All came to the scene. Among them, there are Ding Yichang, the descendants of Xingyiquan, Wadaji of Bajiquan, Qingtong Wuguan Wei Lawu, and Wang Zun of Tengda Wuguan. And many more.
This group of people is indeed a large number, and they are all familiar faces of Yi Fei. In addition, Yi Fei also saw a group of people flocking to Li Yunfeng's side.
They should have been with Yi Fei Yendu.
All of them are Li Yunfeng's cronies or disciples in Hongmen overseas.
Yi Fei finally saw Li Yunfeng.
I saw Li Yunfeng sitting cross-legged, sitting in the first row. He closed his eyes cross-legged at the moment, closing his eyes and rested. Li Yunfeng looks like he is in his 30s.
He is in his prime.
He is not burly, but his muscles are clear. It can be clearly seen that Li Yunfeng is sitting cross-legged and cannot see how high he is, but according to the height of his sitting, Yi Fei speculates. He is at least 1.9 meters tall. And more than that, Li Yunfeng has a strong aura. This aura is by no means ordinary, and even makes Yi Fei felt a bit extraordinary. Li Yunfeng's whole person is like a sharp sword, shocking.
Yi Fei acted calmly.
After seeing Li Yunfeng, Yi Fei smiled slightly and said loudly, Li Yunfeng, I heard you were looking for
me. I'm coming.
Ask for flowers.
Yi Fei's expression was indifferent, and he spoke slowly.
In the presence of many celebrities in Yendu martial arts circles, Yi Fei's momentum was not weak at all. Not being photographed by the other's momentum, on the contrary, it was like talking to ordinary people. Everyone in the martial arts world of Yendu looked at each other, they all looked at each other, feeling a little shocked. Yi Fei's attitude was too bold. The other party is the master of transformation. At this time, Li Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes. Li Yunfeng opened his eyes and focused his eyes on Yi Fei's body. Li Yunfeng looked at Yi Fei, and he slowly got up at the same time. Li Yunfeng said lightly, you are Yi Fei, and you beat my apprentice Fu Hongyu into a vegetable. While speaking, Li Yunfeng's momentum was released, and his inner strength also exploded.
As a martial artist, Li Yunfeng's aura can be known. For a while, everyone around Li Yunfeng,
they all felt a deep chill. They only felt that Li Yunfeng's aura was so amazing that they even went down. The withdrawal of consciousness. But Yi Fei's expression remained the same, even with a faint smile on his face, saying, yes, it's me.
Li Yunfeng.
Your apprentice Fu Hongyu signed me the status of life and death, and I was playing with him in the ring.
What's the problem?
Yi Fei stood like a green pine, he was as steady as a mountain, and he resolved Li Yunfeng's internal energy, and asked Li coldly.
Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng frowned and noticed that something was wrong with Yi Fei.
Under the strong pressure that Li Yunfeng deliberately released, Yi Fei didn't move at all.
This only shows that Yi Fei's strength is far superior. Li Yunfeng's imagination.
Chapter 327. The show shakes the whole hall. Li Yunfeng stared at Yi Fei closely, narrowing his eyes slightly, showing a bit of shock.
What a Yi Fei!
Li Yunfeng stared at Yi Fei earnestly, and between the two of them staring at each other, the aura was rising with the tip of the needle towards the Meimeng. Li Yunfeng is strong, his aura is amazing, and his eyes are fierce, making Yi Fei feel the heavy pressure. However, when Yi Fei faced the pressure like a mountain, he behaved very naturally.
Li Yunfeng had already noticed something was wrong.
On the contrary, those disciples and cronies next to Li Yunfeng all looked good at the show when they saw Yi Fei, and laughed
endlessly. I was quite disdainful.
Yi Fei, just a master with great internal strength. Although his strength is good, he dares to do this in front of the master.
Shang, it's really looking for death. 450.
Yes, he is afraid he hasn't met Grandmaster yet, and I don't know how great the Realm Master is. Everyone around Li Yunfeng sneered and ridiculed Yi Fei, and their words did not shy away from Yi Fei.
Mocking Yi Fei.
Yi Fei didn't get annoyed when he heard the ridicule of these people, he just smiled. On the contrary, Li Yunfeng's complexion gradually became ashen, and he whispered at the people around him in a cold voice, shut up, noisy.
Li Yunfeng even yelled at everyone around him, and all of Li Yunfeng's cronies and disciples were taken aback.
I didn't expect to be scolded by Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng stared at Yi Fei, and slowly said, I was still wondering before, that Brother Yi's inner strength was so powerful that he dared to offend me. It was only before I understood that it turned out that Brother Yi was not a master of inner strength, but a master in person.
Polite.
With that said, Li Yunfeng clasped his fists and flew to Yi with a salute. His eyes were like swords, staring at Yi Fei closely. Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, everyone at the scene couldn't help being surprised. Li Yunfeng actually gave Yi Fei a gift, that is all. The most important thing is the sentence Li Yunfeng said Yi Fei unexpectedly.
Already a master. Master of Transformation Realm.
Hearing these words, the cronies around Li Yunfeng, as well as those in the martial arts world at the scene, are all face to face. Looking at each other, he could hardly believe his ears.
Yi Fei is already the master of Transformation Realm.
Li Yunfeng's voice was not loud, but he was full of breath and spread throughout the audience. Not far away, concubine Ning Yu was also shocked, showing a deep unbelievable color. She stared at the Budo Hall. The figure in the center slowly relieved the doubt in his heart.
No wonder Yi Fei didn't face Li Yunfeng at all. No wonder Mu Zijin didn't panic at all just now.
Concubine Ning Yu took a deep look at Yi Fei. Her expression was rather complicated, and she sighed lightly. Concubine Ning Yu knew now that she underestimated Yi Fei. Yi Fei had hidden so deeply, he turned out to be a realm master. The master of Huajing, the martial arts world of Xinhuang Kingdom, is also one of the few existences. Throughout the martial arts world of Xinhuang Kingdom, there are names and surnames. There are no more than 10 masters of Huajing. And Yi Fei is undoubtedly the youngest among them. You must know that when Li Yunfeng became the master of the realm of transformation, he already shocked the martial arts world. His reputation was shocking, and it was shocking.
And now,
Yi Fei broke this record without any suspense. He is the youngest master of the world of Xinhuang martial arts, and he has no future.
Quantity.
Concubine Ning Yu had previously speculated that Yi Fei might become the master of the transformation within the last 2 or 3 years.
That is concubine Ning Yu.
It is expected to be in the most ideal state. But who knew that in a blink of an eye, and less than a month later, Yi Fei became the master of the realm of transformation. Concubine Ning Yu opened her red lips slightly, and let out a sigh of relief. Her inner sigh at Yi Fei was no longer enough. But Yi Fei smiled faintly. He also clasped his fists in his hands, and replied to Li Yunfeng, faintly saying brotherly, "It's polite. As a master of transformation, of course you must have the tolerance of a master."
There is an unfamous rule in the martial arts world of Xinhuang Kingdom.
When meeting between the master of the world and the master of the world, they all need to communicate with each other.
Give your name and give it to your face.
After all, they are all masters of the realm of transformation, martial arts masters who have reached the level of masters of the realm. They will no longer be like ordinary warriors. It's so easy to shoot, fight, and kill. If the master of transformation doesn't make a move, it will be shocking when he makes a move.
Li Yunfeng looked deeply at Yi Fei, saying unexpectedly, "Brother Yi has also become the master of the realm. My apprentice could not lose." Yi Fei smiled and said, "Fu Hongyu can only blame you for not being good at learning and for being too weak."
Li Yunfeng nodded. It is no wonder that others are not accurate in learning art, but Fu Hongyu is my apprentice after all. After such a big event, if my master is still indifferent, wouldn't it be a joke?
Li Yunfeng looked at Yi Fei directly, and said, "Since Brother Yi is also the master of the realm of transformation, how about you and me?"
Li Yunfeng made it clear that he wanted to test Yi Fei. When Li Yunfeng knew that Yi Fei was already a master of the realm of transformation, Li Yunfeng knew that today, I was afraid it would not be that simple. According to Li Yunfeng's prediction, although Yi Fei relied on Rui's and Mu's family, he can be regarded as a deep background in Yen, but it was Li Yunfeng who was resolutely not afraid. He even planned to give Yi Fei a lesson severely, and even wanted to break Yi Fei's hand or 1 foot, a vent of hatred in the heart, more fulfills his prestige.
If Yi Fei doesn't show up all the time, it's easy to do.
It will make Li Yunfeng famous, and Yi Fei's escape will be better.
Encourage Li Yunfeng's reputation.
Since Brother Li wants to fight, then I will accompany him. Yi Fei's expression was indifferent. He knew that this battle could not be escaped. In fact, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng are not going to be divided into life and death. Li Yunfeng is now on the 5.1 string. If not, the two sides are just testing. Yi Fei was determined not to be afraid. Please. Li Yunfeng made a gesture and said lightly. Please. Yi Fei also made a gesture, and the two stood still in the field. Both of them made no secret of their inner strength, they let the inner strength out, and the pressure was like a mountain. Let everyone around them change their colors. 328 Terrifying Yi Fei. When it struck, everyone around was slightly discolored, feeling the huge pressure, which was suffocating. The pressure of these two forces struck them like a mountain, and everyone couldn't help taking a few steps back. Li Yunfeng's cronies and disciples are all discolored. Don't look at the large number of people on Li Yunfeng's side, but the great master of transformation cannot be defeated by relying on a large number of people, especially they are also. It's just a master of inner strength. Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei glanced at each other, both with slightly serious expressions. Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng also knew that each other was a master that should not be underestimated. The two stood in the middle of the ring, and Li Yunfeng made a martial arts starting pose. But Yi Fei stood with his hands in his hands, relaxed and relaxed. Sure enough, it is the realm master, Yunfeng. He has encountered a hard stubble this time. Who would have thought that Yi Fei should have such strength? A close friend of Li Yunfeng, named Chen Wenhe, said in a low voice. Chen Wenhe is also a master of internal strength and was one of the members of Li Yun's 19 Fenblongia mercenary. At this time, Chen Wenhe saw Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng confronted each other with body and breath. Sure was deeply moved. According to Chen Wenhe's idea, Yi Fei is definitely not as good as Li Yunfeng, and even in their opinion, Yi Fei is just internal strength. It's a master of Deshang. Who would have thought that Yi Fei would change his body and become a realm master? Yeah, this is true. However, Yunfeng's strength is not weak even in the realm of master. This Yi Fei should be. He was just promoted to the great master of the transformation realm, not necessarily comparable to Yunfeng. Someone next to him said. All of Li Yunfeng's cronies and disciples have great confidence in Li Yunfeng himself, because Li Yunfeng showed. S strength has always been quite terrifying, and it can be regarded as the best among the realm masters, and ordinary realm masters can't match it. Enemy. And how long has Yi Fei just become the master of transformation realm? Can he compare with Li Yunfeng? Everyone was suspicious and skeptical. Don't worry about it, just concentrate on watching it. As everyone talked, they were holding their breaths, each with their eyes wide open, lest they might miss any details. In an instant, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng had already fought each other, and the two moved almost at the same time. Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei frightened, their bodies ejected like cannonballs. They were powerful and broke out. Out. Li Yunfeng's figure flashed in front of Yi Fei. He moved almost instantly, and his strength should not be underestimated. Yi Fei even felt the pressure rushing toward his face, and Li Yunfeng rushed towards him, that is, a strong iron mountain. Taishanko is a set of famous routines in the 6 major openings of Bajiquan. He is famous for his hard playing, fierce and unusual style and strong attacking ability, and it has been secretly passed down in Bajiquan for generations. Bajiquan is a classic boxing technique in national martial arts, known for its ferocity and strength. Li Yunfeng was fierce, and his right arm was rotated outwards, turning his right palm into a palm upwards, his fingers forward, and his left fist was forward and forward at the same time. Down, use the back of the fist as a force point to hit the right palm of the chest, fist eyes outward, and pounce straight. In an instant, Yi Fei stood in front of him with both hands, easily parrying, and resisting Li Yunfeng's fierce Taishan. Li Yunfeng's internal energy exploded, which was very shocking, and Yi Fei's powerful strength made Yi Fei's heart run. After Yi Fei released his strength, he saw that Li Yunfeng was not forgiving. He rushed again and punched Yi Fei violently. Burst out with a strong force. Yi Fei squinted slightly, his reaction faster. I saw Yi Fei kick out abruptly, and his kick was directly placed under Li Yunfeng's crotch. This is also the most male body. One of the fragile places. With no eyes, let alone at such a critical moment, Yi Fei's feet suddenly made Li Yunfeng startled. He stepped back subconsciously. Who knew that Yi Fei even took advantage of his mobile hand, and the reflexive body was also an iron mountain. not only Li Yunfeng, but Yi Fei will also rely on Iron Mountain. I saw Yi Fei's Taizhan Cao even more domineering. His figure suddenly pressed towards Li Yunfeng, and Li Yunfeng immediately fell behind.
After taking a few steps, I felt a huge pressure.
Taizhan relied on extremely domineering. Yi Fei's bottom plate was extremely stable, and he rammed Li Yunfeng directly. Although Li Yunfeng evaded his strength, he was still hit. Suddenly, the strong power made Li Yunfeng feel dizzy for an instant. Li Yunfeng stepped back a few steps, and he looked deeply. A glance at Yi Fei felt a little unbelievable. Yi Fei's close combat was so strong, which was far beyond Li Yunfeng's expectation. You know, Li Yunfeng claims to be the best master of the realm of transformation, and Yi Fei speculates that the instructor is just Chen Shen. It didn't take long for Grandmaster Jing, but Yi Fei could actually stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng was shocked, a little unbelievable. This violent force even caused Li Yunfeng to faint a little immediately. If it weren't for Li Yunfeng was also a master of transformation.
I'm afraid this can no longer bear it. Yi Fei is far stronger than he thought.
Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei were actually just tentative fights. After they fought 2 or 3 moves, they stood aside.
Confront each other.
Li Yunfeng couldn't help being disappointed, and 407 frowned at the same time. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei turned out to be such a difficult bone. He was so.
The crowd on the sidelines was even more surprised.
Originally, they were even full of confidence in Li Yunfeng, but now it seems that Li Yunfeng is very strong, but Yi Fei,
it looks stronger.
Both Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei used Taizhan relying on this move.
When Li Yunfeng used Taizhan retainer, Yi Fei dispelled Li Yunfeng's strength, and almost abruptly took over Li Yun.
Peek this trick. When Yi Fei used Taizhan reliance, Li Yunfeng's Jingran didn't stop this move.
Doesn't this mean that Yi Fei's strength is even stronger? At least on the surface. Chapter 329 Famous Move Yen Capital. Same, it's shocking. Yi Fei is far stronger than Li Yunfeng imagined.
Li Yunfeng squinted slightly, and after a few steps back, he actually took a defensive posture. Li Yunfeng planned to deal with Yi Fei with ease.
Yi Fei's body shape flash, act again. This time Yi Fei used a grappling hand.
Chinese martial arts are nothing more than fists, palms, feet, captures, weapons, etc., of which capture is also the most
an important item.
In the martial arts circles, there is a common saying: first fist and second leg capture. The weapon of the internal family and martial arts is one. It means that those who practice martial arts first practice boxing, then practice legs, and use both hands and legs together to capture, and capture has become a weapon for training.
Weapon is an extension of human hands and legs.
If you practice weapons like your own hands and feet, you can combine with the breathing of the inner family.
Reach the highest realm. Fists and legs are simple moves. In comparison, grappling is more complicated.
It is quite difficult to master the grappling hand. Ordinary martial artists need to study hard to master the capture. And it is even more difficult to use the grappling hand to the point of superb experience. Yi Fei used his catching hand, and in an instant, everyone only saw Yi Fei change into claws and grab Li Yunfeng abruptly. Li Yunfeng lowered his head and drew sideways, then faced this powerful move, and quickly followed.
At the same time, Li Yunfeng also fisted together and took a counterattack against Yi Fei.
The moves of the two are very swift and violent, only to see the afterimages flashing in the air, and the number of fights between the two hastily. 10 strokes, the air made bursts of noise. Seeing the fight between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng made everyone stun their tongues.
Only then did they know that the master is strong. Big. Master Hua Jing is so amazing. Sure enough, it is the Realm Master.
I finally know why the Realm Master and ordinary warriors are not at the same level.
NS. This is the strength of the Grand Master.
It's terrible. I thought Li Yunfeng was very strong. Who knew Yi Fei seemed to be stronger? There was more discussion in the field. The scene was full of people from the martial arts world, and there were even many people who were the names of the martial arts world in Yendu.
Lodging. As the saying goes, the layman looks at the excitement and the insider looks at the doorway.
These people are all professionals in the martial arts world, and their vision is very poisonous.
The match between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng was really amazing.
The air burst, and the sound was so sharp that it pierced the eardrum. At this moment, the confrontation between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng has become white-hot. After the two played against each other, they saw pits and pits everywhere on the ground, and the steel guardrails around them were completely distorted.
See spots. This level of fighting, if you changed to an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would have become muddy.
Such a high-intensity fight, but when Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng stopped, they both looked as normal. Even the face is not red or breathless. For both of them, this level of exercise is even just ordinary heat. It's just physical exercise. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin's eyes were always focused on Yi Fei's body. Her beautiful eyes flowed and she saw Yi Fei's amazing
performance is also a look of wonder. This is really bad because he has opened the gap more and more. After entering the master, it is completely another realm. Mu Zijin thought, staring at Yi Fei and thinking. But Mu Zijin also knew very well that her chances of becoming the master of the realm of transformation were slim. After all, how could it be so easy for the Grandmaster of Transformation realm, otherwise it would really be the Grandmaster who had gone all over the place. However, with the Huangdi and Ei Jing, it does provide a hint of possibility for Mu Zijin.
Thinking of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Mu Zijin immediately thought of the scene of the two fellow practitioners in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. When Mu Zijin's cheeks were blushing, she put pink on her cheeks quietly, making Mu Zijin's ears red as well. At the scene, the match between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng almost came to an end. Both Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei stood still. They didn't do anything for the time being, but looked at each other. Because of this battle, it was indescribable to Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei. Both Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei were a little surprised at each other's performance. Li Yunfeng's strength was beyond Yi Fei's imagination, and Yi Fei's strength was also beyond Li Yunfeng's expectations. It can be said that Li Yunfeng had no idea that Yi Fei, the newly promoted master, could actually have such strength. Of course, Yi Fei didn't expect it either. Yi Fei thought that by virtue of the system and the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Yi Fei was enough to suppress Li Yunfeng. But what I didn't expect was that Yi Fei had only a slight advantage over Li Yunfeng, and the two of them. This was just a discussion, so neither party did their best.
Once you are really cruel, it will be a life-and-death fight.
Li Yunfeng stared at Yi Fei and said with a complicated expression.
What a Yi Fei, I have seen it, fruit. It is extraordinary. Li Yunfeng, you are not bad.
Yi Fei looked relaxed and composed. Li Yunfeng said coldly, I have seen Zhongshu Yi's methods today.
Roan underestimated, I admire someone Li. But you let my apprentice Fu Hongyu become a vegetative, we are slow with this account. Calculate slowly. With a big wave of his hand, Li Yunfeng looked at the disciples and confidants around him, and said coldly, brothers, let us go. Seeing that Yi Fei's strength was so amazing, Li Yunfeng knew that things could not be violated, and had no chance to deal with Yi Fei again. He will let his disciples and cronies all follow him to leave. In an instant, Li Yunfeng's sober and disciples approached, Noma's people, and they all followed Li Yunfeng away. Nephew. Yi Fei smiled slightly and said, Masterly, it's so easy to leave. Li Yunfeng snorted, did not answer, but left with a stride. Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei are almost the same in strength, they have nothing to do with each other, and Li Yunfeng can't find a bargain. Can only leave. This time, Li Yunfeng was upset. Yi Fei's expression was faint. He looked at concubine Ningyu and Mu Zijin, and then at the martial arts community in the audience. People, knowing that this battle between him and Li Yunfeng will surely move Yindu. Chapter 330 Vibration, the experience value skyrocketed again. Although the battle between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng had no results, the outcome was actually clear. After all, Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei are both top masters of transformation. It is obviously unrealistic and impossible to ask both parties to fight to death as soon as they come up. After all, reaching the realm of the master of the realm of transformation, in the martial arts world, it is like a godlike existence. Reach this. Such a realm, how can you fight to death as soon as you come up?
Therefore, Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei are destined to be impossible to fight for life and death.
This is only the first time the two of them competed. That's it.
The fight between the two was the highlight afterwards, and now it's just an appetizer. Yi Fei watched Li Yunfeng leave. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged. Li Yunfeng left with his disciples and cronies. He was also secretly cruel in his heart at this time, since he had already been with Yi Fei. Tore his face, then Li Yunfeng had no scruples. Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei tore their faces apart. This is also a long-destined thing. It is foreseeable that Li Yunfeng will definitely try to find Yi Fei trouble, and he will never.
It's as simple as this time. After all, this time it was Li Yunfeng 500 who didn't expect Yi Fei to have such a strength, and he was actually the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. And then, Li Yunfeng will definitely be vigilant against a Master of Transformation, and he will definitely raise the alarm. Vigilant. Li Yunfeng laughed.
At this moment, concubine Ning Yu walked towards Yi Fei with shock. She was still deeply immersed in the battle between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng just now, and concubine Ning Yu walked in front of Yi Fei. Looking at Yi Fei with a complicated expression, he whispered, "Yi.
Miss Ning."
Yi Fei smiled and greeted concubine Ning Yu with a natural expression. He looked at Ning Yu in front of him.
Concubine.
Concubine Ning Yu is indeed very beautiful, decent and beautiful, more feminine and charming. When Yi Fei saw the beauty of concubine Ning Yu, he was only showing appreciation, and at the moment, concubine Ning Yu looked at Yi Fei, deeply shocked. Concubine Ning Yu sighed softly. "Sure enough, it's a real person, Yi Fei. I'm completely convinced by your strength. From now on, you will be the real famous Jinyan in the martial arts world, and even in the martial arts world of Yendu, you can count as the first people."
Concubine Ning Yu sighed lightly.
Yi Fei is really the first person in Yendu martial arts world in a sense. Because several martial arts masters known in Yendu nowadays, Li Yunfeng returned from overseas, although he is a martial artist. Dao master, but Li Yunfeng is not even Xianhuang nationality, so naturally he can't be regarded as Yendu native, Yendu martial arts. The world does not recognize him either. Otherwise, Li Yunfeng would not have to spend so much trouble and would send his disciple Fu Hongyu to enter the Yendu martial arts world.
In addition, the same is true for Dr. Wu. He is not from Yendu.
Although he is highly respected, he is also not recognized by Yendu martial arts circles. What is more, although the superb Dr. Wu said he is a master of both medical and martial arts, he is a master outside the world after all. He rarely makes shots and almost never use force with others. Only Yi Fei is from Yendu, and Yi Fei's martial arts strength has been seen by everyone. Everyone is right. Yi Fei's martial arts strength was extremely recognized, and he was deeply deterred and shocked. Who was shocked to see the scene where Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng were fighting just now. Of course, there is actually a mysterious martial arts master in Yendu, that is the martial arts master in the army. However, this person has a prominent reputation in the army, and is basically only in the army, so it is ignored by everyone. In the Yendu martial arts world, it is assumed that there is no martial arts master in the Yendu martial arts world. Although Bai Jingyan is prosperous, Yendu is not the hometown of martial arts like Florida, Hashir, Songshir, Yendu. Although there are many talents in the martial arts world, there is indeed no recognized representative of the master of the world before. And now, Yi Fei was born. The master of transformation in his 20s, the future is boundless. More importantly, Yi Fei's performance just now seemed to be even better than Li Yunfeng's, and he immediately let the audience. People are all amazed and deeply impressed. As the saying goes, one has no first and Wu has no second. Yi Fei's current strength made everyone in the martial arts world very convinced. The fight between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng just now was nothing to do with it. Seeing the potholes on the ground, the center of the venue was almost destroyed, and it must be renovated. The scene just now is still fresh and shocking. Miss Ning laughed, "And I will leave the Li Yunfeng affairs to me in the future," Yi Fei said with a smile. He has a calm voice and a calm tone, but what he says is incredibly shocking. But concubine Ning Yu didn't think he was arrogant, but nodded slightly, and even said please.
Concubine Ning Yu.
Since last time, I have also been grudges with Li Yunfeng, and concubine Ning Yu also knows that Li Yunfeng actually has a covetous attitude towards her. Concubine Ning Yu was disgusted with Li Yunfeng because of her coveted heart.
But Li Yunfeng's strength is too terrifying.
Even if she is willing to resist Li Yunfeng, she is also right.
He couldn't help it.
Because of this, concubine Ning Yu was worried about this matter.
And if Yifei helped, it would be much easier.
After all, Yifei was also the master of transformation, and he was not afraid of Li Yunfeng in the slightest.
Thank you very much, then.
Concubine Ning Yu said softly with her eyes moving. Ding, congratulations to the host. Concubine Ning Yu's impression of you has improved, and her experience value has increased by 300 points. The system reminder sounded in Yifei's mind. After the system prompt sounded, Yifei squinted, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After that, Ding Yicheng and a group of martial arts masters from Yendu were in front of Yifei, like a star holding the moon,
surrounded by the middle.
Of course, these masters in the martial arts world of Yendu are all touting Yifei. Of course, they are not proficient.
Some people really support Yifei sincerely. After all, Yifei is a native of Yendu.
These masters in the martial arts world of Yendu finally figured out a master when they saw Yendu.
It's with you, Rongyan.
Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully repelled Li Yunfeng, made a big show, and impressed everyone in the Yendu martial arts world.
Experience value increased by 700 points.
At this time, another reminder came from Yifei's ear.
The experience value skyrocketed again. Chapter 331 Really doing the fake show I can save you.
Yifei only felt that his experience skyrocketed, and his heart was so refreshing, he squinted slightly. No matter what, today's results are beneficial to Yifei, and his fame and prestige will be even higher.
Especially in the martial arts world of Yendu, Yifei's prestige is far stronger than before.
They are two concepts, so there is no need to say more. Even Ding Yicheng, Guadaji, Wei Lawu and others also expressed to Yifei their thoughts on respecting Yifei. In fact, according to common sense, even if Yifei is the master of the transformation, Ding Yicheng and others cannot be convinced by Yifei. Behaved so respectfully. Among them, the identity of Yifei's heir to the Yi family also played a big role. Strictly speaking, Yifei is not from the martial arts world. By Jing Yifei's foundation is the Yi family, one of the three major commercial giants in Yendu, and his status is extraordinary. Regarding this heavy identity, Yifei's identity is also incomparably noble, even more so that people in the martial arts world are in awe. Unless she was born in a martial arts family like Ling Shiyun, she would definitely not be able to compare with Yi's family. For this reason, Ding Yicheng, Guadaji and others are all convinced by Yifei. Hearing what Ding Yicheng and Guadaji said, Yifei smiled nonchalantly. After chatting for a few words, and then declining everyone, he walked to Mu Zijin's side. Mu Zijin blinked, her mouth curled up with a sweet and incomparably sweet smile, walking beside Yifei, incomparably clear.
The eyes always focus on Yifei's body.
Mu Zijin whispered softly, I did a great performance tonight. I didn't think you just became a master. Helpless to you, he is one of the most recognized masters. Of course, there are 3 or 6 or 9 grades of grandmasters, and there are also strong and weak points. Li Yunfeng is only in his 30s and he is in his prime of life. He is at the peak of his physical functions and various strengths.
And he was once the captain of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary, a well-deserved king of soldiers.
For this reason, Li Yunfeng is recognized in the martial arts world as being a great master in the realm of transformation. As a new master, Yifei can even compete with Li Yunfeng, and even seems to be slightly better on the scene. He was enough to do it himself. That is, don't look at whose husband it is.
Yifei joked at Mu Zijin with a smirk.
Mu Zijin's face was reddening right now, and she remembered those fantasies she had just now, if she wanted to be more powerful in martial arts. Further, then you must practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic together with Yifei.
Mu Zijin blushed, but he didn't say anything in embarrassment.
But Yifei gave a chuckle, and took Mu Zijin's hand and walked out. Mu Zijin followed Yifei, and the two walked into the car. Yifei kindly fastened Mu Zijin's seatbelt and smiled. Why don't you go to my house for dinner tomorrow?
My parents also said they want to see you. Yifei told Mu Zijin about this last time.
After all, Yifei had already met Mu Zijin's parents, and this time it was Mu Zijin's turn to see Yifei's father.
The relationship between the two parties is basically determined.
Yifei and Mu Zijin went through life and death together, and their feelings were different. Hearing Yifei's words, Mu Zijin's face blushed slightly, but he still agreed to Yifei and said in a low voice,
"Okay, I get it."
Mu Zijin's cheeks were blushing, and her eyes were extremely moisturized.
His eyes floated with shame and joy, obviously for Yifei's. The proposal is still very happy.
Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled and said, "Well, that's it. Others who are ugly wives always want to see in-laws, you.
It's a beautiful daughter-in-law."
Yifei smiled and teased a few words before seeing Mu Zijin's face even more blush. Yifei sent Mu Zijin to the Mu family compound. At the gate of Mu's compound, after Mu Zijin kissed Yifei, he hurriedly got out of the car, blushing and left. Yifei drove home, just waiting for tomorrow.
Middle. Next day.
Early in the morning, when Yifei finished washing, he was not in a hurry to return to Yi's house, but was preparing for something else.
This is to help Ling Shiyun use the Suzaku fire needle to regulate her body.
Since this period of time, Ling Shiyun almost every 2 or 3 days, Yifei will make a special trip to use Juke fire needles for Ling Shiyun has adjusted her body once, and Ling Shiyun is also taking care of the Dr. Wu, so since this time,
Ling Shiyun's body recovered well.
But after all, Ling Shiyun is weak, and the weather is getting colder. The cold and damp weather makes Ling Shiyun
cough badly. Ask for flowers.
When I saw Ling Shiyun today, Yifei saw that Ling Shiyun was pale again, and his lips were almost bloodless.
It's just that her eyes are extremely bright.
She looked at Yifei and smiled. "Yifei, you had a relationship with Li Yunfeng last night."
"I've heard about the hands, it's amazing."
Ling Shiyun admired Yifei very much. When Ling Shiyun said this, Yifei was taken aback for a moment.
Yifei said in surprise, "You unexpectedly." Understood. Yifei was indeed surprised. After all, it was only one night.
Ling Shiyun whispered, "Yes, don't forget, my master is also the master of the realm of transformation. He is actually." People in the martial arts world, of course someone will tell him the news.
"Yes, I almost forgot about God Wu." Yifei nodded slightly. The news of Feng's battle was told to Dr. Wu. Ahem.
At this moment, Ling Shiyun coughed violently again, and she carried a delicate blue silk scarf handkerchief with her. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and after coughing violently, she saw traces of blood on the handkerchief. Seeing this, Yifei frowned slightly and said, "Your cough seems to be serious again."
"As soon as winter comes, I am used to it. I usually spend the winter in the south, and sometimes it is very. When I go to the island, it's warmer there."
"I didn't expect this year to spend the winter in Yendu." Ling Shiyun smiled reluctantly.
Whispered, "But after your treatment, I feel my body feels much more comfortable than before. I used to cough up blood. More serious."
Ling Shiyun told the past, without fear of death, only calm. When Ling Shiyun said this, Yifei's brows still wrinkled, and he whispered, "Actually, I can save you."
"Know the method, why don't we do the fake show?" Yifei's meaning is obvious. Chapter 332. Ling Shiyun agreed. After several experiments, Yifei actually knew the function of Huan Di aging very well.
Yifei, Mu Zijin, Luo Weiyu, and Bai Ruoshi all co-edited the Yellow Emperor's internal classic.
Among them, Mu Zijin is proficient in
martial arts, but Luo Weiyu and Bai Ruoshi didn't know anything about it, and their physical fitness was no different from ordinary people.
Even low U.S. body is weak, not as good as ordinary people.
But after practicing in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, it is clear that Bai Ruoshi and Luo Weiyu have improved their physical fitness.
Show.
Therefore, according to Yifei's estimation, the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine has a stronger effect on ordinary people. If Ling Shiyun and his It is estimated that in the Huangdi Nei Jing, a fellow practitioner, it would take about a year to heal Ling Shiyun's illness. After all, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is a legendary exercise that can consolidate the foundation, improve physical fitness, and make up for congenital deficiencies. The main function of Huangdi Nei classics lies in this, and it is very specific to Ling Shiyun's physique. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Ling Shiyun's face flushed slightly, her eyes flowed, her bright eyes staring tightly. Yi Fei whispered, "You mean?" Yi Fei said truthfully, "To be honest, although your condition is alleviated by Suzaku Fire Needle, it is getting better and better. Seriously, if you can't get treatment in time, every winter will be a torment for you. And this year is warm winter. The weather is actually hotter than usual in winter. At the turn of winter and spring, there will be flu, epidemics, etc. Various diseases occur frequently. If your body's resistance is weak, it is easy to get the disease." Yi Fei spoke very seriously. Yi Fei is actually very clear about Ling Shiyun's situation. Ling Shiyun herself is actually gentle and kind, and she has been fighting against death all the time. God fought desperately. Not long after Ling Shiyun was born, a famous doctor concluded that Ling Shiyun would not survive to adulthood. However, Ling Shiyun has been fighting against the illness and has not given up hope. Ling Shiyun heard what Yi Fei said, and saw that Yi Fei spoke sincerely, which immediately made Ling Shiyun's heart. "It's also warm." These words that Yi Fei said really made Ling Shiyun feel warmer. Since she was a child, not many people have cared about her. Her father is one, and so is Master Wu's doctor. However, her father and Dr. Wu and Yi Fei's concerns were completely different. Ling Shiyun blushed and the corner of her mouth showed. With a shallow smile, "It feels good to be cared for." She experienced the taste of being liked and cared for. It really made Ling Shiyun's heart full of warmth. "Thank you, Yi Fei." Ling Shiyun's long eyelashes quivered. She thought a little, and whispered, "If you want to. Your fellow practitioners in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, don't you want to meet you frankly me?" Ling Shiyun blushed and said, "I have suffered too much." Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the words, "Does it hurt to be with me anyway? I should be considered a superb male." "Friends." Ling Shiyun thought about it seriously, and said, "It seems to be too. You are worth a lot and you are young and promising." The youngest top master seems to have no other problems except for a little bit of care. Ling Shiyun said seriously, her big eyes flickered, making Yi Fei admire it. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Ling Shiyun's face was getting redder, her voice was like a mosquito, and she whispered, "Then when do you plan to practice?" "The Yellow Emperor's internal classic." Yi Fei's heart moved. Ling Shiyun meant to agree to him. Ling Shiyun agreed to practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with Yi Fei. In fact, during this period of time, although Ling Shiyun and Yi Fei have not got along much, but Ling Shiyun does have a good relationship with Yi Fei. There is a good impression. When Yi Fei saw Ling Shiyun agree, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not in a hurry, saying, "Don't hurry, wait a few minutes. Gosh, let us get along for a few more days." Yi Fei also knows that although Ling Shiyun's relationship with her is progressing well, if Ling Shiyun really cultivates with him. Refining Yellow Emperor's internal classic, "I can't help being shy, it would be better for the two to cultivate a few more days of feelings. Anyway, Ling Shiyun can't run away." Upon hearing this, Ling Shiyun also nodded slightly, her eyes flashing with shame and joy. Yi Fei's remarks were exactly what she wanted. Ling Shiyun also didn't want her relationship to progress too quickly. Although she had a decision in her heart, she still couldn't help being reserved. "Ding, congratulations to the host, Ling Shiyun's affection for you has increased, and your experience value has increased by 200 points. At this time, the system prompt came. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Fei's mouth smiled, and his mood became even greater. Is good. Yi Fei's experience points have been soaring now, and I believe that he will be able to gather the experience points soon, and then he will upgrade. God-level skills, don't know how it will feel." Yi Fei did not tease Ling Shiyun anymore, but used Zhuke fire needles for Ling Shiyun. Ling Shiyun was treated by Zhuke fire needles. After the second treatment, her complexion was a little ruddy, and Yifei didn't know if Ling Shiyun was blushing or was caught by the vermilion bird. After the needle runs, the body heats up. Ling Shiyun blushed and chatted with Yifei in a low voice before leaving. After Ling Shiyun left, Yifei put on a formal suit. After wearing it, he went directly to the Yi family villa. It was the day when Yifei and Mu Zijin agreed to meet Yifei's parents. After Yifei and Mu Zijin agreed, Yifei went to the Yi family villa first. In the villa, Yifei received a call from Mu Zijin and learned that Mu Zijin had come outside the villa. In the villa, Yi He and Lin Shui had been waiting, especially Lin Shui, who whispered to Yifei. I heard your father say that Bai Ruoshi has no shallow relationship with you. Forget it, she is also my woman. Yifei smiled, and Yifei has nothing to do with his cheap parents. Concealed. Upon seeing this, Lin Shui couldn't help being dumb, staring at Yi He, both surprised and sighed. Lin Shui even sighed faintly. 4.8 It seems that my daughter-in-law is quite a lot, but that is fine. Even the girl from the Bai family is yours. Yi He even shook his head, marveling at his son. Charm. I'm going to pick up Zijin first, she is outside. Yi Fei smiled. When Yi He said so, Lin Shui and Yi He nodded and waited for Yi to move. But Yi Fei went outside the villa and saw Mu Zijin. Today's Mu Zijin made Yi Fei's eyes light up. Chapter 333 Pneumonia occurred. Today's Mu Zijin made Yi Fei's eyes light up. Although today's Mu Zijin also doesn't have makeup, she is still naked, but she is very moving and light. A light smile is to turn all beings upside down. Although Mu Zijin didn't have makeup, she carefully selected her clothes instead of wearing basic clothes like before. It is sportswear and practice clothes. Mu Zijin is so pretty today. Mu Zijin's upper body is an off-white windbreaker with a pink woolen sweater inside, which brings out her unevenness. His figure, skinny jeans on his feet, wrapped his arms like peaches. Not to mention her slender legs, without any fat, straight and slender, attracting Yi Fei's eyeballs. There is a pair of black boots under her feet, which makes Mu Zijin look tall and pleasant. The appearance of Mu Zijin really made Yi Fei's eyes shine, and Yi Fei couldn't help but admire Zijin. Your dress looks really good today. Then I didn't look good in my previous dress, Mu Zijin asked with a smile. Yi Fei replied without hesitation, of course it looks good, but it was purely because of your good looks before. Now it's because your clothes are more suitable 23, and you can look more beautiful. Yi Fei discovered that since he and Mu Zijin broke through the last layer of window paper, Mu Zijin's body is even more exuding. The charm and femininity made Yi Fei even more pleasantly surprised. Mu Zijin would now be close to a very beautiful woman if she were to be judged in terms of ratings. Of course, the rating varies from person to person. In Yi Fei's view, concubine Ning Yu's charm is unstoppable. But Mu Zijin is not inferior at all. Mu Zijin Shanxian smiled. She was ashamed and happy when she was praised by her lover. Mu Zijin was still carrying something in his hand, and said, I also prepared gifts for my uncle and aunt. Mu Zijin also specifically asked Yi Fei his parents' preferences, and made a special trip to prepare gifts for both of them. Yi Fei. I also know that Mu Zijin attaches great importance to this meeting, and Mu Zijin is also interested. Yi Fei smiled and walked into the villa side by side with Mu Zijin, and then Mu Zijin saw Yi He and Lin Shui. Yi He and Lin Shui showed enthusiasm for Mu Zijin, especially Lin Shui. They liked Mu Zijin when they saw Mu Zijin. N.S. People with such a mark are first class in appearance and family background. I heard that they still have positions in the military. All are excellent. Before seeing Mu Zijin, Lin Shui still had doubts, but after seeing Lin Shui, Mu Zijin sighed. My son is really a blessing to Xiulai, who can actually have such a confidant. Lin Shui was very satisfied with Mu Zijin. She smiled and said, Zijin, today is the first time we met. It is reasonable to. I said that as an elder, I want to give a meeting gift. I don't have anything particularly valuable, but I have ancestors. I passed a jade bracelet, I gave it to you. With that, Lin Shui took out a jade bracelet made of Hetian jade, which was extremely delicate and crystal clear. It is like suet, with a translucent luster. Although Mu Zijin didn't like wearing jewelry, she knew that this was Lin Shui's wish, and it also showed Lin Shui's recognition of her. Mu Zijin immediately took it with joy, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Shui blinked and smiled. "I hope you can change your name sooner." This sentence made Mu Zijin's face red again, and her heart was even more ashamed. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Let us eat first, and talk while eating." "Yes, right, eat first. I actually still have a lot of questions I want to ask you, Xiao Fei, some of your recent things. I have heard a lot of Yi." He greeted Yi Fei and Mu Zijin while sitting down to eat, and at the same time he asked, "I heard from a friend that you fought with a person from the martial arts world last night, and it caused a sensation."
"Well, the other party's name is Li Yunfeng," Yi Fei admitted.
He paused slightly. Li Yunfeng, is it him? Obviously he has also heard of Li Yunfeng, although he is not familiar with things in the martial arts world, but Li Yunfeng's reputation is not limited to the martial arts world.
After all, Li Yunfeng is the tycoon of the overseas Hong clan, and Li Yunfeng's foundation is not weaker than that of the Yi family, or even worse.
Moreover, it is rumored that Li Yunfeng had close contacts with a certain top wealthy in Yendu, and his identity should not be underestimated. Hearing that Yi Fei had a dispute with Li Yunfeng, he was a little worried.
"Uncle, you don't have to worry.
Although Li Yunfeng has a conflict with Yi Fei, he has nothing to do with Yi Fei,"
Mu Zijin said softly.
Hearing this, he was even more surprised.
Why is Li Yunfeng helpless to Yi Fei?
He realized that he couldn't see through Yi Fei.
"Where you can help, just speak up, don't hide it, you know." "Don't worry," Yi Fei agreed.
Yi Fei was eating and chatting with Yi He and Lin Shui. He spoke from time to time to adjust the atmosphere. This meal was really good.
Happy. The matter between Mu Zijin and Yi Fei was almost settled in this way.
At the end of the meal, Yi Fei suddenly received a call from the Dr. Wu.
Talk.
Yi Fei didn't have the contact information of Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu called via Duan Qizheng's cell phone. On the phone, Dr. Wu had a serious tone. "Xiao Yi, I am Daozi Wu, I have something to ask you for help."
"Mr. Wu, could you please say?" Yi Fei said immediately. Yi Fei's impression of Dr. Wu is still very good.
Although Dr. Wu had conflicts with Yi Fei at first, facts have proved that Dr. Wu is a very upright senior, and even a great doctor, worthy of respect. Shen Wu said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yi, you should have paid attention to the latest news.
There have been serious problems in Azhou.
The condition of pneumonia in China has spread throughout the country.
I have received an invitation from the relevant department of Xinhuangua. Ready to go to Azhou immediately and leave immediately."
Yi Fei was startled when he heard the words of Dr. Wu. Yi Fei knew about Azhou's severe pneumonia, and it was indeed very serious. "I heard that there is a serious shortage of local medical staff in Azhou, and I am requesting assistance from experts in the medical field across the country."
"Well, I know."
Yi Fei nodded. "Mr. Wu, you mean?
Yi Xiaoyu, you are good at medical skills. I don't know what happened this time. Can you help me? I think now Azhou needs your help."
Mr. Wu did not go around the corner and said straightforwardly, Dr. Wu is here to invite Yi Fei to help."
Chapter 334. The disease broke out. "Yi Fei, I like you more."
How serious is the situation? Yi Fei has also seen a lot of news reports recently.
The earliest news report about this pneumonia in Azhou was in half a month ago.
Half a month ago, Yi Fei had already seen some relevant news reports.
It is said that this pneumonia was first detected in the seafood market in Azhou, and merchants in the seafood market were infected this time.
Pneumonia eventually caused the disease to intensify and began to spread. So far, there have been more than 400 cases.
The infection range is all over the country. Of course, the good news is that many medical experts have already rushed to Azhou. Azhou is tilted and various measures have been taken.
However, the disease in Azhou is still spreading, and the people are even a little panicked and uneasy. Everyone does not know.
What situation will Tao face next?
Yi Fei heard that Dr. Wu said so. He also sighed and said, "Dr. Wu, when are you going to leave?"
Go to Zhou. It takes no time.
As a medical staff, I can only do my best at this moment.
Dr. Wu was on the phone.
He smiled. Although my old man is getting older, but his body is still strong, he can fight again. Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Yi Fei's heart moved, sincerely showing respect to Dr. Wu. Yi Fei said seriously, let us go, I will leave today for Zhou.
Yi Fei made a decision.
Right now is a critical moment, and it is indeed just like what the genius Dr. Wu said, without delay.
Although Yi Fei is not a medical staff, his medical skills are outstanding, and he is young and has enough energy.
When Dr. Wu heard Yi Fei say this, he was immediately surprised and said, okay, thank you Yi Xiaoyu for your help. Seeing the new year is approaching, it's really hard for you. Yi Xiaoyu has been 11 years old. Dr. Wu was indeed quite surprised.
He just invited Yi Fei with the mentality of giving it a try. He didn't expect Yi Fei will agree.
After all, Yi Fei, as the top rich second generation, his status is not trivial. The pneumonia in Zhou is contagious this time, and once I serve as a medical staff to support Zhou.
Yi Fei may also be infected, which is dangerous.
But Yi Fei did not hesitate to agree to him. This makes Wu's impression of Yi Fei suddenly become very good. He even said, I have been with a few people from Yendu.
Experts have talked about this, and academician Zhong from Guangdong province has also talked about it. We want to work out a rough treatment.
Yi Xiaoyu, your medical skills are outstanding, so why not join our expert group?
Dr. Wu offered to invite him.
Yi Fei heard a few names that the genius Dr. Wu said that shocked him.
Academician Zhong from Guangdong province is a national treasure and an absolute expert in the field of respiratory diseases.
There are also Dr. Wang from Yendu, etc. They are all famous doctors. It seems that the senior officials of Xinhuangwa paid great attention to this lung disease, and they gathered so many experts to go to Zhou, and their determination was very obvious. Yi Fei also realized that this matter is not a small problem, but the high-level determination is even greater.
This is to eliminate the pneumonia. Efforts to treat, strive to overcome the disease as soon as possible.
Yi Fei said, okay, I won't refuse, thank you Dr. Wu, I will do my best to do my part.
Force. Yi Fei's expression is serious.
Hearing Yi Fei's words, Dr. Wu repeatedly said, Yi Xiaoyu, thank you so much. Yi Fei made a few words, and agreed to go to Zhou with the genius Dr. Wu, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mu Zijin, Lin Shui, and Yi Hiao looked at Yi Fei, with inquiring expressions in their eyes. Especially Mu Zijin asked directly, are you going to Zhou? Where is the place where pneumonia occurs, you?
Yi Fei smiled and said, do your part.
Although I am not a genius doctor, I learn. I have learned a little bit of medical skills, and I should make some contributions.
Hearing Yi Fei's words, Mu Zijin was silent.
She knew the terrible outbreak of pneumonia in Zhou was happening now.
At this critical moment, Yi Fei demonstrated the responsibility and ability that a man should have.
Mu Zijin whispered, you did the right thing, and I will also go to Zhou to help you.
Mu Zijin immediately made a decision, wanting to bear with Yi Fei. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Yi Fei couldn't help being moved.
In fact, the outbreak of pneumonia in Zhou this time is quite serious, and it has even caused some
panic.
However, the upper echelons in the country paid very high attention to this Zhou pneumonia, which also made Zhou lungs. The problem of inflammation has been effectively controlled. However, when Mu Zijin proposed to go to Zhou with Yi Fei, he still asked Yi Fei to shake his head slightly. Yi Fei
whispered, this epidemic is not a joke, you should stay in Yendu. I will go to Zhou first and wait for confirmation. If the condition is not so serious, come here again. Mu Zijin was slightly silent.
She also knew that she would not be able to help Zhou at this time. After all, Mu Zijin did not proficient in medicine.
After thinking about it, Mu Zijin finally nodded slightly and said, okay, then. Mu Zijin's first slight point.
Xiao Fei, do you want us to help you? He asked immediately when he learned that Yi Fei had decided to go to Zhou to help.
Hearing Yi He's words, Yi Fei said, I really have something to help. I guess Zhou needs
A large number of medical supplies, such as N95 masks and disinfectant, including medical protective gear for some medical staff.
Goggles. Yifei talked about some commonly used medical protective gear, and then said it's better to let all the medical students under ES.
Production companies all work overtime to produce masks and other medical supplies. Yifei has made up his mind to let his pharmaceutical company produce masks and medical supplies first, and then distribute.
Put it in a zhou.
As a doctor, Yifei certainly knows that these medical supplies are very important at this moment.
Hearing what Yifei said, He immediately agreed. No problem, leave these things to me. He nodded.
Muzi Jin next to Yifei looked at Yifei, with a look of appreciation in her eyes. The responsibility and correctness that Yifei showed at this critical moment made Muzi Jin like Yifei even more. Chapter 335 The experience has soared, more serious than imagined. Ding, congratulations to the host, Muzi Jin's favorability for you has changed, experience points have been increased, and 300 points have been increased.
Value.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded from Yifei's ear. According to the system's prompts, Yifei gained another 300 experience points at this time.
At this time, Yifei already had it. 4,700 experience points.
This experience value is very much. Yifei accumulates experience value very fast, it is far from his last upgrade. It didn't take long for the teacher-level martial arts skills to pass. The speed of Yifei's 6S skill upgrade has been quite rapid. Hearing the prompt sound from Yifei's ear, Yifei was overjoyed, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Yifei didn't expect that his actions would make Muzi Jin more favorable, which was also a surprise. But for Yifei, the main reason he made this decision was because of a man's sense of responsibility.
Actually, a zhou is a life.
And Yifei has resources on his hands and is able to help these people who are deeply troubled by the epidemic.
There is no reason not to help. Help!
At this moment of crisis, everyone is the descendant of Yan Huang, and Yifei will definitely help.
Right now, Yifei said something to Yi again, and Yifei also agreed one by one, and said very readily. No problem, then it's settled.
This time, Yip's enterprise will continue to operate and 550 will continue to produce. All medical supplies are guaranteed to be delivered to a zhou, and we will do our best to provide them all free of charge. Yi heard what Yifei said, his actions were also very decisive and swift, and he immediately decided to let Yi's subordinates.
All the medical supplies produced by the enterprise are donated to the zhou area for free.
The Yi family's big business is big, these are nothing to them, it's just what they can do.
Well, that would be the best. Yifei nodded repeatedly. Yifei also thought of the Su family. The Su family is also a domestic pharmaceutical giant. After many years of operation, the subordinates also have several factories that produce masks. Yifei decided to speak to Su Qingzhu too, and let Su Qingzhu help. After Yifei and Yi finished talking, then Yifei booked the ticket and decided to set off together with the Dr. Wu. Go to a zhou.
Upon seeing this, although Muzi Jin was full of resentment, she still supported Yifei, and at the same time felt that she hadn't watched it.
Wrong person. At this critical moment, Yifei's sense of responsibility is too manly, so Muzi Jin.
I was also full of appreciation for Yifei's actions. Although it was dangerous to go to a zhou at this time, Yifei's help was really important.
Not to mention, just letting the Yi family's company provide medical supplies can save many people's lives.
Can also slow the spread of the disease. Yifei looked at Muzi Jin, and whispered in Muzi Jin's ear, Jin, you just wait for me to reply in Yendu.
Come, I won't take too long this time.
If it goes well, I will come back as long as the condition of a zhou is controlled.
Well, no hurry, I'll wait for you.
When that happens, remember to video call with me every day, keep in touch, I want. Seeing your situation, Muzi Jin's face is slightly red, but she is bold enough to say what she wants to say. Muzi Jin's heart was already tightly tied to Yifei's body at this time. Hearing Muzi Jin's words, Yifei also felt warm in his heart, stroking Muzi Jin's soft blue silk, no.
Laugh along with it.
Yi Fei sent Mu Zijin back to the Mu family compound, and the two kissed goodbye. In the afternoon, Yi Fei met God Dr. Wu at Yendu International Airport, and the two met to go to Azhou together. Not only Yi Fei and Wu's genius doctor, but also famous doctors from several major hospitals in Yendu, such as Yi Fei. I have seen Dean Li and Dr. Wang, an expert on respiratory diseases, including Huang Zhonglong and other Yi Fei doctors who have met and are familiar with. At a glance, Yi Fei had 7 doctors. These 7 doctors are all famous doctors in Yendu, and they are well known in Yendu. They are all experts in various fields. Home, a figure of Taishan Beidou class. Of course, these famous doctors all respect Wu Shini, Seft. After all, Dr. Wu is an old man, and all these doctors respect Dr. Wu and respect his predecessors. When Dr. Wu saw Yi Fei, he was very enthusiastic about Yi Fei. He saw Dr. Wu holding Yi Fei's hand tightly. Yi Xiaoyu, thank you for your help, we have more strength when you are here. I also tried my best, I just made a little effort. Besides, Dr. Wu, you have to be at such an old age. I must go to the scene of the epidemic even more. Yi Fei said seriously. When Dr. Wu heard Yi Fei say this, he was deeply moved and said from the bottom of his heart, hey, Yi Xiaoyu, don't you say, I now feel sorry for me, I shouldn't doubt you at the beginning. Of course, what Dr. Wu said was Chen Luo's matter. The past, let it go. Yi Fei said with a smile. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Dr. Wu felt relieved. He and Yi Fei smiled, and the two looked at each other. There is a feeling of grinning and enmity, and the two of them are now completely turning their enemies into friends. Dr. Wu said academician Zhong has already taken a step ahead of us. We went to Azhou. We boarded the plane first and waited for the plane to say, okay, no problem. Yi Fei agreed. Yi Fei also knew that the situation was urgent. On the plane, after a while, the plane took off soon. Dr. Wu and Yi Fei and other doctors were sitting together, and they were still discussing the condition. Dr. Wu said with a serious expression, according to the current situation, it is indeed a little bit optimistic that the epidemic is spreading. The extension is very serious, especially now that the New Year's Pass is approaching, which is the peak of the Spring Festival travel season, and Azhou, as the capital of Lake Province. The 9 provinces are connected to each other and the transportation is very developed. A large number of people are likely to take the disease to other provinces and cities, causing the whole country vine. According to my latest news, the number of patients across the country has reached a peak, exceeding 400. Dr. Wu said about the condition. When hearing Dr. Wu said this, everyone looked serious. Especially Yi Fei's expression is even more solemn, the situation is more serious than he thought. Chapter 336, Yi Fei's suggestion. Many. After all, this epidemic pneumonia was discovered half a month ago and named it a new type of pneumonia. At the time, it was discovered that the disease was not too serious in the early stage of the epidemic, and even said that the disease was preventable and controllable. It may not be transmitted through people. But now, the epidemic of this new type of pneumonia is far more serious than previously reported, and it is even prone to occur person-to-person spread, otherwise it is impossible to let the number of epidemics exceed 400 at once. You know, the spread of this kind of epidemic from person to person is very fast. This is like a fire burning in the forest. If the fire is not extinguished in time, it is likely to lead to the fire can even cause the burning of the entire forest. This is the case with this pneumonia epidemic. We must know that at the peak of the Spring Festival travel season, people who work and work outside are thinking of going home, and Azhou. It is also convenient for the transportation of the 9 provinces. A small number of patients who get the disease go to other places during the incubation period of the disease, leading to infection. At present, even foreign countries have been infected with patients, and the degree of transmission can be seen. It's really troublesome. Now the medical staff in Azhou are tight. It's like going to the front line to fight. We must think of a way to solve the problem. Dr. Wang said. Dr. Wang's real name is Wang Dafa.
He is an expert on respiratory diseases across the country and the chief respiratory department of Yendu Hospital. Expert.
At present, the country's top medical experts accounted for at least half of this flight, and Yifei and others are all senior. The members of the expert group will decide the specific matters concerning the prevention and treatment of this new type of pneumonia by Yifei and others. Every doctor was worried. Yifei looked at these experts, and he found that all the experts here. These experts are all over 50 years old, and these experts are thinking about strategies and directions. Yifei hesitated slightly, made a judgment, and said, I don't know the current situation in Izhou, because I have never been to Izhou, but I think there are similar information between coronaviruses.
The last time there was coronavirus, I think we can take similar measures. Hearing what Yifei said, several experts nodded in agreement. Yifei's remarks are fine, but they are very shallow. These experts such as Dr. Wang didn't know Yifei very well, they only knew Dr. Wu. So I heard Yifei propose suggestions, they all just nodded slightly and did not express their opinions.
Upon seeing this, Wu Shini immediately introduced to everyone this is little friend Yifei.
He is the successor of the classics, is proficient in Suzaku fire needle, and the level of medical acupuncture and moxibustion is not below me. Dr. Wu spoke highly of Yifei. When Dr. Wu said that, everyone was surprised. Each one looked at Yifei in shock. Yifei smiled and greeted the doctors. The attitudes of these doctors when they contacted Yifei changed, because they were introduced by the supernatural Dr. Wu. Everyone thought Yifei was amazing. They all heard about Yifei's rescue of Wei Lao. Yifei smiled and said, everyone, I have asked my company to work overtime to produce masks and medical supplies. Will directly donate aid to Izhou. Hearing Yifei's words, these doctors were refreshed, which is good news. Especially Dr. Wu was even more happy. Dr. Wu knew the strength of the Yi family and the corporate actions of the Yi family, absolutely can support a very large batch of medical supplies. Before Yifei met with Wu's genius doctor, Yifei also called Su Qingzhu to explain the matter. Force fit. Among the medicines produced by Yifei and Su's family this time, most of the medicines were donated to Hubei for free. In the state, a small number of medicines are only charged at a cost price, which can be said to be very conscientious. Yifei's actions immediately won the favor and respect of all the doctors on the scene. Just listen to Yifei continuing, you are all my seniors. I actually have a little bit about this medical treatment. My own opinion. Dr. Yi, please. Dr. Wang said immediately. Huang Zhenlong, Wu Shini and others also looked at Yifei and waited for Yifei's speech. Yifei said, I think everyone is well aware of the epidemic that year. The epidemic was actually due to because of the population movement, the disease spreads very fast, and there is also the emergence of super spreaders. I remember that there was a fishery boss during the period of he had been infected with for several days, but he always has no time to go to the hospital for an examination. Later, after he was sent to the hospital, during his more than 50 days in the hospital, more than 130 people were infected by him, and 56 medical staff who participated in the treatment of him went to visit. There are 24 relatives and friends, and at most 18 relatives and friends live with him in the hospital. Even his wife was not spared. Ask for flowers. Yifei briefly talked about the case. Yifei's words evoked memories of everyone. Many of these famous doctors were doctors who had been in contact with the epidemic that year. Shang, hearing Yifei's words, they all seemed to understand. Yifei said, actually, the most feared disease of this type of disease is its rapid spread, even due to certain people. With special physique, it is very likely that one person will infect more than 10 people. So my suggestion is to lock down the whole city of Izhou first, so that no one can enter or leave. For the time being, Izhou, the city is closed. Yifei said seriously. Dr. Wu thought for a while and nodded in agreement. In fact, this method is good, but it's a bit of a big move. Worries have caused public opinion and panic. Dr. Wu's statement also made everyone agree.
Yifei said, I think that as long as the news of the epidemic is announced, it is enough to announce the news as much as possible. Such things can be told to the public as soon as possible. After all, it is said that it is non-toxic. With the treatment in place, I think people will trust our country.
That's what I said.
The psychic Dr. Wu nodded slightly.
Everyone chatted to formulate countermeasures.
When Yifei said so, these doctors were all inclined to Yifei's view.
Point.
When everyone was discussing, the plane arrived in Ezhou very soon.
Chapter 337 Yifei, Genius Dr. Yi. Ezhou.
As soon as Yifei arrived in Ezhou City, he saw that the airport was already on alert, and the staff in the airport were all on alert.
They are fully armed and neatly worn.
These airport staff are all neatly dressed, wearing masks, and fully armed. Upon seeing this, Yifei, Wu Shini and others all nodded secretly, knowing that the entire Ezhou has already begun to deal with this issue.
Management and governance of the epidemic. The response in Ezhou City was actually very fast, and the condition was very contagious.
These protective measures were also
necessary.
After Yifei, Wu Shini and others arrived in Ezhou, medical experts immediately came to greet them.
These medical experts all found the group of Shini Wu.
Among them, Yifei also met several famous experts.
For example, academician Zhong from Guangdong Province. Academician Zhong is from Guangdong Province and is the first person in the country with 140 respiratory diseases. He used to be famous during the country has extremely high prestige. Academician Zhong Yifei and others came to Ezhou one step at a time to investigate the situation in Ezhou and understand some of Ezhou's problem.
After seeing the Dr. Wu, Yifei and others, Academician Zhong also shook hands with Yifei and others, and then quickly introduced the condition of the disease, and hoped that Yifei and others can find a way and propose a solution to this epidemic. After Yifei shook hands with Academician Zhong, Dr. Wu took the initiative to say, actually, on our way, Yi Xiaoyu has already. A solution was proposed to block the entire city of Ezhou to prevent the spread of the virus.
Dr. Wu said briefly. Hearing what the Dr. Wu said, Academician Zhong looked at Yifei, nodded to Yifei, and said, this Yifei. The doctor is the same as I thought, I also think so, the situation in Ezhou is spreading, and the epidemic is developing very fast. It is indeed necessary to close the city first. Since Academician Zhong thinks so too, I want to say more.
Yifei knows that Academician Zhong is a specialist in this area. He is very knowledgeable. Academician Zhong shook his head and said, Dr. Yi does not need to be self-effacing, you can make such a judgment, you can see that the medical skills are very good.
The senior expert group needs your help.
Hearing what Academician Zhong said, Yifei also smiled and said, of course, I will do my best. Academician Zhong smiled and said, in that case, let us go to the hospital together and then discuss.
No problem. Yifei and others agreed. Academician Zhong went to the hospital with Yifei and others. Office of Ezhou People's Hospital.
All the members of the expert group arrived to discuss the condition.
Yifei's idea of closing the city was unanimously approved, and everyone agreed and reported it. The domestic leaders also attached great importance to the expert group's recommendations. They all acted in unison and decided to. The city of Ezhou was closed. Ezhou City moved quickly, and several leaders in particular were fighting on the front line. This time, because of Yifei's South proposal to close the city, the expert group also attached great importance to Yifei's proposal. Yifei. My position in the expert group has also been improved.
Academician Zhong made a special trip to express his gratitude to Yifei, shook hands with Yifei, and repeatedly said, Dr. Yi, thank you.
Advice and support.
Academician Zhong is too polite, I also admire you very much. Yifei is also the truth, Academician Zhong this year. Already 84 years old, he is not a master of both medical and martial arts like the superb Dr. Wu, but also a master of the realm of transformation. Therefore, the 84-year-old Academician Zhong is still fighting on the front line.
Yifei really admires him. Academician Zhong is not.
It's easy, it's just a matter of life and death, and it can be called a country as peerless. Hey,
you young people have bold ideas. To be honest, although I have thought about the closure of the city, but if you haven't put it into practice, you dare to think and dare to do it. I also hope that there will be more young people like you in the medical team. Academician Zhong smiled. The two commercial blows for a while. After the two said, they were ready to go to the hospital to receive and take care of patients. A group of famous doctors including Academician Zhong and Dr. Wang were immediately put into the hospital, ready to treat the patients. Of course Yifei was among them. At this moment, Academician Zhong got up, suddenly felt that the sky was spinning, and his eyes were dark, and he went directly to fell down afterwards. Seeing this situation with Academician Zhong, Yifei immediately noticed something was wrong, and he took the lead in supporting Academician Zhong. Academician Zhong. No, Academician Zhong fainted. Everyone at the scene was surprised. Seeing Academician Zhong actually fell, they were shocked and felt a while. Do not. Yifei held Academician Zhong, only to see Academician Zhong slowly open his eyes. He waved his hand, and reluctantly said, I'm fine, just a little tired. Hearing what Academician Zhong said, a medical staff nearby immediately said although Academician Zhong has just arrived in Azhou. It didn't take long, but he was concerned about the condition. He has been studying the epidemic for several days. 15 hours has gone wrong. Yifei looked at Academician Zhong's pale face and said, it seems that I'm overworked. It's okay. I'll use acupuncture and moxibustion help Academician Zhong restore his strength. Dr. Yi, the other doctors next to you hesitated. But Dr. Wu smiled and said Yi Xiaoyu's action is perfect, and Yi Xiaoyu's medical skills are not inferior to me. Especially the technique of acupuncture and moxibustion is also a master of Chinese medicine. Hearing that Dr. Wu said so, the doctors were silent. At this time, Yifei took out the silver needle, punctured the acupuncture points with the silver needle after disinfection, and massaged his Suzaku. The fire needle pierced the key acupoints on Academician Zhong's body. After the key acupuncture points on the body of Zhong Yuan soil were punctured, a warm current spread all over the body, and Yifei cooperated with the massage and the two-pronged approach of acupuncture and moxibustion allowed Academician Zhong to relax his muscles quickly, soothe his body quickly, and refresh his spirit. In just 10 minutes, Academician Zhong's complexion gradually recovered from 2.1. He let out a long breath and looked at Yi. Fei's eyes were full of surprise. Dr. Yi, you are simply a genius doctor. Academician Zhong recognized Yi Fei's acupuncture and moxibustion techniques very much and was amazed. Chapter 338 You saved us. The harm, so that Academician Zhong is extremely amazed. Academician Zhong, you have passed the award. Let us take a good rest. Let us go to the hospital. You can't get enough rest now. Resistance drops, worrying about getting sick, Yifei said seriously. The current epidemic is so serious that once the body is fragile and the resistance drops, it is prone to problems. Yifei also reminded Academician Zhong immediately. Hearing what Yifei said, Academician Zhong hesitated slightly, but the medical staff next to him also repeatedly dissuaded him. Only then did Academician Zhong nod his head and said, well, I won't go to see the patient anymore. I will sleep in the office in the morning. In a moment, please, everyone. Academician Zhong looked at Yifei and said, Yifei just showed medicinal skills. Academician Zhong and other doctors were all amazed, and they had a deep understanding of Yifei's medical skills. Knowledge. From this point of view, Yifei's medical skills can be called 27, even top-notch. Especially just the acupuncture method that Kai Yifei showed, even Academician Zhong and others were amazed. Academician Zhong and others are good at Western medicine, while Yifei is good at Chinese medicine. They are different. After seeing Yifei's medical skills, Academician Zhong was even more fond of Yifei and knew that this was a young man. Genius doctor. Academician Zhong, you can take a good rest. The doctors all said one after another. After all, Academician Zhong is 84 years old. Although he is still healthy at such an age, he is really strong. Can't hold on to such a job.
Next, the doctors of the expert group quickly put into work and started to get busy.
The doctor's work is very busy.
One morning, Yifei and others ran to 5 or 6 hospitals in Ezhou to determine the conditions of these hospitals and patients.
It also determines the infectiousness and various problems of the current epidemic.
Among the many doctors, Yifei and Wu Shini are special cases. The physical quality of the Grand Master is far superior to that of ordinary people. It is no different from Superman. Under such circumstances, both Yifei and Wu Shini were energetic and quickly put into work.
Especially Yifei, he has already begun to use his own way to diagnose patients, and he prescribes some enhancements. Chinese medicine for physique.
Yifei not only prescribes medicine for sick patients, but also prescribes medicine for doctors. Yifei prescribes several sets of nursing care.
The body is a traditional Chinese medicine that strengthens the physique to deal with the pneumonia epidemic. For this pneumonia epidemic, there is currently no definite treatment plan, and there is no clear drug to treat the epidemic.
If treatment is really necessary, hormone therapy is generally used, but this kind of treatment has great side effects. Therefore, Yifei does not plan to use hormone therapy. Yifei targets some mild or suspected cases.
All adopt the treatment method of isolation first, and then use Chinese medicine to enhance physical fitness and immunity, so that the patient's body immunity is improved to fight the virus. For medical staff, Yifei is even more so. Yifei uses a lot of boosting energy to protect his health. Physically healthy drugs make these medical staff also energetic to fight on the front line.
Yifei devoted himself to the treatment.
Because Yifei was full of energy, he didn't sleep for a few days and nights. It is still full of energy.
In this state, Yifei is fighting on the front line even more, and has won the respect and admiration of all medical staff. Even many patients know that there is a famous doctor named Ji in the Ezhou expert group, although he is not very old. However, his medical skills are brilliant, and he has been praised by many patients and medical staff. Even several VA department leaders in Ezhou recognized Yifei very much, and made a special call to thank Yifei.
Fly.
However, at the same time that Yifei was treating in Ezhou, there was a shortage of medical supplies in Ezhou.
Very serious.
In particular, medical staff's masks, medical gowns and various medical equipment are also in urgent need.
This matter is serious. After all, once the medical staff lacks medical equipment, it is tantamount to exposing themselves to danger.
The contagion of this pneumonia epidemic is terrible, and it is easy to be infected if you do not take protective measures. At this time, all the masks and some medical protective gear produced by Yejia, Sujia and other medical enterprises.
Delivered, it's almost like rain in time.
Yifei donated all these medical supplies to major hospitals in Ezhou City, and this is only the first batch of supplies.
That's all, there will be more donations of materials in the future.
What Yifei did was like a timely rain, especially the leaders of the VIA department made a special trip to CE.
Fly side, thank you.
Yifei's actions made him even more famous, and he targeted Yifei in Ezhou, Weibo and other media.
The behavior was reported. For a time, many people knew that there was a genius Dr. Yi in Ezhou.
This genius Dr. Yi treated a lot of medical staff and patients, but also provided a large amount of medical supplies. This includes Mu Zijin, who called Yifei, and Mu Zijin told Yifei that his behavior even spread to China.
In the ears of several big bosses in the Privy Council, the leaders admired Yifei very much.
And Yifei heard this, although he was happy in his heart, but he was even more emotional.
In fact, Yifei had already done everything he could do.
This epidemic is mainly controlled well, especially high-level leaders pay more attention to it.
Yifei is making suggestions. At that time, the whole city was immediately sealed off.
Although the Spring Festival travel peak will follow, the whole city is still blocked, resulting in reduced population flow and the spread of the virus. It is also gradually slowing down. It can be said that the epidemic has been controlled to a certain degree, which is most gratifying to Yifei.
What Yifei did was very meaningful and positive. As a man, you should have such a sense of responsibility and responsibility.
The most common sentence Yifei heard in the past few days is "thank you," whether it's a doctor, a patient, or the same group. The experts and even the leaders expressed their gratitude to Yifei. Thank you Yifei for saving them.
Chapter 339.
Yifei stayed in Izhou for about 1 week. In this week, Yifei's reputation spread far and wide, and his reputation was so great that almost the entire Izhou city knew it had it.
A Dr.
Yifei focused on doing his own thing, spread positive energy, and brought the entire Izhou condition under control.
Thanks to Yifei's foresight, the Yi family, Su family and other family pharmaceutical companies are running at full capacity.
Tian has donated more than 300,000 masks, not only masks, but also medical equipment such as goggles. Due to Yifei's adequate preparations in advance, the medical supplies in major hospitals in Izhou have not been seriously affected for the time being.
Shortage.
At the same time, the Yi family is also calling on the major Yindu business families to donate materials. The major families work together. The situation in Izhou area has also been greatly eased. The most important thing is that Yifei and others' measures to close Izhou city before the spring festival travel season have made the epidemic more effective.
Effective containment. I have to say that everything Yifei did was indeed prescient.
Moreover, Yifei was also fighting on the front line, fighting side by side with everyone, just like the majority of medical staff. The epidemic finally weakened, Yifei was also free, and he and the genius Dr. Wu returned to Yindu. After disinfection and other treatments, Yifei and Wu Shini finally took a plane and returned to Yindu Airport and Wushan. The doctor cares about Ling Shiyun. He said to Yifei Yi Xiaoyu, thanks to you this time, otherwise I don't think there will be any. It will be difficult for us to come back for a few months.
Dr. Wu was deeply moved. It is true that Yifei had the foresight to kill this epidemic in the cradle. Dr. Wu also admired Yifei very much. He was able to risk his life to come to Izhou, which is enough to explain Yifei's people. Product and responsibility.
Now the Dr. Wu and Yifei are not only smiling and grinning, but he also sympathizes with Yifei. When Yifei heard the thanks from Dr. Wu, he also smiled slightly and said, Dr. Wu, you are polite.
It just so happens that I
also want to see Shiyun get up, for a long time.
Dr. Wu was taken aback for a while, and then smiled okay.
Actually, I hope you and Shiyun can reach the same level. In this way, Shiyun's condition is also. Dr. Wu didn't say much, but said with emotion Shiyun's grandfather and I are close friends.
When we were young,
I used to learn martial arts together, so Shiyun is also an old friend to me. I can't help but wish her for a long time.
Fold.
Yifei slightly nodded when he heard the words, and then realized that there was such a reason in this. It turned out that Ling Shiyun and God Dr. Wu still has such a relationship. No wonder Dr. Wu takes care of Ling Shiyun so much. Yifei and Dr. Wu went to Duan Qizhang's villa together. During this time in Yindu, the Dr. Wu and Ling Shiyun lived here. Yifei and Dr. Wu were completely relieved of their previous suspicions, and Shen Luozhi's death had no grievances in Dr. Wu's heart.
Dr. Wu also completely put down.
The current Dr. Wu and Yifei have no conflict, but after the epidemic, it is a bit like fighting side by side.
Comrades in arms.
Yifei and Dr. Wu arrived at Duan Qizhang's villa. In the villa, Duan Qizhang and Ling Shiyun had long learned about the return of God Dr. Wu, and Ling Shiyun went to greet them. Ling Shiyun was naturally very happy after seeing the genius Dr. Wu. Ling Shiyun did not go out of the gate these days. Although her body has recovered a lot, she lost contact with Yifei and Wu God Doctor for nearly a week.
My heart is also quite worried about this. Ling Shiyun now sees Dr. Wu and Yifei next to Dr. Wu. Ling Shiyun is immediately surprised. Compare. After Ling Shiyun saw the two, there was surprise in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was full of joy. In a low voice, Yifei, you're back too.
Ahem, my master can be here, but in the end you only saw Yifei, Dr. Wu teased.
Upon seeing this, Ling Shiyun's face was slightly red. Ling Shiyun whispered, Master, what are you talking about? I know you will come back, but I didn't expect Yifei to also come.
Yifei smiled and asked, how is your condition? We are not here for a few days.
Your health. No discomfort.
Seeing Yi Fei caring about herself, Ling Shuyun felt sweet. She said softly, "It's okay, I eat and sleep well now. Anyway, I also knew that the epidemic was spreading, so I didn't go out at all. Enough sleep during this time, but the spirit is still. Bye." Seeing this, Yi Fei carefully examined Ling Shuyun's complexion. Although her face was still slightly pale, she was fine. The state of God was good, which also made Yi Fei relieved. "Yi Xiaoyu, you chat with my apprentice. I have to rest more when I am older, so I won't bother you." "Woo!" the genius doctor said, and waved his hand at Duan Qizheng, who was not far away. Both he and Duan Qizheng returned to the villa's room. "Leave space for Yi Fei and Ling Shuyun." When Ling Shuyun saw this, her cheeks flushed immediately after rubbing them, full of blushes. God Dr. Wu was a master of transformation, and his physique is different from that of ordinary people. How could he feel tired and take more rest? To tell the truth, with the physical quality of the genius Dr. Wu, he can hardly feel tired even if he is sleepless for 3 days and 3 nights. Obviously, Dr. Wu made room for Yi Fei and Ling Shuyun, and intended to bring them together. Both Yi Fei and Ling Shuyun know well, especially Ling Shuyun. She is even more embarrassed at this time, her face is full. "It's blushing, I'm very embarrassed." Yi Fei was used to it. He pulled Ling Shuyun down naturally and said, "I haven't seen you for almost a week. Although you are in good spirits, you are thin." Ling Shuyun is indeed a little thinner. These days, she is worried that Yi Fei and Wu Shini are fighting on the front line, but she is not like that. As she said, eat well and sleep well. In fact, she was in a state of insomnia for a few nights. "I'm fine, but you?" "Okay, I've seen you on CCTV news several times. Now you are a famous person. Moved the whole country." Ling Shuyun said softly. Ling Shuyun's words are not false at all. During this epidemic, many things Yi Fei did were highly praised, and he himself was also an expert. The group's benchmarking figures have attracted much attention and publicity, and have been on CCTV news and Weibo headlines several times. Z is remembered by hundreds of millions of netizens and followed by hundreds of millions of people. It can be said that Yi Fei is really famous all over the country now. Chapter 340, Treating with the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. Hearing Ling Shuyun's words, Yi Fei just smiled slightly. Ling Shuyun was really right. He is now famous all over the country, and his reputation is not low. At least during this one-time epidemic operation, Yi Fei can be regarded as a big show, and he has been an ordinary person. Things that can't be done. As a benchmark, Yi Fei has received a lot of praise, and he will be famous throughout the country, which is also normal. Yi Fei's mouth curled up, and seeing Ling Shuyun praise him so much, he just smiled indifferently and responded. "In fact, I just did what I was supposed to do. These are all trivial things." Hearing that, Ling Shuyun's heart is full of strangeness. Although Yi Fei said these things are only trivial, but they are common. Nobody can do it, especially Yi Fei went to Azhou to fight on the front line of the epidemic, where there is a real danger. In the critically stricken area, it can be said that Yi Fei is fighting with death every day. Even Dr. Wang from the expert group was infected a while ago, and he had to quarantine himself quickly. Many medical staff have even suffered from infections and face serious problems. But Yi Fei is always in danger, and these are not shown in many news reports. To be honest, what Yi Fei did is really not easy to do. After Ling Shuyun saw Yi Fei's many things in Azhou 280, she also liked Yi Fei more and more. Come and understand. When she got to know Yi Fei more and more, she really liked Yi Fei more and more. Although you think it's a trivial matter, I think you did a great job. Ling Shuyun said in a low voice, those bright, looking at Yi Fei with big eyes. Yi Fei also laughed. Seeing Ling Shuyun's admiring eyes, he knew that Ling Shuyun was very good to him now. Feel. Yi Fei smiled and took Ling Shuyun's hand, saying, "I just came back today, tomorrow we will go outside together." "Go, are you bored at home these days?" "Yeah, I'm all bored, then I beg you." Ling Shuyun said with a blushing smile. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei agreed. Seeing Yi Fei's promise, Ling Shuyun suddenly looked forward to tomorrow. Moreover, the two had already negotiated and agreed when Yifei left Yindu.
Ling Shiyun had agreed to Yifei. Yifei treated her with the Yellow Emperor's internal classic.
This means that the relationship between Ling Shiyun and Yifei will also undergo a qualitative change. So Ling Shiyun agreed to Yifei's invitation, but she felt a little bit ashamed, and her face, Jaff, was slightly red.
You take a good rest, I'll go back first.
Yifei didn't bother Ling Shiyun too much, because Yifei also knew Ling Shi.
Yun is not in good health and needs more rest.
Anyway, Ling Shiyun is in good spirits now, so he is relieved.
Yifei left the villa and returned home. In Yifei's private villa, Yifei told Su Qingju, Mu Zijin and other women that they had returned.
Mu Zijin was still in the barracks and did not reply for a while, but Su Qingju, Bai Ruoshi and others responded immediately.
After Yifei recovered, the women were very happy.
In the week that Yifei left Yindu, the women were extremely worried about Yifei's situation.
And because Yifei is very busy this week, Su Qingju, Bai Ruoshi, Mu Zijin and others also. He is often unreachable. Yifei returned to Yindu, which was definitely good news.
The women were very concerned about Yifei's situation, and they were relieved after learning that Yifei was safe. Yifei also communicated with everyone for a while before putting down the phone to sleep. The next day, Yifei woke up in the early morning sun.
This is also the most peaceful sleep Yifei has ever slept in this week.
After this, Yifei made an appointment with Ling Shiyun and took Ling Shiyun on a trip.
The weather gradually turned cold, and of course Yifei 6 could not take Ling Shiyun to the field, after all, it was too cold. It was because Yifei turned to take Ling Shiyun to the indoor playground.
Ling Shiyun felt this atmosphere for the first time.
Suddenly very happy.
The two play various amusement projects together, such as indoor shooting, archery and climbing, etc.
Play.
It was the first time Ling Shiyun had such an experience, and she was as novel as a child. Ling Shiyun had never been crazy like this before. She used to be a super house girl. Yifei also knew Ling Shiyun's physical condition, and did not take Ling Shiyun to any haunted house or adventure house. Ling Shiyun wanted to go to exciting projects and games, but Yifei stopped it. After that, Yifei took Ling Shiyun to catch the claw machine and play on various sports machines, and the two were also together. In action, Yifei was also a good hand at grasping dolls with the claw machine, and easily caught two big dolls. Ling Shiyun was holding a big doll in her hand with a sweet smile. She smiled and said, "You have a good skill in grasping the doll.
Have you practiced?" "I haven't practiced, I'm very talented." Yifei replied seriously.
Yifei really doesn't need to practice the talent of catching a doll, because it's very simple for Yifei, he only needs to watch.
It can be done after a few observations.
After Yifei became the master of transformation, he has greatly improved both his hearing and eyesight, and everything he does is
get twice the result with half the effort, far surpassing ordinary people. Say you are fat and you are still breathing, what shall we do next? Ling Shiyun said with a smile, she was in a mood. Excellent. Yifei smiled and said, "Are you hungry? Why don't we go eat hot pot?"
When Yifei said so, Ling Shiyun agreed.
Hot pot is a good choice.
It goes best with hot pot in winter. Yifei took Ling Shiyun to a good hot pot restaurant nearby, and the two had a hot pot meal, which was satisfied. Then Yifei took Ling Shiyun back to his private villa. Ling Shiyun sat in Yifei's co-pilot, her face was always red, and she glanced at him quietly from time to time.
Yifei seemed to be thinking about something.
In fact, Ling Shiyun knew very well in her heart that her relationship with Yifei was getting closer and closer. At the same time, her illness.
Love is also constantly increasing.
It's almost time to treat with Huang Din aging.
In fact, Ling Shiyun had this hunch when she came out today. She can't escape today. Chapter 341 Experience skyrocketing, Ling Shiyun's love. Yifei and Ling Shiyun are in his private villa.
In the villa, Ling Shiyun also saw the appearance of Yifei's villa and the room, and saw various furnishings and decorations. The decoration of Yifei's villa is simple and low-key, but it is in line with Ling Shiyun's aesthetics. Waves flowed, and Yi Fei looked at each other. At this moment, Ling Shiyun was a little nervous. She blushed and her eyes were watery, very pleasant.
Seeing the scene, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile, and said, Shiyun, don't be nervous, I will help you use Suzaku first. Fire needle to adjust your body.
Yi Fei also knows that Ling Shiyun at this moment is mostly a little nervous, although the two of them have time alone. It has been several times, but this time is obviously the most special. Yi Fei's use of Zhuke fire needles to help Ling Shiyun regulate her body can also alleviate the current atmosphere.
After all, Yi Fei is not.
It was the first time to use Zhuke fire needle to help Ling Shiyun conditioning.
Ling Shiyun blushed and agreed. Yi Fei gave Ling Shiyun acupuncture.
Only seeing Yi Fei move his body, he applied the needle quickly and accurately. Then a little bit of internal strength, with Qi Yuzhen. After the Zhuke fire needle is used, it is like a ball of small flames, spreading across the acupuncture points on Ling Shiyun's body. Light up in the middle, which also made Ling Shiyun's body full of warmth. Ling Shiyun originally felt cold all over, but now she is getting more comfortable, and her whole body also feels warm and comfortable. Ling Shiyun felt her body warm, and her whole body was also smooth. It was just that before she knew it, Yi Fei had already withdrawn her coat, revealing the skin of a period of frost Saishue. Ling Shiyun also seemed to feel something, her cheeks were getting redder, and she hung down slightly between her and Yi Fei's eyes.
Head already knew what Yi Fei was going to do next.
Ling Shiyun closed her eyes. But Yi Fei leaned in Ling Shiyun's ear, whispered to Ling Shiyun, and told Ling Shiyun in the Yellow Emperor. Some tricks of the classics. After all, it was the first time Ling Shiyun was so close to Yi Fei, and this was the first time she was so close to a man. She was already pink all over her body, only to see Ling Shiyun's voice very low, gently towards Yi Fei.
I see. Yi Fei guided Ling Shiyun's movements. Although Ling Shiyun was jerky, she was very clever. He could quickly understand Yi Fei's intentions and knew Yi Fei's intentions. The meaning of.
Under the leadership of Yi Fei, Ling Shiyun gradually let go of her body and mind, and then joined with Yi Fei to practice the Yellow Emperor.
Through
the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is of course not that simple, but fortunately for Yi Fei's existence, Yi Fei is right.
The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is still clear.
He understands the function of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic very well.
After all, the Huang D and Ei Jing is his thing.
And since this time, Yi Fei, Mu Zijin, Bai Ruoshi, and Luo Weiyu have all practiced
the classics. Yi Fei is really familiar with the road at this time.
According to Yi Fei's instructions, Ling Shiyun soon followed Yi Fei's instructions and made various actions, sensing
the true spirit of Huang Di Neijing. And the actions between the two are very close to each other.
One of the most difficult aspects of practicing Huang Di Neijing is that you must communicate with each other when you practice. There is often a tacit understanding, so almost only the closest men and women can cultivate. Fortunately, Ling Shiyun is now following Yi Fei's guidance, and her cultivation in the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine is gradually getting better. After a while, Ling Shiyun had already led the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic into the right path, and Yi Fei saw it. Also smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth cocked, knowing that the cultivation of the Huang Di and Ei Jing was considered a success. Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun are also getting better in the situation in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but Ling Shiyun looks at Yi Fei. Can't help but blush. Immediately afterwards, with the beginning of the practice of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Ling Shiyun also began to have some subtle feelings. Sleep. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic can make up for congenital deficiencies, and it can cure Ling Shiyun's disease. There is no doubt about this. Asked. Only when the treatment of Huang Di Neijing started, Ling Shiyun's body did indeed appear subtle. The change, although the effect is very subtle, but for Ling Shiyun, it is a very obvious feeling. Because Ling Shiyun's body is weaker than ordinary people, so the physical physique is slightly strengthened. It is a very obvious feeling. Ever since Ling Shiyun felt her body gradually change, her senses became stronger and stronger, her body was no longer cold, and it's hot. Flowers 0. When practicing the Huang Di Nei Jing, there was a qi that belonged to the Huang Di Nei Jing. This qi was hard to feel at first, and after Ling Shiyun practiced the Huang Di Nei Jing, she did not. I noticed it, but it was because all the meridians of the body became hot. The feeling of heat made her feel. It has to be extra comfortable. And not only that, but Ling Shiyun felt that her spirit was getting better and better, and her energy gradually became more energetic. When Yifei saw Ling Shiyun's performance, he also saw the changes in Ling Shiyun's eyes, and the corners of his mouth were hooked. Laughed. It seems that the effect of the treatment is better than he thought. Seeing Ling Shiyun's mental state, Yifei could know what Ling Shiyun's treatment effect was at this time. When Yifei saw this, he was relieved. At this moment, Yifei's ear also heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, because Ling Shiyun has improved your favorability, and you have gained 500 experience points. Suddenly, Yifei was refreshed again. 500 experience points, this experience value is really a lot. Ling Shiyun is also completely enamored with him this time, and the relationship between the two has become a real lover, needless to say. Relation. Get 500 experience points. Yifei looked at Ling Shiyun, whose body was gradually recovering, and his mood was also relieved. Now that the Huang Di Nei Jing has been used to treat Ling Shiyun, he should be able to do some business. Chapter 342 Dr. Wu's Good Intentions. The night time passed by in a hurry. After Yifei instructed Ling Shiyun to master the Huang Di Nei Jing, the Huang Di Nei Jing soon came into play. After the Huang Di Nei Jing came into effect, Ling Shiyun's physical condition and various functions have indeed undergone subtle changes. In the next time, the treatment for the Huang Di Nei Jing has ended, so the next step is Yifei. It's time for intimacy with Ling Shiyun. Ling Shiyun was so gentle and lovely, Yifei couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Night falls. The next day. Yifei got up refreshed, while Ling Shiyun was still asleep with her eyebrows. Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. When he saw this, he also instructed the housekeeper to prepare some necessary matters. Rise. About half an hour later, 117 Ling Shiyun also got up. Fortunately, Ling Shiyun practiced with Yifei last night in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, which also strengthened her physique, otherwise today she might still be unable to get up. Seeing Ling Shiyun get up, Yifei smiled and said, "Wake up, how do you feel?" When I got up, I saw Yifei at the first glance. Ling Shiyun's face was reddened, her eyes were ashamed, she whispered softly, "I don't feel it yet." Wrong, it is you. After Ling Shiyun said it yesterday, she was embarrassed to say it again. Probably the meaning is actually Yifei also understand. Yifei coughed to cover up his emotions. Then I saw Ling Shiyun continue to say the effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is better than I expected. I thought the Huang Di Nei Jing was not so easy to take effect. It turned out that the Huang Di Nei Jing was so effective. Although Ling Shiyun only practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal classic for one time, he could already clearly feel the Huang Di Nei Jing. The training effect of the classics has been achieved. Because of Ling Shiyun's weakness, although he only practiced the Huang Di Nei Jing one time, the effect was very good. Not bad. If you think it is useful, I also think the effect of Huang Di Nei Jing is better than I thought. I will first take the pulse for you and take a look at the situation, Yifei said seriously. Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Shiyun nodded lightly and proactively stretched out her wrists, asking Yifei to check and diagnose her pulse. After Yifei carefully diagnosed Ling Shiyun's pulse, he smiled and finally said, "Yes, it works. If it is indeed much better than I imagined, I guess if this continues, your condition should be able to be severe. Great relief if I practice the Huang Di Nei Jing with me once or twice a week, at most half a year. Time to heal." Yifei smiled and looked at Ling Shiyun. Practice the Huang Di Nei Jing once or twice a week. When Yifei said so, Ling Shiyun's face turned slightly red. She thought of her relationship with Yifei every week. The appearance of practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic together suddenly spread shame, cheeks are full of red clouds, and eyes are also watery. Yifei laughed at Ling Shiyun a few words, and seeing Ling Shiyun's expression getting shy, he finally let go of Ling Shiyun. Shiyun then had breakfast with Ling Shiyun, and when it was noon, Yi Fei sent Ling Shiyun back.
Villa.
Yi Fei sent Ling Shiyun into the villa, when the genius Dr. Wu was also there. God Dr. Wu saw Yi Fei sending Ling Shiyun back, plus Ling Shiyun did not return last night.
Of course, Dr. Wu was. Know Ling Shiyun's whereabouts very well.
Dr. Wu saw Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun's hands clasped together, and he even showed a meaningful smile. Looking at Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun, they only feel that they are very good match. The more they look, the more satisfied they become. When Ling Shiyun saw this, her eyes were a little embarrassed, her head hung slightly, and she suddenly stopped talking.
Yi Fei was cheeky. He said indifferently, "Mr. Wu, you don't have to worry about Shiyun's illness in the future. Now, leave it to me." Cough cough.
The genius Dr. Wu didn't expect Yi Fei to be so direct for a while, coughed, and quickly laughed also.
"Well, it's best not to worry about me as an old man." Although God Dr. Wu was surprised by Yi Fei's statement, he was even more happy after hearing Yi Fei's statement. Fei's words mean that Yi Fei himself can completely deal with Ling Shiyun's condition. That being the case, it couldn't be better. Dr. Wu can feel relieved. Ling Shiyun gently pulled Yi Fei's hand. She seemed to blush at Yi Fei's statement. Yi Fei said no. Is it tantamount to clearly telling the Dr. Wu the current relationship between Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun? For a while, Ling Shiyun's heart was shy and a little bit of joy. The girl's feelings are always poetry, let alone Ling Shiyun, a girl who has almost never fallen in love. Ling Shiyun was shy and joyful, lowered her head and did not dare to look at the Dr. Wu at all. But the Dr. Wu was very emotional when he saw this, and said as long as the girl Shiyun is in a stable condition, she can even get better. Then I can be considered worthy of the old friend, and finally did not disappoint the Ling family. Dr. Wu is still very responsible to Ling Shiyun. After all, Ling Shiyun is the granddaughter of his old friend. Ling Shiyun was also a little touched when he heard the Dr. Wu say this. Dr. Wu himself also agrees with Yi Fei, especially after this pneumonia epidemic. The two in between, the suspicion was completely relieved. At this time, the genius Dr. Wu had no complaints about Yi Fei. Hearing that Ling Shiyun had Yi Fei's destination, Dr. Wu was also very pleased. Dr. Wu looked at Ling Shiyun and said, "Shiyun, since your body is getting better, starting from today, I will also give you all the medical knowledge and skills that I have learned in my life, starting today. You are my official beginner disciple, and I will teach you everything." Both Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun were stunned, and they didn't expect that Dr. Wu would say so. And Yi Fei immediately felt the good intentions of the genius Dr. Wu. 3.4. The Dr. Wu did this, of course, is also meaningful. Chapter 343 Collision with Li Yunfeng again seeking subscription. The mantle is passed on, otherwise the medical skills cannot be passed on. Not only that, but Dr. Wu has another deep meaning. Since Ling Shiyun and Yi Fei are now a couple, and they are intimate with each other, Wu Shun. The doctor also knows that he taught Ling Shiyun's medical skills, and eventually these medical experience and skills will be passed on to Yi Fei's ears. Here, in this way, it can be regarded as teaching his medical skills to Yi Fei. During this period of time, God Dr. Wu has been observing Yi Fei's deeds and character, and found that Yi Fei is a reliable person, at least much better than Chen Luo, his villain. For this reason, the Dr. Wu decided to teach Yi Fei his medical skills. But the inheritance of medical skills is not so simple. You must first go to a teacher. But the current relationship between Yi Fei and Wu's genius doctor, after all, Yi Fei caused Chen Luo to die at a fatal 30. Obviously, the apprenticeship was not quite appropriate. So, the Dr. Wu thought of a compromise. He taught Ling Shiyun and then passed it to Yi Fei through Ling Shiyun. Then, it was equivalent to that Yi Fei had learned a lot of medical skills of the magical Dr. Wu. In this way, although there is no name of mentoring and apprenticeship, Yi Fei and Wu's genius doctor also have the real mentoring and apprenticeship. When Yi Fei heard that Dr. Wu said this, he was deeply moved in his heart. The meaning of Dr. Wu is very clear. Dr. Wu just wants Yi Fei to learn medical skills and save more diseases. People
The superb Dr. Wu has always been a good hand, benevolent, and has a noble moral character. Yi Fei admired him deeply. Therefore, in the next time, Ling Shiyun will really learn some medical skills from the supernatural Dr. Wu. Although Ling Shiyun also has some medical skills, most of them are affected by ears and eyes, and did not follow Wu systematically and deeply.
The genius doctor learns medical skills.
Ling Shiyun was also very interested in medical skills, and she was also very happy to hear the words of God Dr. Wu. After Yi Fei visited the genius Dr. Wu, he returned to the Yi family villa.
In the next few days, Yi Fei reunited with Ling Shiyun, Su Qingzhu, Bai Ruoshi, and other women separately.
This time naturally needless to say. And God Dr. Wu did begin to teach Ling Shiyun to learn medical skills. After Ling Shiyun learned medical skills, she often interacted with
Yi Fei discussed and shared. This is also under the instruction of Wu genius doctor.
This also allowed Yi Fei to learn a lot of other medical knowledge. After all, God Dr. Wu is more experienced than him. Yi Fei is already extremely proficient in medicine, and he can be called a master.
The level of Chinese medicine should be second only to Wuxun. Medical.
If you can learn these things taught by Wuxuni Ling Shiyun, it must be a step further, even.
Can surpass the magical Dr. Wu? 222. Time passed in a hurry.
In the next few days, Yi Fei passed by calmly and moisturized. On this day, Mu Zijin came to find Yi Fei. Mu Zijin has been in the barracks these past few days, and only has free time today. Seeing Yi Fei, she also smiled, and looked at Yi Fei carefully, and said in a low voice, "Fortunately, I am still worried. If you go to Azhou, you will become thin and tired."
Tired is not tired, but the spirit is a little tight. Yi Fei smiled.
Yi Fei is indeed a little tired mentally, but the rest of the past few days has been relieved. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin also took the initiative to stand beside Yi Fei, massaging for Yi Fei, while she was massaging. He smiled softly and said, "I know you are tired. I wanted to let you rest at home these days, but it seems that
is to trouble you." "What is wrong, you say?" Yi Fei said immediately.
"I told you last time, it was about working as an instructor in a military camp. At present, the Dragon Force still lacks one name. Chief Instructor, my grandfather, and several other military leaders are all helping to find candidates.
If you are interested."
"It's the best," Mu Zijin said. Jiaolong Special Forces. The Jiaolong Special Forces are the first-class special forces of the Xianhuang state, and their status is not trivial among the special forces. There is a characteristic in Xianhuang country. The top special forces of Xianhuang country are generally based on the ancient fierce virtues of Xianhuang country. Or it was named after a beast. For example, the three famous special forces of the Basalt Army, the Vermilion Bird Army and the Jiaolong Army, including the Southwest. There are also special forces named Snow Leopards, Falcons, etc. Among them, the Jiaolong unit is also the leader of the special forces.
In Xuanwangguo's annual Special Forces competition, the Dragon troops can rank in the top 5 or even the top 3.
Mu Zijin was also by the side. If you can become the chief instructor of the Dragon Force, it will be very beneficial. And I heard that this time Li Yunfeng also had some thoughts about the position of the chief instructor of the Dragon Force. You can't
miss. Yi Fei squinted slightly when hearing Li Yunfeng's name.
Li Yunfeng also has ideas about the position of the chief instructor of the Dragon Force.
But it's normal to think about it. The position of chief instructor of the Dragon Force is not low.
Generally speaking, this kind of special forces, the positions of chief instructor are not trivial, and may even be the positions of generals. After all, the chief instructor of this kind of special forces is usually at least 870 by top-notch martial artists. It is even possible that it is the master of Huajing. If it is a warrior who is a master of the world, in order to win over the master of the world, generally they will be given a very high rank or
honor. This is also the treatment that the great master of transformation should have, not to mention the reputation of the Dragon unit itself is extremely loud. If you can become the chief instructor of the Dragon Force, it means that Yi Fei and the military of Xianhuang Kingdom will also have some intersection.
Yi Fei will have an extra layer of background behind it, which is also quite a good thing. After all, Yi Fei was going to break his wrist with Li Yunfeng next. Since Li Yunfeng also liked the chief instructor of the Dragon Force, Yi Fei couldn't miss it.
When will the Dragon Force recruit chief instructors who are the current candidates? Yi Fei asked.
Seeing Yi Fei's interest, Mu Zijin also curled her lips, blinked her eyes, and replied in Yi Fei's ear in a low voice, "If you are willing to participate in the recruitment, that is the only threat to you."
The one is Li Yunfeng. Chapter 344 The enemy meets, especially jealous seeking subscription. Show understand. The only threat to Yi Fei was indeed Li Yunfeng. After all, no matter from what point of view, the threat of being a master of the world is also can only be the master of the realm of transformation. Especially the new and old hatred between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng, and between each other. The bill has to be settled, and this is even more so. I see, when will we start to hire chief instructors? Yi Fei asked. The morning after tomorrow, I will be at the General Hospital of the Yendu military region. Mu Zijin smiled slightly.
Raising the beautiful willow Yi eyebrows, she whispered softly, "I'll take you there."
Okay, then it's settled.
Yi Fei also smiled and grabbed Mu Zijin's snow.
Bye Xiaoxiao.
The two agreed, and Mu Zijin was obviously in a good mood. Mu Zijin said to Yi Fei, "Then I will come to you tomorrow, let us go together."
Yi Fei smiled and agreed, then looked at Mu Zijin, and whispered, "Zijin, how do you feel after practicing the Huangdi in the I Ching recently, or let us do it twice? Review it." Yi Fei smiled and blinked at Mu Zijin. Hearing this, Mu Zijin's cheeks flushed immediately, she blushed and looked at Yi Fei, staring at Yi Fei, whispered, "You come here, your mouth is slick. Also review." Of course Mu Zijin knew exactly what Yi Fei was for. This bad guy always has so many bad ideas. Mu Zijin smiled, and said, "Don't make a fuss today, let us get ready. Let us go to the barracks tomorrow."
Yi Fei looked at Mu Zijin arrogantly, and smiled. How can this be called nonsense? What, the two of us happen to be practicing the Huangdi Neijing together today, also for I recharge my energy and be prepared. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Mu Zijin's cheeks turned red. Sure couldn't he find it? How should you refute Yi Fei? Yi Six smiled and said, "Then it's settled, I'll go find someone to cook food first. You what to eat?" 11. Eat whatever you want, Mu Zijin said in a low blush. After the two of them had dinner, they got together, and at the same time, Mu Zijin was even more faceless. The egg was reddish, and she and Yi Fei started practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. The cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic quickly got on the right track, and Yi Fei found one. The fact is that when he and Mu Zijin worked together on the Huangdi Neijing, the effect is the best. After all, whether it is Yi Fei or Mu Zijin, both of them are proficient in martial arts. It's super powerful, so Yi Fei doesn't have to say it. Mu Zijin is also a master of inner strength. The strength is beyond doubt. The two of them practiced in the middle of the night before ending the same Huangdi in the I Ching. Build. Yi Fei is full of energy, and his practice this time is like taking a bath in a hot spring. In this way, it feels very comfortable, the capillaries all over the body seem to be open. In general, the whole person is transformed, as refreshing as eating ginseng fruit. Yi Fei's mental state is quite good, it can be said that he has reached consummation. The same is true for Mu Zijin. Since Mu Zijin is weaker than Yi Fei, it even feels more obvious. Yi Fei only gradually relaxed physically and mentally, while Mu Zijin was. I feel a slight improvement in strength, although it is subtle, it is real. After practicing this night, both of them are in a pretty good state of mind. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Mu Zijin took Yi Fei with him. Go to the General Hospital of Yendu military region. Mu Zijin grew up in this military area headquarters when he was a child, so he is very familiar with everything, and the elders here are too familiar with it. That's it. With Mu Zijin leading the way, everything is familiar. When he arrived in the compound, Yi Fei saw many people with live ammunition around him, guarding
Wei Xinyan, he also nodded secretly. Mu Zijin took Yifei to the front office, and then whispered at Yifei. Flying Road, this is this office, where the leaders of the military region are all in, mainly.
The leader is the General Zhang I told you, and there are several others.
Before coming, Mu Zijin had briefly introduced everything to Yifei. All over.
Especially in the case of several generals in charge.
There are 5 senior leaders in the military region in the presiding trial. They will make decisions. Elect the chief instructor candidate of Jiaolong Special Forces. The most authoritative general is General Zhang. This general,
Yandu, is also well known and belongs to the category of talents. Mu Zijin took Yifei to the door of the office and notified the
guard.
After the notification, the guard brought Yifei into the office, and Mu Zijin, with a very cute leaf, Fei made a cheering gesture and then expressed herself.
Just here waiting for his good news. Yifei smiled at Mu Zijin and walked into the office. In the office, Yifei entered the door and saw
At the big long table, there were 5 people sitting at the long table. They were the 5 military leaders who were judged. There are 4 people sitting on the chairs in the back row, including Yifei.
5 people.
Among the 4, Yifei saw Li Yunfeng. When Yifei met Li Yunfeng, the two were extremely jealous when they met. Li Yunfeng was slightly surprised when Yifei walked in, but very
quickly relieved, then looked away.
But before looking away, Li Yunfeng took a deep look at Yifei.
The same is true for Yifei.
He also took a look at Li Yunfeng, but did not look at him.
Others, and then found a place to sit down and mix. Oh. Ahem, okay, it seems that everyone is already here. I invite you all today.
Coming to select the position of chief instructor of the Dragon Team.
I know you are all in the martial arts world.
Famous, and the position of the Dragon Team is also very important.
I would like to invite you to Jane.
Just introduce ourselves, and then demonstrate on the spot, we make a decision.
Exist.
Among the leaders of these military districts, the middle one is probably in his 50s, with a slight hair. Bai, full of energy, stared at Yifei and others with bright eyes. The money is good. Yifei knew that he was General Zhang Jianhua. General Zhang is very famous in the army, and Yifei has heard of it several times. Hearing what Zhang Jianhua said, Yifei and others nodded slightly.
Right now. Someone took the initiative and introduced themselves first.
Several leaders. My name is Guo Huaiji, I am from Hushi, but I have been in Yendu since I was a child. Growing up, he used to be the chief instructor of a certain unit in Yendu before, and he is currently. The powerful martial artist stood up and introduced himself.
Chapter 345. Official, it's just not a special force like Jiaolong.
Guo Huaiji's strength is good, but compared with Yifei and Li Yunfeng, it is indeed.
It's still a lot worse.
After Guo Huaiji introduced himself, the 5 leaders proposed to Guo Huaiji some questions. These leaders' questions are very sharp, and Guo Huaiji is also serious.
Answered.
When Guo Huaiji finished answering, he saw the other person get up and began to slow down.
Introduce yourself slowly.
Several leaders. My name is Jiang Yu, and my strength is also great. The troops from other provinces served as instructors, participated in 5 special missions, and won first-class battles.
Gong.
After another person named Jiang Yu introduced himself, these. The leader also nodded frequently, agreeing with Jiang Yu. After this, the 5 leaders also listened to the selves of Yifei and Li Yunfeng.
Introduce.
Li Yunfeng said, your leaders, I am Li Yunfeng, who once founded Langya hired. Mercenary, the strength ranks among the forefront of mercenaries in the world, and I have a wealth of combat experience.
Experience, whether it's a combat mission or another 940, I have.
With absolute strength, I'm still the master of the realm, and I have the ability to give pointers to the dragon troops.
A member of.
Li Yunfeng is very confident. Because from all aspects, he is indeed the chief instructor this time.
The best candidate. Li Yunfeng is the founder of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary. The Dragon Tooth Mercenary used to be alive.
Everyone is famous in the world, and Li Yunfeng was once famous in the underground world. Discouraged. It is precisely because of this that Li Yunfeng can sit firmly in the top spot of overseas Hongmen. Otherwise, the overseas Hongmen power is huge, spreading all over the world. How could it let Li Yunfeng became one of the leaders? Upon hearing Li Yunfeng's self-introduction, these leaders also nodded frequently. They actually met Li Yunfeng a long time ago. After Li Yunfeng introduced himself, these leaders also gave Li Yunfeng. The attitude is kind, with a satisfied look on his face. After Li Yunfeng, it was finally Yi Fei's turn to introduce himself. Then, Yi Fei also stepped forward to introduce his situation and made an explanation. In fact, this self-introduction is just a cutscene, Yi Fei's information. The leaders are also very clear that after seeing Yi Fei's self-introduction, the leaders also nodded secretly. Yi Fei's strength is actually quite good, the same. It is very rare to be the master of the world. After Yi Fei finished the introduction, he sat back to his original position. After Yi Fei introduced the matter, all the people who participated in the recruitment. I have all introduced myself. General Zhang Jianhua coughed, then stood up and said straightforwardly. Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei, you two will stay, the rest, please leave first. When Yi Fei heard it, he secretly said. This General Zhang also didn't mess around and just let others leave. Only Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng are left. After all, from a competitive point of view, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng are indeed different from others. One level. At this moment, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng looked at each other again, the corner of Li Yunfeng's mouth. Li Yunfeng was not surprised by such a result, but he evoked a smile. It is Li Yunfeng who has complete confidence in himself. Because compared with Yi Fei, Li Yunfeng has an important advantage. That is, Li Yunfeng has rich combat experience. After all, he is the founder of the Longya mercenary, and Li Yunfeng is also very young. It has more advantages than Yi Fei. If it is dedicated to martial arts, perhaps Yi Fei's future prospects are greater than Li Yunfeng's. By Jing, Yi Fei is nearly 10 years younger than Li Yunfeng, and his future is limitless. But in Xuanwangguo, it is a place that pays attention to qualifications and experience. Square. I want to be the chief instructor of a special force like Jiaolong when I'm more than 2 years old. It's almost. It is impossible, love, unless there is really something extraordinary. In contrast, Li Yunfeng felt that he had great hopes. In fact, the same is true. After leaving Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei, General Zhang and other 5 people let Yi Fei. Li Yunfeng waited for a while, and the 5 of them went out and talked in a low voice for a while. Then General Zhang looked at Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng. He coughed slightly and slowly spoke. General Zhang Jianhua said in a deep voice, Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei, both of you are wrong. Often outstanding talents are among the best in the martial arts world, and they are all qualified. Gu serves as the chief instructor of the Dragon Force. But there is only one position for the chief instructor. We discussed carefully just now, Yi Fei, you are very young, and Li Yunfeng. It's rich experience, you two can actually complement each other. I have a plan, I don't know if you will accept it. General Zhang, please say. Li Yunfeng smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Jianhua with an attitude. Neither overbearing nor overbearing. Zhang Jianhua has a very high prestige in the Yendu military region, and he is regarded as a real power faction, and Li Yunfeng is also. Is to pay him 3 points. Zhang Jianhua's voice was loud and loud. I personally think it can be done like this. Served as the chief instructor of the Jiaolong unit, and Yi Fei served as the deputy instructor of the Jiaolong unit. Do you know if you have any comments? Li Yunfeng is the chief instructor, and Yi Fei is the deputy instructor. Really? It seems that General Zhang and others have also negotiated, and indeed feel that Yi Fei is. Because of the lack of experience, I only plan to let Yi Fei serve as the deputy instructor. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfeng smiled with satisfaction. This answer made Li Yunfeng very satisfied. The chief instructor of the Dragon Force, his status is very special, even not lower than some generals, which is of great significance to Li Yunfeng.
Li Yunfeng is determined to win. If Yi Fei serves as a deputy instructor, although his position is not low, he is still his subordinates. How can this be compared with Li Yunfeng? But Yi Fei frowned slightly when he heard the words. General Zhang Jianhua smiled and said, if you have no objection, then this matter. That is it, we are all happy. Li Yunfeng smiled and looked very polite. General Zhang, I have no objection. Arrange from organization. And many more. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly spoke. Yi Fei stood up and said without hesitation, several leaders, I personally intend to see. When Yi Fei said this, everyone frowned slightly. Chapter 346 I am the most suitable, seeking subscription. Several leaders, I personally have opinions. Yi Fei smiled slightly and took the initiative to say. Road. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the leaders frowned slightly. Zhang Jianhua also couldn't help looking at Yi Fei. He knocked on the table and said solemnly. Yi Fei, you mean that you are more suitable as the head of the Dragon Force than Li Yunfeng? Instructor. Zhang Jianhua looked at Yi Fei, full of questions. Yi Fei smiled slightly, confidently, he said, yes, General Zhang, that is how I think it is. Yi Fei looked directly at Zhang Jianhua. Did not give in at all. The chief instructor of the Dragon Force has a special status, and he must fight for this position. Several other generals and leaders on the scene looked at each other. It even made eye contact with Zhang Jianhua. The general on Zhang Jianhua's left spoke first. This general was not. Fully said Yi Fei, I know you are excellent, but you are still young. Should obey the organization's arrangement, there will be your future and opportunities in the future. The general patiently said something to Yi Fei. Others said yes, I also agree with Chief of Staff Wang's opinion. Yes, Yi Fei, although you are excellent, you are still younger after all. Qualifications insufficient, lack of experience. Everyone said so. Hearing the words of Chief of Staff Wang and others, Li Yunfeng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He smiled, it seems that he can be said to be as stable as Mount Tai this time. Almost everyone thinks that Yi Fei is too young, has insufficient qualifications, and lacks experience. This is Yi Fei's biggest shortcoming. Even if Yi Fei has Mu family connections and contacts, Li Yunfeng is not bad. Li Yunfeng has long been in touch with another rich family in Yendu, the Xia family. As for the Xia family's strong support for him, they have already helped Li Yunfeng through operations. Find a relationship. In other words, in terms of relationship, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng should be on the same level. And what really made General Zhang and others consider was Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng. Physical conditions. The Chief of Staff Wang made it very clear just now. Although Yi Fei is very good. But after all, it was inexperienced, and this was Yi Fei's biggest shortcoming. You know, Yi Fei is still young now, even in his 20s. Many troops are all recruits. If Yi Fei can stay in the Dragon Force for a year or two. After that, when Li Yunfeng is promoted, he will be able to succeed and become a dragon. Chief Instructor of the Army. After this, with Yi Fei's strength and potential, who else can stop it? He. At that time, maybe even Zhang Jianhua and others will rely on Yi Fei. Maybe Yi Fei can become the same as the one in the Yendu military region today. Become an eye-catching military god. This is a promising future. Why should Yi Fei be too hasty? Zhang Jianhua, Chief of Staff Wang and others all sighed secretly, thinking that Yi Fei was really. It's a bit too hasty, too impatient. After these 2 years, Yi Fei can truly become soaring into the sky. Zhang Jianhua looked at Yi Fei and asked in a low voice, Yi Fei, since you have opinions, but our organization also has our considerations, you are indeed young. Some lack of qualifications, unless you can enjoy a reason that convinces us. Otherwise, I would advise you to accept it. Zhang Jianhua has an official attitude. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly and said, I can say that, of course it is. There is a reason. I personally think that I am the most suitable for the position of Chief Instructor of the Dragon Force. Candidate because I have a complete set of training methods. If I serve as Jiao, the position of chief instructor of the Dragon Force, then the overall strength of the Dragon Force. Take another step up. Yi Fei's answer was very clear. Hearing that, Zhang Jianhua, Chief of Staff Wang and others all looked at each other and felt. It was incredible, and at the same time he looked at Yi Fei. Zhang Jianhua said, "What do you mean by this can make the Dragon Force's overall reality? Go to the next level." Seeing that Yi Fei was so confident, Zhang Jianhua couldn't help but be puzzled and surprised. Li Yunfeng also squinted and looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Yes, I have a unique set of techniques. Several people. I am the youngest master of the world in the history of Xinhuang Kingdom. I can become the master of the world. Grandmaster, of course, has some reliance on it. I have a special formula for cultivate the dragon troops to improve the overall strength of the dragon troops." Zhang Jianhua's eyes lit up, staring at Yi Fei with scorching eyes, and said, "Yi Fei, you. Is it true?" 0. Ask for flowers. Yi Fei, as the youngest master of transformation in Xinhuang Kingdom, this is indeed nothing. Doubtful. As the youngest master of transformation, he must have a whole card. If Yi Fei can really give this special technique to the Jiaolong troop taxi. Soldiers practice. Suddenly Zhang Jianhua was moved. It is true, there is no joking. Yi Fei also answered seriously. Zhang Jianhua and several others looked at each other, and they seemed to be moved by Yi Fei. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Yunfeng immediately stood up and said loudly, "Several people. General, I also have something to say. Although I don't have any exercises, I have someone to lead the team. Experience, and the Dragon Tooth mercenary I founded was once among the top in the world. I think I am the most suitable candidate." Yi Fei glanced at Li Yunfeng, and said slowly, "Several generals. There are still 3 months before the National Special Forces competition, right?" "Yes." Zhang Jianhua nodded. "Last year, what was the ranking of Jiaolong Special Forces in the Special Forces contest?" Yi Fei asked. Zhang Jianhua said ranked 5th. The 5th place in the National Special Forces competition is a very remarkable result. Looking at the special forces across the country, the Jiaolong unit can also be regarded as a first-class unit. Team. However, in the past 2 years, the performance of Jiaolong troops has gradually declined. The Jiaolong troops ranked 3rd the year before, but they ranked 5th last year, a drop of 2 rankings. This is also one of the reasons why the Jiaolong unit has to change the chief instructor this time, that is. The ranking of the National Special Forces competition last year was dissatisfied. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Let me be elected as the chief instructor, I will use my skills to help. Dragon Troop, I'm confident that the Dragon Troop can get the 1st place, so just give me this. In 3 months, if it fails, I am willing to quit." Chapter 347 Success Seeking Subscription. Superior. Especially Zhang Jianhua, looking directly at Yi Fei, with bright eyes. Shining. Yi Fei is so confident. You know, the Jiaolong unit has fallen sharply due to its performance, falling from the top 3 to. In the first 5, 2 chief instructors had to be fired consecutively, but the effect was still not ideal. That's why this selection was made. As one of the facades of the Yendu military region, the Jiaolong troops had a very importantly, the position of chief instructor is also very special. When Zhang Jianhua heard these words from Yi Fei, he immediately felt that this was a solution. After all, Yi Fei only needs 3 months, 3 months can produce results, if you lose. He took the blame and resigned, assuming responsibility and consequences. Zhang Jianhua was lost in thought, and everyone felt that 937 was a no-nonsense. The wrong idea. After all, Yi Fei takes full responsibility. Zhang Jianhua thought for a while, and finally said, "We have to discuss this matter again." Yi Fei smiled and said, "No problem." Li Yunfeng's eyes were slightly dark, and he glanced at Yi Fei. He knew that Yi Fei was here. It was a good thing that completely destroyed him. In fact, if it weren't for Yi Fei's side-footing, he would now. He is already the chief instructor.
Yi Fei turned a blind eye to Li Yunfeng's eyes.
The two of them looked at each other tightly. Then Yi Fei ignored Li Yunfeng.
As for Zhang Jianhua and others, they discussed in a low voice on the side, and finally,
Zhang Jianhua nodded slightly. He still had a final word. Zhang Jianhua said to Yi Fei. Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng, the results of our discussions have come out.
Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng looked at Zhang Jianhua at the same time. Zhang Jianhua said solemnly, Yi Fei, you will be the chief instructor. Li Yunfeng served as deputy instructor for 3 months.
3 months later, if Yi Fei, you are in special. Did not allow the dragon troops to achieve further results in the military competition, then.
Sorry, Yi Fei, you will resign as chief instructor.
Zhang Jianhua said loudly.
He looked at the two of them and was ready to respond. Hearing what Zhang Jianhua said, Yi Fei's answer was also loud and powerful, no question.
Question, I accept.
But Li Yunfeng's expression became cold. He opened his mouth to refute, but here.
One of the general leaders was desperately winking at Li Yunfeng. Li
Yunfeng squinted slightly after seeing this, and then said, I accept.
Okay. That's the case. Yi Fei, you will take office tomorrow.
As the chief instructor of the Dragon Force, Zhang Jianhua said.
Yi Fei nodded slowly.
Li Yunfeng clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and then slowly relaxed.
Well, this matter is so set, and the meeting ends. This meeting is over.
Zhang Jianhua and others got up and left their seats. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth finally showed a smile, which was settled. After Zhang Jianhua got up, he walked to Yi Fei's side with a smile, and then took a look. Yi Fei took the initiative and shook hands with Yi Fei. Yi Fei, I am actually too.
I've admired your name for a long time.
General Zhang, you laughed, you are a tiger general, and I am the name that has been admired for a long time.
Yi
Fei said with a smile. Yi Fei really didn't lie about this, because General Zhang is. The real power faction of the Yendu military region is very famous, known as the Tiger General. General Zhang smiled and said, let us stop praising each other, what you did in Azhou.
I have heard of these things a long time ago. It's just that this time things have a big impact.
It's a very wide-ranging story, especially as the Jiaolong unit is one of the signs of the Yendu military region. Personally, I hope you can lead the dragon troops to create brilliance. When Yi Fei heard the words, he smiled and said, sure enough.
Yi Fei was very confident. In fact, in order to prepare for today's recruitment, Yi Fei also has plans for himself.
The exercise he just said is correct, but this exercise is not. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but based on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Yi Fei created a
kind of exercises.
The cultivation potential of this method is limited, but it can squeeze out the practitioner's. The potential allows them to develop rapidly in strength, and even become a warrior in a very short period of time. Of course, this method also has side effects.
The side effect is that people lose. Going to the potential, there is no hope of a master for the whole life. But how many masters are there in the world?
Looking at the whole country, the Grand Master can count them all, just a few people. Therefore, this side effect is also acceptable.
0.
As for the other side effects, they are trivial. This method and the Huangdi aging make up for innate deficiencies, and the Taoist method is natural. It feels different and very domineering in comparison, so Yi Fei named it
Dragon Elephant Forging Body Judgment.
This Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is very special, and it should be suitable for the Dragon Division. The special forces of the team practice.
Yi Fei is very confident about this. In that case, I can have good news for you.
General Zhang and Yi Fei held hands.
Hand.
Yi Fei smiled and shook hands with General Zhang. During the conversation between the two, General Zhang clearly admired Yi Fei. Moreover, General Zhang knew that Yi Fei had unlimited potential, and he was determined to make good friends with Yi Fei. Yi Fei is only in his 20s, and he is already the master of the realm of transformation, with future achievements. Of course, there is no limit. Even if Yi Fei failed this time, at his current age, the future will be even more capable. Furthermore, although General Zhang is now in a high position, General Zhang is even more. Knowing that Yi Fei has the Mu family and the Yi family as support will be truly terrible in the future. Of course, Li Yunfeng's potential is also great, and Li Yunfeng is still a C. The leader of the Weihongmen, there is also a dragon-tooth mercenary, he himself can be called a top soldier.
King.
It's just that General Zhang has heard about Yi Fei's deeds in Izhou.
I admire Yi Fei a little, think Yi Fei is a responsible man.
This is also true. During the discussion just now, General Zhang 3.4 also took the initiative too. When Yi Fei spoke, he finally made the final decision, and Yi Fei served as the Dragon Force
Chief Instructor.
At this moment, the system sound rang in Yi Fei's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully stopped Li Yunfeng, rewarded 500 experience points.
Chapter 348 Experience is soaring seeking subscription. Fei feels comfortable.
In any case, in terms of the current situation, Yi Fei's deal with Li Yunfeng this time is indeed
favorable. Results have been achieved.
At least he is sitting firmly on the Dai O Yutai, the position of chief instructor. Yi Fei and Zhang Jianjun exchanged greetings for a while, and soon left the office. Before leaving, Li Yunfeng also fixed his eyes on Yi Fei, staring at Yi Fei tightly.
Showing a cold look, he was obviously very hostile to Yi Fei. But facing Li Yunfeng, Yi Fei chuckled, his expression calm and relaxed. The appearance made Li Yunfeng's eyes even colder.
Li Yunfeng also didn't expect Yi Fei to come with a killer this time, but he did so in his heart.
Holding a gesture of watching a good show.
Li Yunfeng knew that Yi Fei could become the youngest martial arts master in the history of Xianhuang Kingdom. It is to rely on, and even there may be experts behind Yi Fei, this is the most satisfactory.
A place to be afraid.
But despite this, Yi Fei proposed to let the Dragon S troops off within 3 months. Change the bones, let the Jialong troops shine in the National Special Forces competition within 3 months.
Shooting, this is obviously unlikely. At least Li Yunfeng didn't believe it. Li Yunfeng knew what by Jingjialong troops could train in 3 months.
Although the Jialong unit is strong, it has always only ranked in the top 3 and the top 5 in the Special Forces competition. There is still some gap between the level of the popular team and the real champion. In the Special Forces competition, the real favorites have always had 2 teams.
The branch is the Suzaku Army, the branch is the main Argonne. Both of these troops were named after the ancient gods of Xianhuang Kingdom, Suzaku and Qi. Lin.
Among them, the Kirin unit is even more legendary. It has won the first place for 3 consecutive years.
The Kirin unit.
The chief instructor of the team is the legendary figure of the Yendu military region, and is called the god of the army by many people.
Duan Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan is the legendary master of the realm of transformation in the Yendu military region.
Under the leadership of Duan Tianyuan, the Qi troops have won the Special Forces Championship for 3 consecutive years. Was in the army, so Li Yunfeng felt that Yi Fei was gambling at all, and Li Yunfeng. I think it is difficult for Yi Fei to bet to win. Because even if Yi Fei really has the ability to make the Dragon S personnel stronger, he wants more. It's also very difficult to go further, especially Yi Fei needs to win the Qilin troops led by Duan Tianyuan.
It is possible to become the number 1 in the Special Forces competition. The difficulty of this can be imagined.
Li Yunfeng asked himself that he felt unsure, and he didn't believe what Yi Fei had.
The exercises can make the people of the Dragon S troops progress extremely fast. Li Yunfeng left.
Although he is not upset that Yi Fei has robbed him of the limelight, but he is looking forward to the next optimistic
play.
Yi Fei left the office, and in a blink of an eye he saw Mu Zijin waiting.
Mu Zijin has been waiting for his elimination.
Seeing Yi Fei coming out, Mu Zijin smiled lightly, Yang Qi made a pretty face, and asked, "Where are you?"
How?
Yi Fei smiled confidently and said, "I have no problem, I have been successfully elected as chief instructor."
Take it next.
After coming for 3 months, the Jialong troops obeyed my command. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Mu Zijin was slightly surprised, and said, "I thought you would."
Becoming a deputy instructor, is it actually a chief instructor?
Mu Zijin felt very surprised. After all, Li Yunfeng's strength is not inferior to Yi Fei, and he has rich experience. Generally speaking, they all seem to be slightly better than Yi Fei. But Yi Fei actually won Li Yunfeng. He was elected chief instructor successfully. So you still don't believe your husband can win? Yi Fei blinked at Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin's face red, lightly sipped. What kind of husband? Hearing Yi Fei's name, Mu Zijin's face was flushed instantly. Yi Fei, this guy is really getting more and more cheeky. This is the military district compound. Actually called her that. This is going to be heard by others. Yi Fei saw Mu Zijin's shame. He changed the subject and said, it's actually this. Yi Fei told Mu Zijin what happened in the office, and Mu Zijin knew. What is the actual situation? I see. Hearing this, Mu Zijin couldn't help looking at Yi Fei worriedly. Yi Fei, if you say so. Then you must get the first place in the Special Forces competition 3 months later. Mu Zijin is very clear about the situation Yi Fei will face next. Yi Fei must get Special Forces first in the competition. This is not easy. Mu Zijin is also very aware of the existence of Duan Tianyuan. As a member of the army, Mu Zijin also knows the position of the Kirin troops in the Xianyuan kingdom is simply the Xianyuan First Army. Yi Fei wants to win Duan Tianyuan. The difficulty is too great. If he can win Duan Tianyuan, Yi Fei will create a miracle. Mu Zijin whispered towards Yi Fei, I think it's a bit difficult. Mu Zijin's voice was very soft. She wanted to persuade Yi Fei a few words, but she couldn't say it. At this moment, she could only believe Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled and said, I also know that it is quite difficult, but this is only interesting. What can be done easily is meaningless. Is it insufficient? That's right. Mu Zijin gently laughed. Her soft face is extremely delicate, in the sunshine. Shining Mingmei Wuxuan 137, like a goddess. Mu Zijin said softly, no matter what you do, I will always support you. I will accompany you tomorrow. You go to the barracks together. I also want to know what you are going to do. In addition, the love of Jielong troops. I also know about the situation some, then I will tell. Mu Zijin said softly. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Yi Fei agreed in one fell swoop, and Yi Fei said, It's best, let us go together tomorrow. I will perfect the dragon elephant forging body tonight. Decision is good. In the evening, let us practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic together. Maybe it can give me some inspiration. Yi Fei practiced. Hearing Yi Fei's words, he immediately saw Mu Zijin's face reddened, as if thinking of something. Well, I took a look at the bad guy in front of me. Chapter 349 shocked the audience seeking subscription. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju to be improved. The name Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, you know it is a foreigner's exercise. In the martial arts world of the Xianyuan kingdom, martial arts training is divided into the outer family and the inner family. Mainly physical training, easy to be quick, and progress faster. And Neijia is based on Jinqi and Ni. Mainly vigor, complicated and obscure, and relatively deep. Under normal circumstances, outside family boxing practice for 1 or 2 years, ordinary martial artists can also get started. The talented warrior can learn to master the essence. But the inner family practice is difficult. Even if you are a talented person, don't even think about it for 3 to 5 years. What's more, even 10 years of cultivation have failed to see results. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is mainly forging by foreigners, so it is very fast to get started, and to cultivate. Exciting speed. Moreover, Yi Fei also combined this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. In combination, although in terms of the degree of mystery, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is far inferior to Huangdi and Yi Jing. But, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is very domineering and easier to learn to grasp. Practicing Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is almost at the expense of burning one's own martial arts talent. Arouse the greatest potential, so that you can practice quickly and make rapid progress. Although this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju will consume its own potential as the price, it is inevitable. There are some side effects,
but other than that, dragon elephant forging body Ju can be called a complete. Beautiful. Of course, dragon elephant forging body Ju is not something that everyone can practice, especially one. Some people with poor physical fitness can't stand the high intensity of dragon elephant forging body Ju. Practice. There are only members of the top special forces such as the Jiaolong troops, they have excellent physical fitness. You can use dragon elephant forging body Ju to practice. After learning that Yifei created a powerful technique like dragon elephant forging body Ju, even Mu Zijin was amazed at this. Her double group was full of surprises, and those long autumn eyes were fixed. Grid looked at Yifei's side face, looking at Yifei's side face, and couldn't help but praise its great. With this dragon elephant forging body final, it seems that you have been prepared long ago. I am looking forward to this dragon. What is the effect of Xiang forging body Ju? Mu Zijin's pupils are like water, and her face is bright and unparalleled. She really looks forward to Yifei's next performance. Yifei also smiled when he heard Mu Zijin's words. The evening time passed quickly, and the two of them enjoyed themselves warmly. The next day, Yifei and Mu Zijin got up together. After breakfast, they went straight to the Jiaolong troops. The Jiaolong troops sent a special car to pick them up. This is a low-key military Audi with black lettering on a white background. It looks low-key and calm. After Yifei and Mu Zijin took their seats, Mu Zijin introduced to Yifei in a low-voiced Jiaolong. There are a lot of troops. And after all, it is the signature unit of the Yendu military region, it is inevitable that it is a little bit awkward. Irregularity, this is also the habit of military personnel. As the chief instructor, I'm afraid you will encounter some more. Small. Mu Zijin's meaning is very clear. After all, Yifei is a new officer, and the position of chief Jiaolong instructor is very special. Yifei. It was almost equal to the most powerful person in the Dragon Force. The previous chief instructor of the Jiaolong troops has just been removed from office. The previous chief instructor was surnamed Su, although he was dismissed, but instructor Su spent more than a year in the Jiaolong army and he was still very respected. Very popular. Yifei replaced instructor Su this time, and Yifei is so young, it will inevitably lead to suspicion. His strength. Mu Zijin has told Yifei about the current situation of Jiaolong troops. Yifei knew exactly what he would encounter next. After 1 hour, this black Audi drove into a special military base on the outskirts of Yendu. Around the base, there are many guards with guns and live ammunition, and the guards are very strict. Yifei nodded secretly. The Audi car drove in and stopped at the base. After a while, a beautiful woman, about 30 years old, wearing a military uniform. She appeared in front of the car. She stood in front of Yifei's car and saluted, with a strong voice. Instructor Yi. Hello, my name is Li Wen. I am an instructor of the Dragon Force. I will help you with your work. If you have any instructions, you can tell me at any time. This woman named Li Yao has a beautiful appearance, and her identity is a teacher, that is, Yifei's help. Reason. Yifei led the leader slightly and smiled. Hello, Teacher Li, where are the members of the Dragon Force? I want to see them first. No problem, I have prepared your documents and some equipment. The Special Forces contest is approaching, so you may need to stay in the army during this time. Camp. Li Wen said simply, her voice was pleasant. Li wanted to look at Yifei, her eyes moved slightly, although she had already heard that Yi was 6 points younger. But now that she really saw me, she knew that Yifei was so young. It's like a teenager who just graduated from university and just out of society. Can this young man really be able to tame the proud dragons of the army? Li Wei was suspicious in his heart. Although the information shows that Yifei's foot transformation master is strong, but Yifei's outside world, the watch and age are too deceptive. Although Li Wen was skeptical, Bai Jing and Yifei were appointed by her superiors, and she did not dare to make any mistakes. Passed the certificate and some necessities to Yifei. At the same time, Li Wen also noticed Mu Zijin. She sighed in her heart again. What a beautiful woman.
And he looks very familiar, he seems to be from the Mu family. Li's wife has been in the army for a long time and has heard of many military deeds, among which Mu Zijin is very famous in the army.
Great, even Li Yao is like a thunderbolt.
Li Yao didn't think much, condensed his thoughts, and quickly said, Chief Instructor Yi, for money.
Please come with me.
Captain Chen has already brought all the dragon troops in line and is waiting for you.
Very good.
Yi Fei raised his mouth, and it seems that he will finally be able to see Jialong troops next time.
Member now. Next, that was the beginning of shocking the audience.
Yi Fei and Mu Zijin looked at each other, laughed. They walked side by side under the leadership of Li Wan, and walked to
on the training ground of the base. Chapter 350 in uproar seeking subscription. Jialong Base Training Ground.
On the training ground, a total of 300 members of the Jialong unit were on the training ground.
Gather.
Most of these members stood upright, with solemn expressions, and a sense of murderous air of their own. In addition, several members of the front row are discussing. I heard that the new chief instructor is very young, really a big guy with a big back.
Asked. I don't know, then I have to ask Captain Chen.
The other man with a Chinese character asked.
Captain, what is the origin of this chief instructor? Bin's youth asked.
Captain Chen's name is Qin General. He is the captain of the Dragon Troop and has served as the Dragon Troop. It is a year and a half long, and the qualifications are quite deep and very popular. Chen Zhen's appearance was ordinary and his face was sturdy. He said solemnly, I also heard from the above, according to said that this time it was the chief instructor selected by General Zhang Jianhua and several other leaders. His name is Yi Fei, and he is indeed very young, only in his early 20s.
In your early 20s.
Everyone was shocked when they heard Captain Chen's words, and couldn't help but exclaim, very surprised.
They all understand what this age means.
Such a young chief instructor, did you make a mistake? Couldn't it be the gilded one sent from above? Right, it's 243, what is the level of a little hairy boy in his early 2 years inner strength warrior?
Don't be kidding, it's about the same as me.
The bearded man sneered. Yi Fei, the man with the national character face, was indeed taken aback. It shouldn't be him, right? Xiong Zhang, do you know this Yi Fei? Captain Chen immediately looked at the man with the national character face. Xiong Zhang scratched his head. Maybe I know him, I don't know if it's him. Xiong Zhang and Yi Fei have a long history. The chief instructor still knows Xiong Zhang. Hey, it's interesting, Xiong Zhang, this is called. What is the strength of Yi Fei's kid? Is it great? Someone asked curiously.
Xiong Zhang opened his mouth and was about to answer.
At this time, Chen Zhen frowned and saw the curious and hippie smiles of the team members.
He loudly said, no matter what, the superior assigns the next instructor Yi Zong to us for a while. See, Instructor Yi, you all respect me a little bit, don't make trouble for me, soldiers. Obeying orders is our bounden duty. Got it, team. Obviously Qin Zhen is full of prestige.
Under his gaze, the members of the dragon troops. We all came down, Agbi, and were silent one by one. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin followed Li Yao, and they had already entered the Xiang training ground. Yi Fei asked casually, Teacher Li, has Deputy Chief Instructor Li Yunfeng here?
Instructor Li hasn't come to report yet. He said that something happened temporarily and he will come back another day. Li Wen told Yi Fei. Report.
Yi Fei nodded slowly, but Li Yunfeng didn't even report, but this is also normal. Actually, Li Yunfeng has a good face, he is the master of the realm of transformation anyway. Yi Fei took the top spot this time, and Li Yunfeng was subjugated to the deputy chief instructor.
He must be dissatisfied. Angry.
And most of Li Yunfeng still wants to operate.
It's a little talented.
Li Yunfeng has no shortage of experience and strength. He serves as a force at the level of Jialong. The chief instructor is more than enough, and it is normal to not show up. Yi Fei was not surprised either, the battle between him and Li Yunfeng had just begun.
Instructor Yi, here we are.
Li Yao had already taken Yi Fei to the training ground at this time.
Li Wen stood beside Yi Fei.
She looked at the members of the Jialong troop in the distance, then looked at After looking at Yi Fei, he finally bit his mouth and whispered, "Instructor Yi, the Dragon Force. These members are a bit rebellious, and have always been a bit stubborn in the military.
Today. It's your first day in office, if possible, I suggest you show it." Li Wen kindly reminded Yi Fei.
Li Wen knows the character of the members of the Dragon Force very well, they must be very familiar with Yi Fei. "There is dissatisfaction in my heart, even if I do not say it, but I will definitely not be convinced in my heart."
"I know, I also understand, strength in the army is respected." Yi Fei smiled faintly. Respond to Li Wen. Yi Fei really understands this. Training course. From afar, the members of the Dragon Force saw Yi Fei.
And Yi Fei also saw these members of the Dragon Force.
With the strength of Yi Fei's transformation realm master, he only needs to take a look. With his inner strength, Yi Fei.
You can distinguish the strength and level of the Dragon S troops. Most of the members of these Dragon troops are indeed super strength elites, although only. There are 300 people, but these 300 people are all elites, with one is 10 or even one is 100. These players breathe steadily, their eyes are piercing, and they are both strong and weak. The stronger ones are already beginner martial artists, even the inner strength martial artists, the weaker ones are also the level of top special forces. Seeing this, Yi Fei nodded secretly.
When Yi Fei was looking at everyone in the Dragon Force, everyone was also looking at Yi Fei.
Especially a group of veteran members of the Dragon Force headed by Chen Zhen, these members. It is a core member of the Dragon Force, including Xiong Zhang. The core team members were all taken aback when they saw Yi Fei. Because Yi Fei is younger than they thought, and looks very handsome, giant-like eyes, this is like a chief instructor, just like a big star in a TV movie. The shamelessly handsome young man in front of him is actually their chief instructor. Chen Zhen, Hubei Xiong Yaodahan and others were all in an uproar and were surprised. Xiong Zhang and Yi Fei had met each other quite old. He was taken aback when he saw Yi Fei and Mu Zijin.
Then he grinned, unexpectedly it was Yi.
Xiong Zhan was previously a member of Mu Zijin's army, but because of his outstanding performance some time ago,
was promoted to the Dragon Force.
Mu Zijin had already said this to Yi Fei last night, and Yi Fei was not surprised.
"I met an acquaintance here," Yi Fei nodded towards Xiong Zhang, then he swept again. "I Zhao. Everyone in the Dragon Army spoke lightly. Everyone, when we meet for the first time, I will be your chief instructor. Introduce yourself, my name is Yi Fei. The reason why I came to the Dragon troops is because the superiors have treated you flood dragons for the past 2 years. The results of the military competition are very unsatisfactory. From today, I will train you in particular, with only one goal, and that is to get 3. The champion of the Special Forces contest after the month." Yi Fei's voice was faint, but it was very clear into the ears of everyone in the Dragon troops. When everyone listened, there was an uproar. Chapter 351 is called A God-Seeking Subscription. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the audience was in an uproar. Including Chen Zhen, the captain of the Jiaolong unit, as well as the bearded man. Xiong Zhang and others were shocked for a while, almost thinking that they had heard it wrong. They all focused their attention on Yi Fei's body. His expression was unbelievable. After Yi Fei bluntly stated his goal, he immediately let everyone in the Dragon Force uproar. "This young man is too arrogant, right? Actually said that they will be trained in 3 months, and they will get the National Special Forces competition. The champion. What is this concept? You must know that even the Dragon troops at their peak cannot get the National Special Forces. The champion of the competition, because the champion of the National Special Forces competition has been Lu Qilin troops led by Tian Yuan." And Yi Fei unexpectedly uttered wild words and talked a lot. Suddenly even the captain Chen Zhen frowned slightly, and for the first time he felt that the young man in front of him very unreliable. What kind of instructor did the superior send? Isn't it the prince of that family who came to gild it? Are you kidding me? Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes and was silent for a while, not knowing how to speak. In addition to Chen Zhen, a group of elites from the Dragon troops including Xiong Zhang also. Ji was silent,
and looked at Yi Fei with a skeptical look.
Obviously they didn't believe it either. Yi Fei's words. Yi Fei didn't feel annoyed when everyone was silent. Still very skeptical. At this moment, I saw the burly man who was sturdy back and couldn't help it. He took the lead and said, "Instructor Yi, hello, with all due respect, I don't know what special way you can make me. Will we become stronger in these 3 months? There will be 16 National Special Forces competitions. The difficulty of supporting the country's strongest special forces in the competition can be imagined, even for the Kylin department. The team doesn't dare to pack 100% of the votes. Can you reserve the position of the champion of this competition?" This burly man has a very straight personality, and he speaks directly to Yi Fei. Obviously he is very good at Yi Fei. Suspect. After the burly man spoke, Chen Zhen did not stop him. He also wanted to know Yi Feiru. How to answer. Hearing the words of the burly man, Yi Fei smiled faintly, and said, "Actually, this matter is very simple. As long as you obey my orders, I can help you do it." Simple. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the burly man couldn't help but sneered. "Instructor Yi, forgive me. You have never been in the army before, and you don't know how powerful Duan Tianyuan is." The burly man has made no secret of Yi Fei's suspicion. Upon seeing this, Chen Zhen immediately stopped the burly man and said, "Wang Yang, shut up, don't do anything." Instructor Yi. Yi Fei smiled and waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay. I also know the first time I met. You may not believe me. Well, let me give you a chance, if any of you. If you refuse to accept me, stand up for yourself." Yi Fei glanced at the members of the Dragon Force. Yi Fei also knew very well that he really should give them a fight. Therefore, Yi Fei let the members of these dragon troops stand out. Hearing Yi Fei's words, many members of the Jiaolong troop were a little eager to try and wanted to leave out of the queue, but hesitated. Seeing this, Yi Fei smiled coldly and said, "I thought the dragon troops were so powerful. It turned out to be nothing more than that. I dare not let you stand up if you are dissatisfied." Although it is the most cliched radical method, it works very well. I saw that there were at least a dozen members of the dragon troops at the same time. The great Han Wang Yang is headed, and there are other people, a total of more than a dozen people. These people all looked at Yi Fei with an unsatisfying expression. Their faces were full of dissatisfaction, staring at him. With Yi Fei. And Yi Fei glanced at them, then looked at Xiong Zhang not far away, smiled and said, "Xiong Zhang, one to you go out." "I'll forget it, hee, I'm convinced." Xiong Zhang waved his hand quickly, but he had tasted Yi Fei. It's amazing, and that shoulder falls still fresh in his memory. But Xiong Zhang was also a little puzzled. Yi Fei is very strong, yes, but Yi Fei may not be qualified to serve as the Dragon Force in terms of strength. The chief instructor, isn't it? Don't look at Xiong Zhang's looks honest face, but he is very thief in his heart. He felt that things would never be that simple, so he wisely hid in the crowd and didn't want to get ahead. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei just smiled faintly. There are quite a few people who disagree with me. Seek fresh. A dozen people from the Jiaolong troops stood up, and there are actually more people eager to try. Want to try Yi Fei's strength? Yi Fei glanced at these dozen or so people, and when he saw Wang Yang, who was the head of them, he said lightly, "I admire your courage very much. It just so happens that I also want to try how many caddies you have." Yi Fei yelled abruptly when he said the words "a few caddies and a few tails," but his voice was in vain. An octave high, instantly lifted a mouthful of inner strength. While speaking, Yi Fei released his internal energy, and this fierce internal energy was almost formed. It's like a sound wave, just like the substance. It exploded in the ears of the dozen or so dragon troops. Suddenly, Wang Yang and others felt a roar in their ears, and they were deaf almost instantly. His complexion was pale, and he was dizzy by Yi Fei's sudden drink, and almost couldn't stand. Live. Yi Fei's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting their hearts, causing Wang Yang and others. They couldn't stand still, their faces were pale, and then they looked up at Yi Fei one by one, all. The face is as earthy, astonished.
The members of the other dragon troops on the scene also felt the pressure like a mountain but Yifei didn't deliberately target them just now, but Yifei's chopped swallow was like thunder.
Naruto.
In time, Yifei was in their impression that a handsome noble boy was transformed into unfathomable, amazing strength. With just a scream, the elite of a dozen dragon troops could not stand still. Completely lost combat effectiveness, this strength.
It's like a descending to the earth.
Liwen was on the side, her bright eyes were shining, staring at Yifei unblinkingly, she herself just now. After a few steps back, he was taken by the momentum of Yifei's body. The heart of Li's wife was completely conquered by Yifei, and Yifei inadvertently revealed her hand. It is enough to show that his strength is terrifying, and he can be called a god.
Corpse. Chapter 352 Yifei's self-confidence seeking subscription. Shang was immersed in consternation, unable to extricate himself.
Mu Zijin's eyes were like water, always focusing on Yifei's body.
Seeing Yifei's behavior, she knew.
His eyes brightened, and his face was lightly smiled. I only saw Mu Zijing's eyebrows, magnificent and radiant, with two pupils cutting water, beginning.
Yifei's shadow was finally reflected.
Mu Zijing's lips curled slightly, knowing that Yifei had stopped drinking. He had already suppressed all the Jielong troops.
People.
Yifei glanced at everyone in the Jielong troop, his mouth curled up, and his voice was light and slow. Before I came to this Jiao 097 dragon troops, I thought that the dragon troops were all. Among the dragons and phoenixes, all of them are kings of soldiers, but now they seem to be the same, even if I stop drinking.
Can't catch it.
Yifei stared at Wang Yang and the others. What he said made Wang Yang and the others implicitly angry. But all of them were silent immediately.
No one, including Captain Chen Zhen, dared to refute Yifei, nor could he refute Yifei. The facts are in front of us. Yifei's strength is absolutely unfathomable. They never. It's an opponent.
So Yifei can rebuke them, and he has the strength to rebuke them. In the end, Wang Yang's expression changed several times. He lowered his head and said loudly, "Instructor Yi. It's because I don't know Taishan. I didn't expect your strength to be so high.
You definitely have.
Qualified to be our chief instructor."
After seeing Yifei's terrifying strength, Wang Yang finally lowered his head and deeply recognized.
Yifei, admit Yifei's strength.
Yifei glanced at Wang Yang and said lightly, "Now you know." Seeing that Yifei didn't care, Chen Zhen, as the captain of the Jielong unit, immediately followed. Walked out of the queue, walked towards Yifei, and saluted respectfully, "Instructor Yi, it's us." It was too unreasonable before.
I didn't expect that Chief Yi instructor turned out to be a god, young Grandmaster Yu Yi. The chief instructor came to give us pointers, and the dragon force is finally hopeful. Chen Zhen said loudly, his expression was slightly excited, and his heart was burning.
Hope.
Chen Zhen still has this vision.
Judging from the strength that Yifei showed just now.
Definitely a powerhouse at the level of Grand Master of the Transformation Realm, young master. Chen Zhen finally knew why General Zhang agreed to Yifei as the chief instructor of the Dragon Force.
NS. Yifei is really capable and unfathomable.
This instructor Yi is in his 20s, right, a young master who is more than 2 years old, even if he is.
Duan Tianyuan couldn't compare to him at the beginning.
The dragon force is in his hands, maybe there is really hope. Chen Zhen's heart ignited silk hope, and he admired Yifei to the extreme. Chen Zhen saluted Yifei deeply, and then said extension of instructor Yi to teach. Seeing Chen Zhen's statement like this, the other members of the dragon force also suddenly woke up. One by one saluted Yifei respectfully, and said loudly, "I would like to ask Chief Instructor Yi for guidance." The voices of the members of these dragon troops are neat and tidy, and the voices of 300 people are very loud. Bright, but also from the heart.
Obviously, Yifei's behavior just now made them completely admired.
The members of these dragon troops were all conquered by Yifei. At the same time, only Mu Zijin and Liwen also looked at Yifei, the corners of Mu Zijin's mouth upturned, revealing a slight smile, knowing that Yifei's performance impressed the Jielong troops.
and Li Wen also looked at Yi Fei with deep emotion.
Yi Feipu glanced at Chen Zhen, then looked at the members of the Jiaolong troops on the training ground.
Yi Fei said faintly, "It's not impossible for me to teach you, but the current strength is too weak, far from reaching what I want. I originally thought the dragon army is famous, and everyone is an elite. It should be a dragon and a phoenix among them. But when I look at it now, I am really disappointed, but so." Yi Fei shook his head slightly. Hearing Yi Fei's comments, everyone in the Dragoness troops felt a bit stabbed in their hearts. Because Yi Fei's criticism is indeed merciless. However, Yi Fei did appraise the qualifications of the Dragon Force. The members of the Dragon Force are all bowing their heads at this time, all of them are silent, these days. The kings of soldiers in the world are now like little daughters-in-law, and they don't even dare to look at Yi Fei. Xiong Zhang was in the crowd. He looked at Yi Fei, surprised and admired in his heart. Dao, how did Yi Fei's strength become so terrifying in a blink of an eye? He actually turned around. It's really amazing to become the master of transformation. Xiong Zhang wondered, and at the same time, he couldn't wait to have a few words with Yi Fei. He was also a Wu Qi. I really hope that Yi Fei will give some guidance on his martial arts. And now this seems to be an opportunity. 3.6. Yi Fei turned out to be the chief instructor of Jiaolong troops. From today onwards, will he be upright? The big one asked Yi Fei for advice on martial arts. However, since I said I want you to win the National Special Forces competition in 3 months. Championship, then I will do what I say. You only need to listen to my training. I promise to let you like. I wish it. Yi Fei said lightly. Yi Fei has absolute confidence in his dragon elephant forging body judgment. Hearing Yi Fei's words, everyone in Jiaolong's eyes lit up. Chapter 353, Excited Seeking Subscription. The scriptures exist like gods and humans. Therefore, they also have great hope and confidence in Yi Fei's words, and want to see Yi Fei very much. How to do it? I only saw Yi Fei smile faintly, and said I promised General Zhang, only for 3 months. In time, within 3 months, you will be taught to become the top troops and win the special forces. First in the competition. So in the next 3 months, I will start hellish training for you. Let me first explain that among the 300 people in this dragon troop, there may be less than 2 people left. 1. Yi Fei glanced at the crowd, his voice was slow, but very confident. Yi Fei's words caused everyone in the Jiaolong troops to be in an uproar again. Among the 300 people in the Dragon Force, less than 1/2 of them may remain. Doesn't this mean that 1 out of every 2 people will be eliminated? The elimination rate is so high at 0.9. Hearing what Yi Fei said, the scene was stunned. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know. How can I say it? Chen Zhen wanted to speak again, moved his lips, and finally swallowed the words from his lips. When Yi Fei saw that most of the Jiaolong troops had the same attitude as Chen Zhen, he couldn't help. Coldly said, if you are not confident, you can say it as soon as possible, and I will resign to General Zhang immediately. It doesn't matter to me anyway. I didn't expect that the members of the Dragon Force would actually be here. You have no spine, even this bit of ambition and confidence. Yi Fei shook his head freely, his tone disdainful. Everyone in the Jiaolong troop heard this, clenching their fists tightly, unwilling to do so. But I have to admit that what Yi Fei said are all facts. When Yi Fei said it, everyone in the Jiaolong troop was indeed unwilling. Chen wanted to say a few words at all, but when Yi Fei was so excited, he suddenly said loudly, "Zhong Jiaoyi. Officer, please don't hesitate to teach us. We will do our best. Achieve results in the Seed Soldier contest. Instructor Yi, please teach." The other members of the Dragon Force also woke up, shouting loudly one by one. The members of the Dragon Force shouted in unison, their voices vibrated, but Yi Fei stopped drinking. Said the voice is too low, louder. Yi Fei's voice increased by an octave, and once again resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. When Yi Fei said that, everyone was photographed by Yi Fei again, and they all raised their heads suddenly. The momentum gathered in their hearts. They all obeyed Yi Fei's words, and again. Nod. Yes, I would like to follow the guidance of Chief Instructor Yi. I would like to follow the guidance of Chief Instructor Yi.
I saw everyone shouting in unison, shouting again and again.
This time, Yi Fei finally heard the shouts of the soldiers from the dragon troops. Yi Fei nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. It seems that the soldiers of the Jiaolong troops are still a little upset, and only in this way do they say Ming Jiaolong's troops can be saved. Yi Fei took out a document that he carried with him. It was about a dozen pages long. This was also Yi Fei's self. Since the creation of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, according to the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju created by him, Tiju's internal exercises are written down, and this exercise is written. Yi Fei took out the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju and said lightly, this exercise is called Dragon Elephant. Training the body is a practice I specially tailored for you. In the next 3 months, your main goal is to practice Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju and master this technique. Transparent. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Finale.
When everyone heard Yi Fei's words, their eyes lit up, and they carefully studied the Dragon Elephant Forging Body decision.
Name.
Chen Zhen frowned slightly, and said, Instructor Yi, I also know that your strength is incredible.
But I don't know what kind of exercises this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is.
Some soldiers have never learned the inner strength exercises, and they are afraid that the speed will be better when they learn it. Chen Zhen doesn't doubt Yi Fei's strength, but this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is a kind of.
What kind of exercise?
You know that it's impossible to get started in a few years with all internal strength exercises, but Yi Fei said that it would take 3 months to make everyone's strength a qualitative leap, which is simply unbelievable. Chen Zhen also hopes that Yi Fei can bring a leap to the dragon troops, but he also maintains, with a trace of reason and sobriety. Yi Fei heard Chen Zhen's words and said lightly, this Dragon Elephant Forging Body I created Ju, the biggest feature is that it doesn't cultivate internal energy. It is to continuously strengthen itself. Only by relying on the physical body, it can reach the same level as the inner strength warrior. Within 3 months, as long as people with talent and foundation have the opportunity to get started, 3 months later, it can even be close to the level of an inner strength warrior.
Inner strength warriors are very rare.
In Xianhuang country, the general masters of the realm do not take action. Under the circumstances, the martial artist with great internal strength is already the strongest martial artist. Just like Yi Fei before, just the great achievement of inner strength is almost invincible. Yi Fei said indifferently, even the cultivator who is suitable for the dragon-like forging body will be able to beyond ordinary warriors inside.
Of course, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju belongs to the quick success method, and
there are still many auxiliary conditions in it, and I need to guide you to practice 777.
In addition, once you practice
after the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Judgment, you are destined to miss the Master of Transformation in this life, and you will stop within
strength. Yi Fei's 6S remarks made Chen Zhen's eyes bright. There is such an amazing bodybuilding technique in this world. 3-month daughter-in-law, a powerful warrior, this is simply.
Chen Zhen also heard the side effects that Yi Fei said, but Chen Zhen didn't take it seriously. According to Zhen, the side effects of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju are simply not worth catching.
After all, ordinary people have almost life. People have no effect.
Thinking of this, Chen Zhen and the other soldiers of the dragon troop became excited.
Chapter 354, 2 People's World Seeking Subscription. The description of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is full of hope. According to Yi Fei's description, this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is simply the best practice for foreigners. The best way, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is indeed amazing.
Hearing that the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju was so powerful, everyone was looking forward to it.
They looked at Yi Fei, waiting for Yi Fei to speak. Yi Fei faintly laughed, and said, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final cooperates with my unique training method.
Can train a group of powerful masters.
It is not so easy to practice Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, only Yi Fei
know how to practice Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju to the best, and not only that, but in training. During the training, Shenzhen and other elites in the army needed to eat a lot of nourishing food. Yi Fei should also improve their diet. Only Yi Fei, a doctor, can do this. In addition, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju has very high requirements for learners' physical fitness. People who practice forcibly will damage the body. Only the physical fitness of soldiers can meet the requirements and reluctantly practice. And as Yi Fei said, even so, it's likely that half of the people are cultivating. After practicing Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, if he fails to meet Yi Fei's requirements, he will be eliminated. Hearing what Yi Fei said, all the members of these dragon troops listened to Yi Fei. The look is extremely serious. Yi Fei said, very well, since you all agree, then take a day off today. From the beginning of the day to training, practice Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju. Li Wen, you put this Dragon Elephant Forging. The exercises of Tai Ju are printed out, one is handed, and everyone will use this within today. Thorough understanding of the content of the exercises. Yi 6's tone was stern, and he couldn't hold his beak. Everyone in the Jialong troop shouted in unison. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei took out a piece of white paper and wrote down a batch of medicinal materials and food. The name of the object, and then let On Li prepare. Yi Fei needs a lot of medicinal materials and food. In order to ensure these medicinal materials and food, he asked Li Wan to help with the supply. Li Wan was also very aware of the importance of this matter, and immediately agreed. After ordering these, Yi Fei said, then it's so decided. Yes. After Yi Fei's order was completed, he opened the dragon troops high together with Mu Zijin. Sitting in the low-key military-branded Austrian car, Mu Zijin and Yi Fei sat in the back seats. Mu Zijin, looking at Yi Fei with a light smile, he blinked his eyes and said in a low voice, Yi Fei, what did you do just now? He is very prestigious. To deal with these old fried dough sticks, didn't you say you want to give them a good start? Yi Fei smiled. Road. Mu Zijin smiled sweetly. Yes, you are doing a good job, they are now. I'm already very convinced, and I'm completely convinced by you. Thinking of Yi Fei just now, the sound of his swallows made the soldiers of the dragon troops all overwhelmed. In the scene, Mu Zijin smiled at the corner of his mouth, and found it interesting. Yi Fei smiled and said, I am already familiar with the barracks today. You 1T have to accompany me in the next few days. Come, wait a month later, the training of the dragon troops will be able to bear initial results, when the time comes. Please come and see later. Okay, then I'm looking forward to it. Mu Zijin said with a smile. Yi Fei first sent Mu Zijin back to her barracks. After the two were separated, Yi Fei went again to the villa of Duan Qizheng. Of course Yi Fei went to find Ling Shiyun. Although Ling Shiyun and Yi Fei have already started the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but because of it takes 1 year for the training effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Therefore, during this period of time, Yi Feigen uses the Zhuke fire needle to assist Ling Shiyun in the treatment, and the effect is better. Yi Fei found Ling Shiyun. I only saw that although she hadn't seen her in just a few days, Ling Shiyun's complexion had improved a lot. Ling Shiyun had a stunning face before, but although her face was peerless, her complexion was still. It is the feeling of some sick beauties, which is too weak. But now it's different. Ling Shiyun's face is a bit more rosy, and she doesn't know whether it is the nourishment of love. The eyebrows are also more charming. Why are you staring at me? Ling Shiyun stared at me with Yi Fei a little sorry. Thinking, whispered immediately. Yi Fei said, I think you seem to have become beautiful. Really glossy tongue. Ling Shiyun said, but her heart was sweet. Good Li S. Yi Fei gave Ling Shiyun acupuncture needles. In this wonderful villa, Yi Fei didn't have to worry. Duan Qizheng didn't even come to this villa at all, and Dr. Wu also went out to meet friends at this time. Only Ling Shiyun was at home. After Yi Fei gave Ling Shiyun acupuncture, the two of them were in a sweet two-person world, and it was you again. Let me hold it for a while. What Yi Fei didn't know was that while Yi Fei and Ling Shiyun were in the world, Li Yun, there is also some action over the peak.
Chapter 355 Yifei's terrifying prestige-seeking subscription.
At the same time that Yifei accompanied Ling Shiyun, Li Yunfeng also began to move. After Li Yunfeng and Yifei lost the battle for the chief instructor of the Dragon Force last time, Li Yunfeng didn't report to the Jiaolong Force Corps, but continue to operate through relationships.
Li Yunfeng has a close relationship with Yendu's top wealthy Xia family and Li Yunfeng this time. There is a close relationship between the Xia family and Li Yunfeng.
After Li Yunfeng and Yifei were frustrated in running for the captain of the Dragon Force, Li Yunfeng immediately. So I went to visit the patriarch of the Xia family. With the support of the Xia family, Li Yunfeng has transformed into another top special,
the chief instructor of the Suzaku unit.
In fact, with Li Yunfeng's experience, qualifications, he is indeed qualified as a Zhu, the position of the chief instructor of the Sparrow troops. After all, Master Transformation Realm is too rare to see, and Li Yunfeng has military experience. If it weren't for Yifei's birth, Li Yunfeng would indeed be the best person to be the chief instructor of the Dragon Force.
Select.
However, Li Yunfeng is now a blessing in disguise and has become the chief instructor of the Suzaku army. You know, the position of chief instructor of the Suzaku troops is equal to that of Yifei.
And the Suzaku troops.
The 500's performance in the Special Forces competition in the past 2 years is even better, and it is basically in the top 3.
The position is equivalent to the peak period of Jiaolong troops.
I have to say that Li Yunfeng has picked up a big deal instead.
Yifei was not surprised by Li Yunfeng's strength.
Li Yunfeng's background is also very profound. Not only Li Yunfeng himself is the leader of overseas Hongmen, and the Xia family, as a top wealthy, has a very large influence in the military, even
not inferior to Mu's family.
The old man of the Xia family was also a general who fought on the battlefield.
See?
At the time Yifei and Ling Shiyun, you follow me, Li Yunfeng has transformed into the chief instructor of the Suzaku troops. This also means that Yifei and Li Yunfeng are about to start their exchanges on the Special Forces competition. Forward, the two sides are about to start a real confrontation.
Yi Six knows this very well.
He had information about Li Yunfeng and knew that Li Yunfeng had done these things. Of course, these things Li Yunfeng did could not hide him. Yifei left Ling Shiyun's villa, but he didn't feel anxious at all. In fact, Yifei was also in the matter of Li Yunfeng being the chief instructor of the Suzaku troops. As expected, after all, Li Yunfeng's strength is obvious to all.
In terms of strength, Li Yunfeng is not under Yifei.
He is indeed a suitable candidate for the chief instructor of the Suzaku troops.
Next, Yifei and Li Yunfeng will undoubtedly collide with each other. There is bound to be a battle of competition. Yifei knew this too well.
Therefore, Yifei was also well prepared. Practiced Jiaolong troops.
With the dragon elephant forging body Ju created by Yifei Jiatai Huandin aging, Yifei must be able to bring. Leading the dragon troops created unprecedented results and stepped Li Yunfeng under their feet.
In the original book, Li Yunfeng and Yifei also had a dispute, but in the original book, Li Yunfeng. But crushing Yifei is not like now. The competition between Yifei and Li Yunfeng is very serious.
To still occupy a bit of initiative,
Yifei left Ling Shiyun. He went home to rest and practice boxing.
The next day, after Yifei arrived at the Jiaolong unit, the special training of the Jiaolong unit had officially begun. Suddenly, the training of Jiaolong troops was extremely crazy. The training of Jiaolong troops is very cruel and strict. Yifei summoned more than 300 people from the Jiaolong troops in the training ground.
Human training is also very simple. It's all very high-intensity training, such as 10 kilometers. Load running, log training and various other trainings, etc. Under such high-intensity training, everyone in the B team is also hard.
I can bear it for a long time.
Before that, Yifei gave a lecture to the people of the Dragon's troops, so that everyone in the Dragon's troops faced with great pressure. And did the native soldiers of the Dragon troop realize the gap? They felt a sense of crisis. After all, the National Special Forces competition is only 3 months away. Therefore, during this period of time, the training of Jiaolong troops has been very hard. Yi Fei himself knows very well that the current situation of the Jiaolong troops is grim. Fortunately, the soldiers were still working hard. After seeing Yi Fei's strength, they all trained Yi Fei. Following his words, he also knew that Yi Fei's training them like this was good for them. In fact, the reason why Yi Fei carried out hell-style training for the members of these dragon troops.
There is a reason. Because only after hell-style training, the members of these dragon troops can. My potential is stimulated to the maximum.
After thoroughly stimulating the potential of the soldiers of these dragons, the strength of these dragons, the soldiers will practice dragon elephant forging body Ju again, and they will get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, Yi Fei also put a lot of effort on the supply of the dragon troops, no matter it was.
The supply of food and medicine is abundant.
Under such circumstances, the hell-style training of the dragon force officially started.
Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed.
During this period of time, Yi Fei has specially trained the Jiaolong troops, which has also made the Jiaolong troops complete. The body has also shown great results.
Yi Fei's prestige in the Jiaolong troops is full, and it is almost a godlike existence.
The Jiaolong troops now admire Yi Fei from the Captain Chen Zhen to the ordinary players.
5-body cast. Because in this month's time, the Flood Dragoness troops have turned upside down. Change at least dozens of members of the Dragon Force took the lead in the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final. Become an inner strength warrior.
There was still a gap between the top special forces and the inner strength fighters.
The top special forces can only be regarded as the strongest group of soldiers, similar to ordinary people. The strength is not as good as the foreign fighters. The warrior is another category, not to mention the inner strength warrior.
In just 1 month, the effect of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final has been highly anticipated.
Chapter 356 Stun Seeking Subscription.
Time flies, and a month passes in a hurry. After everyone in the Jiaolong troop started the most painful training they have experienced for a month. Finally blossomed, with different results.
On the training ground,
I only saw that many soldiers of the Jiaolong troops took various postures, lying or standing, or
lying or panning.
A variety of weird postures emerge endlessly, as if some kind of weird
body shape training. In fact, this is also one of the cultivation methods in Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju.
Along with the cultivation of these people, Yi Fei stood there, watching them carefully.
Every move, every posture.
Li Yao was also observing from the side. Not only Li Yao, but Mu Zijin also came today. After all, it has been a month later. Mu Zijin also wants to know Yi Fei's Dragon Elephant Forging. What is the effect of Tiju? Yi Fei promised to give Mu Zijin a surprise, so I took her to see it today.
Mu Zijin stood beside Yi Fei, and she saw everyone practicing Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju.
Looks like I was a little surprised, seeing everyone in the dragon cultivating in a weird posture.
Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju. She was surprised. Yi Fei, what kind of training method are you?
Exciting potential.
Yes. Yi Fei nodded slightly, showing approval.
Mu Zijin's eyes were really different. She could see the reason why Yi Fei made everyone think. Various poses and movements in extremely weird ways are stimulating potential. The human body is like a big treasure house. The potential of the human body is endless. I have heard some news, such as mothers trying to save a child who was run over by a car. Hands lifted the car. There are also all kinds of incredible things that the human body does when it is at its limit, etc.
And other news.
Therefore, the limit of the human body is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
This kind of power can only explode when the human body is at its limit, and once it explodes, it is infinitely powerful.
What Yi Fei does is to guide everyone in the Dragon Force to stimulate the potential of his body. These weird postures are just one of the ways. So far, the effect is amazing, even better than Yi Fei expected. Of course, this way of stimulating potential is also very dangerous. Just as Yi Fei is now, Yi Fei is watching the dragon troops. He can give pointers to the dragon department. Everyone in the team can teach everyone in the dragon troop so that the soldiers in the dragon troop will not go towards
astray.
Without Yifei's guidance, plus the food supplements of the dragon S troops, he would eat a lot of celebrities every day. Expensive medicinal materials nourish the body. The side effects of dragon elephant forging body Ju alone may cause him.
They are unbearable. Muzi Jin whispered, by the way, you didn't want me to see dragon elephant forging body. Is it the effect? What is the effect of this dragon elephant forging body Ju?
Muzi Jin was very curious about this and wanted to know the result. When Yifei heard the words, he smiled slightly and said, what is the effect of the dragon elephant forging body exercise, do you think?
If you know, just ask them in person.
As he said, Yifei beckoned and said loudly, the training is over for the time being.
Everyone tells me. Gathering reports. Yes. Yifei had just finished giving orders, and immediately saw everyone approaching Yifei.
The soldiers from the dragon troops all walked up, and the stars were trapped in Yifei's body like a moon. At the same time, they looked at Yifei as if they were looking at a god.
Yifei's current prestige in Jielong troops is unimaginable.
When Yifei saw everyone in the Jielong troop, he slightly bowed his head, repaying the results of this training.
Satisfied.
At this time, Muzi Jin also saw everyone from the dragon troops. I didn't know, I was shocked at first sight. When Muzi Jin saw everyone in the Jielong troop, she was shocked because she felt
there was a completely different aura on everyone in the dragon troop. It is completely different from before.
Compared to a month ago, the changes in these people are visible to the naked eye. I saw that each of them had almost sturdy arms and a lap, the muscles broke out completely. The body is strong, and even many people's bodies, bones and even their appearance have changed.
Great changes.
Moreover, the soldiers of the Jielong unit breathe evenly, and their temples are also high and raised. With introverted eyes, he knew that he was a master at a glance, and there were some masters with inner strength.
Muzi Jin couldn't help being surprised.
In just 1 month, this dragon elephant forging body Ju actually had such an effect.
Ask for flowers. Wang Yang. Yifei said faintly.
Yes, chief instructor. Wang Yang went out, looking at Yifei with admiration, and walked to Yifei's.
Before.
From the beginning, he was not convinced with Yifei, and now Wang Yang is Yifei's diehard loyal to Yifei.
Fian obeyed.
If anyone dares to say something bad about Yifei in the army, Wang Yang hates it.
Have to do it. Wang Yang walked in front of Yifei. Wang Yang's appearance has also changed a little, his height is already.
After nearly 2 meters, the body is strong, even a bit like a super war in the movie.
Scholar.
Everyone practiced dragon elephant forging body judgment. Naturally there are good and bad, although everyone is making progress. They are all huge, but Wang Yang and others are particularly outstanding. Wang Yang is already an inner strength warrior, and Xiong Zheng has also become an inner strength warrior.
Although there is still some distance from the Deshang inner strength, the Xiaochang inner strength already refers to. The day is waiting, and the breakthrough is imminent. Yifei said indifferently, Wang Yang, you and Xiong Zhang will practice against each other and let Instructor Mu see you. Don't be ashamed of the results this month.
Yes, Chief Instructor Wang Yang suddenly became excited and agreed. At the same time, Xiong Zhang has also been out. Xiong Zhang has also changed a lot. He looked at Yifei with admiration.
It can be said that the whole Jiao.
The long force looked at Yifei's eyes like this. By Jing, Yifei taught them dragon elephant forging body judgment, which is like their kindness.
Teacher, this kind of kindness is unforgettable for them.
Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang were out, and they were both in front of Muzi Jin and in front of all the troops. In the face of the clerk, began to take a shot. Yifei said indifferently, the competition time is 5 minutes, no means is limited.
Until.
Yes, Chief Instructor.
Wang Yang and Xiong Zheng couldn't restrain their excitement and said loudly. Chapter 357 Higher Level. Want to compete.
During this period of time, although Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang both knew that they were practicing. After that, their respective strengths have fully increased and their strengths have gone further. But these days, they have not tried to compete, so they can't help but feel itchy. Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang stood still, and everyone around made room for them. Only saw the start of the confrontation between Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang. Wang Yang stared at Xiong Zhang with both eyes, like a wild Zhang, and took the lead. The Foley sword rushed out in an instant, and a whip leg burst into the air, making an extremely violent sound.
Film.
This whip kick was violently sent out and drew directly at Xiong Zhang.
Xiong Zhang immediately felt the 2-2. 3. Wang Yang is fierce and fierce, and he is also aware of Wang Yang's fierceness.
Including everyone around him was slightly surprised, because they also felt Wang Yang's offensive.
The ferocity.
With this whip leg, I am afraid that even a steel pipe can easily kick and bend.
I only saw the air blast, and the sharp and harsh sound made people frown.
However, Xiong Zhang's reaction was also extremely fast.
I actually want to resist this blow.
There was a crisp sound, like a loud noise like metal rubbing, only. Seeing Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang both felt violent vibrations at the same time.
Both Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang took a few steps backwards.
I only saw a few deep footprints on the training field being stepped on by the feet of the two people.
It's shocking, really shocking.
Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She was surprised at first, and then quickly recovered her expression. She whispered softly.
Said the strength of this body?
With Mu Zijin's eyesight, it's certainly not difficult to see the changes that have taken place in Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang. The physical strength of the two men, Yang and Xiong Zhang, has undergone tremendous changes.
Take Wang Yang's whip leg as an example. Wang Yang is just a whip leg, but this.
However, the force in it is extremely fierce, and it can even kick the steel pipe. But Xiong Zhang was actually blocked by his physical strength.
This physical strength is already extremely terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are already superhumans, even higher than those of ordinary people. The hand is even better.
Yi Fei smiled slightly, looked at Mu Zijin, and whispered, "Zijin, what do you think?" Mu Zijin said with emotion from the bottom of his heart, "Very powerful, unexpected, you dragon elephant forging body." The effect of the decision was indeed far beyond my expectations.
Yi Fei answered Xiong Zhang and Wang Yang, and said, "Well, the dragon elephant body is definitely one. Fong.
Noodles, these two people can be considered as talents, they are more suitable for cultivating this technique. Therefore, the progress of cultivation is far more than that of others, and he is regarded as the best among them." Hearing what Yi Fei said and getting Yi Fei's approval, he saw that Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang were both
overjoyed, smiled.
These two have very direct temperaments, and they have been praised by Yi Fei, not to mention how exciting they are.
Xing. Yi Fei stood with his hand in hand, and commented on Xiong Zhang and Wang Yang. "Xiong Zhang, Wang Yang, you too. Is close to being a martial artist with a small internal strength, and he has been practicing for more than a month, and he can achieve this result. It is the best, not bad."
Wang Yang looked at Yi Fei with excitement and sighed, "Chief Instructor, your dragon elephant forged body.
It's really too clever.
I'm full of confidence now that the national special.
We must be able to do it in the Bing contest."
"Yes, I feel that way too."
"Yeah, we must be able to do it. With the chief instructor here, there is nothing we can't do."
Everyone in the Dragon Force is full of surprises and awe, and looks very serious. Looking at Yi Fei, they were all overwhelmed by Yi Fei. This has only been training for a short period of 1 month, and it has such outstanding results.
This dragon elephant. The forging is really powerful and perfect. Qin Jian, the captain of the dragon troop, would be so happy from ear to ear. He is also this time
one of the biggest beneficiaries of dragon elephant forging body. Qin Jian's talent for cultivation is also good.
The current strength is no worse than Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang.
Qin Jian is even a little impatient to wait for the Special Forces competition, and wants to give other Special Forces a big
surprise.
Who said that the dragon is dead?
The days when the dragon troops are in full swing, this is about to begin. There was a faint smile on the corner of Qin Jian's mouth, looking forward to it.
And the source of all this is Yi Fei. Chen Zhen sighed beside Yi Fei, chief instructor. It's a pity that this dragon elephant forging body Ju training. The training method is too harsh, otherwise if it is promoted by the whole army, then you will be me.
The first person in the Xianhuang army.
Chen Zhen said without hesitation, looking at Yi Fei with bright eyes. Mu Zijin was aside, and also gently tapped his white chin to express his approval. The training method of dragon elephant training is not suitable for large-scale promotion.
After all, dragon.
The requirements of Xiang forging body Ju are really harsh. Even the more than 300 people in the Jiaolong troops have worked hard, exhausted, and experienced. After the hell-style training that even they complained constantly, the practice barely succeeded. And that's the case, the Dragon Force has already eliminated more than 100 people. Of course, those who can stay are the elites. If Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final can be promoted in the whole army, then Yi Fei's position will definitely be watered. Rising boats, let alone General Zhang and others, even the military of Xianhuan Kingdom will treat Yi Fei with respect, coupled with the Mu family's relationship. Yi Fei will definitely become the first person in the army. Of course, the Dragon Elephant Forging Body can never be promoted on a large scale. But even so, the Dragon Elephant Forging that Yi Fei contributed will definitely cause high. The level of leadership pays attention to 4.9. After all, this kind of bodybuilding exercise can be a system for the Xianhuan country. Create a group of extremely powerful warriors. Although this number is only a few hundred people, they can definitely. It is quite useful at critical moments. Yi Fei's status will be even higher. Chapter 358. I'm sorry. This is how powerful the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is. Whether it's Wang Yang or Xiong Zhang, the two of them were formerly the top special forces. But now it's south, actually close to Xiaocheng inner strength, although there is still some distance from Xiaocheng inner strength. But this has only been a month of cultivation. If they practice for another 2 or 3 years, Wang Yang and Xiong Zhang will inevitably go a step further and achieve low internal strength. Success is also a matter of reason, it shouldn't be too easy. Yi Fei's performance was truly amazing. Mu Zijin saw this scene with his own eyes, and was even more impressed by Yi Fei's methods. Once this Dragon Elephant Forging Body judgment is promoted throughout the army, Yi Fei's status will definitely be water. Rising boats can even be compared to Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan is the of war in the Yendu military region. He has an extraordinary position. He is also a master of the realm of transformation. In the eyes of others, there is simply a godlike existence. But today's Yi Fei is not necessarily worse than Duan 14 Tianyuan. Especially when this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final was released, as long as it was promoted throughout the army, even this. The training requirements of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju are extremely demanding, but at least it can produce more numbers. Hundreds of inner strength fighters. These are hundreds of inner strength warriors. A force capable of subverting the martial arts world. A few days ago, in the entire Xianhuan Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 warriors with more than internal strength. No more than 2,000 to 3,000 people. One can imagine what a terrifying force this is. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, his expression calm. All of this was in Yi Fei's expectation, including the training results of the Dragon Force, including the reaction of the Jiaolong troops. You continue to practice, and within 10 days, strive for more people to enter the realm of warriors. Yi Fei said lightly. Yes, chief instructor. Hearing Yi Fei's words, I only saw other people roaring loudly. These dragon troops. But the soldiers of Yi Fei regarded Yi Fei as a real idol, like a god. Everyone responded in unison. Yi Fei also had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, expressing his expression to everyone. I am very satisfied. After that, Yi Fei was relieved to be the shopkeeper. For Yi Fei, he only needs to teach the dragon troops for 3 months. These 3 months. The dragon army becomes a dragon, he doesn't need to worry too much. Of course, with such good conditions, it would be difficult for the dragon troops to fail even if they wanted to. Complete.
Actually, Yifei's Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is based on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Moreover, the foundation of the dragon force itself is not weak. After reaching the Master of Transformation, Yifei's vision and strength were far beyond that of ordinary warriors. It's not difficult to create your own exercises. Yifei and Mu Zijin left the training ground side by side, while Mu Zijin was full of touches. Bright Eye's focus was on Yifei's body, and he whispered, "I didn't expect it, you dragon elephant. The effect of forging body is better than I thought, the effect is amazing." Mu Zijin spoke softly, his bright eyes clearly filled with surprise. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is indeed a great surprise to Mu Zijin. Seeing Mu Zijin saying this, Yifei smiled and said, "It's better than I expected." It seems that in the National Special Forces competition 3 months later, the Jiaolong troops will be very promising. Mu Zijin's mouth raised a smile, with a sweet smile. "Yeah, very hopeful, to be honest. I still want to see you frustrate Duan Tianyuan's spirit." "Why, you have a contradiction with Duan Tianyuan," Yifei asked with a smile. Mu Zijin tilted her head, and her red lips lightly opened. "That's not true. I just heard about it all the time. Tianyuan's deeds, Duan Tianyuan is regarded as it in the military district compound. If you can win Duan Tianyuan is good for you." It turned out that Mu Zijin was thinking about him. Yifei's mouth curled up, and his heart was warm. Holding Mu Zijin's little snow-white hand, smiled and said, "I know, you just wait for the time. Watch the show." In Yifei's opinion, whether it is Li Yunfeng or Duan Tianyuan, it is he who wants to attack. The object of defeat. "Okay, then I'll wait." Mu Zijin smiled lightly, looking forward to it. Mu Zijin was also looking forward to Yifei's performance. Time passed day by day. The new year is getting closer and closer. Approaching the New Year's Eve, Yifei received another piece of good news, that is, Yifei's. The movie Wandering Planet, shot by entertainment company Yunhuang Entertainment, is about to be released in the Lunar New Year. File premiere. The Wandering Planet has already been shot into a movie, This Wandering Planet. Various publicity and distribution have also been done long ago. Moreover, a lot of publicity and filming have been carried out in the cinema chain of Yi6 Company. Just wait. The Wandering Planet was released. For the movie Wandering Planet, Yifei 6 itself is very optimistic, and compared. In the previous life of the Wandering Earth, Yifei also developed some of the stories of this movie. It has been slightly modified, which is more reasonable than the original. Once Wandering Planet is released, the effect it will bring to Yifei is also predictable. Yes, the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine has caused a sensation in the entertainment industry, film and television circles. And even the movie circle directly exploded. Even high-level leaders have paid great attention to this film I'm Not Good for Medicine. 663 can be said to have changed the state of people's livelihood because of a movie. For this reason, Yifei and Brilliant Entertainment both received extremely high praise. Now most people in the entertainment industry are thinking about another question, that is Yifei's next. Can the entertainment circle be ignited again? This Wandering Planet movie, can it detonate? This is also one of the biggest suspense in the entertainment and movie circles this year. But Yifei didn't panic at all, he was calm and relaxed, and he had already thought about it. In Yifei's view, This Wandering Planet is Yifei's Brilliant Entertainment and a complete explosion. At the moment, Wandering Planet made a lot of money, and an entertainment empire will also. Created in Yifei's hands. Chapter 359. I'm sorry. Brilliant Entertainment. Zhang Minel found Yifei early in the morning and invited Yifei to the company. At Brilliant Entertainment, Yifei glanced at Zhang Minel and the others, and said with a smile, "What am I calling from the company?" Mr. Yi. Zhang Minel saw Yifei with a respectful attitude and immediately stepped forward. Zhang Minel repeatedly said, "Mr. Yi, the Wandering Planet we shot will be released tomorrow. Now, how much do you expect to reach the box office?" Zhang Minel was very excited. The box office of Wandering Planet determines the next Brilliant Entertainment situation. Today's Brilliant Entertainment is under the leadership of Yifei, because the movie I'm Not the God of Medicine. Phenomenal movies have become an instant hit. Brilliant entertainment was originally in the entertainment circle.
Popular entertainment company, and under the influence of I'm Not the God of Medicine, it has even changed
to become a top-notch entertainment company.
As long as there are a few more movies of the level of I'm Not the God of Medicine, it can be foreseeable.
Sufficient, a brand new entertainment empire will rise.
I'm Not the God of Medicine was a big hit, and the final box office exceeded $3.5 billion, which is quite a surprise.
Figures of people.
In the history of Xinhuangua, there are only a handful of movies that can exceed $3.5 billion at the box office. Zhang Minil looked at Yi Fei expectantly, smiled and asked, Mr. Yi, do you think this? How much box office can Wandering Planet reach, and can it be close to I'm Not a Medicine God? Zhang Minil wanted to know how Yi Feizu judged it. After all, Yi Fei made accurate predictions the last time The God of Medicine was released. And whether it's The God of Medicine or The Wandering Planet and other movies, these movies.
Yi Fei's screenwriter and producer are actually Yi Fei.
Although the director Jing is not Yi Fei, but Yi Fei is behind the scenes like 0SS.
Manipulate all of this.
Hearing what Zhang Minil said, Yi Fei smiled and said, You mean you are close to The God of Medicine?
I said it can be surpassed.
Yi Fei looked at Zhang Minil with a mysterious smile. Yi Fei is very clear about the performance of Wandering Earth in the previous life, and Wandering Earth. In his previous life, he won more than $4 billion box office, and now with the bonus of Yi Fei's theater line, it is still. There are the effects of the filming of Wandering Planet, plus the company's reputation and spring
festival schedule. Yi Fei is confident that the box office of the movie Wandering Planet far exceeds that of I Am Not Medicine God.
After all, I'm Not the God of Medicine is good, but it is also a big hit at the box office, and its reputation is even more unique. Excellent, but I Am Not a Medicine God is not a commercial film, but is biased towards the present. For real movies, although this kind of movie has a good reputation, it is difficult to reach the highest box office. But The Wandering Earth is different.
This is a sci-fi commercial blockbuster that can be more.
Further, Rush to the Cloud. Zhang Minil was taken aback, but he did not expect Yi Fei to have such high expectations for The Wandering Earth. Next, Zhang Minil stared at Yi Fei and said, Mr. Yi, what are you saying are true then? I
am looking forward to it. Just wait and see.
Yi Fei answered with a smile on his mouth.
Hearing what Yi Fei said, Zhang Minil was indeed very excited, because Zhang Mingle has always. We all look forward to Brilliant Entertainment's next level.
As Yi Fei's big butler, Brilliant Entertainment will also have a close relationship with him if he can go further.
Shut. Yi Fei asked Xiang Zhang Minil again what other singers and movie stars have been with us lately. Do you sign a contract? I plan to make some variety shows next? Yi Fei knew that the laptop he got from Lin Yufan had more than just past lives.
Classic songs, TV movie scripts, and many variety show scripts and planning.
Plan.
Variety shows also have a script, but they are more realistic. The value of these variety shows and scripts is also inestimable. When Zhang Minil heard Yi Fei say this, his eyes lit up. He looked at Yi Fei and said, Yi.
Anyway, do you mean we are planning to make variety shows next?
Yi Fei smiled and said, Well, Ling Yun has not been developing very smoothly in her career as a singer recently.
Can we consider cooperating with Mango Channel on a singer variety show called I Am a Singer? What do you think? Yi Fei briefly talked about some program copywriting plans of the previous life I Am a Singer.
Hearing Yi Fei's words, Zhang Minil's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help feeling.
Ah, Yi Fei really lost his blood. President Yi really appreciates and takes care of Lu Lingjun.
In a blink of an eye, Mr. Yi intends to produce a top singer variety show.
This is simply tailor-made for Lu Lingyun.
Now Lu Lingjun's upward momentum is very strong and obvious, and he is simply becoming a first-line singer. Going straight to the front line is enough to prove that Yi Zong had a very good vision at the beginning. In Zhang Minil's view, Lu Lingjun is a singer with the potential to impact the divas in the future. A lot of resources had to be invested in her, and there was nothing wrong with Yi Fei's approach.
Moreover, Yi Fei's I Am a Singer program idea is also quite impressive. Aspect and attractive. Such a program will definitely be likable.
Zhang Minel smiled at the corner of his mouth, and he promised.
One Mr. Yi, no problem, this festival. I think it can be used, it will definitely be hot. That is fine. Yi Fei nodded slightly.
By the way, President Yi, there is one more important thing, I want to tell you, Zhang Minel.
It seemed as if he had remembered something, and he took the initiative to say to Yi Fei.
Yi Fei shrugged and said, What is the matter, you say benevolence?
It's Cin Xian.
Zhang Min said in a happy way.
Cin Xian.
Of course, Yi Fei will not forget this international star, you got it, the great queen. Yi Fei looked at Zhang Minel and asked faintly what is wrong with Cin Xian. Zhang Minel said Cin Xian had communicated with our company before, and she said that she intends to add.
Enter our brilliant entertainment.
Yi Fei was slightly startled.
Cin Xian wants to join brilliant entertainment. This is big news. Chapter 368 Pie in the Sky. It is indeed very well known internationally. Would she take the initiative to ask to join brilliant entertainment? This is a good thing, pie in the sky.
But Yi Fei couldn't help but wonder, after all, Yi Fei had previously been because of Lu Lingyun. There was some conflict with Cin Xian, and the two could almost be described as turning their faces at the beginning.
After all, Cin Xian likes Lu Lingyun, her orientation is a bit abnormal. At the beginning, Yi Fei.
It stimulated her with extreme methods.
And Cin Xian now actually wants to join brilliant entertainment. Isn't this woman coming to Lu Lingyun? Yi Fei squinted slightly thinking.
When did Cin Xian tell you about this? Why didn't I know Yi?
Fei asked lightly.
Just a few days ago, I got in touch with my agent.
I heard that Cin Xian was in Tianwang Entertainment. S contract expired recently. It seems that it's because of the renewal issue and the original Tianwanjiu.
The music company has had some conflicts, Zhang Minel said in a low voice. Mr. Yi, you also know that for an artist of Cin Jishuan's level, her contract issue. But it's very important, and it has attracted the attention of many people in 450 circles. I have been paying more attention to Cin Xian's problems.
Zhang Minel is a qualified professional manager. He briefly introduced the situation. Yi Fei nodded slightly. Yi Fei has always been quite satisfied with Zhang Minel's level of responsibility. Intended.
While talking, Zhang Minel took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Yi Fei, and the two sat in the office. While chatting, Yi Fei took a sip of tea, the fragrance of the tea curled between his lips and teeth. Yi Fei groaned a little, and said, Cin Xingba is not in a hurry.
You continue to talk to Cin Xian. Contacted by her agent, if Cin Xian really wants to transfer to our company, let her personally. Give me a call.
I see, President Yi, don't worry.
Zhang Minel agreed.
Yi Fei smiled and nodded, and at the same time made another call.
Yi Fei's call was made to Lu Lingyun. After all, the next time a singer festival, and Li Qingxian's transition to brilliant entertainment.
Things are more or less closely related to Lu Lingyun. What is more, after Yi Fei and Lu Lingyun got close, the two of them rarely had contact.
Good to take this opportunity. BGDD, Yi Fei called Lu Lingyun. This is Lu Lingyun's personal number.
Soon, the other party was connected, and Lu Lingyun's light and cheerful voice came. Yi
Fei, why are you free to call me?
Lu Lingyun's voice was soft, like a clear spring, into Yi Fei's ears.
Yi Fei smiled and said, it happens to be free, are you working?
Yi Fei couldn't help but apologize, but he didn't contact Lu Lingyun for a while.
Last time.
The contact was still when I first returned to Yendu from Mozhou. Lu Lingyun's personality is also very good.
He has never complained about Yi Fei. Instead, he is in Yi Fei.
I was pleasantly surprised when I called her.
No, there will be activities in the afternoon.
Where are you now? I am looking for you, Lu Lingyun.
Soundtrack.
Yi Fei smiled and said, I'm in the company, forget it, let me come to you, I'm afraid you will get lost.
Yi Fei deeply remembers Lu Lingyun's road idiot attributes.
Lu Lingyun was silent for a while, then whispered, I still know the way of the company.
Lu
Lingyun protested in a low voice. Yifei couldn't help but smiled, forget it, I'll pick you up.
Yifei still remembers Lu Lingjun's road's silly attributes. Oh good, Lu Lingyun reported the address, and Yifei drove there.
Soon, Yifei arrived at the place where Lu Lingyun was. This girl, Lu Lingyun, was actually.
It's a person working out alone.
When Yifei received Lu Lingyun got into the car and looked at Yifei with a smile.
Unexpectedly, you still have a hobby like fitness.
Yifei smiled a little surprised.
Lu Lingjun blinked and said, it's not that I like fitness, but that a singer needs to have a good body.
Body, especially with sufficient lung capacity, to ensure that the song can be sung.
Yifei said, that's right, you are really serious.
Lu Lingyun's seriousness in singing is obvious, otherwise she would not be a generation in the future.
After the days, Yifei also admired Lu Lingyun very much.
Always be worthy of the good things you gave me, Lu Lingyun said softly.
Hearing what Lu Lingjun said, Yifei 6 couldn't help saying, you don't need to care about this, don't be too tired, I am preparing a singing variety show in the next year, and I want you to participate in it.
Yifei said the content of the I Am a Singer variety show now, and heard Yifei explaining the variety show content of I'm a Singer. Lu Lingyun's eyes lit up and smiled. It's a singer is a bit interesting, but I'm a little worried about being eliminated in online competitions.
Yifei smiled and said, with your strength, where do I need to worry about this, and I will. Here are some new songs for you to promote.
Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun couldn't help being surprised. Really?
Of course it's true.
Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun suddenly showed surprise and a sweet smile appeared on the corners of his mouth.
Thanks. Silly girl, what are you polite to me?
Yifei's mouth curled up and said at the same time.
In fact, if you really want to keep fit, I have a better way.
Of course, what Yifei said was to compile the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with him. When Lu Lingjun saw Yifei's wicked smile on his mouth, he was a little unsure, but he was still heartbroken.
Bang Jump, a little shyly said, what are you talking about?
You will know later.
Yifei blinked.
Yifei turned the subject without a trace, and said, by the way, there is one more thing.
What's wrong? It's Xin Xian. She wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. I want to ask your opinion. Yifei smiled. Rights. Sister Xian wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Lingyun has a bright eye movement. As Lu Lingjun thought, this is indeed big news.
After all, Xin Xian's fame is obvious to all.
There is no doubt that if she joins Brilliant Entertainment, is definitely a big event that shakes the entertainment industry.
What do you ask my opinion about this matter? Lu Lingyun lowered her head, and her voice was very soft.
Chapter 361 is Sensation. To reiterate, Lu Lingjun is also very clear about Li Youxiang's attitude towards Japan.
Lu Lingjun knows that Xin Xian's feelings for her are unusual, and to be honest, Lu Lingjun's relationship with Xin Xian's
senses are also good.
If the two of them get along with each other normally, then Lu Lingyun believes
the two will become good friends. But Xin Xian's idea of Lu Lingyun is not as simple as being a friend, so the relationship between Lingyun and Xin Xian is also very delicate. Therefore, when Yifei asked Lu Lingyun's feelings were also very complicated.
After all, Xin Xian is really good to Lu Lingyun, but Lu Lingyun only regards Xin Xian as his friend. Friends look at it and have no other ideas. Lu Lingjun looked up, and under those snow-white necks, the skin was like pearls, she knew.
Mao Suisen looked at Yifei softly, she didn't want Yifei to have any misunderstandings.
Yifei smiled and said, I just want to ask for your opinion, if Xin Xian really comes to me.
I am worried that you will be a little awkward when the door company comes. If you are okay, then I might really will dig Xin Xian over. After all, Xin Jishuan is an international first-line star, digging Xin Xian to Brilliant Entertainment. The future of music is also very good.
Especially brilliant entertainment focuses on film and television productions, and Xin Xian is an international.
After the movie, the two go very well. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me.
Lu Lingyun's head dropped slightly, and said in a low voice. Yi Fei smiled when Lu Lingjun said so, and said, well, this matter is.
That's it. Lu
Lingyun agreed softly. Hearing Lu Lingyun's words, Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, what's wrong with you? The industry is stable, and I'm going to a higher level. I'll just wait for the music program in the next year.
I will still have a few songs, choose whatever you want.
Yi Fei's support for Lu Lingjun certainly spared no effort, it was her own woman anyway, and it is also the queen of the future, it is worthy of Yi Fei's resources. Lu Lingjun blinked her eyes, and when she saw Yi Fei talking freely, she suddenly said, Yi.
Yep. You and I just want to talk about work since we were there, can't we say something else? Lu Lingyun's faint way.
Yi Fei was startled, then smiled. Thinking about it, it's true that he and Lu Lingyun are actually just because of the last time Xin Xian happened.
The relationship between the two is one step further.
In fact, Yi Fei and Lu Lingjun are considered to be the weakest emotional foundation among the girls. The others, whether it's Su Qingju, Luo Weiyu or other people, are all.
It's south very close.
Such a.
Yi seemed to be a bit sorry for Lu Lingyun.
Thinking of this, Yi Fei smiled and said, I didn't mean that, then let us not talk about work.
How about taking you to the movies? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Okay. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Lu Lingyun also brightened his eyes and immediately spoke.
After agreeing, Lu Lingjun looked at Yi Fei very much. Lu Lingjun said it's Wandering Planet, right? I heard it's a science fiction film.
I also like it very much and want to see it. That is fine, let us go and watch it together. Yi Fei smiled and said, I believe this film will give you are a pleasant surprise.
Yi Fei is the producer of Wandering Planet, although he usually shakes his hands. The cabinet didn't care much, but Yi Fei had already required the overall script for special effects and special effects.
The demand for truth is very high. Yi Fei also watched the final film of the Wandering Planet. After some time, Yi Fei is generally satisfied.
Therefore, Yi Fei is absolutely confident that this film will sell well. After Yi Fei and Lu Lingjun had finished talking, Lu Lingjun was also looking forward to it. Yi Fei said, then it's settled, I'll pick you up tomorrow, let us go see the phone together.
Film. Okay.
Lu Lingyun nodded lightly, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. This is the first date she and Yi Fei have established after they have established their relationship.
There are also great expectations. The next day,
the film Wandering Planet was officially released. The movie was released, and it directly moved the audience. Hundreds of movie theaters across the country give 30% of the film schedule to the Wandering Planet.
This is not a low row of films. Because during the National Spring Festival New Year's Festival, there are really a lot of movies released, including several films shot by well-known directors across the country, there are a total of 4 or 5 more competitive films. Competitive films are released at the same time. Fresh.
And Wandering Planet is definitely the most concerned and anticipated because of Yi Fei's relationship. But at the same time, the movie Wandering Planet has also received a lot of controversy. The way, after all, the discussion is too hot. It's normal for Wandering Planet to get so much controversy, because the important point is that the investment in this movie is huge. The investment cost of Wandering Planet is as high as 500 million. This 500 million investment cost is quite scary. Looking at the current domestic film market, films with an investment of more than 500 million are very few. And the reason why investment in many movies is so high is because the investment in movies is given to the star took the big head. These movies spend a lot of money to invite various traffic stars and small fresh meat to support the appearance. But Yi Fei and these people are of course different. Yifei's investment funds are all invested in special effects, scripts, shots, and film production.
Superior.
The cost of the actors in Wandering Planet is not high, and the overall price is only 10 million to 10 million.
The cost of an actor is very low in a blockbuster.
And other investments, such as special effects, equipment, a large number of space stations, outer space
equipment and so on, these inputs are quite high.
Yifei spent a lot of money to make this film strive for true perfection.
However, it's all worth it.
It's just that such a large investment has also caused much criticism and suspicion in the media.
But a total of 500 million investment, can it really recover the capital?
Yifei dismissed the speculations and suspicions of these media. He knew that facts would prove one.
Cut. Sure enough, the following facts proved it.
The day the movie was released, it caused a sensation nationwide.
Righteous. Chapter 362 Blood Earning Seeking Subscription. People.
On the first day of its release, the box office presale of the Wandering Planet movie has exceeded 300 million. This achievement is unique in the history of Xin Huanggui's film. By the way, unlike previous lives, the highest-grossing movie in the history of Xianhuan Kingdom is
reached 3.8 billion, an international blockbuster filmed by Xin Huanggui's top director Zhang Mao.
And I'm Not the God of Medicine can be ranked in the top 3 in the historical ranking of Xianhuan Kingdom, which is quite high.
Ranking.
The news that Wandering Planet pre-sold 300 million yuan at the box office came out, which has already made Zhang Min happy.
The heart is lifted. According to such box office presale results, they are really hopeful to create a higher brilliance. It seems that Mr. Yi is right.
Zhang Minel looked forward to it very much, and Yifei continued to learn how to shake hands at the time of July 43.
Cabinet, he did not go to the Dragon Force, he did not go to Brilliant Entertainment, but went with Lu Lingyun. Watched this Wandering Planet movie in the cinema. Lu Lingjun was wearing big sunglasses to prevent being recognized.
Fortunately, Yifei's S-Box is a couple S-Box, and there are not many people here.
Don't worry too much about Lu Lingyun being recognized.
Lu Lingyun is very popular now, after all, she is a first-line female singer, and since
Since debut, there has never been any scandal, plus the top and beautiful looks, soon
became the goddess of the whole people. At this moment, the goddess of the whole people is holding Yifei's arm, and the corners of her mouth are raised Sikiankian. With a smile, she and Yifei are sitting in the movie theater, and the movie is about to begin. Yifei bought some popcorn and Coke, but Lu Lingyun hesitated a bit, drooling.
He hesitated.
Yifei was curious and funny seeing Lu Lingyun's appearance, so he couldn't help asking, "You are?
What's the matter? Eat it if you want."
Popcorn has a high sugar content, and Coke is also my plan to appear on variety shows recently.
To stay in shape.
Lu Lingyun said a bit wronged.
Yifei was overjoyed. Do you still have to lose weight? I think you are too thin. Eat more. It's good, it's better to eat a little fatter, so that it feels better.
Yifei is a pun with words, and his gaze floats to Lu Lingyun somewhere. Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun's face was flushed immediately.
Hearing what Yifei said. Also know that Yifei meant something. Lu Lingyun blushed and said, "I know. Do you like fatter or thinner?" Lu Lingjun asked Yifei, blushing, obviously wanting to know Yifei's preferences.
Yifei's preferences are very important to Lu Lingjun. After all, the relationship between the two is different.
Like. Especially Lu Lingyun also noticed Yifei's sight, this bad guy.
Yifei smirked and blinked. "You don't have to worry about this, just eat."
What is meant by just eating? I am not a pig. Lu Lingyun whispered.
He seemed to blame Yifei, but his tone was unspeakable joy. The two were eating popcorn, drinking Coke, and talking in a low voice, and the movie opened soon.
And as the movie opens,
Yifei and Lu Lingjun both gradually stopped talking and began to watch movies seriously, especially Lu Lingyun, knowing that this is a movie produced by her boyfriend, is full of curiosity. I'm Not the God of Medicine. Lu Lingyun has also seen it, and she was also deeply moved, thinking it's
a good movie. When watching the movie The Wandering Planet, what Lu Lingyun gave to Lu Lingyun was another totally different feelings. Cool. Refreshing. The movie Wandering Planet is indeed different, the element of science fiction in the movie.
The originality is very strong, and every frame of the picture can even be said to have lost its blood. Yifei is also trying to shoot a real science fiction film this time, so the production cost.
No effort was spared.
Yifei didn't even want to make more money, what he wanted was word of mouth. That's right, in Yifei's view, word of mouth is worth more than the box office for a while.
After all, Yifei is not bad for money. As a first-class enterprise in the country, Yes Group has a market value. A large consortium of hundreds of billions or even trillions. In contrast, in Yifei's view, word of mouth is really valuable. Once the audience recognizes the reputation and production quality of brilliant entertainment, it will only be brilliant in the future. If the quality of entertainment films is qualified, a large number of audiences and fans will buy it. For example, The Happy Twist produced by The Past Life, and the director Sujin Ning Hao, can all occupy a very high position in the hearts of the audience. As long as the reputation is good, are you afraid of not making money? As a result, Yifei paid a lot of money this time, and the results achieved were also exceptionally good. The film is showing, and the story is getting better. From time to time, Lu Lingjun heard a low voice of exclamation, feeling the magnificence of the picture production, and the structure of the whole story is perfect. Especially the originality of Wandering Planet itself is unparalleled. Lu Lingjun watched the movie unblinkingly, completely immersed in it, accompanied by the depth of the plot. With the ups and downs, she watched more vigorously. The plot is really good. The film was screened continuously, and the film ended in about an hour later. At this time, Lu Lingyun let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that only then did he relax. Lu Lingjun stared at Yifei with those bright eyes, and said seriously, it's really fun. I haven't watched this for a long time. Kind of blockbusters and international movies, so enjoyable. Lu Lingjun praised her. Hearing Lu Lingyun say this, Yifei also smiled and said, it's fine if you like it. How do you think this movie compares with the previous Medicine God? Lu Lingjun tilted his head and whispered, how can I say it, although it's not as good as Medicine God. Touching, the score is estimated to be no higher than Yashin, but it is still quite good, and it is. Commercial blockbusters, generally this kind of films are more likely to get high box office and are more pleasing. Yes. Yifei agreed. 0.2 The two walked out of the hospital hand in hand. At this time, Lu Lingyun and Yifei clasped their hands. Back to Brilliant Entertainment Company. And Yifei is also waiting for the box office summary on the first day. The first day is the first day of the show, and the box office summary is also very important. At this moment, not only Yifei, but also Zhang Minil and other executives from Brilliant Entertainment. All are eagerly waiting. In the end, the box office on the first day was released, and the box office on the first day of Wandering Planet exceeded 400 million. This is an extremely staggering number. Chapter 363, I Miss You. The box office was released on the first day, breaking through 400 million. This amazing number represents an unparalleled success for the premiere of Wandering Planet. Achievement. You must know that in terms of the current popularity of Wandering Planet, this is equivalent to the first day of release. Broke the first day score of Medicine God, and exceed the first day of Medicine God by at least 100 million votes. House. A good start. Zhang Minil looked at Yifei, excited. Mr. Yi, we are really off to a good start now. Now this momentum is simply advancing by leaps and bounds, according to such box office results, too. At that time, the box office may have a blowout increase. Zhang Minil was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Thinking about the box office trend of Wandering Planet, Zhang Minil feels that the prospects are boundless. Yifei smiled and said, look at tomorrow's results. Trend, that's a bit interesting. Yifei is not at all worried about this. Watching the box office trend of Wandering Planet, he won 3. A box office of more than 1 billion will be very easy.
For Yi Fei, this is just a matter of earning more and less.
Yi Fei's 3 billion box office. It must be able to make a lot of money.
Of course, the key is that Yi Fei Shan 19 believes that the final box office is even more than 3 billion, and it will reach
to a higher altitude. No one knows the box office of Wandering Planet better than Yi Fei.
Leaving aside the box office of Wandering Planet, Yi Fei and Lu Lingyun returned to the room together.
Yi Fei sent Lu Lingjun home. Lu Lingjun was accompanied by Yi Fei. She was in a good mood and took the initiative. Holding Yi Fei's hand, he whispered at Yi Fei, "Then you think I will go to I am singer? Which song is better to sing on variety show?"
Lu Lingjun looked forward to it very much.
She also trusted Yi Fei's musical talent very much. Only then will I ask Yi Fei for advice. In Lu Lingjun's view, Yi Fei's talents even far exceed those in the entertainment industry. People. Yi Fei thought slightly, and said, "Your noise is ethereal and tactful, and your voice is very high. There are many songs suitable for singing. But the music that is more in line with your personal style is still love. The song is better."
"Well, I know that I will choose a love song when the time comes."
Lu Lingyun thought about it. With a smile. "At that time, I will give you a new song." Yi Seven Fei said, "It just so happens that I have a few yuko to suit you." Hearing Yi Fei's words, joy flashed in Lu Lingyun's eyes, and said, "Really? Well, there happens to be a tune that suits you very well." Yi Fei said with a smile.
How could Yi Fei not help Lu Lingyun?
After all, it's his own woman. He had long planned to put Lu Lingyun on the stage of I Am a Singer. The last blockbuster was amazing.
With this, Lu Lingjun can go a step further and become more famous.
This is also very helpful to Lu Lingyun.
When Lu Lingyun heard Yi Fei say this, he felt confident in his heart and smiled softly.
"Okay, then I'm looking forward to it. Rest assured."
Ding, congratulations to the host, because Lu Lingyun's favor with you has increased, your experience points have increased.
300 points.
Hearing the prompt from the system, Yi Fei suddenly refreshed, his experience value increased by 300.
It's good.
Yi Fei accompanied Lu Lingyun for a while, and the two cuddled up together. Yi Fei stayed for about 2 hours before leaving Lu Lingyun's home.
The relationship between Yi Fei and Lu Lingjun is closer.
Yi Fei is also happy about it, but
it's also clear that this matter can't be rushed, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Private villa.
Yi Fei was lying on the sofa, and just as he lay down, he heard the doorbell from outside the door. It was midnight, and Yi Fei really didn't expect anyone to come at this time. After opening the door, Yi Fei suddenly realized that Su Qingzhu was in front of him. The moment he saw Su Qingzhu, Yi Fei's heart moved.
"Qingzhu, why are you here? Come in quickly,"
Yi Fei said as he stretched out his hand to hold it.
Su Qingzhu gently embraced Su Qingzhu's waist. I saw Su Qingzhu wearing long boots.
Her upper body was an ivory white down jacket.
The half body is a black skirt with tights. Those slender legs are particularly eye-catching. In the dark, Su Qingzhu is like a bright black pearls.
Su Qingzhu's eyes were bright. He blinked at Yi Fei, smiled and said, "Why, I can't."
"Are you coming?" "Of course not, welcome." Yi Fei, while pulling Su Qingzhu, asked Su Qingzhu, "Work so late today, it's New Year's Eve soon, so don't be too tired."
Yi Fei knows that Su Qingzhu has been busy with work recently. Especially in Su's current situation, Su Xiaoquan's health is not good, so Su Qingzhu has to take over.
Su's work is out. It's okay. Actually, last time, after being with you, I feel that my health has been much better recently.
Su Qingzhu was a little bit twisted, and there was a little ruddy on her Qingli face.
Hearing Su Qingzhu's words, Yi Fei immediately understood what Su Qingzhu meant. Su Qingzhu was talking about fellow practitioners in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Thinking of this, Yi Fei grabbed Su Qingzhu and said, "It's not easy. Let us continue to talk with you tonight."
Build. Su Qingzhu's face suddenly blushed. But Su Qingju still looked at Yi Fei boldly. She took the initiative to hold Yi Fei's neck, and even more. He smiled softly and said, "Yi Fei, I miss you."
"I miss you too." 9:20 Yi Fei whispered in Su Qingju's ear.
Su Qingju's heart was ashamed, and the corners of his mouth smiled thickly, gently leaning against Yi Fei's
shoulder. Yi Fei carried Su Qingju into the bedroom. The next day, when he woke up early in the morning, Su Qingju had disappeared beside the bed.
Yi Fei went straight to the camp of Jialong troops. Yi Fei still went to Jialong troops to teach everyone. Jialong troops. When Yi Fei arrived at Jialong's army, he saw people including Chen Zhen, Wang Yan, and Xiong Zhang
still training hard.
Chen Zhen, Wang Yang, and others have become stronger and stronger, although they are still very close to Yi Fei.
A big gap, but it's pretty good among ordinary people and even ordinary warriors. N.S. Chapter 364 Big Profits. Yi Fei spent most of the day in Jialong troops, guiding Chen Zhen and others to practice.
Chen Zhen, Wang Yang, Xiong Zhang, and others are all good at their skills, and they have made great progress recently. Seeing the increase in the strength of everyone, Yi Fei commented on a few of them, and said lightly, "At present, your strength is acceptable, but obviously there is still a gap between Gao Qilin troops, no. There are still 2 months to go, I hope you can achieve something and catch up." Yi Fei was still satisfied with the strength of Jialong troops. Since Yi Fei began to teach the members of these dragon troops. Later, the members of these dragon troops quickly increased in strength, and the training was indeed
diligently.
There are still 2 months left, there is still plenty of time, there is no time for Jialong. Everyone in the troop faced the Qilin troop.
Yi Fei is not worried about this.
After spending most of the day in the Jialong unit, Yi Fei returned to his private villa.
In the next few days, everything went well.
The Dragon Force has been improving, and the movie box office of Wandering Planet is also the same.
In a soaring state. The movie box office of Wandering Planet is rising very strongly. The box office even exceeded 500 million, and the total box office is now close to 2 billion. According to this momentum, the box office of Wandering Planet can even reach 4 billion.
This completely broke Zhang Minal's pleasure. To know that Wandering Planet has such a terrifying box office, it is really powerful to the extreme.
More than 4 billion box office, it may even hit the current record of the highest box office of Xian Huanghua. Record. If once it can break Xian Huanghua's highest box office record, it will completely bring brilliant entertainment.
Refreshed its popularity to another level.
And it's also very important that the box office of Wandering Planet is like this. High, and word of mouth continues to explode. Many netizens have put The Wandering Planet. The movie is currently the pinnacle of science fiction movies in Zhuanhuangguo. Because the special effects of Xian Huanghua's science fiction movies are good, regardless of the plot, the story structure, the cast and so on, no one can match this Wandering Planet. I have to say that this Wandering Planet is completely popular. And more than that, Yi Fei is not like ordinary Zhuanhuangguo movies, just. It is shown in Zhuanhuangguo's internal movies and theaters. Not only that, Wandering Planet is also in various countries around the world, especially in the north. Released in the United States, the reputation is still very good, and the box office is also one of the most recent Xian Huanghua films this year. Crown. It can be seen from this that the current Wandering Planet movie is in full bloom. Great harvest. The box office reputation of the Wandering Planet movie can actually generate an explosive number. This is indeed quite amazing.
Zhang Minal himself was very happy, and called Yi Fei one after another, and Yi Fei learned about Zhang Minal's. After talking about the situation, although he was equally happy, he did not react like Zhang Minal's.
Exaggerate. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Lao Zhang, don't make a fuss. If Wandering Planet. The movie box office finally won the first place in the history of Xianhuang Kingdom. Come and tell me again."
"Mr. Yi, your ambition is really big, but don't worry, now it seems.
It's really possible,"
Zhang Minal said seriously.
Hearing Zhang Minal's words, Yi Fei's mouth curled up and hung up.
As the new year was approaching, good things followed one after another, and Yi Fei was in a good mood. Just as Yi Fei hung up, he saw a call coming in. Yi Fei saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Yi Fei frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, few people knew his personal phone number. After thinking about it, Yi Fei still got on the phone, and there was a nice voice from the other side of the phone.
"Hello, President Yi, this is Xin Xian."
The voice was clean, clear, and translucent, reaching Yi Fei's ears.
"Xin Xian."
Yi Fei was a little surprised, and asked faintly, "Xin Star, why do you call me when you have time?"
"Didn't you let me come to you, Mr. Yi?"
Xin Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. She was holding the phone, her tone could not be heard, but she seemed to be a little disgusted.
Yi Fei smiled. "I heard about Miss Cen. Do you want to switch to Brilliant Entertainment? I welcome this kind of thing."
Yi Fei was too lazy to entangle with Xin Xian, and asked straightforwardly.
Hearing Yi Fei's words, Xin Xian immediately said, "Yes, President Yi, I want to join Huang Entertainment. My Taiwan agreement with Tianwang Entertainment has expired. I want to transfer to you. I wonder if Brilliant Entertainment can have a place for me."
Xin Xian seems to be holding back something. Her posture in speaking is no longer as strong as before.
It has become a little low profile. The fact that Bai Jing Yi Fei has been in the entertainment industry recently is amazing, even if its popularity.
Such as Xin Xian also knows that Yi Fei can't afford to provoke him now, and he is simply the emperor of the entertainment industry.
Xin Xian and Yi Fei spoke very politely.
And Yi Fei heard Xin Xian's tone. Xin Xian seemed to have some trouble. "No.
It will not be so."
The corner of Yi Fei's mouth turned up, and he asked faintly, "Since Miss Xin wants to join Brilliant Entertainment,
it must be the talk with Tianwang Entertainment.
What are your specific conditions?" Yi Fei didn't worry at all, and asked Xin Xian slave lightly. Xin Xian heard Yi Fei say this and replied, "Yes, I still have a little thing I want to ask you."
"Help, Tianwang Entertainment." Yi Fei was a little curious. Xin Xian is regarded as an international star, and a star in the domestic movie queen class. Of course it is very high. Can Xin Xian have such an entertaining status? Will he still encounter any trouble? Zhao Chang. "What's the matter?" Yi Fei asked lightly. "It's a bit troublesome." Xin Xian whispered. "It's Zhang Xiaojie, the boss of Tianwang Entertainment.
He has been pestering me lately. I don't want to be in touch with him, so I don't want to be with Tianwang.
Let us renew the contract again." "I see." Yi Fei understood. Chapter 365. The Queen of Shadows joins seeking subscription. Yi Fei knew the name Zhang Xiaojie very well. Zhang Xiaojie is not a direct line of the Zhang family, the top wealthy of Yendu, but an offshoot of the Zhang family.
But despite this, the Zhang family's name is enough to bluff people. In Yendu, although Zhang Xiaojie is not the top second generation, he is still powerful and powerful.
Its subsidiary Tianwang Entertainment is also a top-notch entertainment company in the entertainment industry and has a great reputation. Zhang Xiaojie himself can be regarded as a tycoon in the entertainment industry.
He has done business with the light of the Zhang family.
It's huge. In the entertainment industry, almost everyone respects Zhang Xiaojie. Say, Master Zhang.
Zhang Xiaojie has become popular with many celebrities. It is said that he is also known to be an unidentified girl.
Star has an affair. Of course, Xin Xian is an exception. Xin Xian joined Tianwang Entertainment Company a year ago. At that time, Xin Xian already knew fame as an international actress. Xin Xian's family conditions are not bad.
It can even be said that the family conditions are quite good, but compared to Zhang Xiaojie, it was a lot worse. Zhang Xiaojie is nearly 40 this year, as the second generation of the Zhang family, although not a direct line of the Zhang family.
But the status is still not to be underestimated by 107. It's just that the Zhang family's vitality has been greatly injured by the recent hesitation about the Zhang family's fight with the central princes.
Zhang Xiaojie, a collateral member of the Zhang family, was also affected.
Yifei knows the identity of Zhang Xiaojie very well, in Yifei's opinion, although Zhang Xiaojie's status is not low.
But Yifei didn't bother to care about this person. After all, Yifei's status is much higher than that of Zhang Xiaojie. Zhang Xiaojie is a member of the Zhang family, but the current Zhang family is not the top one at the time.
Wealthy. What's more, even if the Zhang family is still atop wealthy, Yifei even faces a top like the Wei family.
The leading giant is still a guest, and his current status has long been lost.
Yifei said lightly, it's just Zhang Xiaojie, don't worry, I'm brilliant entertainment. Can sign you.
Yifei's tone was plain, and he didn't see Zhang Xiaojie in his eyes, which was normal. Sin Xingxian breathed a sigh of relief when Yifei said so. She said, then please.
Yi. In general, there were some misunderstandings before, so I offer you money. Although Sin Xingxian's reputation is not low, even an international star, Zhang Xiaojie's
has been entangled, plus Zhang Xiaojie is a big brother in the domestic entertainment circle, Sin Xingxian didn't want to completely tear her face with Zhang Xiaojie, so she could only ask Yifei for help. Compared to Zhang Xiaojie, Yifei obviously made Sin Xingxian more at ease.
It's okay. Yifei responded briefly with a faint smile. Sin Xingxian's fame is valuable to Yifei.
Thank you, then, can I come to Brilliant Entertainment to sign the contract tomorrow?
Shi Tan asked.
After the two agreed on this matter, it was finalized. Ding, congratulations to the host, I got 200 experience points from Sin Xingxian.
Sin Xingxian is right. Your impression has changed.
At this time, Yifei's ears heard the voice of the system again. The sound of the system reached Yifei's ears, making Yifei feel very comfortable. At present, Yifei's experience value has reached 6,200 points.
This increase in experience value makes Yifei.
Fei was in a good mood, and was getting closer and closer to Yifei's own goal.
The next day, Yifei and Sin Xingxian met at Brilliant Entertainment.
In the company, Sin Xingxian wears a red dress and high-limit shoes with delicate light makeup. This woman's figure is very tall, she is exactly the figure of a model.
Flame red lips, skin like jade.
Sin Xingxian stood in front of Yifei, and seemed a little unhappy compared to the last time the two met. Disperse, this time Sin Xingxian obviously converged a lot. In fact, Sin Xingxian was also quite shocked by Yifei's musical talent last time, especially Yifei.
The song A Laugh from the Sea was even more shocking to CCAJ, Sin Xingxian. And Sin Xingxian later introduced the song A Laugh from the Sea to Director Su.
That's why Director Su found Yifei on purpose last time.
Sin Xingxian actually recognized Yifei's talent.
But Yifei is also very clear that Sin Xingxian's orientation in that regard is very strange, she likes women.
And he likes Lu Lingyun. Sin Xingxian showed a professional smile.
She and Yifei looked at each other, and then she was very refreshed. Get the contract given by Yifei and sign it under the guidance of the broker. Yifei said, Mistson, you celebrity came to our company, we said. Welcome, a press conference will be held across the country tomorrow, no problem, right?
Yes, no problem.
Sin Xingxian agreed, which is mutually beneficial for both parties.
Thing. Yifei said again, in addition, there are some film and TV resources. Then Lao Zhang will. Arranged. Yifei refers to Zhang Minel.
Of course, Yifei doesn't need to worry about things of this level.
Zhang Minel will naturally deal with it. Good everything. Sure enough, upon hearing Yifei's words, Zhang Minel immediately said yes, I will give it to me. I will meet with Mistson in the future. I see.
Sin Xingxian said softly.
After the two chatted, Yifei smiled politely, then got up and left.
He didn't plan to take care of things. Seeing Yifei's departure, Sin Xingxian looked at Yifei's back and bit her lower lip slightly.
Complex. Sin Xingxian's change of entertainment company this time can be said to be a sensational event in the entertainment industry.
After all, Sin Xingxian's status is in front of her, she is a shadow figure. But Yifei left the matter to Zhang Minel throughout the whole process, and I didn't seem to be very much about it. care. And what makes Qin Qingxian a little bit unconvinced is that Yi Fei actually ignored her.
See, Yi Fei always kept very polite during the conversation between the two just now.
Said to be polite, but in fact it is plain and repelling thousands of miles away. Qin Qingxian has long been accustomed to men who donate shares, and even those who are hot. His eyes were full of possessiveness, but Yi Fei was always calm and had no idea about her.
Qin Qingxian was even more surprised.
In addition to the accident, she was also somewhat inexplicably lost in her heart.
Chapter 366. Deal with Zheng Minel.
For Yi Fei's plain attitude, although Qin Qingxian somehow felt a little bitter in her heart, but still suppressed the complex emotions in my heart.
Yi Fei didn't care about Qin Qingxian's thoughts. He knew that a woman like Qin Qingxian, the more
taking her seriously, in fact, the farther away she is. Of course, it's not actually Qin Qingxian, yes it is the same for many people.
Yi Fei still spent the next few days at 2 o'clock in one line. Yi Fei usually goes back and forth.
Jiaolong Troops Baseland, brilliant entertainment company. There are only a few days before the Chinese New Year, and the whole yen is full of lights and festoons.
Kind of a festive atmosphere.
As the most important traditional festival in Xianhuan Kingdom, the Spring Festival is coming soon. On the eve of New Year's Eve, Yi Fei also took the time to accompany the girls, but he lacked the ability to do so.
Let Yi Fei annoyed.
Fortunately, all the girls are considerate, and by Ruoshi, Su Qingzhu, Luo Weiyu, and Ling Shiyun. The four women knew Yi Fei's current state to each other, but they didn't say anything. Although Mu Zijin didn't know the specific girls around Yi Fei, he also knew a little.
Second, it's just that she never clicked it.
As a smart woman, Mu Zijin knows many things and doesn't need to ask more. Ever since, Yi Fei has mainly been with Ling Shiyun, Lu Lingyun, and Luo Weiyuzhen these days.
Female.
Fortunately, all the girls were also considerate, otherwise Yi Fei would be a little bit overwhelmed. However, there was one more thing that made Yi Fei difficult. Approaching New Year's Eve, Yi Fei's cheap parents told Yi Fei to take the girl home for dinner.
This can stump Yi Fei. It's okay to bring a girl home for dinner. The question is which one to bring.
Mu Zijin must be celebrating New Year's Eve at Mu's house on New Year's Eve, but she can rule it out first.
So next, is it to bring the well-behaved Luo Weiyu, or let Su Qingzhu and his parents see?
One side or by Ruoshi or Ling Shiyun. Yi Fei was in trouble and muttered to himself, I also took 4 home at a time.
I don't know it will. 1T let mom fall off.
Yi Fei thought for a while, still called Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu, and decided to take them only.
People go home.
After all, the relationship between the Su family and the Yi family is very special.
The relationship between the two families is very good, even Su Qingzhu's Grandpa Su Xiaokuan has been matching Yi Fei with Su Qingzhu. Familiar. As for Luo Weiyu, it was because Luo Weiyu was unaccompanied in Yen, of course Yi Fei couldn't leave her alone. Yi Fei called Luo Weiyu and told Luo Weiyu about the matter.
Luo Weiyu first. With an exclamation, he agreed with satisfaction and joy.
Luo Weiyu was naturally very embarrassed and happy. When Yi Fei told Su Qingzhu was also very happy.
He smiled softly and said, I
got it, then I will prepare a gift in advance.
It is not important whether a gift is a gift or not.
The key is that you only need to be there. Yi Fei smiled. Road.
Hearing what Yi Fei said, Su Qingzhu also blushed on the other end of the phone, and said a few words in a hurry.
He hung up the phone.
After finishing this matter, Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and then it was New Year's Eve. This year is very lively, and Yandu is full of festive atmosphere inside and outside.
Let Yi Fei have a different feeling.
It was the first time for Yi Fei to celebrate the New Year since he traveled to this time and space.
So Yi Fei himself enjoyed it. The Yi family's decorations are also particularly festive.
In the Yi family's villa, there are lights and festivities everywhere.
The atmosphere is grand and lively, very different. Yi Fei also participated in various arrangements, together with his parents.
During the period, Yi He chatted with Yi Fei, and Yi He couldn't help saying good boy.
You've been so idle lately. That movie is called The Wandering Planet. Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yi He spoke in succession, praising Yi Fei's recent achievements. Yi He obviously also heard about the popularity of the movie Wandering Planet.
Yi He is very interested in entertainment.
I don't know much about the circle, but the headlines and news are all overwhelming recently.
The Wandering Planet, he had to pay attention. After paying attention, Yi He was shocked immediately. Yi Fei's Wandering
Planet is really good, no wonder it's so popular. Even Wandering Planet may become the #1 box office movie in the history of Xin Huanggui's movie.
Ask for Flowers. Thinking of this, Yi He was amazed. As the box office level of Wandering Planet movie is so high, Yi He is also to Yi Fei. Increasingly stunning and recognized.
Yi Fei smiled. It just happens to have a good grade. I hope I can have a chance to break through the country.
In-house movie box office record. I think the opportunity is great.
Yi He smiled and said, when the time comes, it's really impossible.
Let us help. It will always be reached. I hope. Yi Fei smiled confidently. You guys, today is the Spring Festival, don't talk about work. Xiao Fei's girlfriend for a while.
Still coming, is it the girl from the Su family or the girl from the Mu family? Mother Lin Shui smiled.
He looked at Yi Fei and asked.
When Lin Shui said so, Yi He suddenly realized, and said yes, let us.
God doesn't talk about business. Xiao Fei, where are the people you brought? I'll be there in a while.
Yi Fei said with a smile.
As soon as the voice fell, I heard Yi Fei's phone ringing.
It was Su Qingju's call, and Su Qingju was outside the door at this moment. Su Qingju said a few words on the phone, and Yi Fei went to pick him up.
Soon after, Yi Fei took Su Qingju to the villa.
Yi Fei looked at Su Qingju, his eyes lit up.
Su Qingju, who only saw today, was obviously well dressed. She knew she wanted to meet Yi Fei's parents. At the moment, the mood is completely different, with light makeup, and wearing a water blue dress.
I put on a white coat, my feet are on high heels, and a pair of flesh-colored silk stockings are wrapped around it.
Long legs. Especially with Su Qingju's unparalleled temperament, it is a perfect fusion.
A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth, and he pulled Su Qingju into the door.
Chapter 367. Yi Fei's arm whispered, "Where's uncle and auntie?" "They are inside,"
Yi Fei said with a smile. Yi Fei took Su Qingju and walked to the villa, only to see Su Chang, who was not allowed to enter the cold. Shu, there was a faint blush on her face at the moment, and she was even a little embarrassed. Seeing Su Qingju doing this, Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't be shy, you. It's not that I haven't seen my parents." Su Qingju's body paused slightly, and Yi Fei's delicate eyes were cast. Although she has met Yi Fei's parents, and even the two have a very good relationship, she usually goes away from time to time.
Moved around, but this time I came to the Yi family with a different identity.
After Su Qingju came to Yi's family to visit this time, it almost meant that she and Yi Fei had already confirmed. 3 zeros have established a relationship, and Su Qingju is the posture of the wife of the family. That is of course different. In the past, Su Qingju did not like Yi Fei, but now Su Qingju and Yi Fei are already the roots of love. Deeply, of course there will be changes in mentality. Seeing Su Qingju's expression, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile faintly. He could only say that Su Qingju is really right now. It's getting more and more feminine, especially in front of Yi Fei. It's no longer what it used to be. Cold. Of course, Su Qingju is still the beauty of the iceberg in front of outsiders.
This gentleness is only. Yi Fei can enjoy it alone.
Su Qingju and Yi Fei looked at each other, and then the two of them went to the villa lobby. At this time, both Lin Shui and Yi He also saw Su Qingju, and Lin Shui and Yi He looked at each other. The eyes are all looking at each other and smiling. Yi Fei didn't tell them who he was going to invite. Lin Shui and Yi He just knew Yi Fei would.
Just take the girl home.
Lin Dang and Yi He were very happy to see that Su Qingju was here. After all, Su Qingzhu and the others had already known about it, and Su Qingzhu beginning with the Yi family.
The default daughter-in-law.
Seeing Su Qingzhu coming, Lin Shui smiled and said, Qingzhu is here, Xiaofei didn't he talk to me before?
Let us say, sit down and draft.
Lin Shui is very enthusiastic about Su Qingzhu, she has always liked Su Qingzhu this type.
Girl.
Of course, after seeing Su Qingzhu, Lin Shui couldn't help but compare Su Qingzhu with the one he saw last time.
Mu Zijin makes a comparison.
Su Qingzhu has a cool temperament and a generous manner, while Mu Zijin is clean and translucent, just like water. Jing, the two have their own merits, and they are both perfect beauty embryos. Xuelin couldn't help nodding her head secretly, satisfied with her son's vision of choosing a daughter-in-law. As Yifei's mother, of course she would like her son to bring a few more beautiful daughter-in-laws back.
Home is good. It's a pity that Yifei only brought back one, and the other girls, Lin Shui, also heard something. Smell, I just haven't seen it. Su Qingzhu hurriedly greeted Lin Shui and Yi He. Hello, uncle and auntie.
Yi He also smiled slightly. After saying hello, Su Qingzhu sat down with the same expression.
Can't help but feel a little nervous.
Uncle and auntie, I bought it some small gifts for you, I don't know if you like it or not.
Joyous. Su Qingzhu took out the prepared gift, which she had prepared early.
I saw that Su Qingzhu took out gifts. The gifts that Su Qingzhu gave were all carefully selected.
She chose expensive gifts for several days.
Lin Shui and Yi He both smiled, and Lin Shui said even more Qingzhu is interested, I send.
Now Qingzhu, you have changed a lot from the last time you saw it. The whole person is not so cold anymore. Yi He also smiled and nodded.
Su Qingzhu opened his mouth when he heard the words, his cheeks were reddish, and he took a peek at Yifei. Her temperament and state have indeed changed a lot now. Yifei smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment Yifei's cell phone rang.
Yifei's phone rang. Yifei turned on the phone and heard Luo Weiyu's gentle voice. Yifei, I arrived.
Guo Weiyu's voice was very soft, and it reached Yifei's ears.
Okay, I'll pick you up.
Yifei hung up and saw Su Qingzhu Shuang Qingming. Looking at him, she asked in a low voice, is Weiyu also here?
Yeah, I'll pick her up. Yifei said. Good.
Of course, Su Qingzhu doesn't have any disgust for Luo Weiyu, even the two of them are still.
Yifei first met two familiar women.
Instead, Lin Shui and Yi He looked at each other. Lin Shui looked at Yi He in surprise, her lips moved slightly.
The meaning is obvious, my son actually brought a girl back. This is a bit interesting.
And I heard Su Qingzhu said that this girl seemed to be called Weiyu, and Yifei hadn't heard about it before.
Yi He was also puzzled. Yifei went outside the villa and saw Luo Weiyu.
I only saw Luo Weiyu's slim figure, reddish cheeks, bright and attractive appearance, and Su Cheng. The coldness of bamboo is different, Luo Weiyu is a completely different type, I only see Luo Weiyu Jane. A girl who is just like the sun, she smiles sweetly, and her bright eyes are brighter and brighter.
Touching, look at Ruai Yifei.
Yifei Six smiled slightly, and took the initiative to hold Luo Weiyu's hand. Luo Weiyu whispered, I'm not late, am I? Luo Weiyu was a little nervous, only seeing her hand.
I also took a gift. Yifei smiled slightly when he saw Luo Weiyu's charming look like. The same is extremely sweet.
Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu obviously both attached great importance to the parents who met Yifei this time.
People have prepared gifts and thoughts early on. Yifei took Luo Weiyu to see Lin Shui and Yi He.
When she saw Luo Weiyu, Lin Shui's eyes lit up, and Lin Shui showed a hint of amazement. Luo Weiyu's appearance really surprised Lin Shui slightly, and she was also a super beauty.
And unlike Su Qingzhu, Luo Weiyu has the gentleness of Xiaojiobiyu.
It was noticed that Lin Shui was even more satisfied. Yi He was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help smiling bitterly at 3.2.
The luck of his own son.
He also took it. He had never seen this girl before and didn't know when.
Waiting. Yifei gave a generous introduction. Parents, let me introduce you, this is Luo Weiyu. Chapter 368. Yi Fei introduced Luo Weiyu's identity to Yi He and Lin Shui. Hearing Yi Fei's introduction, I saw Yi He and Lin Shui nodding frequently, and Lin Shui even more. He looked at Luo Weiyu with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, Weiyu feet, right, I have never seen it before. If you meet for the first time today, sit down. Yi He couldn't laugh or cry. He looked at Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu, somewhat stunned. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to greet Luo Weiyu the moment he saw Luo Weiyu. The two have also seen each other a long time ago, let alone this time. Seeing Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu actually get along in harmony, Yi He was taken aback. Then I couldn't help but marvel that Yi Fei's peach blossom luck was a little too good. The two women Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu are undoubtedly very good, regardless of their looks. The material, or personality, etc., are all outstanding. Yi He sighed lightly, and could only sigh that Yi Fei's luck was so good. Uncle and Auntie, I brought you a small gift of 24 points, which is a flower that I planted myself. There is also scented tea. Luo Weiyu also took out the small gift she prepared. Although it is not expensive, it was planted by Luo Weiyu himself, and it also represented a little bit of Luo Weiyu's heart. Good boy, I'm interested, Lin Shui said repeatedly, laughing from ear to ear. Lin Shui also saw that both Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu were very much towards her son. Like it, the love in their eyes is hard to hide. Lin Shui smiled, feeling better. Okay, it's all a family, don't be so polite. Yi Fei took the initiative to hold Luo Weiyu's hand, and the other hand held Su Qingzhu again. Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu did not struggle, and even Luo Weiyu was a little embarrassed. Ended up. And Su Qingzhu was nestling next to Yi Fei, and Yi Fei showed affection with the two big girls. Seeing this scene, Lin Shui and Yi He looked at each other and said nothing. Let us eat, Lin Shui said with a smile, letting the butler serve the food. Although there were only 5 people at this New Year's Eve dinner, everyone enjoyed themselves at the table. Talking and laughing, eating delicious food and chatting, it is very different. However, Xuelin and Luo Weiyu were not very familiar with each other, so they asked Luo Weiyu a few questions. Knowing that Luo Weiyu had lost her parents long ago, when Yandu was unaccompanied, Lin Shui was not in her heart. Don't feel sorry. And when Yi Fei talked about Luo Weiyu's previous foot injury, Lin Shui felt even more uncomfortable. Knowing that Luo Weiyu is such a strong and good girl. Xuelin took Luo Weiyu's hand and said, the previous suffering is over, and I will treat this as to be your home. It just so happens that I always want a daughter, you stay in these few days. Lin Shui was very sorry for Luo Weiyu. Well, thank you, Auntie. Luo Weiyu's eyes were red, and he was obviously deeply moved. Lin Shui's impression is also very good. When Yi Fei saw Luo Weiyu and Lin Shui get along very well, he also smiled faintly. For comfort, the whole family watched the Spring Festival Gala happily. In the spring evening, the show is shown gradually. Among them, there was a singing show, and at this time it turned out to be Lu Lingyun on the stage. Lu Lingjun is invited by the Spring Festival Gala. She will participate in the Spring Festival Gala and sing a song. This song, Yi Fei also chose her for her. The name is Where Has the Time Gone? This is also Divine Comedy. Lu Lingjun sang on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Praise. Hearing Lu Lingyun's beautiful singing voice, Luo Weiyu couldn't help saying this song is really. It sounds good. Among all the recent star singers, my favorite is Lu Lingyun. Her noise conditions are really good. This song is also very good. This girl has a kind of graceful feeling, very beautiful. So did Yi Fei's mother, Lin Shui. Yi Fei couldn't help but turn up when he heard everyone's approval and comments. It seemed that Lu Lingyun was very impressed. To welcome and joy. If Lin Shui and Yi He know the relationship between Lu Lingyun and him, they don't know what it will be like. Expression. Yi Fei smiled and looked at Luo Weiyu, and said, Weiyu, you seem to like listening to Lu Lingyun very much. Song. Well, yes, I'm a big fan of Lu Lingyun. I'm pretty good with all her songs. Like it, I feel that the lyrics are also very deep and powerful. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, Yi Fei's mouth turned upwards, and he nodded slightly, saying organic. We'll let you meet her. Yi Fei was worried that the showdown between the girls would cause a little trouble, but now I see. Lai Luo Weiyu and Lu Lingyun have a very close relationship. With the characters of the two women, they must be very close to each other. Easy to be friends. Really, Luo Weiyu still had a little expectation in her heart. Yi Fei smiled and said, of course it is true, don't forget, I have an entertainment company. Lu Lingjun is an artist under my banner. Yi Fei briefly explained, and at the same time silently added in his heart, she is also my woman. Su Qingzhu glanced at Yi Fei meaningfully, and seemed to have understood something. Soon, the Spring Festival Gala is over, and the New Year's Eve of the year is over. The next day, Su Qingzhu wants to go back to Su's house to take care of Su Xiuquan's father, and Luo Weiyu was caught by Lin Shui and Yi. He once stayed, and simply moved into the Yi family villa at 0:43 o'clock. Today is the first day of the Chinese New Year. According to custom, the New Year's Day can already be celebrated. This is also the custom of Xianhuang Kingdom. And the Yi family's status in Yendu is even stronger now, with extraordinary status, and naturally there are many. Everyone made a special trip to visit, and it was very lively and in an endless stream. Early in the morning, Yang Dongshang, Yang Zimo father and son, and Bai Ruoshi and Baiyu's sister and brother came. When I arrived at Yi's house, I made a special trip to pay New Year's greetings. Since the unusual relationship between Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi, Yi family's commercial status in Yendu has become even greater. It is one level higher, and faintly is already the head of the three major commercial families in Yendu. Therefore, it is not surprising that Bai Ruoshi and Yang Dongxing took the initiative to visit. Yi Fei also saw Bai Ruoshi, and Bai Ruoshi obviously also dressed up carefully. Tianxian, eye-catching. Bai Ruoshi is full of aura. When she arrives, everyone's eyes and sights are almost focused on her body. Chapter 369. You can do whatever you want if you are handsome, seeking subscription. Bai Ruoshi's dress today is also very different. Obviously he has been dressed up carefully. She stood in front of the crowd with a smile, her skin surpassing snow, her eyes like a clear spring, calm. On Yi Fei's body, Gu took the initiative to stand beside Yi Fei. Of course, Yi Fei's appearance does not need to be said. He is also wearing a very formal suit today. Leather shoes, handsome, handsome and handsome. When the two stood together, they immediately became like a golden boy and a jade girl, attracting attention. Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi stood together, and the beauty between the two was indeed the peak. It's a compelling day. Upon seeing this, almost all the guests at the scene focused their eyes on the two of them. It's not just the Bai family and the Yang family who came to visit the New Year's Day today, but there are many others. Yendu commercial families and wealthy families all came to pay New Year's greetings, so it was so lively. In the Yi family villa, more and more people came to visit the New Year. After all, the Yi family's reputation in Yendu is now flourishing, and it can even be said to be the most prosperous period. The entire Yendu commercial family attaches great importance to the Yi family. Many people from the Yendu commercial family came to visit, at least 20 or 30 people. Fortunately, the Yi family villa is big enough to hold it. Just seeing this scene, many people were stunned secretly, while seeing the Yi family like this. The state in aura, but also felt the current prosperity of the Yi family. I have to say that the Yi family is now very powerful and indeed extraordinary. In the Yi family villa, everyone gathered in the hall, and occasionally you could hear the murmurs and voices of the guests. Sigh. Hey, the Yi family is soaring into the sky, said a man with a big belly. Yes, the Yi family should not be underestimated before, and now Yi Fei of the Yi family is even more so. The recent movie Wandering Planet, and the previous I Am Not a Medicine God another. A man nodded frequently. He is a big man in the movie circle, but at the moment in Yi. In front of home, he can only bow his head obediently. The Yi family and the Bai family seem to have a very close relationship, especially Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi. It seems that the two are probably already married. When the guests saw Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi, they couldn't help being amazed. This pair of golden boys and girls really looks like a natural match, and the Yi family and the Bai family. Their own wealth is also immeasurable. If the two families really marry, it will definitely cause crazy. Bai Ruoshi and Yi Fei looked at each other, and they both smiled at each other. Although it became the focus of the audience's attention, Yi Fei had no interest at all, but Bai Ruo. Yi Fei was also a little surprised by the arrival of Shi. Bai Ruoshi whispered, "I heard that Luo Weiyu was also there. Why don't you introduce me to the acquaintance?" Knowledge. Alright, you will be familiar sooner or later anyway. Yi Fei replied. Bai Ruoshi blinked her eyes and said, "I have heard that you have a special liking for Luo Weiyu. Just about to see insight. Weiyu is upstairs, I will take you there." Yi Fei said. Bai Ruoshi already knew about the many women around Yi Fei, and the reason she hesitated was also. This is the reason. But also because of various coincidences, Bai Ruoshi eventually fell. Under the gaze of the guests, Yi Fei took Bai Ruoshi's hand and walked upstairs. In the hall, when young Zimo saw this scene, he wailed and said to Bai Yu, "I said Bai Yu, Yi Xiao is too interesting, right? It's just about coloring and ignoring friends. You said you were his brother-in-law anyway, for the sake of beauty, you left us too." Young Zimo shook his head, vomiting bitterness to Bai Yu, looking like the enemy. "Come on, young master, my sister likes Yi Fei and I can't help it. Who makes the parents handsome? Besides, Yi Xiao and I are closer than you now." Bai Yu glared at young Zimo. Young Zimo immediately muttered to himself with his forehead, "It's too shocking, you can do whatever you want if you are handsome." 4. Yi Fei took Bai Ruoshi and also saw Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu also saw Bai Ruoshi. The process of meeting the two women was a bit awkward, but fortunately, whether it was Luo Weiyu or Bai Ruo, the two women are very good, especially Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu's gentle and generous character, I'm afraid everyone will like it, and she, being so simple and pleasant, but also very easy to attract Bai Ruoshi's favor. Bai Ruoshi and Luo Weiyu chatted for a few words, then looked at Yi Fei, shook his head and chuckled, "Yi, it's a blessing to fly, I don't know where to turn to bring a girl with such a gentle personality." Luo Weiyu smiled lightly and didn't talk much. Yi Fei was about to speak too, only to hear the housekeeper's voice from outside the door. "Yi Xiao, several important guests came to visit, the Lord invites you to go down." "Okay." Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu and Bai Ruoshi, and said with a smile, "Let us go down together." Although Luo Weiyu and Bai Ruoshi don't like this kind of occasion, they don't like the excitement. The place was watched by people. But since it was Yi Fei's invitation, they all nodded gently. Good. The three went down together. And Yi Fei was also very curious about who was here. At this time, Yi Fei walked down the stairs and was seeing someone coming. It really is a distinguished guest. I saw only Lei Jin and Lei Yiming's father and son came to visit first. Lei Jin and Lei Yiming's father and son were because of Yi Fei, he has the power of the Lei family. Therefore, the father and son and Yi Fei are also different from each other. Often close ally. The arrival of the Lei family's father and son made these guests even more talking about it. After all, the Lei family is so thin. Camels are bigger than horses, and somehow they were once the first-class giants in Yendu. Then, Wei Dongqing came to pay New Year's greetings to the Yi family on behalf of the Wei family. When Wei Dongqing came, the expressions of all the guests suddenly changed slightly, and they knew what the letter was. Zhao Nuo Zhao, number. You know, Wei Dongqing represents the Wei family. Although Wei Dongqing is the third generation of the Wei family, it is the core figure of the third generation of the Wei family. He takes the initiative. Come to the Yi family to visit the new year, this is a good signal from the Wei family to the Yi family. The arrival of Wei Dongqing directly pushed the Yi family's position to a higher level. Chapter 370. When Wei Dongqing arrived, it meant that the Wei family, the top magnate of Yendu, was on the side of the Yi family and intended to make friends with the Yi family. This matter is not so simple, the Wei family is a real behemoth in Yen. The fact that the Wei family was able to do this and also send out 3 generations of core figures, Wei Dongqing, was enough to show that the Wei family attached great importance to Yi Fei. Yi Fei stepped forward, and at this time, Wei Dongqing also stepped forward and smiled.
Brother Yi, your big name has really been thunderous lately, and my friends in the military region have mentioned you to me several times. Wei Dongqing already knew about Yi Fei's going to the military region to teach the Jialong troops, and at this moment he was also smiling and asking Yi Fei. Yi Fei then smiled, it's just an attempt to become an instructor, and whether the Jialong troops can produce results this year depends on the special forces competition. Wei Dongqing sighed with emotion, I really envy Brother Yi, no matter what you do, you are so eye-catching. I heard that the Jialong troops have been specially trained by you. The Wei family's well-informed knowledge was naturally extraordinary, so Wei Dongqing knew more about the Jialong army than ordinary people. It's just that the special training of the Jialong army is still confidential, and although Wei Dongqing knows it, he still only knows some probably. Wei Dongqing also heard that Yi Fei served as an instructor in the Jialong army, and the specific training results were very limited. Yi Fei smiled slightly, it's not easy to say now, wait until after the special forces competition. It's not easy to win Duan Tianyuan in the special forces competition. Yi Fei's words actually made Wei Dongqing stunned. Wei Dongqing's eyes flashed a touch of disbelief. Yi Fei's meaning in these words was simply to compete with Duan Tianyuan's Qilin troops. Wei Dongqing was indeed a little incredulous, just thinking about Duan Tianyuan's ability made Wei Dongqing stunned. After all, Duan Tianyuan was worshipped as a god in the Yendu military region, and he could be called a godlike figure of the military god, and under the leadership of Duan Tianyuan, the Qilin army could win 3 consecutive victories. The Kirin force has won the special forces competition for 3 consecutive times. Moreover, not only Duan Tianyuan but also the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng in the special forces competition were not easy to provoke. Yi Fei actually had such confidence? Wei Dongqing was suspicious of the letter, and most of them still felt that it was impossible in his heart. However, of course, he didn't show it, just smiled and touched his nose, then congratulations to Brother Yi in advance. Yi Fei smiled indifferently, he also knew the doubts in Wei Dongqing's heart, but Yi Fei didn't care, he smiled lightly, and diverged from the topic to chat with Wei Dongqing. Yi Fei was not only surrounded by young talents like Wei Dongqing, but also accompanied by such a beautiful person as Bai Ruoshi and Luo Weiyu, so he did not snub Bai Ruoshi and Luo Weiyu around him, and also chatted with the 2 women. When Wei Dongqing saw this, he quietly gave Yi Fei a thumbs up, and Yi Fei's peach blossom luck made him admire it very much. After Wei Dongqing, there were still people who came to visit. Wuxin Doctor. When Wuxini and Ling Shiyun appeared, the guests of the Yi family were surprised, completely stunned, and surprised. Because Wuxin Doctor and Ling Shiyun are real. Wuxin Doctor in Yendu was a public medical Taoist holy hand, a legendary figure. With his generation, he could even sit on an equal footing with a figure like Old Master Wei and become a guest of several magnates in Yendu. But Dr. Wuxin would actually come to visit the Yi family on his own initiative? What a situation this is! It's incredible to think about. The guests of the Yi family all felt dazzled one by one. Is this really Wuxin Doctor? Am I reading it wrong? I'm confused, what the hell is going on here? Wuxin Doctor's generation, even the Yi family lord must go to visit him, right? The guests were stunned and whispered. Yi Fei saw that Dr. Wuxin had arrived and hurriedly greeted him. To tell the truth, the relationship between Yi Fei and Wuxini is now becoming more and more harmonious, especially because of Ling Shiyun. The 2 sides have long been reconciled. Even Wuxini continued to pass on all his life's learning and medical skills to Yi Fei through Ling Shiyun's hands. Therefore, the relationship between Yi Fei and Wuxini is very special now, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a teacher and a friend. Yi Fei was also very clear in his heart that the reason why Wuxin Doctor took the initiative to visit was because the 2 of them were opposed to Chen Luo's matter before, and Wuxin Doctor's such a bright and upright personality had some guilt in his heart, so he took the initiative to come and gave Yi Fei enough face. As soon as Dr. Wuxin arrived, the atmosphere of the Yi family was even more different. Due to the appearance of Wuxini, everyone respected Wuxini very much and greeted and saluted Wuxini one after another. Even He was extremely surprised to invite Dr. Wuxin to take a seat. And Yi Fei looked at Ling Shiyun looked at Luo Weiyu, and then looked at Bai Ruoshi, and his eyes were first slightly dark, and then returned to normal color. Ling Shiyun also knew that Yi Fei had many women around him, and Yi Fei had already told Ling Shiyun about this before the 2 of them were practicing the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. Therefore, although Ling Shiryun was lost, she was also prepared. But Bai Ruoshi, she seemed to sense something. Bai Ruoshi smiled at the corner of her mouth, stretched out her small snow-white hand to Yifei's waist, pinched Yifei's waist slightly, and whispered, "Yifei, the relationship between this Miss Ling and you seems to be unusual." Yifei coughed dryly, waved his hand, and was about to explain 2 sentences, when the housekeeper outside the door suddenly came to report again, "Lord Yishao, there are distinguished guests visiting outside the door, and it is General Zhang of the military region compound who has personally come." Yi Fei winced slightly. He was first overjoyed, and then he was a little confused. How did General Zhang come? He knew that this General Zhang was referring to Zhang Jianhua, of course, and Zhang Jianhua was well known and had a high status throughout the Yendu military region. Zhang Jianhua actually came? What's going on today? It's all a big guy. Chapter 371. The news of Zhang Jianhua's arrival directly shocked everyone at the scene, and everyone obviously did not expect Zhang Jianhua to actually come to visit the Yi family. Although Zhang Jianhua's status is not as high as that of a giant like the Wei family, nor is it as highly respected as Wu Shini's in Yendu, Zhang Jianhua's identity is not insignificant. After all, Zhang Jianhua was also famous in the Yendu military region, and even in the entire Xianhuang kingdom. Although Zhang Jianhua's status was not as good as that of the Wei family, it was that he alone was compared with the entire Wei family. In fact, Zhang Jianhua is a very important figure in the Yendu military region, and his position and fame are extremely great, and he is definitely a powerful faction of the military region's big men. More importantly, Zhang Jianhua is still very young, and there is great room for future growth. Moreover, Zhang Jianhua himself has a straight personality and rarely participates in various activities, so his position in the Yendu military region is really a bit transcendent. Many people have said that given time, give Zhang Jianhua a little more time, maybe Zhang Jianhua can become one of the top 2 figures in the Yendu military region in the future. Zhang Jianhua would actually come in person? A big man of this rank, his status can be more than 1 step higher than Wei Dongqing, although it is not as important as the entire Wei family, but it is also quite terrible. The appearance of Zhang Jianhua made everyone at the scene focus on Zhang Jianhua's body. Zhang Jianhua was wearing a military uniform, and he walked into the door and walked to Yifei's side in full view of everyone. When Yifei saw Zhang Jianhua, he also smiled and greeted him. "General Zhang, it is really a distinguished guest to welcome the door. I didn't expect you to come." For General Zhang, Yifei is also very respectful. After all, General Zhang defends his family and the country, and can be called a hero. General Zhang smiled and patted Yifei's shoulder. He spoke very directly and politely, only to see General Zhang smile. "Instructor Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time." General Zhang knew Yifei's performance in the Jiaolong army during this time, and he knew Yifei's current position in the Jiaolong army. The news of Yifei's special training in the Jiaolong army had already spread throughout the Yendu military region, and Zhang Jianhua was paying close attention to it. When the results of Yifei's special training in the Jiaolong unit came out, Li Wen immediately recorded the physical data of the soldiers of the Jiaolong unit, and then reported it to the General Academy of the military region. The current figures of the warriors of the Dragon Force are quite terrifying. Due to the fact that after cultivating the Dragon Elephant forging body determination, all the data of the people in the Jiaolong army had been greatly improved. Therefore, it can be said that the people of the Jiaolong army simply took a qualitative leap after cultivating the Dragon Elephant forging body determination. The strength of the dragon troops advance. After all, in less than 2 months, Jiaolong had more than a dozen inner force martial practitioners, although most of them were just beginner inner force martial artists, but this was still a terrifying statistic. In the Xianhuang Kingdom martial arts realm, there were only a few thousand inner martial practitioners in total, not even tens of thousands. In the past 2 months, Zhao has already produced more than a dozen inner strength martial artists, and it is still increasing. Even by the end of the 3-month period, Yifei might even have created nearly 100 inner strength martial artists through the Dragon Elephant forging body decision. What is this concept? The special forces composed of hundreds of internal martial artists. Even in all the special forces of the Xianhuang Kingdom, such a situation would not occur. Not to mention that all this was only completed in 3 months. Therefore, the effect of Yifei's Dragon Elephant forging body determination is absolutely shocking. The effect of Dragon Elephant forging body decision is so amazing, it can be said that the leaders of the Yendu military region are stunned.
Even Zhang Jianhua himself was stunned by Yi Fei's dragon elephant forging body determination. Regardless of whether Yi Fei could win Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng in the next Special Forces competition, just by virtue of Yi Fei's special training in the Jialong army, it was enough to make him laugh. As the leader of the military region's compound, Zhang Jianhua was well aware of this, and Yi Fei's appointment as the chief instructor of the Jialong unit was also his agreement. Under such circumstances, the physical information of the soldiers of the Jialong force had long been included in the top-secret list, and except for Zhang Jianhua and a very few other generals, almost no one else knew it. Yi Fei's dragon elephant forging body decision is of extraordinary significance, judging from the current situation of the Jialong army. Once Yi Fei's set of dragon elephant forging body determination is promoted by the whole army, it is simply. It's scary to think about. This is also the reason why Zhang Jianhua came to find Yi Fei. At present, the deeds of the Jialong troops and the events of the dragon elephant forging body decision have been transmitted to the top level of the Yendu military region, and even to the upper leaders. Except for a very small number of high-level people, no one else is clear. And these senior leaders are extremely important to Yi Fei, and after knowing that this set of dragon elephant forging body determination was created by Yi Fei, they all attached great importance to it. Zhang Jianhua came to find Yi Fei for this reason. Zhang Jianhua looked at Yi Fei with a smile, patted Yi Fei's shoulder, and said, "Good boy, you have made a lot of noise lately." "General Zhang, I'm just fulfilling my promise." Yi Fei smiled, "Please come to the table." "Well, to tell you the truth, the above leaders appreciate you very much, and it is true that they are young masters, and they have not disappointed me. It is really not simple." Zhang Jianhua smiled as he walked, and obviously admired Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled lightly, and at this time he also came forward to greet Zhang Jianhua. Zhang Jianhua said while laughing, "Yi Zong, you really have a good son. The tiger father has no dogs, which is enviable." Zhang Jianhua said so he did not hesitate to praise Yi Fei, but also made everyone around him slightly stunned. These guests are also like human spirits. See, Zhang Jianhua's attitude towards Yi Fei is very special. What exactly did Yi Fei do? This Yi family could have such a big face, and it was not a trivial matter that Zhang Jianhua could visit him in person. The guests were stunned and overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 372. The appearance of Zhang Jianhua suddenly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a higher peak, especially the guests at the scene were stunned. Including Bai Ruoxi and Wei Dongqing, when they saw Zhang Jianhua's attitude towards Yi Fei and the Yi family, they were all slightly embarrassed, knowing that things were not so simple. In particular, Wei Dongqing and Bai Ruoxi were very aware of Zhang Jianhua's identity, and Wei Dongqing was even more stunned when he saw it, and he whispered to himself, "Zhang Jianhua has actually come. It's incredible. What did Yi Fei do to make Zhang Jianhua so important to him?" Wei Dongqing's expression showed a solemn meaning, and there was a subtle change in the look on Yi Fei's face. For Wei Dongqing, he was very aware of Zhang Jianhua's weight, and Zhang Jianhua's level could already be called a big guy. At least in the Yendu military region, Zhang Jianhua is definitely a high authority. Zhang Jianhua came to visit the Yi family on the first day of the new year, which gave the Yi family enough face, and it can also be seen that Zhang Jianhua attaches importance to Yi Fei. Wei Dongqing has also dealt with Zhang Jianhua, but Zhang Jianhua's attitude towards him has always been business, and although Wei Dongqing is the core figure of the Wei family for 3 generations, Zhang Jianhua has always been impartial to him. In Wei Dongqing's heart, Zhang Jianhua was simply synonymous with selflessness in the iron face. But now, looking at Zhang Jianhua's attitude toward the Yi family and Yi Fei's attitude, it was simply a change of person. Is this still the iron-faced and selfless Zhang Jianhua? Wei Dongqing was stunned. Zhang Jianhua pulled Yi Fei and chatted for a while. His attitude towards Yi Fei was indeed extremely enthusiastic, and everyone was also surprised by the look in their eyes. Only to see Zhang Jianhua pull Yi Fei and say, "I said Yi Fei, you are really powerful now, and your fame is spread to the leaders above. What is your dragon elephant forging body decision? I really want to ask you for advice." Zhang Jianhua looked at Yi Fei very curiously. Zhang Jianhua came specifically for the dragon elephant forging body determination this time, asking Yi Fei on elephant forging body determination some roles and methods. Hearing Zhang Jianhua's question, Yi Fei laughed. "The dragon elephant forging body determination is a practice I created to strengthen the body,
and there are many functions of the dragon elephant forging body determination, the biggest of which is to stimulate potential, and the members of these dragon troops have been tapped into the potential, and the effect is good. Yi Fei briefly introduced some of the use methods of dragon elephant forging body determination, and listened to Zhang Jianhua's excitement, which made him understand the role and effect of dragon elephant forging body determination. According to what Yi Fei said, the role of the dragon elephant forging body decision was extremely great, and it could even be promoted in several special forces. This dragon elephant forging body determination can be promoted in the Jiaolong troops, and it can naturally be promoted in the Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Qilin units.
By then, it's all exciting to think about.
Zhang Jianhua sighed and said, "Young master, to tell you the truth, I have really seen such a practice for the first time, and it seems that the results of the Jiaolong troops in the Special Forces competition are just around the corner." Zhang Jianhua sighed with emotion and often recognized. Yi Fei smiled slightly, and did not say too much, but said, "I will know when the time comes, and I am looking forward to it myself." The National Special Forces competition is the next major event, which Zhang Jianhua and Yi Fei both know very well. Although the Dragon Elephant Forging Body decision has been full of results after the promotion of the Dragon troops, the most important thing is to go through the confirmation of the Special Forces competition in order to make the role of the Dragon Elephant Forging Body decision truly recognized.
So the next Special Forces competition is the key.
Zhang Jianhua was a busy person, and he certainly didn't stay too long in the Yi family. However, Zhang Jianhua's attitude already explained everything, and his special visit to the Yi family was enough to prove how much attention Yi Fei and the Yi family were now.
After Zhang Jianhua left, Yi He pulled Yi Fei aside and asked in surprise, "Xiao Fei, what is your situation? Zhang Jianhua actually came to you."
Zhang Jianhua's arrival obviously surprised Yi He completely, and he was very shocked by this. Yi He didn't know what Yi Fei had done in Jiaolong troops recently, only that Yi Fei had gone to the Yendu military region. Yi Fei smiled and said to Yi He briefly the origin of some things. Yi He was stunned, and only then did he understand that it was about it, and he sighed with emotion. "After half a day, it turned out to be like this."
"Good boy, it really surprised me."
Yi He was very shocked by this. After all, this matter is not trivial. Yi He had never thought that Yi Fei could have such an achievement, which was really amazing. Yi Fei was young and actually became the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army. Yi He, the name of the Jiaolong force, had also heard it, and he also knew how rare it was for a unit of this level of the Jiaolong troop to be one of the best in Yendu, and even ranked in the top 5 in the whole country. The chief instructor of the Jiaolong army was even close to the general in rank. What's more, Yi Fei's performance after serving as the chief instructor was still so outstanding.
In the future, Yi Fei may even be awarded positions and titles, and by then, Yi He was immediately surprised. "Good boy." Yi He patted Yi Fei's shoulder and was amazed.
Yi Fei smiled, "Don't praise me first, or wait until after the Special Forces competition."
Good, good.
Yi He smiled and said, "Yi family, this is a real dragon. Yi Fei is simply going to soar." Yi Fei and Yi He finished chatting, and at the same time, Yi Fei continued to entertain the guests at the scene. At this time, the eyes of those guests looking at Yi Fei were completely different. The small gathering of guests lasted for about a morning, after which the guests gradually dispersed, and Yi Fei also sent Bai Ruoxi, Ling Shiyun, and others back. After this, Yi Fei got another piece of news, that is, the box office of Wandering Planet finally officially exceeded 4 billion, becoming the box office champion of the current Xianghua. The message exploded directly.
Chapter 373.
Although Yi Fei had long known that the results of the Wandering Planet movie would inevitably explode, he really did not expect to have such a fast speed to directly ignite and detonate. The results of the Wandering Planet are beyond his imagination. The Wandering Planet achieved a box office of 4 billion, breaking through to the first place in the current box office in the history of Xianhuang Kingdom. Upon learning this news, Zhang Minel really had a surprised expression, and the whole person was excited. After all, for Zhang Minel, the performance of the Wandering Planet broke through and reached 4 billion box office, and the final result was beyond imagination, and it definitely gave him a big surprise. The Wandering Planet made history this time. Although Yi Fei had also expected it earlier, when the truth really happened, Yi Fei was naturally very happy and excited in his heart. After the Wandering Planet made history, it means that the popularity of Brilliant Entertainment has further increased, reaching a fairly high level. After all, Brilliant Entertainment's 2 consecutive movies, Medicine God and Wandering Planet, are big sellers, which means that Brilliant Entertainment's 2 movies have made at least 1 billion or more.
It's only been a few months.
Coupled with the various operational achievements of Brilliant Entertainment, the current market value of Brilliant Entertainment exceeds 0 billion, and it seems to have become the top company in the entertainment industry. Zhang Minil was also happy to keep his mouth shut and has been communicating with Yifei about the current situation of Brilliant Entertainment, and Zhang Minil also said, Yizong, last time we were ready to hold a press conference to announce that Sun Qingxian joined our Brilliant Entertainment, but because the new year was delayed, why not take advantage of today's press conference? When Yifei heard Zhang Minil say this, he felt that this was a good idea. After all, Sun Qingxuan's popularity goes without saying, and in terms of the current situation of Brilliant Entertainment, Sun Qingxuan's joining Brilliant Entertainment is definitely a strong combination. This is definitely a very topical news. Especially in the current situation of the sudden increase in the exposure of Brilliant Entertainment news, if the news of signing a contract with Sun Qingxian breaks out, it will definitely occupy the headlines of major websites again. Yifei thought about it, and he agreed. After all, this matter is also good for Brilliant Entertainment. Okay, that's it, let's make the press conference more grand, and invite more reporters to come. Yifei gave a few instructions. Hearing Yifei say this, Zhang Minil also agreed, no problem.
But Yizong, I don't know.
Zhang Minil smiled, as if he had some thoughts.
What's wrong?
Yifei frowned slightly.
Zhang Minil smiled, I don't know if I can stand on the platform?
If you can come forward, I believe there will definitely be a fire at that time. After all, you have a good reputation, but you rarely show up. Since the last time Yifei returned to Yindu from Ahui, he had already become famous and was quite well known throughout the country.
It's just that Yifei is low-key and rarely appears in front of outsiders. Especially in these several movie releases, Fei also did not attend.
Therefore, although Yifei is famous, he rarely appears in front of everyone, which is extremely mysterious.
It is precisely because of this that the public is more curious about Yifei. If Yifei once appeared, it would certainly attract attention at that time.
Yifei thought about it, agreed to Zhang Minil, and smiled, your boy can calculate, okay. Zhang Minil was immediately surprised when he got Yifei's permission. Well, Yizong, I want to plan well this time.
Zhang Minil is very much looking forward to this.
Yifei smiled, he didn't bother to take care of all this, and left it all to Zhang Minil to plan.
Following. Zhang Minil has issued a press notice saying that Sun Qingxian will officially join Brilliant Entertainment, and as soon as the news came out, the entertainment industry was suddenly shaken.
After all, Sun Qingxian has been in Tianwang Entertainment before, and she is also a sister of Tianwang Entertainment, plus Sun Qingxuan's own status is also extremely high, so it has always attracted much attention.
And this time Sun Qingxian joined Yifei's Brilliant Entertainment, which immediately caused a big earthquake in the entertainment circle.
With as many as 80 million Weibo fans, Sun Qingxian is one of the most popular female stars on Weibo, and is worshipped as a goddess by countless people, and her every move is also closely watched by fans. After learning that Sun Qingxian had transferred to Brilliant Entertainment, the topic and hot discussion on Weibo increased rapidly, and even this topic once rushed to the first place in Weibo's hot search list.
Sun Qingxian left Tianwang Entertainment Company to join Brilliant Entertainment, which is indeed a big news. Many of Sun Qingxuan's fans and movie fans are discussing this topic.
At the same time, Zhang Minil also announced the news that Yifei would participate in the conference.
When they got this news, another group of people were excited. After all, Yifei's affairs in Izhou before have attracted the attention of many people across the country, and Yifei also relies on his super high appearance and special identity, which has also attracted the attention of a large number of people. In fact, Yifei's current popularity is very terrifying. How terrifying can Yifei's popularity be?
In fact, at present, Yifei has a lot of passers-by fans, and there are many people who are familiar with Yifei. After Zhang Minil announced this matter, Yifei's name was unexpectedly on the hot search list and set off waves. This surprised Yifei himself. Then, it was time to hold the press conference. This signing conference of Sun Qingxian was held on the night, a 5-star hotel in Yindu, which is also the property of the Yi family. When the night, it can be said that it is extremely lively. Dozens of media reporters came to Yendu, all of them aimed at Sun Qingxian and Yi Fei. These reporters are like sharks that smell blood, and they all flock to dig up a little big news. After all, although Sun Qingxian is a contract expiration company, but the previous Tianwang Entertainment Company is also a first-class entertainment company in the entertainment industry, why should she suddenly change the court? This is a point that journalists are very confused. Chapter 374. For the matter of Sun Qingxian joining Brilliant Entertainment, countless reporters are flocking to this and looking forward to it. After all, this is a big event in the entertainment industry.
One night, Sun Qingxian and Yi Fei were all dressed up to attend.
Sun Qingxian wore a big red night dress, and a glass emerald pendant was worn on the slender gooseneck, which was extremely dazzling. Sun Qingshuanlian stepped on the model, stepped on high heels, stood on the scene, and became the center of the scene. Countless reporters took pictures of Sun Qingxian and photographed her one after another. As soon as Yi Fei entered, he saw the scene, his mood moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth drew a trace of curvature.
Yi Fei is coming, Yi Fei is coming.
At this moment, the reporters were also moved by the wind and were suddenly attracted by Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't expect his popularity to be so high. These reporters actually turned their cameras to him one by one, and even a small number of reporters came from Sun Qingxian and specifically found Yi Fei. In fact, these reporters are also very smart, and they are also very clear. After all, although Sun Qingxian is a top international star, Sun Qingxian often appears in various shots, her interviews and photos are everywhere, although the heat is extremely high, but this time missed, next time may be able to see.
But Yi Fei was different.
Yi Fei has rarely appeared in the public eye, and this time it is only because he promised Zhang Minel to stand for the company. Usually, Yi Fei does not accept interviews from reporters at all, and has always behaved very low-key.
But now it's different. In other words, if you want to interview or make news for Yi Fei, the best time is today.
The corners of Yi Fei's mouth revealed a smile, and his mood was smooth. He didn't expect to be so welcomed by reporters, a small part of whom surrounded him.
Mr. Yi, hello Mr. Yi, can you take 10 minutes to interview? Mr. Yi, can I give you an interview? Yi zone, this side, this side.
These reporters surrounded Yi Fei in a circle, and the water around him could not be drained. Yi Fei frowned subconsciously, although he didn't like this occasion very much, but he had to know that the purpose of the present was to give him a brilliant entertainment platform, so Yi Fei did not choose to refuse. Yi Fei pointed to one of the female reporters. Okay, then accept your 10-minute interview, time is limited, thank you. Hearing this, these reporters were immediately surprised. They also all know Yi Fei's identity. This is the only person in the Yi group. If this digs out any explosive news, it is cool to explode. After hearing Yi Fei say this, all the reporters surrounded Yi Fei and pointed their microphones at Yi Fei one by one, respectfully inquiring.
Mr. Yi, I would like to ask you, what do you think about Sun Qingxuan's joining Brilliant Entertainment at present? The female reporter looked at Yi Fei shyly.
At the same time that the female reporter looked at Yi Fei, her heart was already a little worried. No way, Yi Fei is really too handsome, so handsome and dashing, and a young and golden young talent, who doesn't like it? Yi Fei glanced at the female reporter and replied lightly, nothing, I think it is normal for Sun Qingxian to join our company. After all, people go to a high place, and water flows to a low place.
People go to high places, water flows to low places? Isn't this blatantly saying that the previous Tianwang Entertainment Company where Sun Qingxian was located was not as good as Brilliant Entertainment?
All the reporters smelled a smell of gunpowder from Yi Fei's answer.
This Yi Fei meant to provoke the Heavenly King Entertainment?
When the reporters heard this, they all immediately became agitated. Listening to Yi Fei say this can indeed create a big news.
After all, Tianwang Entertainment is also a big company in the entertainment industry, and Brilliant Entertainment has recently gained such a fierce momentum. Both sides are giants in entertainment companies, which is to be compared.
Thinking that the reporters are all in turmoil, there is a lot of anticipation for this. Some reporters even have the title of tomorrow in mind, which is called the Battle of Brilliant Entertainment and King Entertainment. The reporters looked at Yi Fei and felt that they had dug up some big news. Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, I am telling the truth. Since Xingxuan's current coffee position is the most compatible with our brilliant entertainment, we will shoot a few more classic movies for Xin Xingxian, and let Xin Xingxian serve as the female number one.
When Yifei said this, these reporters were immediately a little excited.
If Yifei lets Xin Xingxian serve as the female number one and shoot several classic movies, then it should be known that several movies shot by Brilliant Entertainment are attracting everyone's attention, and the box office is extremely high and influential. That is to say, once Brilliant Entertainment starts shooting movies for Xin Xingxian, then perhaps Xin Xingxuan's career will rise to a higher level again. As soon as the reporters listened, they all immediately felt the opportunity to see the big news, and they all looked at Yifei again.
In particular, the female reporter seized the time and quickly asked, Yizong, then please ask you, is the film you are going to shoot next already on the agenda? We'd love to know what Brilliant Entertainment is going to do next, especially when it comes to filmmaking. Hearing this female reporter say this, other reporters also nodded their heads. After all, Yifei's films have become synonymous with high-quality films, and these reporters also know that although Yifei is not a director, he is equivalent to a screenwriter and producer, and Yifei has the highest control over these films. And several movies shot in succession are very hot. Hearing the female reporter's question, Yifei smiled slightly, and replied lightly, our current shooting plan is a secret, but if you want to inquire, I can also tell you that in the second half of this year, the Sino-US co-production of Journey to the West will be officially launched, and I will use the artistic image of the Monkey King to strive to create a positive energy image, both cultural and sports blossom, promote Chinese culture, and hope that everyone can pay more attention. Burst. Yifei, this is obviously the mockery of the two flowers. Hearing Yifei say this, the reporters at the scene all laughed and burst into laughter, and suddenly felt that this Yizong was really interesting. Chapter 375. The reporters at the scene were all laughing, all of them were laughed at by Yifei's jokes about these two flowers, and everyone knew what the stem of the two flowers was about. After hearing Yifei say this, everyone at the scene laughed continuously. At the same time, Yifei also smiled and said, just kidding, everyone must not take it seriously. Yifei was so humorous, and attracted these reporters. The reporters were all laughing and hee-hee, thinking that the legendary brother was actually quite easy to get along with. These reporters also thought that Yifei's level of male brother would be a high-cold image of a rich man, but now that he looks at it, this is not the case at all. When the reporters saw the situation, they had a sense of closeness. Yifei smiled lightly and said, you don't have to take it seriously, but this year's movie shot by our Brilliant Entertainment will soon be released, and it will be a military-themed movie. In addition, we are also trying to find ways to make animated films, hoping that Brilliant Entertainment can diversify. Yifei is talking about Operation Red Sea, a high-rated movie with a box office of more than 3 billion in the past life. As for the animated films, of course, the films such as Neza, The Devil Boy Descending, are also in Yifei's plan. It's just that Operation Red Sea has already started filming, and it has been filmed and can be released soon. But Neza is still being planned. The filming of the film Yifei is not panicked at all. After all, as long as it is filmed according to the memory of that laptop in Yifei's past life, Yifei rarely interferes, and it is also necessary to give money and contribute money. Of course, or that principle, no matter what kind of movie is filmed, Yifei only has one rule, that is, don't traffic stars, don't have small fresh meat. Yifei plans to shoot many movies, all of which are films with word of mouth and box office double harvest in the past life. It can be said that as long as Yifei is willing, he can dominate the film industry and the entertainment industry. Hearing Yifei's plans, the reporters' eyes lit up and their hearts fluttered. It seems that this Yizong does have a lot of film plans this year, which is a bit interesting. The reporters all felt that this time to come to the press conference to gain a lot. Yifei, this is simply to provide a lot of interesting news. For a time, the reporters all had a good feeling for Yifei. After all, reporters like to follow such a master who can break the news, and Yifei's style makes them like it. In particular, the female reporter smiled at Yifei frequently and looked pleased, but Yifei turned a blind eye to this and always looked calm. Yifei is surrounded by absolute beauty, where can he see such a vulgar powder? Yifei finished accepting the reporter's interview, and his reporter continued to ask questions, and these reporters also knew Yifei's terrifying identity and did not dare to pestering him too much. Yifei is looking at the protagonist of this release, Sinqing Xian.
Sinqing Xian was surrounded by reporters and was answering some questions very professionally, and I have to say that Sinqing Xian was still very powerful. Her answers were very professional, watertight, and replied to the difficulties and questions of those reporters. In such a situation, the reporters asked what the news was. As soon as they saw Yifei coming, these reporters consciously retreated, leaving room for Yifei and Sinqing Xian to speak. Sinqing Xian looked at Yifei, she smiled lightly and whispered, "Yizong, you are very popular with reporters."
Yifei shrugged, "No way, who made me look handsome?"
Sinqing Xian wanted to complain very much, but facing Yifei's handsome face, it was indeed impossible to refute Yifei's words. Sinqing Xian said, "Mr. Yi, I will be your partner in the future, and I will have a pleasant cooperation." Sinqing Xian put away the emotions in his heart and smiled at Yifei, with a business-oriented attitude.
Yifei bowed his head slightly. "Well, I am also looking forward to our next cooperation." For Sinqing Xuan's strength, Yifei was also very clear, such a strong alliance would be beneficial to both sides.
What follows is the basic process of some press conferences, and both Yifei and Sinqing Xian have clearly explained the situation of this press conference.
After the press conference, Sinqing Xian and Yifei also officially cooperated.
The reporters had already left the scene, and Sinqing Xian was preparing to say some details privately with Yifei when Sinqing Xuan's phone suddenly rang. When Sinqing Xian saw the caller ID of the mobile phone, she frowned slightly, as if she was a little displeased.
"What's wrong?" Yifei asked. Sinqing Xian said, "It was Zheng Xiaojie who called."
Zheng Xiaojie.
That is, the owner of Tianwang Entertainment Company, the Zhang family.
Although Zhang Xiaojie is not a core member of the Zhang family, but only a side branch, he can also be regarded as a fairly famous person in the side branch of the Zhang family.
Zhang Xiaojie called Sinqing Xian. What was he trying to do?
Sinqing Xian furrowed his brows. "He has called me several times in the past few days, and I hung up all the previous calls." Yifei heard Zhang Xiaojie's phone call and said lightly, "Answer, I'm here, I want to see what Zhang Xiaojie wants to say."
Sinqing Xian nodded, "Good." With that, Sinqing Xian answered the phone.
After the phone was called, I heard Zhang Xiaojie's voice coming from the opposite side. Zhang Xiaojie's voice was very clear, but there was a hint of coldness, and he only listened to Zhang Xiaojie's cold words.
"Sinqing Xian, do you dare to go to other entertainment companies behind your back? Don't think that you will be mighty after taking a shadow, you."
Zhang Xiaojie scolded very badly, and he kept sneering and scolding on the other side of the phone.
Yifei also heard it, and he directly took Sinqing Xuan's phone and said lightly, "Zheng Xiaojie."
Yifei's voice was cold, directly into Zhang Xiaojie's ears. Zheng Xiaojie was obviously stunned. Hearing Yifei's voice, he tentatively asked, "Yifei?"
Obviously, Zheng Xiaojie knew Yifei. "Zheng Xiaojie, you are really getting better and better, and you still want to threaten women?" Yifei sneered. Chapter 376. Yifei smiled coldly and was very dissatisfied with Zheng Xiaojie.
In Yifei's view, at present, Sinqing Xian is already a person of his company, and he and Zhang Xiaojie have not had any previous festivals.
Zhang Xiaojie now dared to threaten Sinqing Xian. Where did this guy get the guts?
Yifei narrowed his eyes, took the phone, and his voice was cold. "Zhang Xiaojie, you are really out of town now, so you are also a member of the Zhang family, and you are still threatening a woman?
What is the ability to threaten women?"
Yifei knew that Zhang Xiaojie had done a lot of immoral things in the entertainment industry, and even he had done a lot of dirty things with disgraceful means, such as Yifei once heard Zhang Xiaojie force several stars to sign extremely harsh treaties with them. Although Tianwang Entertainment Company is a top-notch company in the entertainment industry, many things are really not authentic, so Zhang Xiaojie has always been criticized for it. It's just that the power of the Zhang family was too huge before, and Zhang Xiaojie has always been the emperor of the earth in the entertainment industry, and many people dare to be angry and dare not speak. Looking at Sinqing Xian, you know that even an international superstar like Sinqing Xian is also threatened by Zhang Xiaojie, let alone other stars? Sinqing Xian is still smart, she relies on her fame and status, has been circling with Zhang Xiaojie, and has not let Zhang Xiaojie get any advantage, so Zhang Xiaojie is so angry and corrupt this time.
Hearing Yifei's words, Zheng Xiaojie could finally determine on the other side of the mobile phone that the person who was talking now was Yifei.
Zhang Xiaojie gritted his teeth and responded, Yifei, you actually robbed people with me. Zhang Xiaojie was obviously also very dissatisfied with Yifei, and he gritted his teeth. Yifei shrugged, I rob people with you, Zheng Gongzi seems to be a long skill. Yifei's words were cold, not to mention that the Zhang family was in decline now. Even when the Zhang family was at its peak, Zhang Xiaojie was just a side branch of the Zhang family, and Yifei was not afraid of him at all. Not to mention now. Yifei's status now was much higher than when he first crossed, and now Yifei was the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army, although he only had a position and no rank, but if Yifei really wanted a rank, he was at least a general. In addition, behind Yifei there is the support of the Yi family, the Bai family, the Mu family and so on. How can a mere Zhang Xiaojie be compared to him? Yifei's cold voice came out, and Zhang Xiaojie was first angry, ready to break his mouth and scold. Zhang Xiaojie was also an acute son, and he was extremely angry with Yifei, and when he was about to scold Yifei, he suddenly remembered something. Zhang Xiaojie's face changed slightly, and then as if he suddenly remembered something, he thought about it and hung up the phone directly. Zhang Xiaojie hung up the phone. Yifei and Sun Qingxian glanced at each other. Both the little Zhang Xiaojie was still a bit aggressive just now. How could he suddenly hang up the phone? Yifei narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Xiaojie is only afraid that it will not be so simple to stop. Mistsun, you wait a while, maybe he will call over. Well, thank you. Sun Sheng said. Sun Qingxian heard Yifei call herself Mistsun. Yifei's words were also the attitude of business. She also knew that she and Yifei had been estranged since the last incident, and Yifei's attitude towards her had always been very angry. Sun Qingxian was inexplicably a little disappointed in his heart, but he still nodded slightly. Yifei didn't speak either, just waiting for Zhang Xiaojie to call again. On the other side, Zhang Xiaojie, he suddenly hung up the phone for a reason. Because although Zhang Xiaojie has an impulsive and fiery personality, he is not a fool. Zhang Xiaojie suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard a few days ago. It was said that on the first day of the new year a few days ago, there was an endless stream of people visiting the Yi family, and even the Wei family, Wuxian doctor, and even Zhang Jianhua all visited the Yi family. Nowadays, the Yi family's position in the Yendu giants is like a day in the sky, and all this is said to be because of Yifei. Zhang Xiaojie suddenly remembered this matter, and his heart was extremely suspicious. Only to see Zhang Xiaojie think about it, he made a phone call. After a while, the call was answered. The phone was answered by a rough female voice. Xiaojie? What are you looking for in me? On the other side of the phone was Zhang Ruzhu, one of the second-generation cores of the Zhang family, that is, a woman who had previously been close to Chen Luo. This Zhang Ruzhu person, as his name suggests, is very fat, and his appearance is even more unbearable to look at. However, Zhang Ruzhu was very capable and skillful in the Zhang family, and was quite valued. Cousin, I want to ask you something, Zhang Xiaojie asked. Do you know Yifei's boy? I heard he. Zhang Xiaojie was halfway through saying this, but he was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Ruzhu. Zhang Ruzhu said in a deep voice, Yifei? Don't tell me you offended Yifei. Although Zhang Ruzhu was ugly, she had the ability and wrist, and as the true core of the second generation of the Zhang family, she knew a lot of things, even more than Wei Dongqing knew. Yifei's recent movements are not small, Yifei's potential is unlimited, and even the Zhang family has the intention of taking the initiative to make friends. Hearing Zhang Ruzhu say this, Zhang Xiaojie was startled, and he said, What's wrong, cousin? Zhang Ruzhu asked again, Have you offended Yifei? It's just a little conflict with Yifei's guy. Zhang Xiaojie already felt bad, he swallowed his spit and whispered. Zhang Xiaojie was already vaguely aware of something. Zhang Ruzhu's voice suddenly raised an octave, Zhang Xiaojie. I warn you, don't provoke Yifei. He is a person who even the old man is optimistic about, and at this stage, even the old man wants to have a good relationship with Yifei. Do you dare to provoke him? If you provoke Yifei, I urge you to apologize to him, otherwise I will draw a line with you. Zhang Ruzhu sneered. Hearing Zhang Ruzhu's last words, Zhang Xiaojie was stunned, and then his face gradually turned white, and his eyes were a bleak color. Halfway through, he said, I know. This sentence seemed to use up all his strength. Chapter 377. Private Villa. Zhang Xiaojie cried and mourned, his face was unbelievable, and he looked sluggish and stunned, unbelievable.
Yi Fei actually had such a lot of energy? He could actually make Zhang Ruju value him so much, and the old master of the Zhang family even wanted to win him over, which was simply an incredible thing. Zhang Xiaojie had never thought that Yi Fei could have such strength, and he thought that he wanted to scold Yi Fei at the beginning, and suddenly cold sweat flowed down. Now what? After all, Zhang Xiaojie is only a side branch of the Zhang family. Although he borrowed the Zhang family yuan to run amok in the entertainment industry, he is simply the emperor of the entertainment industry. But Zhang Xiaojie only relied on the protection of the Zhang family. It can be said that without the Zhang family, he is nothing. He also knew the current situation of the Zhang family, that the last time he fought with a certain big man in the central yuan, the Zhang family was seriously injured. The Zhang family had long lost its original glory, and several second-generation core members of the Zhang family had buried their lives. It can be said that the current Zhang family can only be regarded as the first-class giants of Yendu, not the top giants of the original. Of course, the Zhang family's heritage is still there. As long as the Zhang family's grandfather is still in one day, the Zhang family will always have hope. It's just that the Zhang family is now seriously injured, and the old man values Yi Fei so much, Zhang Ruju also deliberately threatens him. Zhang Xiaojie thought of this and sighed lightly, and he was also aware of the situation he was currently facing. Zhang Xiaojie thought about it, and finally made a phone call to Xin Qingxian with great difficulty. At this time, Yi Fei and Xin Qingxian were still together. Just now Zhang Xiaojie's phone hung up inexplicably. Yi Fei guessed that Zhang Xiaojie would still come to harass Xin Qingxian, so he decided to help her solve this trouble. Sure enough, at this time, Zhang Xiaojie called. Yi Fei gave Xin Qingxian a look and motioned for Xin Qingxian to answer the phone. Xin Qingxian nodded slightly and answered Zhang Xiaojie's phone. Zhang Xiaojie's deep voice was very clear. Zhang Xiaojie, what do you really want to do? Xin Qingxian asked quietly, his voice cold. Hearing Xin Qingxian ask this question, Zhang Xiaojie's tone of voice was lowered, no longer the coldness and arrogance of the past, only to hear him whisper, Miss Xin, I think our matter may be a misunderstanding. Hello is also the pillar of our Tianwang Entertainment. This time you left the company also because the contract expired. I think Entertainment, this time you left the company also because the contract expired. I think we can discuss again, so as to get together and disperse. Compared with Zhang Xiaojie's fierce and vicious attitude before, his tone was simply cautious, and the gentleness was incomparable, but it made Xin Qingxian a chill. Xin Qingxian knew that Zhang Xiaojie must be uneasy, so she said coldly, Zhang Xiaojie, you come to this set less, say, what do you really want? Zhang Xiaojie's heart was burning with anger, but he was helpless, and could only say to Xin Qingxian, misunderstanding, Miss Chen, I just think that